Chen unexpectedly traverses to the realm of cultivation, becoming the guardian of the Yujian Zone, a second-tier sect. Awakening a signing-in system, he initially believed he could quietly await ascension. However, due to a series of incidents, he is compelled to reveal himself and take action. 500 years later, he wonders, what happened to the promised tranquility? Why have I been embroiled in battles for 5 centuries? Chapter 1. System Activation. In the vast world of Taihao, an inconspicuous country in the eastern region hosts a second-tier sect, Yujian Zone, which is now holding its latest disciple recruitment ceremony. In the square before the main hall of Yujian Zone, an elderly man with more than half gray hair stands beside a qualification testing stone, loudly announcing the admission results. Zhang San, upper grade C-tier qualification, inner sect disciple. Li Si, lower grade D-tier qualification, outer sect disciple. Niu Jieshur, middle grade D-tier outer sect disciple. Chen, no qualification. Upon hearing his name called, Chen suddenly rubbed his aching temples. Is that referring to him? His eyes began to scan the surroundings, only to find that everyone around him was dressed in ancient attire, standing orderly on a spacious square. This sight stirred a sense of confusion within him. Is this some sort of historical drama? But wasn't he deeply engrossed in a fantasy MMORPG just moments ago? As his gaze shifted to the high platform, Chen was struck dumb. On that platform, several middle-aged men with long beards and hair were currently standing on flying swords, hovering in mid-air. In an instant, Chen awakened to the reality that this was no performance. He had truly crossed over. It seems that his 3 days of sleepless gaming had resulted in this unexpected fate. While Chen pondered this, the elderly man reading the results spoke again, pulling Chen's thoughts back to the present. His voice echoed throughout the Yujian Zone square, emanating an aura of undeniable authority. Today, the recruitment ceremony of Yujian Zone concludes. Those with D-tier qualifications may become outer sect disciples, while those with C-tier qualifications may join the inner sect. Later, you all will report to Elder Li, who will guide you to your respective inner or outer sect residences. As for those without qualifications, do not fret. Our Yujian Zone still requires some miscellaneous disciples, and Elder Wang will take you to your assigned duties. Even as a miscellaneous disciple, you will have opportunities to tread the path of cultivation. For those who wish to leave, you may take some gold and silver as travel expenses and depart. Miscellaneous disciples, as the name implies, are those who perform menial tasks within the sect, having few opportunities to rise in rank and venture into cultivation. Yet even the slightest chance attracts countless individuals vying for such a position. In a square filled with thousands, after about an incense stick's time, only a little less than 200 figures remained. The departing seekers seemed resigned, choosing to live as ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, the elders on the high platform had already taken flight on their swords. Elderly led the selected disciples to the residences of formal disciples, leaving behind only Elder Wang, who was responsible for the miscellaneous disciples, along with a few overseers and the 200 who chose to remain. After contemplating, Chen decided to stay here for a few years and reassess his situation. He had initially thought to leave, but the unfamiliarity of this world and the presence of godlike beings filled him with trepidation. Remaining here as a miscellaneous disciple would provide a foothold and at least spare him the fear of the mortal realm. If he could learn even a few skills, he would be set for life when he eventually left. After Elder Wang explained the rules that miscellaneous disciples must adhere to, the overseers began selecting individuals and assigning future tasks. When it was finally Chen's turn, a burly overseer with a scarred face but a kind demeanor suddenly spoke to Elder Wang. Elder Wang, this lad looks clean and educated, though somewhat dull. He should be capable. Why not assign him to guard the ancestral tombs? The current guardian is nearing the end of his strength and recently submitted a letter requesting to return home. Elder Wang pondered for a moment before agreeing with the overseer's suggestion. He then called over a disciple to lead Chen to the tombs. Just before Chen departed, Elder Wang solemnly reminded him, "Young man, the tombs are where the ancestors of Yujian Zone rest. You must perform your duties diligently without any slack. Do you understand?" "Yes, I will guard the tombs well." After responding to Elder Wang, Chen was left in a daze. Who could have imagined that not only had he just crossed over, but now he was to be a disciple tasked with guarding tombs? He sighed inwardly, thinking that he would spend his days in the company of the deceased. Was this how his life would unfold? Just as Chen sank into complex thoughts, accepting his fate, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected as having traversed to another world, successfully becoming a guardian. System activation commencing. Successful. Congratulations, host, you have activated the signing-in system. Would you like to bind the tombs as a fixed signing-in point? A system? Truly, there is no dead end. As a 21st century otaku, how could he not know what a system is? Bind. Binding successful. The tombs are now a bound signing-in point. Would you like to sign in? At this moment, Chen felt an overwhelming excitement, not wanting to waste a second. How could he miss signing in? He must do it promptly. Ding, congratulations, host, on successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the everlasting sword body. Today's sign-in is complete. The everlasting sword body is innately attuned to the sword path, as if born to be a divine sword. The comprehension of sword principles with the everlasting sword body far surpasses that of ordinary sword cultivators. Just as Chen felt a surge of pride, a searing pain akin to having his bones scraped struck him suddenly. Chen's figure collapsed to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, his cries and sudden transformation would have led others to believe he was possessed by evil spirits, resulting in immediate execution to prevent his corruption. The transformation from a mortal body to the everlasting sword body lasted nearly an hour. Initially filled with pain, Chen gradually adapted. The more the transformation progressed, the less pain he felt. When the transformation was complete, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky, swiftly radiating outward. Simultaneously, countless ancient beings in the eastern region opened their eyes from seclusion. This is the everlasting sword body. A genius has emerged in our eastern region's sword path. Once I comprehend this sacred sword intent, I will immediately seek out this genius. A handsome man with sword-like brows, exuding a fierce aura of the sword path, muttered to himself before once again falling into meditation. This is the everlasting sword body. Our eastern region has birthed another unparalleled genius. In that moment, many hidden powerhouses in the eastern region expressed similar astonishment before returning to their meditative states. However, a small number of these strong individuals quickly rushed towards Yujian Sect, even entering the sect in search of this genius. Unfortunately, despite their exhaustive efforts, they ultimately returned empty-handed. As night fell within the tombs, Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in bed with a kindly old man sitting before him. "You're awake? Young man, you're strong and healthy. How could you suddenly faint at the entrance of the tombs? You must be the new miscellaneous disciple, right?" Gazing at the elder before him, Chen immediately associated him with the soon-to-retire guardian of the tombs. Realizing he was in the presence of a senior, Chen hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Senior, I am the newly appointed guardian of the tombs today. You must be my predecessor, the previous guardian, correct?" The elder scrutinized Chen, a hint of admiration rising within him. He did not expect this young man, upon becoming a guardian, to show no signs of reluctance. Rather, his eyes sparkled with hope. The more the elder observed Chen, the more he felt a resemblance to his younger self, brimming with anticipation, yet ultimately leading a life of mediocrity, choosing to descend the mountain at the last moment. Since you have taken on the role of guardian, young man, then commit yourself to it wholeheartedly. Even if you cannot step into the realm of cultivation, you can still become an unparalleled master among mortals. After a moment of contemplation, the elder could not help but reminisce about his own experiences, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washing over him. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and offered words of encouragement to Chen. However, the old guardian was unaware that Chen possessed a golden finger. After considering Chen for a moment, the elder began to explain the rules of being a guardian. Guardians must remain within the cemetery all day long, maintaining its cleanliness. Even if one wishes to cultivate, they can only do so within the cemetery. Any area accessible only to external disciples of the sect is strictly forbidden for guardians. Essentially, a guardian's daily life is confined to the cemetery. As for their 3 meals a day, someone would place the day's food in the wooden cabinet at the cemetery gate around noon. Hearing the elder's explanation, Chen felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he preferred fewer visitors, as frequent appearances would disrupt his daily sign-ins. Of course, guardians can learn ancient martial arts. Each newly appointed guardian will study 3 volumes of mortal martial arts and 1 basic Qi cultivation manual. If you can successfully cultivate Qi and enter the ranks of cultivators, you may leave this place. Unfortunately, I've spent 100 years guarding graves without comprehending even a fragment of it. The elder lamented as he took out 4 yellowed old books from his robe, trembling as he handed them to Chen. Chen quickly accepted the old books and proceeded to ask the elder some questions about his uncertainties. As dusk approached, the elder bid farewell to Chen and left, his figure slowly disappearing into the twilight. Watching the elder's laborious departure, Chen let out a long sigh. Had he not possessed the system's assistance, he feared he would have ended up like the elder, a person regretting their unfulfilled life. Once the elder's silhouette had completely vanished, Chen began to sense his current physique. At that moment, he felt as though he wielded a sharp sword, one powerful enough to cleave through the heavens. "System, are you there?" "I am here, host." Upon receiving the system's response, Chen felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, and then inquired about his doubts. "System, could you please explain your functions?" Ding. This system is the Invincible sign-in system, allowing the host to bind to a fixed location for continuous sign-ins or sign-in at random locations. However, to sign in freely, the binding point must reach a total of 100,000 sign-ins. Non-binding points can only be signed in once in a lifetime. Additionally, rewards from binding point sign-ins will not diminish in quality due to repeated sign-ins. In contrast, rewards from non-binding points are randomly obtained based on current conditions. This system allows only one sign-in per day, with rewards encompassing all realms. After listening to the system's explanation, Chen exhaled a breath of relief. Thankfully, the rewards from sign-ins at binding points would not diminish in quality due to repetition. Otherwise, the restrictions preventing him from freely leaving the cemetery would lead to many troubles in the future. After a short while, Chen picked up the 4 books left by the elder. The 3 volumes of mortal martial arts consisted of manuals on movement techniques, defense, and offense, respectively. The basic cultivation manual was a beginner's outline for chi cultivation. Just as Chen was about to open the cultivation manual, the system's voice suddenly resounded once more. Ding! Detected that the foundational chi cultivation method for cultivators is available for learning. Upon hearing the electronic voice, excitement surged across Chen's face. He did not expect that this system could not only facilitate sign-ins, but also directly teach him cultivation techniques. "Would you like to learn?" The system, not receiving a response from Chen, emotionlessly repeated the question. "Learn." As soon as Chen's words fell, he could clearly sense the spiritual energy around him being drawn towards him. Within his dantian, a thick concentration of spiritual energy began to coalesce. Chi cultivation level 1. Chi cultivation level 2. Chi cultivation level 3. Chi cultivation level 9. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating the foundational chi method. Current cultivation level, Chi cultivation level 9. With the aid of the invincible body of 10,000 swords, Chen rapidly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, enabling him to ascend to Chi cultivation level 9 within the span of a single incense stick. It is worth noting that Chen's original self was merely an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts. Now, he had directly bypassed the mortal stage and entered the ranks of cultivators, a feat unparalleled. As he sensed the flow of spiritual energy within himself, Chen subconsciously reassured himself that he was no longer the same. He could easily slay the most formidable masters among mortals. The realms of mortal warriors are as follows: acquired, innate, master, and unparalleled. After reaching the unparalleled stage, one may enter the realm of cultivators and become a chi cultivator. The realms of cultivators are chi cultivation, gathering essence, condensing truth, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, separation, fusion, tribulation, great completion, and flying to immortality. Apart from chi cultivation, which is divided into 9 levels, the others are uniformly categorized into early, mid, late, peak, and completion stages. Upon careful reflection, Chen had only just stepped into the ranks of cultivators. However, for an ordinary person, even with the aid of medicinal pills and spirit stones, it would typically take 3 to 5 years to progress from chi cultivation level 1 to level 9. Yet Chen accomplished this feat in a single day. If the elders of the Yujian zone were to learn of this, they would likely rush to take him as a disciple. However, they would remain oblivious to the fact that the so-called waste body had now transformed into the invincible body of 10,000 swords, soaring from ordinary to chi cultivation level 9 within the span of a single incense stick. A short while later, Chen, at chi cultivation level 9, swiftly practiced the 3 volumes of mortal martial arts that the system was unwilling to teach him. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, the martial arts' power exceeded the recorded strength in the books by nearly 100-fold. Chen could not shake off the illusion that he could injure a chi cultivator solely with martial arts. Returning to the Guardian's wooden hut, Chen quickly tidied up before retiring for the night. The following day, before dawn, he rose from his bed, utilizing the movement technique to swiftly reach the vicinity of the sword monument at the cemetery gate. Ding! Would the host like to sign in next to the sword monument? The system's mechanical voice rang out once more. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Sword Monument. You have received the reward of a heavenly grade technique, Wan Jianjing, and 10 top-grade spirit stones. The system has detected that the host does not currently possess a matching sword. Thus, you receive an additional reward of a medium-grade magical weapon, the Xuaning Jian. Would you like to learn Wan Jianjing? Learn. Would you like to use 10 top-grade spirit stones? Use. As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, he instantly mastered Wan Jianjing. The spiritual energy within the 10 top-grade spirit stones was also absorbed instantaneously, causing his cultivation to surge once more. Gathering essence, early stage. Gathering essence, mid-stage. Gathering essence, late stage. Gathering essence, peak stage. Gathering essence, completion stage. The rapid ascent continued unabated until he broke through to the mid-stage of condensing truth, at which point Lu Chen thoroughly refined the spiritual energy from the 10 spirit stones. Ding! Detected that the host's invincible body of 10,000 swords is cultivating Wan Jianjing. Congratulations, host, on awakening the intent of the 10,000 swords. Sensing the immense power within him, far exceeding that of a Qi cultivator, Lu Chen still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Achieving mid-stage condensing truth with just 10 top-grade spirit stones meant he could only be a mere deacon within the Yujian zone. However, the sole advantage was that he had awakened sword intent. Although Lu Chen was currently at the mid-stage of condensing truth, with the support of the heavenly grade technique, Wan Jianjing, he was not inferior to any foundation-building cultivator. Coupled with a medium-grade magical weapon, he could likely defeat even peak foundation-building experts. Presently, within the Yujian zone, aside from the Golden Core Sect Master, no one could single-handedly threaten Lu Chen's life. Holding the Xuaning Jian, Lu Chen approached a small hill at the back of the cemetery and unleashed a strike imbued with the intent of 10,000 swords, instantly cleaving a sword gash into the hillside before him. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, the power of this strike was already comparable to a full-force attack from a peak foundation-building cultivator. Chapter 2. The third sign in gazing at the chasm cleaved by his sword, which nearly bisected the small mountain. One could only surmise that the force behind the strike was no less than that of a peak foundation establishment practitioner wielding their full might. Within this fissure, remnants of his own sword intent lingered faintly. Moments later, Lu Chen departed with a beaming smile. Today marked his inaugural day as a guardian of the tomb, and he felt compelled to familiarize himself with his domain. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the 10 elders of the Yujian Sect, each presiding over one of the 10 principal peaks, began to arrive in succession. Among them, the most formidable was the Grand Elder of the Yujian Sect, possessing the terrifying cultivation of complete foundation establishment, mere steps away from becoming a golden core powerhouse. As anticipated, the Grand Elder was the first to reach the site. Greetings, Grand Elder and esteemed seniors. Once all the elders had gathered, the youngest among them was the first to bow in respect. The other 8 elders reciprocated the gesture, yet the Grand Elder remained with furrowed brows, silently scrutinizing the chasm created by Lu Chen. Master, what troubles you? Have you discerned something amiss? A female elder inquired, observing the Grand Elder's unusual silence. Yet, he remained unresponsive, his frown deepening. The others soon realized the gravity of the situation and turned to peer into the chasm, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Sword intent. All present were practitioners of the foundation establishment stage, and the Grand Elder was on the cusp of entering the Golden Core realm. The residual sword intent within the chasm sent shivers down their spines. This sword intent was undoubtedly the mark of a peak foundation establishment swordsman. Not only that, the Grand Elder, who had remained silent, suddenly contradicted the previous elder's assertion. With eyes widened as he surveyed the chasm before him, he spoke again after a moment's contemplation. The power behind this strike is no less than my own. It embodies an extraordinary sword intent that may surpass my own comprehension of the sword path. His words immediately instilled a sense of shock among the gathered elders. The Grand Elder belonged to the generation of their master and was on the verge of entering the Golden Core stage. Even the sect leader, a Golden Core practitioner, referred to the Grand Elder as Master Uncle. The sect leader stood as the foremost powerhouse of the Yujian Sect, while the Grand Elder was its second mightiest. The sudden emergence of an unknown individual, whose strength rivaled that of the second strongest within their sect, naturally stirred a sense of unease among them. Alas, one cannot discern whether this powerful individual merely traversed this area or acted with intent. regardless of whether they were passing through. Should they dare to disrupt the order of the Yujian Sect, do we not possess the strength to eliminate them? Moreover, our sect leader is a golden core practitioner. Dispatching a complete foundation establishment practitioner should pose little challenge. In response to the elder's vehement words, the Grand Elder could only let out a long sigh. After all, the enemy lurks in the shadows while they stand in the light, and they are unable to unearth this hidden powerhouse. Nor can they ascertain whether this master of the sword is merely passing through. Half a day later, the Grand Elder convened all the elders to initiate a meeting of the sword-controlling sect, conveying crucial points of attention for all elders. He emphasized the possibility of a formidable presence lurking within the sect, urging the disciples of the sword-controlling sect to remain vigilant regarding their safety. Meanwhile, the instigator, Chen, continued to survey the entire cemetery. The cemetery of the sword-controlling sect occupies a small hill, adorned with trees reminiscent of persimmons from a past life. Within the cemetery, aside from a small courtyard for the guardian of the tomb, there's a hall housing the ancestral tablets. Furthermore, there are numerous graves dedicated to the predecessors who sacrificed themselves for the sect. Thus, his daily task is to maintain the cleanliness of this sacred ground. Having recently ascended to the realm of a condensation true master, Chen wielded the broom with a fluid grace, feeling a fleeting illusion that the broom was akin to the sword in his hand. In merely half a day, Chen had nearly completed the cleansing of the cemetery, after which he promptly proceeded to the hall. Upon entering the hall, he could immediately sense its extraordinary aura. If the cluster of graves in the cemetery emanated an indomitable spirit of defending the sect unto death, then the tablets within the hall represented the spirits that had transformed into protectors of the sect after their demise. In the hall of the sword-controlling sect, only the sect leader and the 10 elders, along with those who have rendered great service, are permitted to establish tablets. Gazing at the several hundred tablets before him, Chen could not help but kneel in sincere reverence. Regardless of how powerful he may become in the future, he is still a disciple of the sword-controlling sect, and this place is the ancestral home of his sect. After a simple act of worship, Chen raised his gaze to the tablet at the highest point. The founder of the sword-controlling sect, the venerable master Yi Nanfeng, had stepped into the realm of cultivation from the mortal world 300,000 years ago, wielding a sword and slashing his way to become a powerful figure in the Great Ascension realm. His prowess attracted many strong individuals who chose to join him, ultimately leading to the establishment of the sword-controlling sect in a certain region of Central Continent. Yet, who could have foreseen that 300,000 years later, the sword-controlling sect would have utterly fallen into decline? The sect was compelled to relocate to the fringes of the Eastern Domain, where its strongest member was merely a golden core cultivator. Presently, the location of the sword-controlling sect falls within the territory of the second-class cultivation nation, the Northern Liang dynasty, standing alongside the Diamond Sect and the Pill and Artifact Valley as the 3 major second-tier sects of Northern Liang. However, the Northern Liang dynasty, at its core, is but a small nation on the periphery of the Eastern Domain. In this world, the classification of a nation is determined by the strongest within its royal family or the mightiest sect within its borders. If the dynasty's strength surpasses that of the sect becomes a subordinate of the dynasty. Conversely, if the sect's strength exceeds that of the royal family, the dynasty becomes a subordinate of the sect. Regardless of who subjugates whom, both will unite to defend against national calamities. Therefore, in the event of a dynasty's invasion, the nation's cultivation sect will also mobilize collectively to assist the royal family in annihilating another dynasty's cultivation sect. At present, the most formidable individual within the royal family of the Northern Liang dynasty is merely at the golden core stage. The 3 foremost second-tier sects, each possessing a golden core cultivator, have compelled the Northern Liang royal family to coexist peacefully with these sections. However, if the strongest individual of a sect or kingdom fails to reach the foundation establishment stage, they're deemed an inconsequential faction or an ordinary dynasty. While attaining the foundation establishment stage signifies entry into the ranks of first-tier sects, surpassing the golden core stage elevates one to the second tier, and so forth. The nascent soul stage corresponds to third-tier sects or tier 3 dynasties. Upon rising from the ground, Chen brandished a broom, preparing to tidy up the interior of the memorial hall. As dusk deepened, his thoughts wandered. The memorial hall remained uncleaned, and he resolved to rest after completing the task. Half an hour later, Chen returned to his quarters to commence his cultivation. Currently, he had reached the mid-stage of true condensation, yet he was not an invincible being. He could only choose to continue his cautious development, enhancing his progress through sign-ins. On the following day, as soon as Lu Chen arose, he hastened toward the memorial hall, eager to ascertain what rewards awaited him from signing in there. The moment he stepped into the hall, the system's electronic voice resonated. Ding. Detecting host location, Memorial Hall. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the reward. The Sword of Slaughter, 10,000 light butterfly shadows. The sign-in reward in the Memorial Hall has erupted, granting you 1,000 premium spirit stones and 10 inferior spirit crystals. Detecting that the host possesses inferior spirit crystals. Given the host cultivation at mid-stage true condensation, the reward has erupted, granting 1 premium foundation establishment pill and 1 premium breaking through pill. The rewards bestowed upon Lu Chen this time filled him with immense joy. Previously, he had received 10 premium spirit stones, but now he was granted 1,000. It was likely that even if the entire sword control sect were to be emptied, they could scarcely produce a few hundred premium spirit stones. Yet, he had now acquired an additional 1,000 premium spirit stones along with 10 inferior spirit crystals, a considerable fortune indeed. In the realm of cultivation, 100 inferior spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 medium-grade spirit stone, 100 medium-grade spirit stones for 1 upper-grade spirit stone, and 100 upper-grade spirit stones for 1 premium spirit stone. Inferior spirit crystals, on the other hand, are rare crystallizations of spiritual energy, formed only when the concentration of spiritual energy reaches a certain threshold. Thus, 1 inferior spirit crystal is worth 1,000 premium spirit stones. The Sword of Slaughter, 10,000 light butterfly shadows, is a group attack technique infused with the essence of killing intent. The sword energy radiates and diversifies into myriad paths. Each strand of sword energy traverses with the swiftness of light, intertwining and dancing like butterflies in a beautiful ballet. Feeling the might of this sword technique, Lu Chen could not help but harbor a delusion. Even if faced with 10,000 individuals at the true condensation stage, he believed he could annihilate them all. After a moment, Lu Chen gradually regained his composure from the rewards. Now that he had completed his sign-in, the pressing matter was to finish cleaning and hasten his cultivation to ensure he was prepared for any potential dangers. Just as he finished tidying up and was about to enter seclusion for cultivation, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared in the cemetery. Lu Chen scrutinized the robed man for a moment before bowing respectfully in greeting. Having encountered the senior, I am curious about your purpose for visiting the cemetery. Within the ranks of the Yujian Sect, the menial disciples don gray robes, the outer disciples don white, the inner disciples wear blue, while only the core disciples are adorned in black. The young man before me, clad in black, undoubtedly holds the esteemed status of a core disciple, one with the potential to vie for a position among the 10 esteemed elders or even the role of sect leader. Though this core disciple is merely at the true condensation stage, he is not a match for Lu Chen, who is also at the same stage. Nevertheless, Lu Chen, who currently appears as a menial disciple, must still address all disciples of outer sect status and above as senior brothers. Greetings, esteemed junior brother. You must be the guardian of this hallowed ground, diligently tending to the resting places of our ancestors, he remarked, acknowledging the young man in gray robes. The black-robed youth, upon seeing Lu Chen, responded with utmost respect, devoid of any disdain, and returned the greeting graciously. This display of courtesy from the core disciple left Lu Chen somewhat astonished. Although he had addressed the individual as senior brother, menial disciples are often looked down upon, even by outer disciples. Yet, this core disciple treated Lu Chen with remarkable respect, prompting admiration within him. You are too kind, senior brother. As you have rightly stated, this is indeed the resting place of our revered ancestors, and we dare not be remiss in our duties, Lu Chen replied, embodying a sense of duty. The black-robed core disciple, seemingly moved by Lu Chen's profound words, exclaimed in surprise, Senior brother, may I inquire as to your identity among the core disciples? Moreover, you have yet to clarify your purpose here. As it is my duty, I hope you will understand that I mean no offense. Li Yunfeng, upon noticing the menial disciple's respectful demeanor, even in the presence of someone of his status, Li Yunfeng felt a sense of delight. Rest assured, junior brother, I am well aware of the cemetery's customs and will not cause you any trouble. I have come merely to pay my respects to my late father, with no ill intentions. My condolences, senior brother. In that case, I shall not impede your visit, but I kindly request that you depart before nightfall, as per the cemetery's regulations. Do not worry, I fully understand. After their brief exchange, Li Yunfeng proceeded deeper into the cemetery. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Chen sighed softly before turning to head towards the back mountain to commence his seclusion. In a cave nestled within the back mountain of the Yujian Sect, Lu Chen sealed the entrance with a massive stone and retrieved the superior spirit stones necessary for his breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged, he began his cultivation. With the assistance of the system, the spiritual energy from the spirit stones was quickly absorbed. In mere moments, Lu Chen consumed 10 superior spirit stones, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of true condensation. After a stick of incense burned away, having consumed a foundational pill, Lu Chen successfully advanced to the foundation establishment realm. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes, silently marveling at the formidable power of the system. Not only can he instantly comprehend the art of signing in, but he can also absorb the spiritual energy within the spirit stones without any loss. Sensing the power within his body, he believes that if he were to unleash all his hidden cards at this moment, he might stand undefeated even against an early-stage golden core cultivator, and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, could even vanquish one. He knows he must not reveal himself until he reaches the golden core stage. Dangers still lurk within the borders of the northern Liang dynasty. Who knows if there are any ancient Yuaning experts within the ranks of these dynasties and sects? Secluded and unapproachable? Even in their absence, a peak golden core cultivator could force him to flee in disarray. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen once again retrieved the remaining exquisite spirit stones from the system S-space and continued to absorb and comprehend their essence. With the system's concealment, even if he were to break through to the golden core stage, it is unlikely that any extraordinary phenomena would manifest. Half a day later, Lu Chen took out 100 exquisite spirit stones, having arrived at the critical juncture of breaking through to the golden core stage. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly swallowed the precious breakthrough pill gifted by the system. Instantly, a surge of profound spiritual power welled up within him, guided by the pill's potency. Flooding forth like a torrential mountain stream, unstoppable. Through an unceasing cycle of compression and absorption, Lu Chen gradually opened his eyes, parting his lips to exhale a breath of white mist, which shattered the gigantic boulder blocking the cave entrance. He had reached the late stage of the golden core. Once a foundation-building cultivator crosses into the golden core stage, each subsequent advancement becomes a monumental challenge. The amount of natural spiritual energy required is immense, were it not for the system's function of absorbing spiritual energy without loss. The consumption of 800 exquisite spirit stones would have at most allowed Lu Chen to reach the mid-golden core stage. After a moment, Lu Chen stepped out of the cave and gazed at the sky, which was rapidly darkening into night. He swiftly made his way toward the cemetery. Golden core cultivators no longer require the use of flying artifacts. They can soar through the skies with their own strength. As Lu Chen's figure appeared near the cemetery, he unexpectedly encountered Li Yunfeng, who was preparing to leave. After exchanging respectful greetings, the two shared a knowing smile. However, Li Yunfeng found it peculiar that the disciple who had seemed so much like a novice in the morning now exuded the aura of an unfathomable powerhouse in the evening. Yet, having sensed it, he could not deny that this disciple was undoubtedly a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation. Perplexed, Li Yunfeng chose not to dwell on it further. He was unaware that he, a mere condensation realm cultivator, could not see through the guise of a golden core cultivator with hidden prowess. Chapter 3. A reunion with Li Yunfeng. It had been a month since Lu Chen had broken through to the late golden core stage, though he was hardly aware of the time passing. During this month, aside from maintaining the cemetery, he had been diligently signing in to refine treasures and daily absorbing the rewards of spirit crystals. From the golden core stage onward, a mere fraction of difference in strength can lead to vastly different outcomes. However, with the aid of spirit crystals obtained through signing in, Lu Chen swiftly reached the consummate golden core stage. Considering the additional support of divine weapons acquired through signing in, as well as advanced cultivation techniques, his true power level was likely not inferior to that of an ordinary Yuan ancestor. Yet even so, Lu Chen still refrained from opting for a direct breakthrough. The transition from a golden core stage to the nascent soul stage typically necessitates the traversing of the formidable 4-9 heavenly tribulation. Once this tribulation descends, a staggering 70% of the northern Liang dynasty's territory will be laid bare to its wrath. Should any malevolent entities take advantage of this exposure, even if Lu Chen manages to eliminate them, it could leave indelible scars upon his path. Generally, before ascending to the nascent soul stage, Cultivators need only to elevate their mindset and spiritual awareness to the requisite standards to prepare for their breakthrough. The Golden Core stage requires the crossing of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation for such a transition, while some prodigies may even invoke the 5-9 tribulation upon their ascent to the nascent soul stage. Cultivators inherently defy the natural order. Stagnation leads to regression, and the tribulations are unavoidable. Upon concluding his recent session of cultivation, Chen resumed his duties of tidying the surroundings. Just days prior, he had signed in to receive a tome entitled Fundamentals of Cultivation, which encompassed over 100 basic techniques, including fireball, water arrow, and dust cleansing. Despite having achieved a consummate golden core cultivation, he still found solace in manual labor. Perhaps it was out of reverence for his ancestors, or perhaps it was merely a habit he had cultivated over time. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is engaged in cleaning the cemetery. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward, Void Realm. The mention of the Void Realm stirred a wave of curiosity within Chen. However, upon reviewing the system's description, his countenance transformed into one of sheer delight. The Void Realm was an independent microcosm suspended within the void, mirroring the timeline of the main world. Yet within this realm, Chen would be the sovereign. To delve deeper into the mysteries of the Void Realm, Chen left behind a projection of his consciousness. With a mere thought, he vanished into the Void Realm. Upon entering, he was greeted by a desolate expanse. The sky above was a dreary gray, devoid of life, suggesting it was merely an abandoned world. According to the system's elucidation, the vitality of the Void Realm depended on Chen's continual nurturing of this realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen suddenly settled into a meditative posture. Soon, a dense layer of tribulation clouds began to envelop the sky of the Void Realm. Perhaps due to Chen's extraordinary constitution and cultivation technique, he inadvertently summoned the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. It goes without saying that had this tribulation occurred in the outside world, even the most concealed ancient beings would be roused. As the first bolt of lightning struck down, it collided heavily with Chen's body. He trembled violently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, underscoring the sheer might of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Reluctant to forego the experience of his inaugural tribulation, Chen chose to personally endure it, even though he could wield the power of the Void Realm to repel the breakthrough lightning. He resolved to ensure he remained in an immortal state throughout this ordeal. This tribulation persisted for 3 months before concluding Chen's experience with the thunderous trial. During this interval, he contemplated continuously signing in beneath the tribulation. However, only his initial sign-in yielded the Thunder God Body Refinement Sutra. Subsequent sign-in rewards merely consisted of various medicinal pills and celestial herb seeds. After inquiring with the system, Chen learned that for non-bound location check-ins, aside from the initial occurrence which offers a chance to obtain treasures, subsequent check-ins will no longer yield advanced rewards. Shortly after the conclusion of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, Chen gradually emerged from his epiphany. At this moment, his cultivation had firmly solidified at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Should he employ his various hidden trump cards, even those formidable beings at the late stage of the nascent soul would hardly stand a chance against him. Indeed, Chen now harbored an illusion that he could sweep through all at the nascent soul stage. Having spent 3 months in this realm, he had now reached the status of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if all the ancient experts at the nascent soul stage gathered around him, he would not fear them in the slightest. It was indeed time for him to venture forth. However, before departing, he resolved to plant all the seeds acquired from his check-ins. It was likely that the purpose of the system's reward in seeds was precisely for this endeavor. He retrieved the grass seeds from his check-in rewards and scattered them over a radius of 100 miles with a wave of his hand. Subsequently, Chen executed a spirit rain technique. With a mere thought, he vanished from sight. Just as he exited the Void Realm, Chen promptly retracted his thought projection. He then took up the iron broom obtained from his check-ins to commence a new round of cleaning. Once everything was organized, a sense of ennui washed over him, and he found himself yearning for a drink. In the mausoleum, he had never brought alcohol nor purchased any. Since he had some free time today, he could descend the mountain to procure some provisions. Although the guardians of the mausoleum were prohibited from descending their posts without permission, a guardian of the nascent soul level could easily slip away unnoticed. Possessing an extensive divine sense, a nascent soul cultivator could survey a 1,000-mile radius centered around themselves, observing every movement, After scouting the nearby towns, Lu Chen swiftly vanished from sight. Moments later, he reappeared at the stone table by the entrance of the mausoleum, holding a wine jug inscribed with spatial formations, accompanied by several plates of appetizers. Just as he was about to indulge in his drink, Lu Chen suddenly furrowed his brow, a smile creeping onto his lips. Through his divine sense, he detected that the young man in black robes, Li Yunfeng, was currently en route to the mausoleum. To his surprise, this esteemed senior brother, whom he was meeting for the first time, was at the same cultivation level as him. Both were at the solidifying reality stage. Yet now, he had ascended to a nascent soul powerhouse, while Li Yunfeng remained at the late solidifying reality stage. Here he comes, Lu Chen mused to himself, just as Li Yunfeng pushed open the mausoleum's grand door. Upon seeing Lu Chen enjoying his appetizers, a glimmer of interest flashed in Li Yunfeng's eyes. Junior brother, it seems you possess a refined taste today. It appears I have come at an opportune moment. Greetings, senior brother Li. Might I inquire if your visit today is to pay respects to your father's tomb? Not quite. I have come to seek you. Seek me? May I ask what business you have with me, senior brother? Upon hearing that Li Yunfeng had come specifically to find him, Lu Chen felt a flicker of curiosity rise within. He pondered a pressing question. What could a core disciple want with an unremarkable attendant lacking any cultivation? At that moment, observing Lu Chen's puzzled expression, Li Yunfeng discerned his thoughts and immediately clasped his hands in greeting, a warm smile illuminating his face as he began to speak. After my last conversation with my junior disciple, I perceived him to be an extraordinary talent. His eloquence flowed effortlessly, and I have long desired to befriend him, though I was uncertain how he preferred to be addressed. Upon hearing that Li Yunfeng had come to the cemetery, I was surprised to learn that he sought to befriend me, the guardian of the tombs. In response, I maintained my composure and replied, Senior brother Li, my surname is Lu, and my name is Chen. You may call me Junior brother Lu, or simply Lu Chen. Very well, I shall address you as Junior brother Lu. He agreed. Coincidentally, I have some food and wine here. If you do not mind, may we share a drink together? Share a drink together? Indeed. You are quite the talent, junior brother. Although Li Yunfeng was a core disciple and possessed ample resources, he was charmed by Lu Chen's warmth and refined manners, leading him to sit down and share a few cups. After a lengthy conversation, Lu Chen gleaned much useful information, particularly about the upcoming hunt arts competition of the North Liang dynasty, scheduled for the following month. The North Liang dynasty had invited the 3 major second-tier sects, as well as all first-tier sects and some unranked cultivation sects to participate. Naturally, Li Yunfeng, as a core disciple of the Yujian Sect, had been selected to attend the competition. The hunt arts competition was fundamentally an event where the younger generation would hunt fierce beasts to showcase their sex prowess and to foster connections among them. That very night, Li Yunfeng was set to embark on his journey, accompanied by several core disciples under the leadership of the Grand Elder of the Yujian Sect. I was somewhat taken aback that Li Yunfeng would consider my well-being before his departure. It seemed not all senior brothers in the novels of my past life were entirely unkind. After merely an hour of conversation, Li Yunfeng was astonished to discover that Lu Chen felt like a true confidant, the only person in the Yujian Sect who truly understood him through mere dialogue. As time slipped away, the moment of Li Yunfeng's departure drew nearer. He stood to bid farewell to Lu Chen, then retrieved a bottle of elixirs and a yellow-level cultivation technique from his spatial ring, presenting them to Lu Chen with a solemn expression. Junior brother Lu, I must take my leave now. I entrust you with this bottle of Qi cultivation pills and this yellow-level mid-tier technique. I hope that during my absence, you can utilize these to perceive spiritual energy and step into the realm of cultivation. Observing Li Yunfeng, who was of a similar age yet held such loyalty and affection, Lu Chen felt a swell of emotion. At the moment Li Yunfeng turned to depart, Lu Chen swiftly grasped his arm. Senior brother Li, wait a moment. You have bestowed upon me such a precious gift, aiding my journey into the world of cultivation. Please allow me to offer you something in return, as a token for your safety on this journey. Though it was unclear what an ordinary person like Lu Chen could possibly offer to safeguard a late-stage cultivator, Li Yunfeng could see the earnestness in Lu Chen's demeanor. He understood that if he did not accept Lu Chen's offering today, the junior disciple would not find peace in letting him go. Nodding in a moment of perplexity, he signaled his agreement to the matter at hand. Shortly thereafter, Li Yunfeng witnessed Lu Chen hastily return to the wooden cabin for a brief period before emerging with a sword-shaped jade pendant in hand. This pendant, a recent creation of Lu Chen's in the small abode, contained a formidable strike imbued with the essence of the slaying sword intent. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would face death if struck directly by it. Upon receiving the jade pendant, Li Yunfeng discreetly sensed its presence, confirming it to be an ordinary piece of jade. Nevertheless, under Lu Chen's earnest gaze, he chose to secure it around his wrist. After bidding farewell to Lu Chen, he hastened toward the mountain of his sect. Lu Chen observed the receding figure of Li Yunfeng and picked up a vial of elixirs and a tome of techniques from the stone table, exhaling a sigh before breaking into a faint smile. The sword-shaped jade pendant he had bestowed was more than sufficient to ensure Li Yunfeng's unrestrained prowess in the hunting competition of the northern Liang dynasty. Even within the perilous confines of the beast forest, encountering a golden core-level beast would pose no threat. Ah, never mind. Having consumed a fair amount of wine today, it was time to retreat to his cabin for a good night's rest. Lu Chen returned to his modest wooden dwelling and lay upon the rigid bed. Instinctively, he released his divine sense, eager to experience the might of a nascent soul. In the next moment, an intriguing scene unfolded within his mind. At the foot of the Yujian Sect, in a dilapidated temple, a tattered young beggar was weeping profusely over the bloodied form of an elderly man. "Grandfather Fu, what has happened to you? It's all my fault. I have been rendered powerless, and the Yi family has been slaughtered by vile men. In trying to protect me, you have suffered shattered meridians and an exploded energy sea." The elder, known as Grandfather Fu, trembled as he raised his hand with great difficulty, battling the agony coursing through him, and managed to smile as he gently stroked the boy's head. "Young master, do not dwell on it. Ever since I joined the Yi family, I have been cared for by the old master. Not only was I given the name Yi Fu, but I was also aided in becoming a cultivator. My life has long been pledged to the Yi family. This is my duty." Coughing violently, the elder expelled a mouthful of blood, intensifying the boy's anguish, causing his cries to swell once more. "Young master, you're the hope of the Yi family. As long as you live, the family shall not perish. Though your energy sea has been destroyed, your affinity for the sword surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The Yujian Sect will surely accept you. For them, a ruined energy sea is merely a matter of a few elixirs. If you can join the Yujian Sect and receive their protection, then I shall die without regret." Cough. Sputter. Grandfather Fu. "It matters not, young master. You must always remember, when your strength is insufficient, do not harbor thoughts of revenge. The reason the Ling family dared to annihilate the Yi family was solely due to the emergence of a genius from their ranks, who joined the esteemed Flame Sect. This prompted the Flame Sect to dispatch an elder of the true condensation stage to aid the Ling family against us." Listening to the elder's words, the beggar boy was rendered speechless, filled with despair at the thought that the Ling family would slay his own for the sake of a mere city lordship. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Fire Gate, which sought to assist in the massacre of the Yi family simply because a member of the Ling family had emerged as a fire spirit body. He resented his own inability to attain the status of a supreme being, one powerful enough to protect everyone. If he, Yi Chun, could undergo a rebirth, he would undoubtedly seek to annihilate the Fire Gate and lay waste to the entire Ling family. With blood staining his entire being, Yi Fu opened his eyes slightly and beheld his young master's tightly clenched fists. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he cautioned, "Master, please do not act recklessly. The Fire Gate harbors foundational cultivators. Without reaching the foundational level, you must not seek vengeance alone." Alas, scarcely had Yi Fu's words fallen from his lips than he succumbed to the void, leaving behind the desolate figure of Yi Chun, who wept tears of blood in his solitude. Once a carefree genius and lord of Yian City, he had ascended to the 7th level of Qi cultivation by the tender age of 15, earning the title of the city's foremost prodigy. Yet, within the span of a single day, a tempest had swept through his life, instigated by the Ling family, a rival clan allied with the Fire Gate, which had dispatched a formidable elder of perfected reality to obliterate his lineage. Both his father, in the midst of foundational cultivation, and his grandfather, a pinnacle of reality, had perished valiantly in a bid to ensure the escape of the younger generation from the clutches of the Fire Gate. Now, even the steward Yi Fu had fallen in his attempt to protect him. During his flight, he had been pursued by a peak assassin, who had rendered him powerless with a single blow to his energy sea. Bereft of protection from the now-deceased Yi Fu, Yi Chun faced an uncertain future. With his weakened body, Yi Chun hoisted Yi Fu's lifeless form and slowly emerged from the dilapidated temple. In a nearby grove of peach blossoms, he gently laid down the cold body of Yi Fu. At that moment, Yi Chen was in a state of extreme frailty. 3 days and nights of relentless escape had left him deprived of sustenance and water, his lips parched and cracked. Nevertheless, he did not pause to rest. Instead, he wielded a sturdy branch as he painstakingly excavated the earth. "Is that lad a heaven's heartsword body?" mused Lu Chen, reclining on a wooden bed, employing his spiritual sense to observe the young man's tenacity. After a thorough system scan, he had discerned the boy's unique constitution, an innate affinity for the sword. Referred to as the heaven's heartsword body, the system's commentary declared, "Born like the heavenly sword gives rise to you." This suggested that he was akin to a sword forged by destiny itself, his very existence guided by the celestial blade. Though not quite as formidable as Lu Chen's own immortal sword body, in terms of swordsmanship comprehension, the two were remarkably comparable. In that moment, Lu Chen felt a burgeoning desire to take on a disciple. Though I may be but a novice, with my current cultivation at the nascent soul stage, I could certainly attempt to assume the role of a mentor. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, another wave of assassins was hastening toward Yi Chen, leaving one to wonder how he would confront this impending threat. Beneath the peach trees, Yi Chen's hands were now raw and bloodied, yet he persisted in his labor. Once the pit was sufficiently excavated, he labored to place Yi Fu's cold body within, subsequently covering it with earth, handful by painstaking handful. At that very moment, the wave of relentless assassins silently emerged. "Kid, this old man dies now, and you, foolish boy, must assist in burying the body. Not only have you wasted precious time for your escape, but you will also come to know the true meaning of despair. Truly, death brings far-reaching consequences." Chapter 4. The Stubborn Youth Apprenticing Yi Chen. Upon hearing the mocking taunts of the assassin, Yi Chen paused his actions, slowly rising to face the rear. Etching the triumphant visages of these killers deep into his memory, he recognized that he was cornered. The dozen or so assassins before him were all at least in the early stages of chi gathering, with their leader having reached the pinnacle of this realm. It was this very individual who had, during the pursuit, destroyed his own spiritual sea, taking the opportunity to shatter his grandfather's spiritual sea. Cultivators refine their energy within the Dantian and spiritual sea, and should the spiritual sea be obliterated, it results in a scattering of the cultivated spiritual energy. Though this would affect one's foundational practice and cultivation speed, there remains a possibility for restoration. If one were to acquire a miraculous elixir to nurture the spiritual sea, it could potentially restore their cultivation foundation. However, when a cultivator's Dantian and spiritual sea are shattered by another, the outcome is generally fatal. It could be said that this very man had mercilessly slain his grandfather. The audacious assassin, intending to destroy his own spiritual sea, had his strike intercepted by his grandfather, resulting in the destruction of his own spiritual sea. He was merely caught in the residual force of the attack, leading to the depletion of his spiritual energy. Who would have thought that the once esteemed Lord of Yi City now found himself in such dire straits, resembling a beggar? "How about this?" the leading assassin sneered. "In light of your former status, let us grant you an opportunity to escape. We, my brothers and I, have become quite addicted to the chase. Now that you are rendered powerless, why not allow you a day's head start before we pursue you once more?" The leader's scornful gaze appraised Yi Chen, delighting in his beggar-like appearance, and he taunted further. Yet Yi Chen gritted his teeth, fists clenched, choosing to disregard their jeers and turning back to continue burying Yi Fu, seemingly unwilling to engage with this contemptible group of empowered killers. "Brother, look at this foolish boy. Even in the face of calamity, he concerns himself with a corpse. He might as well dig his own grave. How can you speak so? This young man is honoring his servant. Do you not see that this servant has lost his life under his care?" Laughter erupted among the group of assassins at the leader's jests. Meanwhile, as Yi Chen buried Yi Fu, he clenched the soil in his hands, which had, unbeknownst to him, become stained a deep crimson. Time passed, and after completing the burial, Yi Chen suddenly turned to face the assassins, his eyes blazing with fury. Although he had long since exhausted his strength to flee, he summoned what little willpower remained, grasping the wooden stick used for digging and charging towards them. As the stick swung down, one of the assassins kicked Yi Chen, sending him flying as he was struck by an immense force, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was assumed that Yi Chen would perish from this blow. However, as the dust settled, his upright figure reemerged before them once more. He clutched the wooden stick tightly in his hand, limping through the swirling dust and fog. With a fierce determination, he charged again at the assassins, only to be kicked away once more. After being thrown back 7 times, even the relentless pursuers were astounded. A mere cripple had endured 7 casual strikes from a formidable cultivator of the gathering Yuan stage and still managed to stand tall. His indomitable will was nothing short of terrifying. It is worth noting that a casual strike from a gathering Yuan expert could easily injure or even kill a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yet this cripple was able to withstand it. Such resilience is truly formidable. The leader, now resolute, feared that delay could lead to unforeseen changes and recognized that this young man could not be allowed to live. He infused his great sword with spiritual energy and unleashed a fierce strike towards Yujian. Every bone in Yi Chen's body felt as though it had shattered. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. With his one remaining open bloodshot eye, he fixated on the blade's glow approaching him, a faint smile gracing his lips. A perfected expert of the gathering Yuan stage had made his move, and he felt that this would be his release. Grandfather, father, great-grandfather, I shall soon join you. Just as Yi Chen closed his eyes, bracing for the blade's descent to cleave him in two, a sudden explosion rang out ahead, and the awaited blade of light failed to materialize, leaving Yi Chen in a state of confusion. Slowly opening his tightly shut eyes, he was taken aback to see dust swirling before him. The next moment, a powerful gust of wind blew away the obscuring dust. This unexpected scene left everyone present in shock, momentarily halting the thoughts of both Yi Chen and the assassins, who were resigned to their fate. Before Yi Chen, 2 meters above the ground, stood a young cultivator clad in a gray robe. Beneath him, the air shimmered with spatial fissures. Although none of the cultivators present were particularly strong, they recognized these marks as remnants of a teleportation. All signs indicated that the young man was, in fact, an ancestor of a nascent soul stage. The spatial fissures and the instantaneous movement were not lost on the observers. Despite the absence of any nascent soul ancestors within the Northern Liang dynasty, there were, however, some records concerning their extraordinary powers. Lu Chen's transcendent image, merging with the void, appeared supremely exalted to the onlookers. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him instilled terror in the hearts of all the assassins, causing them to kneel in fear, unable to move. Lu Chen offered no explanations to the assassins. Instead, he intensified his pressure, rendering them all unconscious. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage was sufficient to intimidate even fledgling Foundation establishment practitioners, making it an effortless task to incapacitate a group of mere gathering Yuan insects. Next, Lu Chen turned to face Yi Chen, seizing the opportunity to place a nirvana pill into his mouth. Yi Chen made no attempt to resist. After all, the nascent soul expert before him could end his life with but a thought. Moreover, he lacked the strength to reject or resist, accepting his fate with resignation. As a warm sensation surged from his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body, Yi Chen's eyes suddenly widened, staring blankly at the smiling, silent Lu Chen. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, he felt the Dantian's energy sea, which had been rendered useless, gradually restoring itself. Without time to ponder Lu Chen's intentions, Yi Chen promptly settled into a cross-legged position, guiding his energy into his meridians. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the injuries on Yi Chen's body had vanished without a trace, leaving only the dried blood as evidence of his recent pursuit. Time passed, and, eventually, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, revealing a face full of exhilaration. Under the restorative effects of the pill, not only had his injuries healed, but his cultivation had also been reinstated. Furthermore, with the residual potency of the medicine, he surged from the 7th level of Qi refinement to the initial stage of gathering essence. Quickly regaining his composure from the excitement, Yi Chen suddenly knelt before Lu Chen. I, Yi Chen, am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace and the gift of the elixir. I vow to serve you without hesitation, willing to face any peril for you. What's this? Will you not avenge the blood feud? The benefactor's gift of the elixir was worth more than mountains to Yi Chen. Although he longed for revenge, he understood his current limitations. He did not dare to ask to be taken as a disciple, but merely wished to serve by Lu Chen's side. Bowing his head low, he recognized that even a few golden core experts within the Northern Liang dynasty would willingly follow this nascent soul presence before him. He was merely a fallen young lord of the Northern Liang dynasty, with his family's strongest member only at the solidifying reality stage. To voice a desire to serve a nascent soul ancestor was undoubtedly an extravagant wish. Yet, the fact that this individual chose to save him filled him with a glimmer of hope. In this moment, He had to gamble on a single outcome, that Lu Chen would accept him as a disciple. Observing the humble, kneeling youth before him, Lu Chen chuckled softly. As a being of the nascent soul stage, he was well aware of Yi Chen's inner thoughts. However, he remained indifferent to such matters, for his very intention in acting had been to take Yi Chen as his disciple. Ha ha ha, I have witnessed your actions. Your determination is commendable, and I appreciate it. Now, I ask you, do you wish to be my disciple? As he uttered the final words, Lu Chen had already dispensed with his light-hearted demeanor. The matter of accepting a disciple must not be taken lightly, especially since Yi Chen would be his first. Upon hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Yi Chen lifted his head in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen in a daze. At that moment, overwhelmed by shock, he could only stare wide-eyed at the nascent soul master. Do you wish to be my disciple? The youthful visage of the nascent soul ancestor spoke once more, confirming to Yi Chen that he had not misheard. This powerful being truly intended to accept him as a disciple. I am willing. Yi Chen exclaimed, his voice nearly a shout, expressing his fervent agreement. Observing Yi Chen's reaction, Lu Chen gradually revealed a smile. This was his first disciple, and the path of a vengeful youth would now begin to unfold from this moment. My disciple, from this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple, and no one within the northern Liang dynasty shall possess the audacity to pursue you. Those insignificant ants who have harmed you and caused you such grievous wounds, go forth and eliminate them to hone your skills. Lu Chen spoke as he tossed a sword to Yi Chen, the Xianing sword, a mid-grade magical artifact acquired during his first sign-in. This was his inaugural magical sword, to be entrusted to his very first disciple. Go, use this sword to vanquish them, and it shall henceforth belong to you. Yi Chen picked up the Xianing sword, which was embedded in the ground, and after a prolonged examination, he stood in astonishment. The Yi family possessed only mid-grade treasures, yet this sword emanated a brilliance unmistakably of artifact quality. After a moment of bewilderment, Yi Chen gradually regained his composure. With the Xianing sword in hand, he approached the prostrate assassins, swiftly decapitating more than a dozen of them. Subsequently, he began to search through the corpses. These individuals had previously plundered the Yi family, and their spatial rings would surely contain items belonging to them. After securing several spatial rings, Yi Chen turned to Lu Chen and once more knelt before him. However, this time, his knee inexplicably halted in mid-air, refusing to lower. Disciple, I do not favor your indiscriminate kneeling. You are my disciple and have committed no wrongdoing, thus you need not prostrate yourself without cause. Remember, no kindness warrants reverence, and no kin demands respect. Master, I am truly grateful to you for allowing me to avenge Grandfather Fu. You have shown me kindness, and thus I, Yi Chen, should kneel. Let this act of kneeling be forgiven. Now, tell me, do you wish to seek vengeance at this moment? Or would you prefer to train under my guidance for a while before exacting your revenge? Although he yearned to strike now, Yi Chen understood that the vendetta against his family should be resolved by himself. As I have no remaining kin, I will first train beside you, master. Very well. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Chen nodded slowly. He then summoned the true fire of the nascent soul to incinerate the corpses completely before swiftly returning with Yi Chen to the cemetery. Yi Chen felt a moment of disorientation, only to find himself standing in an unfamiliar location. Numerous tombs lay before him, the ground uneven, and not far off stood a spirit hall, suggesting they were in a cemetery atop a hill. Master, where are we? The cemetery of the Sword Control Sect. The cemetery of the Sword Control Sect? Judging by your demeanor, master, it seems you are the guardian of the cemetery? Surely this cannot be a jest. You are a figure of the nascent soul level. In this moment, Yi Chen's mind was awash with countless questions. Could it be that the guardians of the other two major second-tier sects in the Bailiang dynasty were also nascent soul ancestors? Were you pondering, foolish disciple? Within the entire Bailiang dynasty, I am the sole guardian of the cemetery at the nascent soul stage. Lu Chen, with a sweep of his divine sense, discerned Yi Chen's thoughts and, with a tone of casual disdain, walked toward a nearby stone table. A moment later, while Yi Chen remained lost in thought, Lu Chen tossed him an iron broom. This was a reward Lu Chen had received during his sign-in, a broom of superior magical artifact quality. Since acquiring this broom, he had discarded all mundane brooms he once used. As Yi Chen accepted the broom, a look of utter bewilderment spread across his face. Contemplating silently, he pondered the immense wealth of his master. Even a broom used for sweeping the cemetery surpassed the sword he had rewarded himself with in terms of quality. Master, this broom, a superior magical artifact, while your sword, the Xianing sword, is merely a middle-grade artifact. If there are no objections, you may proceed with the cleaning. Superior artifact, middle-grade artifact, treasures coveted even by Foundation and Golden Core cultivators? Had it been in the past, selling off the entire Yi family would scarcely afford these two magical items. Yet, astonishingly, he now possessed both. 10 days later, presently, Lu Chen engaged in his daily practice following his check-in, while Yi Chen diligently tended to the cemetery. After Lu Chen completed his training, he began to instruct Yi Chen in his own cultivation. Throughout these days, aside from the elixirs, spirit stones, and spirit crystals acquired from his check-ins, the sole treasure that brought Lu Chen solace was a middle-grade spirit weapon, the meteoric sword. As for the minor progression in cultivation, it hardly stirred any excitement within him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, the newly appointed guardian of the graveyard, had been forcefully elevated to the late stage of gathering essence through various elixirs provided by Lu Chen. Had it not been for the concern over Yi Chen's ability to endure the potency of the medicines, Lu Chen would have already fed him all the Golden Core elixirs. Regarding the cultivation method, Lu Chen had bestowed upon Yi Chen the 10,000 Swords Classic. Initially, he anticipated some difficulty in adaptation, but to his surprise, Yi Chen's innate sword heart allowed him to wield any sword technique, albeit without perfect synchronization. Master, I shall now seek to comprehend the essence of the sword. Very well. With a call, Yi Chen departed the cemetery, sword in hand. After each cleaning session, he would ascend the back mountain to practice his swordsmanship with the Xianing sword. The ravine, once carved by Lu Chen in the true condensation stage, had long been forgotten, and the sword intent within it began to fade. This ravine had now become Yi Chen's personal training ground, where he would diligently immerse himself in the scant remnants of sword intent. This intent bore the essence of his master, yet lacked the formidable strength of Lu Chen. Although Yi Chen felt perplexed, he refrained from inquiring further. For him, if his master wished to impart knowledge, he would listen intently. If not, he would remain silent. Days passed unnoticed, and Yi Chen's mastery of the 10,000 Swords Classic grew increasingly adept. Cleaning the cemetery and then retreating to the ravine on the back mountain to contemplate the sword intent had become his routine. Within the ravine, Yi Chen's body suddenly trembled, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that swiftly radiated outward. He then leaped, sword in hand, and executed a strike that momentarily revealed a layer of sword intent in the ravine. Yet, this sword intent was feeble, suppressed by the remnants of Lu Chen's own. From a distance atop the mountain, Lu Chen observed every movement with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Although Yi Chen's sword intent was weak, it brimmed with a sense of lethal determination. Perhaps it was the weight of deep-seated enmities that had given rise to such sword intent within this child. After all, how many individuals in this world can claim to be indifferent to the massacre of their kin, harboring no animosity within? Reflecting on this, Lu Chen let out a long sigh. He merely hopes that this young lad, Yi Chen, will not be blinded by hatred, leading him to a path of madness in pursuit of vengeance. Should Yi Chen stray onto the wrong path, Lu Chen would have no choice but to rectify the situation himself. Chapter 5. A sword across the abyss unbeknownst to him. Half a month had passed as Lu Chen gradually emerged from his meditative state. Observing the possessed puppet he had obtained through signing in, a look of satisfaction began to grace his features. The possessed puppet is infused with a portion of the host's soul, forcibly cultivating a semblance of self-awareness within the puppet. It possesses all the skills of the host, along with 50% of their cultivation strength. Additionally, the host can transmit their thoughts remotely to control the puppet's corporeal form. The puppet's appearance is indistinguishable from that of the host, yet it possesses the ability to alter its visage at will, making it virtually indistinguishable from an ordinary person in all aspects. However, what excites Lu Chen the most is the puppet's independent thought. This possessed puppet serves as Lu Chen's eyes, allowing him to experience events as if he were present. Now, with his cultivation at the late stage of the nascent soul, even 50% of his strength still embodies the essence of a late-stage nascent soul. Thus, the possessed puppet before him is in essence a being of the late nascent soul stage. After contemplating the puppet, Lu Chen promptly decided to alter its appearance. Following extensive adjustments, a look of satisfaction gradually emerged in his gaze as he regarded the puppet. The current possessed puppet now bore the visage of a middle-aged individual, exuding not only a sense of valor, but also a hint of dominance. Lu Chen felt an intrinsic satisfaction with the emergence of the puppet. In the future, Whenever he encountered matters that required discretion, he could simply command the possessed puppet to handle them, thereby avoiding much hassle. With a snap of his fingers, the possessed puppet suddenly opened its eyes wide. After memorizing Lu Chen's appearance and aura, it promptly bowed deeply before him. I have seen my master. I thank you for granting me life. From now on, you shall be my devoted servant. Let us name you Lu Feng. Yes, I am grateful for the name bestowed upon me. Henceforth, Lu Feng shall faithfully follow in the footsteps of my master. Witnessing the puppet's display of absolute loyalty and obedience, Lu Chen's satisfaction deepened further. The unwavering allegiance and proximity to his own strength rendered it an invaluable treasure. Just as Lu Chen was scrutinizing the possessed puppet, his door was unexpectedly pushed open. Upon seeing the figure entering, a slight smile spread across Lu Chen's face. His disciple's talent was indeed formidable, achieving the pinnacle of the Gathering Essence stage in such a short span. Yi Chen, having attained the Gathering Essence completion, immediately knelt before Lu Chen in gratitude. This remarkable speed of progress was something he had never dared to imagine before. A 15-year-old practitioner at the Gathering Essence completion level would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier powerhouse, even within the former Yi family. Yet Yi Chen understood in his heart that all of this was bestowed upon him by his esteemed master, Lu Chen. Thus, when facing Lu Chen, he exhibited a semblance of filial piety. Master, I rose early today to procure some game for you. Do you have a moment to sample it? Yi Chen had awakened at dawn to hunt wildfowl, a fact not lost on Lu Chen. Although Lu Chen had already attained the Yuaning stage and had no need for mortal sustenance, he could not help but feel a surge of warmth at this gesture. After offering Yi Chen a faint smile, Lu Chen passed by the animated puppet and strolled toward the door, turning back to Yi Chen with a grin. Very well, my disciple, you have worked hard. Come, let's go together and see how your culinary skills fare. Thank you, master. Lu Chen ambled forward, with Lu Feng trailing behind at a leisurely pace. As the two figures passed by Yi Chen, his gaze instinctively shifted to Lu Feng. Moments latte. As an array of delicacies crafted from wild spirits emerged, Lu Chen began to feel an appetite stirring within him. Just as Yi Chen was about to present the main course to Lu Feng, Lu Chen interjected, "No need to serve him, disciple. He is my servant. Just address him as Lu Feng." "Greetings, Elder Lu Feng." "Not at all, young Master Chen, for you are the disciple of our master, and thus your status is exalted. You're my young master as well. Should the young master not mind, simply call me Old Feng." Although Lu Feng was but a puppet, he possessed his own consciousness. Coupled with fragments of Lu Chen's memories and thoughts, he was well versed in certain customs. Observing this exchange, Lu Chen, while refraining from verbal commendation, felt a deep sense of admiration for Lu Feng rising within him. It seemed that Lu Feng's presence was felt by Yi Chen, who could sense that Lu Feng's abilities were extraordinary. Consequently, Yi Chen's respect for him grew even further. "Elder Lu Feng, being older than I and a protector of our master, I would never dare to be disrespectful." Watching the courteous interaction between Yi Chen and the puppet Lu Feng, Lu Chen found it rather amusing. In the next moment, he redirected his attention to the dishes before him, silently praising Yi Chen. "I did not expect my disciple to possess such commendable culinary skills. I am quite pleased. The flavors suit my palate. Master, how does it fare? Is it not to your liking?" "No, your cooking is quite good. I must say, your culinary talents are indeed commendable. Thank you for your kind words, master." Half a day later, Lu Chen's tall figure reappeared within the spirit hall. Before he could call upon the system, its electronic voice rang out abruptly. "Ding!" Detecting that the host is in the spirit hall. "Would you like a check-in?" "Check-in." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. You have received an attack category reward. The Sword Technique 1 Sword Sky Gap." Upon hearing the system's bestowed reward, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within him. After reviewing the introduction to One Sword Sky Gap, his delight became palpable. This reward was an unparalleled sword technique of heavenly grade. The operation of the sword technique, when executed, was akin to cleaving the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. The northern Liang dynasty, sprawling over a mere 1,000,000 square kilometers, would face devastation at the hands of Lu Chen, who, with his current mastery and the support of the meteoric sword, could potentially obliterate half of the dynasty with a single stroke. The power of this sword maneuver was exceedingly formidable, rendering it unsuitable for execution in the external world. Thus, Lu Chen resolved to venture into the Void Realm to test its might. Upon entering the Void Realm, Lu Chen beheld a breathtaking expanse of greenery stretching for miles. The once grim and gray sky had gradually transformed into a serene azure hue, perhaps owing to the flora he had initially introduced, which breathed life back into this realm. After noticing this transformation, Chen had previously attempted to enhance the Void Realm by relocating several verdant mountains. However, to his astonishment, he soon witnessed a terrifying phenomenon. The flora and fauna on those mountains rapidly succumbed to death in an instant. Before he could investigate further, the mountains disintegrated into dust and melded with the Void Realm. From that moment on, Chen ceased to ponder over such matters, allowing the Void Realm to evolve autonomously. Now, standing above the Void Realm, Chen grasped the meteoric sword and began to infuse it with potent spiritual energy. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed a strike that cleaved the sky, creating a suspended chasm in the heavens. Observers from afar would perceive this rift as a gash in the firmament, accompanied by fragmented spatial fissures nearby. A careful assessment of this strike's potency revealed that its might approached the realm of divine transcendence. After surveying the scene of his own destruction for a moment, Chen waved his hand to smooth the hanging rift in the sky. He then tended to the flora before hastily exiting the Void Realm. Upon returning to the mausoleum of the main world, he found Jian had just completed tidying up the grounds and appeared ready to cultivate. Chen summoned him forth. Yecheng, you have now grasped the essence of sword intent, attaining the pinnacle of the gathering Yuan stage. You stand on the cusp of entering the solidifying truth stage, and thus, I have a task for you. Master, please instruct me. I shall devote myself to fulfilling your command. Very well. The Northern Yang dynasty is currently hosting a grand hunting competition, and I shall provide you with a disguise to alter your appearance. I hope you will seize this opportunity to experience the world and, ideally, secure a notable placement. For this competition, our Sword Sovereign sect has sent numerous disciples, including one of my senior brothers, your master uncle, named Li Yinfeng. Should you encounter him, it is imperative that you avoid any conflict. Yes, master. I will not fail your expectations. If I meet Master Uncle Yinfeng during the competition, I shall surely extend my utmost assistance. Good. Additionally, remember this. Do not reveal that I am your master, nor mention my cultivation or name. I understand, master. Furthermore, for your safety, I shall teach you another sword technique. With a mere thought, Chen transported Chen into the Void Realm. As darkness enveloped him, light soon returned, revealing a scene that left Chen utterly astounded. This was a secret world controlled by his master, known as the Void Realm. The extent of its boundaries remained a mystery, even to his master. Chen's calm voice sent a shiver down Chen's spine. His master was a formidable nascent soul expert, capable of traversing vast distances with a single thought. Yet, even such power could not fathom the dimensions of this secret realm, leaving Chen to ponder the terrifying vastness of the Void Realm. Notijing Chen's astonishment. Chen sighed softly before gently placing a finger on Chen's forehead, imparting the essence of the Sword of the Abyss. He then slowly drew his sword, pointing it towards the heavens. As Chen comprehended the significance of the Sword of the Abyss, he was momentarily captivated by the sight. With a thunderous shout from Chen, the sky of the Void Realm was cleaved in two, resembling a sinister chasm hanging ominously above. Gazing into the abyss, filled with spatial rifts, Chen felt not only shock, but also a tinge of fear. The prowess of his master was indeed awe-inspiring. Moments later, as Chen regained his composure, he summoned the Xianying sword at Chen's behest and emulated his master's previous action, swinging his sword towards the void. Though he could not replicate Chen's effect, he managed to carve a fissure several thousand meters long, imbued with traces of sword intent. Witnessing this, Chen nodded in quiet approval, harboring a sense of satisfaction. After a brief interval, Chen waved his hand to restore the damage they had caused before swiftly departing the Void Realm with Chen. Upon their return to the mausoleum, Chen immediately cautioned, Xiao Chen, the grand hunt will commence tomorrow. I must tend to the mausoleum, so I cannot accompany you. However, I will arrange for Lu Feng to escort you. If you encounter ordinary difficulties, he will not intervene. Yes, master. I shall not disappoint your trust. Chen replied with a deep exhale. Although he was unaware of Lu Feng's true strength, his demeanor suggested he was far from weak. He anticipated the presence of disciples from the Fire Sect at the Grand Hunt, fearing he might lose control of his hatred and inadvertently slay too many of them, leading to a pursuit. With Master Lu Feng accompanying him, many unnecessary worries would be alleviated. Yet, he wondered if slaying disciples of the Fire Sect might provoke the royal family of Bailion. Lost in thought, Yi Chen was oblivious to Lu Chen's gentle smile directed at him. This time, I shall entrust my weapon to Lu Feng to ensure your safety. Lu Feng is a late-stage nascent soul expert. Fear, not even if you stir the heavens of Bailion. Besides, your master stand behind you. What? Lu Feng is a powerful nascent soul, and a late-stage one at that. With Lu Chen's words, Yi Chen found himself at a loss, unsure of how to process this revelation. What cultivation level does his master possess that he has a formidable being of the late nascent soul stage as a servant? Just as Yi Chen pondered the cultivation level of Lu Chen, a flicker of light flashed through his mind. Indeed, his master cared for him, worrying that he might encounter unforeseen dangers, and thus assigned a late nascent soul expert to accompany him. Turning his gaze to the kindly-faced Lu Chen, Yi Chen suddenly knelt on the ground, burying his head deeply. At this moment, he bit down hard on his own cheek, desperately suppressing the urge to weep. Although his master had taught him not to kneel indiscriminately, he wished to express his gratitude. From this day forth, Yi Chen would bow only to his master, never to heaven or earth, nor to mortals. One may pay respects to those who have shown kindness, but the manner of reverence must be considered. Rise. Lu Chen did not impede Yi Chen's actions. He merely offered a gentle reminder before letting out a long sigh. As he saw Yi Chen's emotions gradually settle, he assisted him to his feet. Ah, foolish disciple, go forth without worry. There's no need to fret about troubles. After imparting this reassurance, Lu Chen vanished once more without a trace. Once Lu Chen departed from the mausoleum, Lu Feng promptly transported Yi Chen to the venue of the hunting skills competition. The venue for the competition was located in the northernmost region of the Bailion dynasty, in the city of Giant Stone, nearly 30,000 miles away from the southernmost sect, the Yujian Sect. If Lu Feng were to travel alone, he could arrive in less than 10 breaths. However, Yi Chen, being merely at the gathering Yuan stage, could not bear the toll of consecutive teleportations. Thus, Lu Feng deliberately minimized the distance of their movements to ensure that Yi Chen would not experience any discomfort. On this day, the streets of Giant Stone City were bustling with people, most of whom were cultivators arriving from various parts of the Bailion dynasty. There were even some representatives of young talents from foreign powers, accompanied by their attendants and guards. The hunting skills competition was organized by the Bailion dynasty to mitigate the threats posed by beast tides emerging from the beast forest. Giant Stone City was adjacent to this forest, which experienced beast tide invasions every century. Each occurrence not only inflicted heavy casualties on Giant Stone City, but also affected Lianya City, the capital of the Bailion dynasty. Over time, the royal family began to hold this competition every 10 years. The current hunting skills competition was the 9th of its kind in the last century. Thus, the Bailion royal family had prepared numerous precious artifacts and various elixirs and techniques as rewards for the competition. Early the next morning, Yi Chen and Lu Feng set out promptly, arriving at the assembly point ahead of time. Outside Giant Stone City, the plains were already teeming with people. In the center of the plain stood a high platform, adorned with a large banner inscribed with the character for Leon. Beneath the banner sat a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, crowned with a dragon crown. Recognizing him as the former young lord of Yian City, Yi Chen immediately identified the man as Liang Yuan, the king of Bailion. Beside Liang Yuan sat 4 elderly men with white hair and youthful faces. 3 of them were elders from the 3 major second-tier sects of the Bailion dynasty, while the identity of the last individual remained unknown to Yi Chen. After half a day, as the crowd began to gather, a eunuch attending the king of Bailion stepped onto the stage. After exchanging a subtle gesture with the king of Bailion, a golden imperial edict was unfurled and read aloud. Today marks the grand competition of hunting skills in the Bailion dynasty. The participants in this subjective contest, apart from me, the king of Bailion, include the esteemed Elder Wang Changhai from the Sword Sovereign Sect, Elder Han Jian from the Pill and Artifact Valley, and Elder Tu Bailey from the Diamond Sect. The final distinguished guest is none other than the 9th prince of our ally, the Yuntai Kingdom, Prince Yuntian. I trust that all present comprehend the gravity of this hunting competition. Should any nefarious elements attempt to disrupt it, they will face the collective wrath of these formidable factions. As the elderly eunuch concluded his announcement, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd of tens of thousands. Who could have anticipated that the 9th prince of Yuntai Kingdom would grace this event with his presence? This was undoubtedly a significant occurrence. In an instant, nearly all gazes converged upon Prince Yuntian. What could have compelled a prince from Yuntai Kingdom to join at this moment? In the throng, Yi Chen furrowed his brow, quietly pondering to himself. The Yuntai Kingdom is a third-tier dynasty, boasting no fewer than 20 golden core experts within its borders. According to whispers, there are even 3 nascent soul cultivators. The status of a ninth prince of Yuntai is certainly not inferior to that of the king of Bailiang. Were it not for the fact that Liang Yuan is the host, he might have preferred to seat Yun Tian in the center. As the crowd continued to speculate about the ninth prince, he suddenly rose and commanded silence with a powerful voice. Everyone, please be quiet. I am but a curious spectator at this grand competition. However, let it be known that should anyone disrupt this event and tarnish my interest, they shall not escape the consequences of my wrath. Upon hearing Yun Tian's proclamation, astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. The weight of his words revealed that he was indeed a consummate foundation establishment expert, merely a step away from breaking into the golden core realm. King Liang Yuan himself is a complete foundation establishment expert, accompanied by golden core protectors due to his royal status. Likewise, the ninth prince of Yuntai, as a member of the royal family, would undoubtedly be guarded by golden core experts, with the addition of 3 esteemed elders. This implies that at least 2 golden core and 5 complete foundation establishment cultivators are present at this hunting competition. Observing the formidable figures on the platform, Yujian furrowed his brow, a faint smile gradually emerging. Regardless of the strength of the participants in this contest, they pale in comparison to the might of Lu Feng behind him. Chapter 6. The competition begins. The king of Bailiang and the others continued their grandiose proclamations. Yujian began to survey the surrounding crowd, his gaze ultimately settling on a location marked by a fluttering flag emblazoned with the character for fierce. Gradually, a murderous intent intensified in his eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Yujian understood that acting rashly at this moment would be unwise. He would have ample opportunity for vengeance once they entered the beast forest. Although there were golden core experts presiding over the competition, Lu Feng, a late nascent soul cultivator, stood beside him. Not only could he disrupt the competition, but Yujian could also easily contend with the Yuntai Kingdom if he wished. While Yujian was still deep in thought, the authorities on stage had ceased their proclamations, and a figure resembling a court eunuch ascended the platform. In this grand competition, a point system will be implemented. A first tier, Chi Refinement, Beast Core is worth 3 points. A second tier, Essence Gathering, Beast Core is worth 20 points. And a third tier, True Condensation, Beast Core is worth 80 points. Should one fortuitously slay a fourth tier, Foundation Establishment, Beast, whether it be the corpse or merely the core, a reward of 300 points will be granted. The rewards for this competition range from 1,000 to 100 low-grade spirit stones for those placing from 11th to 100th. As for the rewards for the top 10, they remain a closely guarded secret and will be disclosed only after the competition concludes. The competition will last for 3 months, during which time it is strictly forbidden for guardians above the Foundation Establishment stage to intervene. Any such behavior discovered will lead to the disqualification of the protected participant. Additionally, participants are strictly prohibited from harming one another. Any such transgression will result in immediate execution. Lastly, any act of cheating will also lead to disqualification upon discovery. I urge all participants not to be lured by the temptation of points into the depths of the beast forest, where they may lose their lives. Now, I declare the hunting arts competition to commence. As the official from Bailiang concluded his address, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, which then swiftly dispersed. Rushing toward the beast forest, amidst the throng, Yujian was inevitably swept along with the current. 5 days later, Yujian was roasting an unidentified beast, its body marred with dry blood. After 5 days of fierce battles and adaptation, he had now attained the true condensation stage. The horrors he faced during this period were known only to him and the concealed Lu Feng. Meanwhile, within the graveyard of the Sword Control Sect, Lu Chen had just finished tidying up and promptly lay upon his newly upgraded wooden bed, a sense of concern for Yi Chen's situation weighing on his mind. However, considering Lu Feng's presence beside him, he felt a measure of reassurance. Since Yi Chen departed with Lu Feng, Lu Chen had spent his days cleaning and lying on his bed, absorbing medicinal pills and spirit stones while tending to the plants in the Void Realm. After these days of refining and absorption, Lu Chen had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. In a certain part of the beast forest, Li Yinfeng and his fellow disciples of the Sword Control Sect were exerting every effort to encircle a fully mature third-tier beast lion. At that moment, the disciples bore various wounds upon their bodies, while the beast lion, trapped in the center, appeared particularly disheveled its massive form drenched in blood. Low growls mingling with heavy breaths. With a thunderous roar, the beast lion suddenly lunged toward Li Yunfeng. Observing this, Li Yunfeng did not hastily evade the lion's attack, but instead prepared to unleash his next sword strike. His fellow disciples sensed this and quickly formed hand seals to release sword chi aimed at the beast lion. After repelling the lion's assault, Li Yunfeng's sword move was fully charged, and he seized the opportunity to strike as the lion became careless. In an instant, a plume of smoke erupted from the sword chi, rising swiftly before dissipating. Shortly thereafter, the once ferocious beast lion, now devoid of all signs of life, lay still. As Li Yunfeng and his companions celebrated their successful hunt, they immediately set about collecting the carcass of the demon lion. Unbeknownst to them, Chen had also arrived nearby, discreetly observing from shadows. Being a disciple of the Yujian Sect, under the tutelage of Master Lu Chen, Chen felt no inclination to disrupt Li Yunfeng and the others. Should they encounter any difficulties, he would lend his support as needed. Time slipped away unnoticed, and in the span of 60 days, the beast cores within Chen's spatial ring had accumulated to the height of a small mountain. A closer inspection would reveal that nestled among them were a dozen or so third-tier demon beast cores. Through 2 months of rigorous training, complemented by the medicinal aid provided by Lu Chen, Chen naturally advanced to the mid-stage of the true condensation realm. Moreover, due to the solid foundation he had established, his actual strength far surpassed his cultivation level. After a brief period of recuperation, Chen suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the depths of the forest, before swiftly darting toward the heart of the demon beast forest. While the beasts in the central region were exceptionally formidable, with 4th-tier beasts equivalent to the foundation establishment stage roaming about, venturing deeper could lead to encounters with fully realized 4th-tier or even 5th-tier beasts. However, opportunity and danger often walk hand in hand, a sentiment shared by more than just Chen. Talented disciples from various sects and young practitioners from other dynasties were also drawn to the allure of the forest's depths. As Chen made his way toward the innermost part of the forest, he suddenly halted as if sensing something. Not far ahead, he faintly discerned the sounds of a group-esque conversation. Stealthily approaching the source of the disturbance, he found himself concealed among the nearby thickets, only to be taken aback to discover that the group consisted of disciples from the Yujian Sect. A smirk, tinged with mockery, crept onto Chen's lips as he beheld his foes. The strongest among the Yujian disciples possessed merely late-stage gathering essence cultivation, while the others were only at the early to mid-stage. Even if they banded together to assault him, they would not stand a chance. As he surveyed the Yujian Sect's entourage, the most delightful surprise came in the form of a familiar face. Ling Zhilong, the prodigy of the Ling family, who had awakened the fire spirit body. In just a few months, Ling Zhilong had ascended from the 6th layer of qi refinement to the early stage of gathering essence, showcasing the unparalleled training he received from the Yujian Sect. Seizing this opportunity, Chen was determined to reclaim a portion of the Yi family's interest from this group. At that moment, the Yujian disciples continued to jest and converse, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Who would have thought that junior brother Zhilong's fire spirit body would be so powerful? Harnessing the techniques of our Yujian Sect, he surpasses his peers by at least 30%. Indeed, during this grand competition, many demon beasts had fallen to Zhilong's prowess. I believe junior brother Zhilong's strength now rivals that of a mid-stage gathering essence practitioner. Absolutely. The power of junior brother Zhilong's fire blade technique is no less formidable than ours. It's hard to imagine he is still in the early stage of gathering essence. I anticipate that he will soon break through to mid-stage, and when he does, his fire blade will surely reach astonishing heights. The senior disciples of the Yujian Sect could not help but sing praises for Ling Zhilong's remarkable talents. Within the throng encircling Ling Zhilong, a surge of pride welled within him. Observing his senior brother, the most accomplished among them, extolling his innate talent filled him with immense gratification. Yet, he adorned his visage with an artful mask of humility, responding, "My esteemed senior, you flatter me. I am but a mere disciple, hardly worthy of comparison to one of your caliber, a master at the late stage of gathering essence. Do not belittle yourself. My junior brother, the Grand Elder of the Flame Sect, has already taken you as his disciple. It seems you're already halfway to the position of future sect leader. With the Grand Elder's expertise in the late stage of foundation establishment, combined with your fire spirit body, you are destined to become a formidable golden core cultivator in the future." Indeed, even our sect leader has remarked that junior brother Zhilong is a future golden core powerhouse. As a consummate master of Foundation establishment, he surely does not speak lightly. He shall not attain the golden core. Today, both you and your companions shall meet your demise here. As the crowd lauded Ling Zhilong, a chilling voice filled with murderous intent abruptly interrupted their praises. The disciples of the Flame Sect turned to behold a youth, an unknown entity from an unfamiliar faction, striding forth with an advanced flying sword in hand. Impudent! Who is this arrogant wretch, daring to utter such threats? I shall claim your life. A disciple of the Flame Sect, at the mid-stage of gathering essence, glared at Yi Chen before charging at him with a raised blade. Yet, before he could breach the 10-meter threshold, a blade of sword energy cleaved him asunder in an instant. May I inquire, esteemed sir, from which faction do you hail? How have we, the Flame Sect, offended you? Are you unaware of the rules against mutual slaughter during the hunting tournament? If the likes of King Bei Liang were to learn of this, your faction would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Confronted with Yi Chen's terrifying prowess, the Flame Sect disciple, despite his bravado, was engulfed by a wave of trepidation. After all, even with all his might, he could not possibly hope to effortlessly dismantle a cultivator at the mid-stage of gathering essence. It was evident that Yi Chen possessed at least the peak of gathering essence, if not the true condensation stage. Unlike the Flame Sect disciple, Yi Chen found amusement in the threat. The notion of a faction being implicated? Even a nascent soul powerhouse from the Yuntai Kingdom would likely perish should they provoke his master. The threat posed by this individual was nearly non-existent. Pray tell, how have I inadvertently incurred your wrath, that you regard me with such hostility? After observing Yi Chen for a moment, Ling Zhilong seemed to sense something amiss, and, with a puzzled expression, inquired. Despite his earnest efforts to recollect, he could not recall any instance of having wronged Yi Chen. Do you truly not comprehend how you have transgressed? Ling Zhilong, you are indeed a person of privilege, yet forgetful. The lives of hundreds from the Yi family were lost due to your careless words, leading to our utter ruin, and now you feign ignorance? Upon hearing of the Yi family's demise, Ling Zhilong was struck with astonishment. The Yi family had been obliterated months prior by a coalition of the Flame Sect and his own, yet he had never encountered this individual from the Yi family. Ling Zhilong remained utterly perplexed, and Yi Chen had no desire to linger in this entanglement. He promptly raised the Xian Ying sword, preparing to resolve the matter decisively. The power of the magical artifact was already formidable, and with Yi Chen's intent to wield the sword of the abyss, an overwhelming force began to manifest in the space around him, growing increasingly oppressive. Wait, I must understand before I perish. Who exactly are you? Ling Zhilong, acutely aware of the terrifying aura suffusing the air, recognized that the next stroke of sword intent had already locked onto him, rendering him unable to evade. Yet, even in such dire straits, Ling Zhilong yearned to discern the identity of his adversary. Noticing Ling Zhilong's continued inquiries, Yi Chen felt a wave of impatience wash over him. He declared his identity while simultaneously unleashing a fierce strike towards the dazed Ling Zhilong. The one who will slay you is the young master of the Yi family, Yi Chen. As Yi Chen's sword descended, the members of the Fire Sect combined their efforts to employ their techniques. Yet they still found themselves unable to withstand the terrifying strike imbued with Yi Chen's sword intent. When Yi Chen's blade cleaved downward, the members of the Fire Sect were instantaneously engulfed by the sword energy. Ling Zhilong, until his last breath, could not comprehend how Yi Chen had so masterfully altered his appearance and attained such formidable prowess. After vanquishing the members of the Fire Sect, Yi Chen swiftly departed the scene. The great hunting competition was monitored by patrols, and should they discover his presence here, it would lead to incessant troubles. However, shortly after Yi Chen's departure, several figures suddenly appeared on a nearby branch. Had Yi Chen lingered, he would have recognized these individuals as disciples from a prestigious sect. They witnessed the entirety of Yi Chen's actions and resolved to secretly report the massacre of the Fire Sect disciples. Otherwise, should they encounter Yi Chen on the spot, their lives would be at grave risk. In the central area, all the talented disciples participating in the competition converged simultaneously. As Yi Chen arrived at the periphery of the central zone, he observed disciples from the three major sects gathered together with a veiled woman, engaged in discussion. Esteemed colleagues, we are about to enter the central region. Should we encounter foundation-building tier beasts, I hope that we can lend each other assistance, considering our shared status as the younger generation. Brother Tu Gang speaks wisely. This venture is fraught with peril, and it is indeed better for us to look out for one another. Then it is settled, everyone. Let us ensure mutual support this time. Tu Gang, the eldest disciple of the Diamond Sect, spoke first, and the others nodded in agreement. Moments later, after the disciples of the three major sects and the veiled woman entered, Yi Chen emerged from the shadows and stepped into the central area. Having roamed the central region for over 20 days, Yi Chen was covered in wounds. During this time, he had slain countless beasts, even he himself had lost count. After tallying his spoils, Yi Chen calculated that the competition was nearing its conclusion and decided to set off from the central area, swiftly traversing the forest. Despicable, to use such vile elixirs against me. Hee, the little beauty is quite enchanting, my fellow disciples, and I find it hard to contain ourselves. As Yi Chen traversed a certain area, a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by the lewd banter of men. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, he swiftly concealed himself behind a tree to observe. There, he beheld the woman from earlier, her veil fallen away, her attire stained with blood. Led by their senior brother Tu Gang, the disciples of the Vajra sect approached the defenseless woman step by step, their faces betraying their lascivious intentions. Though Yi Chen had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, he found himself moved by the woman's delicate features. Her smooth, cherry-red lips and finely crafted visage, now flushed with color, stirred something within him. Do you not fear the Northern Liang dynasty's retribution for slaying me here? She implored. How many have perished at the hands of beasts during the annual hunting competition? Once you are disposed of in a beast's lair, who will ever know it was us? Even if it is discovered, the Northern Liang dynasty would not dare engage in a conflict with our Vajra sect. My dear beauty, why not submit to us? At least you would experience some pleasure before your demise. Even if I perish, I shall not submit to your wishes. If I die here, my father will undoubtedly avenge me. She retorted fiercely. Oh, little beauty, why do you remain so defiant? Let us see if your lower mouth can maintain the same firmness as your upper one. They jeered, laughter echoing among them. As Tu Gang began to approach Kai Shuan, a sudden sword chi sliced through the air from the shadows. Instantly alert, Tu Gang retreated, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, his expression darkening as he scanned the surroundings. Summoning his weapon. Who goes there? Show yourself, he demanded. TSK, a group of second-tier sect men bullying a defenseless woman, resorting to such despicable tactics. How enlightening, came a mocking voice from the shadows. Upon recognizing Yi Chen's face, Tu Gang felt a flicker of familiarity. Glancing at the destruction caused by the sword chi, he began to comprehend Yi Chen's formidable prowess. He realized that confronting Yi Chen would yield little advantage for his group. Faced with the necessity to conceal this incident, he contemplated two options: to share Kai Shuang'er with Yi Chen or to eliminate her entirely. Brother, what do you think of this beauty? Why not enjoy her together? Once I am done, she shall be yours. If you prefer, you may have her first, Tu Gang proposed. No need for that. I shall ensure this young lady's safety today, Yi Chen declared resolutely. Tu Gang's expression darkened significantly at Yi Chen's obstinacy. He resolved to cease further discussion, casting a covert glance towards his disciples, signaling them to attack. As Yi Chen witnessed the unfolding chaos, he unsheathed his sword, forcefully repelling the advancing assailants. Swiftly, he moved to Kai Shuang'er, lifting her into his arms to flee the scene. At the moment she was cradled by Yi Chen, a hint of blush adorned her cheeks. Yet, consumed by the urgency to escape, Yi Chen remained oblivious to her subtle change. His thoughts were solely occupied with devising a strategy to shake off the relentless pursuers from the King Kong sect. After a brief moment, Yi Chen concealed Kai Shuang'er within the embrace of a towering tree, offering her a few words of reassurance before turning to depart. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. Where are you going? To kill. At the instant Yi Chen uttered those words, an unusual sensation stirred within Kai Shuang'er's heart, as if the man who came to her rescue was a paragon of heroism. Chapter 7. The competition concludes. Meanwhile, the members of the King Kong sect, in hot pursuit, abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. Their gazes fell upon the figure of Yi Chen, who awaited them not far ahead. Noticing the mocking expression on Yi Chen's face, Tu Gang signaled his comrades to be on high alert, confronting Yi Chen from a distance of several dozen meters. Where is that beauty? Surrender her, and I might spare your life. Tu Gang taunted. Why sacrifice your life for a stranger? We could all enjoy her together. Who would know if you don't speak of it? Seeing Yi Chen silent, Tu Gang attempted once more to tempt him into relinquishing Kai Shuang'er. However, before he could finish his lewd proposition, Chen lunged forward with a fierce thrust of his sword. The blade pierced through Tu Gang's shoulder, and had he not evaded swiftly, it would have surely penetrated his heart. Tu Gang's eyes widened in shock as he retaliated with a punch, forcing space between them. Observing this, the disciples of the King Kong sect surged forward to attack Chen. After a span of time equivalent to a stick of incense, only Tu Gang and 2 mid-stage disciples remained standing, while the rest of the King Kong sect's members lay scattered, their fates uncertain. Fueled by rage, Tu Gang's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with hatred as he glared at Chen, wishing to devour him whole. Even if we are the sect's prodigies, the loss of so many disciples will inevitably bring repercussions from our sect. Thus, if we desire anything further, we must kill this man at all costs. With Tu Gang's declaration, the trio charged at Chen once more. However, in the brief moment of hesitation, Chen had already perfected his lethal technique. As the 3 of them lunged forward, he unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, proclaiming, "A sword has split the heavens." At the instant the sword light collided with Tu Gang and his companions, the ground was cleaved, creating a chasm nearly 100 meters long. The bodies of the King Kong sect members, along with those of Tu Gang's trio, were reduced to mere ashes beneath the might of that singular strike. Once the turmoil subsided, Chen leaned against the great tree, panting heavily. After a moment, he ingested a medicinal pill, commencing the process of recuperation. Another stick of incense passed. Kai Shuang'er was tirelessly suppressing the medicinal energy within her body while perched on the tree. And just as she was on the verge of losing control, Chen's figure suddenly appeared beside her. Observing the mix of shame and anger on Kai Shuang'er's face, Chen hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and placed it into her mouth. He then sat cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy to refine the potency of the pill for her. "Thank you. I am Kai Shuang'er from the Tianyan dynasty. What is your name?" she inquired. Chen, a resident of the North Liang dynasty, he replied. As night fell, the two kindled a campfire, intending to engage in conversation, yet found themselves at a loss for words. After a brief introduction, silence enveloped them. Chen occasionally stole glances at Kai Shuang'er while contemplating the information he had just learned. The Tianyan dynasty, a fourth-tier dynasty renowned for its powerful divine beings, universally acknowledged as a dynasty. Both the Yuntai kingdom and the North Liang dynasty fall under the auspices of the fourth-tier Shuiqing dynasty. Yet, what could possibly compel the young lady of another dynasty to participate in the hunting competition in North Liang? You risked your life to save me, slaying numerous disciples of the King Kong sect, which will undoubtedly bring you trouble. However, rest assured, I have already sent a message to my family. Once my Kai family's elder arrives, they will surely protect you. Understood, thank you. Upon hearing Chen's nonchalant response, Kai Shuang'er felt a twinge of anger. Inwardly cursing Chen as a clumsy oaf, she impulsively hurled a chicken leg at him. For reasons unknown, Chen instinctively opened his mouth and caught the flying chicken leg, chewing on it absent-mindedly before regaining his senses. He glanced at the partially bitten roasted chicken leg in his hand, then turned to see Kai Shuang'er, who appeared momentarily dazed. In an instant, both their faces flushed crimson, and they turned away in a flustered manner, clearly taken aback. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of the Yujian Sect, Liu Chen completed his tidying of the mausoleum and swiftly entered the Void Realm, where he began to refine a purple-golden orb. This orb, known as the Time-Space Orb, was a treasure Liu Chen had acquired through recent sign-ins. According to the system's description, if this orb were integrated into the Void Realm, it would augment the realm's flow rate tenfold. After an indeterminate amount of time, once the two entities had completely fused, Liu Chen immediately sensed the acceleration of time flow. Now, spending 10 days in the Void Realm equated to merely 1 day in the outside world. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 3 months had slipped by within the Void Realm. In addition to acquiring the Time-Space Orb through sign-in, he had also obtained a top-tier spiritual sword, the 10,000-blade Holy Sword, along with an extraordinary sword technique, the Wuxing sword technique. Most notably, Liu Chen found the sign-in rewards to be exceptionally beneficial, especially the one that allowed him to leap 3 levels in cultivation, propelling him to the God transformation stage, thus becoming a formidable divine being. With a divine sense that spanned a radius of 10,000 miles, he could shatter the void and traverse vast distances in an instant. These were the remarkable capabilities attributed to beings of the God transformation realm. Having experienced the terrifying power of the God transformation stage, Lu Chen hastily planted 100 seeds of the peach tree before exiting the void realm and returning to reality. Once back in the real world, he carefully sensed Lu Feng's location and swiftly made his way toward him. As the vessel of Lu Chen, Lu Feng harbors a fragment of Lu Chen's soul within him, enabling him to sense Lu Chen's arrival. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's sudden appearance, Lu Feng promptly knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted, declaring, "I have seen the master." The old servant congratulates the master on advancing in cultivation and achieving the status of a transformation deity. "Yes, no need for excessive formalities. My purpose here is merely to enhance your strength. Thank you, master." With a thought, Lu Chen led Lu Feng into the Void Realm. 3 days later, they returned from the Void Realm to the main world. After giving Lu Feng a few instructions, Lu Chen vanished in a flash, leaving Lu Feng alone, standing reverently in salute. At that moment, near the venue of the grand competition, a patrol team was kneeling before the king of Bailiang, accompanied by several disciples from first-rate sections. The grand elders of Danchi Valley and Yujian Sect, along with Prince Tian, displayed astonishment upon hearing the accounts of the disciples. In contrast, the grand elder of the Yujian Sect glared at the patrol team with fury, his eyes brimming with rage. As time passed, the grand competition drew to a close, and the participants emerged from the beast forest. The first group to exit was led by Li Yunfeng and the members of Yujian Sect. Upon seeing their unscathed return, Wang Changhai on the platform exhibited an expression of immense excitement. However, the Grand Elder failed to notice the underlying confusion on Li Yunfeng's joyful face. They had encountered a 6th-tier beast deep within the forest, and had it not been for the jade pendant bestowed by Lu Chen, they would have likely perished. Li Yunfeng silently resolved to inquire about the origin of that sword-shaped jade pendant upon returning to his master. As the members of various sects gathered once more around the grand competition platform, the expressions of the formidable figures on stage became difficult to decipher. Were they surprised or delighted? Once the majority of the participants had assembled, the old eunuch slowly approached the stage, producing a golden scroll, and, with his soft, unmanly voice, began to announce loudly, "Congratulations to everyone for your safe return. Although some of our comrades fell within the beast forest, their contributions to the Bailiang dynasty remain indelible. Our dynasty shall remember them and document their deeds. Ladies and gentlemen, please submit your results, and we will tally them accordingly." As the eunuch's words echoed, the crowd swiftly organized themselves into a queue, orderly submitting their spatial rings. Meanwhile, at the edge of the beast forest, the figures of Yi Chun and his companion gradually emerged. The moment they stepped out, the royal guards and accompanying personnel from the 3 major sects instantly adopted a solemn demeanor. On the platform, the Grand Elder of Yujian Sect, Tu Wanli, was filled with a murderous intent in his eyes. The various factions had previously agreed to apprehend Yi Chen only after the competition concluded. Thus he was left with no choice but to endure. At this moment, Kai Shuanger and Yi Chen remained oblivious to the scrutiny they were under, engaged in playful banter as they approached the platform, ready to submit the beast cores they had collected. After a significant span of time, once all participant scores had been thoroughly tallied, the elderly overseer ascended the stage once more to announce the results. 1000th place, Sanxiu Wuan, 300 points. 999th, Huangfeng Valley, 321 points. 997th. 10th place, Badayo Sect, 1,152 points. 9th place, Mo Sect, 1,212 points. 8th place, Wangcheng Li Family, 1,341 points. 7th place, Beishimen, 1,410 points. 6th place, Takeshuman, 1,470 points. 5th place, Wangxingyang Family, 1,568 points. 4th place, Wangxing Wu Family, 1,665 points. 3rd place, Dan Kigu, 1,980 points. 2nd place, Yujian Zong, 2,322 points. 1st place, Bailiang Royal Family, 2,400 points. As the elderly overseer concluded the announcement of the scores, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Among them, Yi Chun and Kai Shuanger exchanged bewildered glances. Where was the Lihua sect? It was known to be among the top 3 within the first-rate sections. Not only Lihua sect, but even the Yujian Sect was absent. What had transpired during this year's competition? Had they encountered high-tier demonic beasts and suffered total annihilation? Be cautious, one remarked, noticing the elder from Yujian Sect, whose face was now marred by a murderous intent. Silence, everyone, the overseer commanded. Now, I will announce the rewards for the top 10. 10th place, 20 mid-grade spirit stones, along with a mid-grade yellow tier martial art. Ninth place, 30 mid-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade yellow tier martial art, and a low-grade treasure. Eighth place, 40 mid-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade yellow tier martial art, and a mid-grade treasure. Seventh place, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade yellow tier martial art, a mid-grade treasure, and 10 third-tier gathering spirit pills. Fourth place, 3 superior grade spirit stones, a superior grade yellow tier martial art, a superior grade treasure, and 100 third-tier gathering spirit pills. With the rewards for places beyond the top 3 revealed, a wave of envy washed over the participating factions ranked lower. Soon after, as the crowd expressed their admiration for the rewards of the top 3, they were engulfed in confusion, whispering amongst themselves about the nature of these prestigious rewards. Sensing the curiosity in the air, the elderly overseer spoke again to announce the rewards for the top 3. Third place, 10 superior grade spirit stones, a superior grade yellow tier martial art, a top grade treasure, and 5 fourth-tier foundation establishment pills. Second place, 20 superior grade spirit stones, 2 superior grade yellow tier martial arts, a top grade treasure, and 10 fourth-tier foundation establishment pills. The first prize consists of a supreme spirit stone, a low-grade Xian level cultivation method, a low-grade magical artifact, and a 5th-grade elixir, the breakthrough pill. Upon hearing the rewards for the first place, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Although the first place was designated for the royal family, the emergence of the breakthrough pill left everyone in a state of astonishment. This miraculous elixir, capable of aiding one to transcend into the golden core stage, could significantly enhance the breakthrough chances by at least 30% for any family member who had achieved the foundation establishment completion. As the elderly official concluded the announcements, the absence of both his and Yi Chen's names ignited a flicker of anger within him. As the official prepared to descend the stage, Kai Schwanger's beautiful face flushed with indignation. Ignoring Yi Chen's attempts to stop her, she directed her fury towards the official on stage. "Hey, old man, have you devoured our dozens of third-grade beast cores and hundreds of first and second-grade cores?" With Kai Schwanger's outburst, the crowd fell silent, all eyes turning towards the duo standing together. The leaders of the major factions on the platform, upon noticing the two stepping forward, began to scrutinize them closely. Suddenly, Liang Yuan shifted his gaze and signaled to the elderly official. "Seize these 2 lawless individuals." At the official's command, the guard from various factions surged towards Yi Chen and Kai Schwanger, their faces twisted in malice. Among them, the most fervent was the Grand Elder of the Diamond Sect, Tu Wanli, who charged at the two with a palpable hatred, as if wishing to see them suffer to the point of death. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Yi Chen instinctively positioned himself in front of Kai Schwanger, attempting to thwart Tu Wanli's advance. Kai Schwanger, initially taken aback by Yi Chen's protective stance, quickly regained her composure and unleashed her family's secret technique, joining forces with Yi Chen to confront Tu Wanli. However, Tu Wanli was a formidable half-step golden core expert, while Yi Chen and Kai Schwanger were merely at the true condensation stage. How could they possibly withstand the assault of a golden core powerhouse? Even with the aid of a mid-grade magical artifact, they could only momentarily halt Tu Wanli's advance. Yet, that brief moment allowed them to evade imminent danger. As Yi Chen and Kai Schwanger tumbled to the ground, the 2 major sects, along with the Northern Liang King and the 9th Prince of Yuntai, instinctively decided to withdraw their men from the pursuit of the two. Unlike the blinded rage of the Grand Elder of the Diamond Sect, they had begun to sense something amiss. Although these 2 possessed relatively low cultivation, they wielded weapons and techniques that were not typical for ordinary practitioners. All signs indicated that they were not mere disciples of an unremarkable faction. They were likely prodigious apprentices nurtured by powerful forces, perhaps even descendants of certain ancient nascent soul ancestors. Among all present, even the 9th Prince of Yuntai was reluctant to offend 2 unknown nascent soul factions simultaneously. Despite Yuntai's own nascent soul cultivators, it would be unwise to face the combined wrath of 2 formidable and unknown forces. At this moment, Tu Wanli was consumed by fury, paying no heed to the withdrawal of the 4 great powers. In his eyes, these factions merely wished to save face for the Golden Buddhist sect, choosing to let him handle the 2 individuals. "Cough, cough, cough. Do not regret it," he declared. "Indeed, I am curious to see how you will choose in the end." Yi Chen and his companions struggled to raise their bodies, gazing at the enraged Tu Wanli with not a trace of fear in their eyes, continuously mocking him. Witnessing their audacious defiance, Tu Wanli's anger surged once more, intensifying within him. How dare these mere juniors in the condensing reality stage provoke a formidable golden core expert like himself? As Tu Wanli's expression twisted into a menacing snarl. The potency of his gathered attack increased palpably, as if he intended to obliterate the two on the spot. Just as his strike was about to land, however, everything in the world seemed to freeze in an instant. Before anyone could react, a chilling rebuke, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, thundered down upon the scene. Impudent. With the utterance of those two words, the very air of the massive stone city trembled. The oppressive force contained within caused more than half the cultivators present to faint on the spot. Although the source of this fury bore a heavy aura of murderous intent, it was primarily directed at the Grand Elder of the Golden Buddha sect, sparing the others from the same fate. Otherwise, the consequences would likely have been dire, unknown to those around. On the platform, King Baelyong and the representatives of various factions wore expressions of shock and suspicion. In their hearts, they all silently acknowledged that these two young individuals had a powerful backing. Meanwhile, the Golden Core cultivators lurking in the shadows, guarding Prince Geo and King Liang, trembled in fear at the sight. They were acutely aware that the might of this individual far surpassed that of a novice in the nascent soul stage. What had transpired? Who was this terrifying powerhouse from such a formidable faction? Tu Wanli appeared to be ensnared by the oppressive force, just as the crowd plunged into silence. A colossal, flying spirit vessel suddenly appeared in the sky. The bow of this grand vessel was lined with armored cultivators standing at attention. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with sharp brows and piercing eyes, sporting a short beard. It was from him that the terrifying pressure emanated. As the spirit vessel hovered above the crowd, the man slowly descended, his toes finally touching the ground as he surveyed his surroundings. Uncle Qing, you daring girl. How could you escape the family without permission? Your father, in his rage over your recklessness, has punished over 1,000 guards for their negligence. Even I, your Uncle Qing, have not escaped unscathed, having faced his wrath. I did not consider that. It was my mistake. I thought. Gazing at the silhouettes descending from the ethereal vessel, a smile blossomed upon Kai Schwanger's face. She hopped eagerly before the figure, playfully calling out a respectful title. The man, whom she affectionately referred to as Uncle Qing, upon witnessing her mischievous demeanor, could not help but scold her in a stern voice. Yet, concealed within his eyes was a glimmer of indulgence towards his junior. Little did he know that upon hearing the consequences of her actions, Kai Schwanger would suddenly display a visage of sorrow, burdening herself with guilt. After a brief moment, having soothed her spirits, a smile finally graced Kai Qing's countenance. Regaining her composure, Kai Schwanger then brought Yi Chun before Kai Qing, introducing him with earnestness. Uncle Qing, this time I was nearly sullied by that old rascal as progeny, and it was this young man who saved me. However, in doing so, he has offended those shameless individuals. I understand, replied Kai Qing, nodding at Yi Chun. As a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, he could easily discern Yi Chen's remarkable qualities. Nevertheless, he merely regarded Yi Chun as a junior from minor faction, thus refraining from further comments. For the Kai family, it sufficed to express gratitude through gifts to the force behind Yi Chun. Kai Qing then turned his gaze towards Tu Wanli, whom he had restrained, a murderous intent igniting within his eyes as he prepared to unleash a strike upon him. Yet, just as his attack was about to land, three figures suddenly appeared before Tu Wanli, uniting their strength to thwart the formidable blow. The onlookers stared in astonishment at these three figures, who turned out to be the venerable leader of the Diamond Sect and two esteemed late-stage Golden Core ancestors from the North Liang royal family. Upon recognizing the identities of the two elders and the leader of the two family, the North Liang king promptly approached them, bowing respectfully. After receiving their harmonious acknowledgement, he gradually withdrew. As the North Liang king contemplated in silence, eager to inquire about the situation, the voices of the two Golden Core ancestors rang out abruptly. Do not ask unnecessary questions. We must protect the Diamond Sect. Yes, esteemed elders. I understand. Three fools courting death. One of the elders remarked. Sirs, please wait a moment. I'm already aware of the situation's general outline for my journey here. My son, blinded by desire, sought to tarnish Miss Kai's reputation, and he deserves death. Furthermore, Tu Wanli's infliction of harm upon the young lady is indeed a grave offense. Yet I plead for clemency in light of his actions being driven by the loss of my son, as he was momentarily overwhelmed by his inner demons. If Our Lady suffers even the slightest injury, We shall eradicate your entire sect. What gives you the audacity to demand his life be spared? Even you shall be stained with blood today. Brother guard, speak with more restraint. If it were Kai San Yi who uttered such words, too would be inclined to believe. But you are unworthy of such claims. As he beheld the three figures before him, a playful smirk danced across Kai Ching's face, and upon hearing Tu Wubian's words, he could hardly suppress his amusement. The nearby Golden Core guard, upon witnessing the scene, could not help but mock Tu Wubian, only to be rendered speechless by Tu's retort. As the guard appeared on the verge of fury, ready to strike Tu Wubian, Kai Ching chose to intervene. He then turned to face Tu Wubian, speaking with a measured tone. You're the sectmaster, I presume? My guard speaks truly. Should even a single hair of my schwanger be harmed, I would eradicate your entire sect. You, a mere Golden Core cultivator, demand that I release him? Would that not be a severe affront to my dignity? Master Kai, that is not my intention, Tu Wubian replied hastily. I am aware of the grievances suffered by Miss Kai, and my golden armored sect is willing to compensate for her losses. Upon hearing his words, Kai Ching could not suppress a smile. In his view, a second-rate sect could hardly muster anything of value for compensation. After a few light-hearted chuckles, Kai Ching's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he prepared to eliminate Tu Wubian. However, an unexpected voice suddenly halted his advance. Friend, since when has the Tianyuan dynasty extended its reach into the territory of my Shuiqing dynasty? As the mocking words echoed, a figure slowly emerged before the crowd. Kai Ching's demeanor grew grave upon recognizing the newcomer. At least a late-stage nascent soul, Tu Wubian, initially resigned to his fate, suddenly wore a relaxed smile upon seeing the arrival. Behind him, Tu Wanli also displayed a semblance of relief. The two bowed deeply in unison, addressing the newcomer with a title that left everyone present astounded. Unworthy descendants, we pay our respects to the ancestor. Indeed, when the nascent soul expert nodded in acknowledgement, the astonishment in the hearts of the onlookers escalated to new heights. This curious scene, coupled with the prior exchange of words, unmistakably indicated the identity of the newcomer as a general of the Shuiqing dynasty. At that moment, everyone was left in shock, with the northern Liang king rendered speechless. Who could have anticipated that a second-rate sect from a secondary dynasty would have an ancestor of such stature from a fourth-grade empire? The northern Liang king suddenly gained insight. It was no wonder that the actions of the Golden Armored sect had been tolerated by the royal ancestor all along. Such a layered identity was indeed significant. Meanwhile, their northern Liang dynasty lacked any nascent soul ancestors or transcendent beings, leaving them caught in a precarious position. Friend, since you hail from a prominent family within the Tianyuan dynasty, you should be aware that the strength of my Shuiqing dynasty is by no means inferior to that of your own. My descendant attempted to humiliate this young lady, and she has already dealt a blow to him. I believe this matter can be resolved amicably. As for my disappointing descendant's actions against this esteemed young lady, I, Tu Longzhen, am willing to offer compensation. Upon hearing Tu Longzhen's declaration, Kai Ching fell into contemplation. Tu Longzhen's prowess was not to be underestimated, and it seemed there was a Shuiqing army in the distance. Should they choose to sever ties and engage in conflict, even if they were to perish here, the Kai family would find it impossible to challenge the Shuiqing dynasty. Given the current circumstances faced by the Kai family, the atmosphere is indeed quite tense. It is imperative that the old villain must perish. After recovering somewhat from her injuries, Kai Schwanger suddenly shouted at General Tuesday. The moment Kai Schwanger uttered these words, the crowd felt a wave of apprehension. Schwanger, you must not be disrespectful. Let this matter rest. Upon hearing that Kai Ching had decided to withdraw, Tu Longzhen tossed a spatial ring to Kai Ching. After receiving it, Kai Ching signaled the attendants to escort Kai Schwanger away. Uncle Ching, Yi Chun saved my life. We cannot let him be in danger. Kai Ching looked towards Tu Longzhen, just about to speak, when he was interrupted by Tu Longzhen's raised hand. Kai Dao friend, this man has slain my descendant and saved your young lady. While he has done you a favor, he is my enemy. I kindly ask you to leave. Do not let this boy cause discord between us. Seeing the resolute expression on Tu Longzhen's face, Kai Ching had no choice but to relent. Uncle Ching, I beg of you, save him. He turned to see Kai Schwanger kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Schwanger, do not worry. The forces behind him will not abandon him. Schwanger, Uncle Ching is right. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Yi Chen added with a confident smile, offering her solace. Kai Schwanger ceased her weeping, looking at Yi Chen, and upon receiving a firm nod in response, she stood up. When Tu Longzhen appeared, Yi Chun felt a surge of tension. This person was on the same level as Senior Lu Feng, and their confrontation would undoubtedly overlook his safety. If Tu Wanli were to strike at him again, his life could be in peril. But soon, he realized that Senior Lu Feng was no fool. He would certainly notify his master, and once his master arrived, Tu Longjin would have no cause for fear. Boy, today, regardless of which faction's prodigy you are, you shall not escape. Tu Longjin dismissed any notion of Yi Chen's backing being significant, assuming he was merely another runaway from his family. As they returned Kai Shuang to the spirit vessel, Kai Qing suddenly turned around and seized Yi Chun with a large hand. In an instant, they activated the vessel and fled. This scene left Tu Longjin in a state of shock, and even the concealed Lu Feng was taken aback. Even if Lu Chan were present, he would gasp at this maneuver. Tu Longjin quickly regained his composure and pursued the spirit vessel, simultaneously contacting his nearby troops to implement a blockade. On the flying vessel, Kai Qing piloted with a grave expression, increasing the vessel's speed. Yi Chen watched the lively Kai Shuang, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. He truly would be fine. The hidden Senior Lu Feng was not an idle figure. Any lethal strike from Tu Longjin would be thwarted in an instant by Senior Lu Feng. After 5 moments of flight, the vessel came to a halt, and not far in the sky, 10 spirit vessels from the Water Qing dynasty obstructed their path. After another 10 moments, Tu Longjin caught up. You bastards, none of you shall leave alive today, even if it means offending the Kai family. Killing you will only mean I shall never step outside the bounds of the Water Qing dynasty. I do not believe the Kai family dares to come after me so brazenly. The Dragon Slayer, filled with fury, had initially hoped to avoid conflict, but unexpectedly, Kai Qing dared to mock him so brazenly. As tensions escalated, with both sides on high alert, a command from the Dragon Slayer unleashed a barrage of energy cannons from the spirit vessel of the Water Qing dynasty, relentlessly striking the protective shield of the Kai family's vessel. Accompanied by a throng of golden core and several nascent soul cultivators, they launched a concerted assault. The overwhelming onslaught caused cracks to appear in the protective barrier within the span of an incense stick. Stop! Yi Chen sudendi intergested, feeling no need to evade, nor to accumulate unnecessary bloodshed. He bowed respectfully to Kai Qing. Uncle Qing, I am grateful for your protection, but I cannot bear to see you and the guards harmed, or worse, lose your lives. You saved my daughter, Shuang. We will not be ungrateful. Rest assured, I have already informed the family patriarch. This spirit vessel is reinforced, and even a fully realized nascent soul would require time to breach it. Seeing Kai Qing prioritize his own safety amidst such peril, Yi Chun smiled and approached the vessel. Uncle Qing, please trust me this once. I will not let Miss Shuang or any of you perish in vain because of me. Witnessing Yi Chen's unwavering determination, Kai Qing began to place some faith in him, pondering if perhaps the forces behind this young man were indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Kai Shuang, fueled by curiosity, fixated her gaze on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's resolve to step forth stemmed not only from his concern for Kai Shuang and the others, but also from a message relayed by Senior Lu Feng, assuring him that with his presence, the Dragon Slayer could not harm him. As the assault ceased, the spirit vessel gradually descended to the ground, and the Dragon Slayer was left puzzled, wondering what tricks these individuals might conjure next. Despite his curiosity, he remained on high alert, wary of another stunt from Kai Qing. Yi Chen advanced step by step, emerging from the protective barrier with no hint of fear, his eyes fixed defiantly on the Dragon Slayer above. Are you not intent on capturing me? If you have the courage, kill me now, you old bastard. Indeed, the Dragon Slayer, witnessing Yi Chen's audacity in the face of death, aimed a palm strike towards him, seeking to vent his fury by obliterating this insolent youth. He envisioned capturing Yi Chen's soul, torturing him endlessly until he wished for death, yet could not attain it. As the Dragon Slayer's attack bore down upon him, Yi Chen unexpectedly broke into laughter. Just as the oncoming strike from the spirit vessel was about to land, it abruptly halted in midair, dissipating into nothingness. The gathered multitude of over 100,000 cultivators stood in stunned silence. The Dragon Slayer, a formidable force in the late nascent soul stage, unleashed an attack that could hardly be dismissed so easily. The nascent soul cultivators present felt a tightening in their spirits. They understood well that for the Dragon Slayer's assault to vanish without a trace, it would take a being of unparalleled power. Kai Qing, brimming with excitement, acknowledged the gravity of the situation, though he had alerted the family patriarch. Even a deity of transformation could not reach this location from 100,000 miles away, in such a short span of time. The identity of the powerful figure concealed in the shadows is evidently linked to the formidable forces behind this young man, Chen, which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence. Please step forth for a moment. A figure emerged before the crowd, treading upon the void, with spatial fissures cascading around them. Merely standing there, this individual compelled all spiritual vessels and airborne cultivators to descend to the ground. This is the oppressive aura of a transcendent being. If the disparity between the golden core and nascent soul realms is akin to the summit and base of a mountain, then the gap between the transformation god and nascent soul is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 9. Is the sword control sect possibly linked to a divided spirit ancestor? Upon recognizing the visage of the person before him, Chen was struck with both astonishment and delight. He was astonished to discover that Elder Lu Feng's prowess surpassed the late stages of the nascent soul, contrary to what his master had conveyed. Yet, he was elated, for this time there would surely be no peril to his life. Elder Lu Feng. Chen waved in acknowledgement towards the elder hovering in the sky. Meanwhile, Tu Longjin wore an expression akin to one who had just ingested aged fly larvae. This transformation god actually knew this young man. However, upon hearing Chen's address, it seemed their relationship was not particularly intimate. He could only hope that this elder would not intercede on Chen's behalf. Your presence is acknowledged, esteemed elder. The gathered assembly, devoid of fools, collectively bowed in reverence to Lu Feng. The elder in the sky nodded towards Kai Qing and others, but when his gaze fell upon Tu Longjin and the rest, it was accompanied by a chilling snort infused with authority. Merely that single snort resulted in the instantaneous demise of tens of thousands of cultivators. Even those of the Golden Core realm suffered grievous injuries, some even perishing on the spot. Tu Longjin beheld the scene before him, his eyes filled with rage. These cultivators had bled and toiled alongside him. Now, in a fleeting moment, they lay dead or wounded. Yet, he found himself powerless, as the overwhelming pressure from Lu Feng's snort had primarily targeted him. He was already injured, desperately suppressing the urge to spit blood. Elder, your actions, slaughtering my Shuiqing army. Do you not fear the wrath of our transformation guardian from the Shuiqing dynasty? Upon hearing Tu Longjin's inquiry, Lu Feng could not suppress his laughter. Ha 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 ha. The pursuit by the Shuiqing dynasty's transformation guardian is a matter for another time, but you are all destined to perish here and now. Why? Tu Longzhen question. Is it because of that young man? Amidst Lu Feng's mirth, Tu Longjin ultimately succumbed to his internal injuries, blood spilling from his lips. Indeed, it is he. Moreover, do not even mention pursuing me. The transformation gods of your Shuiqing dynasty should be more concerned with how to quell the wrath of my master. The individual standing before you is my master's eldest disciple, indeed, the only disciple. Lu Feng's declaration left both the severely wounded Tu Longjin and others in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the implications. Chen's background was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. The Lu Feng before them was a transformation god, and this very transformation god had a master? If that master is Chen's mentor, then what caliber of existence must Chen's master possess? No one dared to speculate what sort of being could command the respect of a transformation god, for surely such a figure could not be an ordinary individual. Tu Longjin realized that this time he was doomed. Even if he managed to escape now and return to the Shuiqing dynasty, it would still lead to his demise. The royal ancestors of the Shuiqing dynasty would never wish to offend such a formidable existence for their own protection. Once Chen's master pursued the matter, he would undoubtedly be handed over. Was this the source of the foolish Chen's confidence? Kai Schwanger, standing beside him, bore a look of understanding. Born in a fourth-tier nation, she was acutely aware of the significance of a transformation stage powerhouse and the weight they carried. Senior, spare my life. I assure you, upon my return to the dynasty, I shall reward you handsomely, he pleaded, kneeling before Lu Feng. When Lu Feng remained indifferent, he turned to Chen, desperately seeking mercy. Yet, before he could utter his plea, Lu Feng waved his hand, and a colossal palm descended. In an instant, no living creature remained where Tu Longjin and the others had stood. A quarter of an hour later, Chen waved farewell to Kai Schwanger, who was aboard the Kai family's spirit vessel. At that moment, she held a small jade pendant in her hand, inscribed with a tiny character for Yi, a relic from his days as the young master of the Yi family. Once Kai Schwanger had completely distanced herself, Chen followed Lu Feng back to the venue of the grand competition. The crowd had yet to disperse when Chen appeared in the sky above. Accompanied by Lu Feng, Various factions in the arena were fawning over Tu Wubian, which made Yi Chen feel quite nauseous. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky, and the crowd realized that Yi Chen had returned. However, the most astonished was Tu Wubian, who was encircled by numerous individuals. Hadn't the ancestor killed him? But where had the ancestor gone? Had he left without informing him? Kid, where's my ancestor? I killed him. Before Yi Chen could respond, Lu Feng cast a cold gaze upon the insignificant Tu Wubian. Impossible. My ancestor is too powerful to be killed. You must have compensated him with various treasures to save your life. He is not worthy. Lu Feng, disinterested in further dialogue, unleashed a wave of oppressive force that enveloped the entire arena, rendering everyone immobile. The favored disciples of the King Kong sect and the concealed members of the Flame sect perished on the spot. Both Tu Wanli and Tu Wubian had their energy seas shattered, leaving them with no hope of survival. Yi Chen and Lu Feng descended upon the grand competition stage. Liang Yuan Gang stepped forward to greet them, but was interrupted by Yi Chen. Your Majesty, the Northern Liang King, I have come solely to reclaim my beast core. Of course, the Northern Liang King replied hastily, nodding in agreement. He summoned a eunuch to calculate Yi Chen's points and subsequently provided him with the rewards he was due. However, upon receiving the spatial ring, Yi Chen did not accept it. Instead, in front of the gathered crowd, he handed the ring to Wang Changhai, the Grand Elder of the Yujian Sect. The belongings of the Northern Liang dynasty paled in comparison to the elixirs his master typically provided, which he deemed unworthy. Furthermore, as his master belonged to the Yujian Sect, he too was affiliated with them, and thus the points reward could rightfully be bestowed upon the Yujian Sect. At that moment, Wang Changhai found himself at a loss, holding the spatial ring that Yi Chen had forcefully pressed into his hands. Little brother, this. Senior. Gazing at Yi Chen and then at Lu Feng, the Grand Elder implored, please, accept this. Yi Chen, with a grin, addressed Wang Changhai. My master is a disciple of the Yujian Sect. As his apprentice, I too should be regarded as a disciple of the Yujian Sect. The expressions of not only the North Liang King, but also Prince Jiao and the others present reflected sheer astonishment. This young man's master hails from the Yujian Sect. Yet Wang Changhai could not recall such a formidable figure in his memory. Turning once more towards Lu Feng, seeking affirmation, he was met with a revelation that heightened everyone's astonishment to unprecedented levels. Wang Changhai stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderous blow, feeling parched and rendered speechless. My master indeed belongs to the Yujian Sect, Lu Feng confirmed. However, he has been in seclusion. The realization that this revered being, a formidable power of transformation, was merely a servant left everyone aghast. What level of cultivation must this ancestral figure of the Yujian Sect possess? Perfected transformation? Or perhaps the division stage? Amidst the collective shock, Yi Chen and Lu Feng tore through the fabric of space and departed. Moments later, Wang Changhai trembled as he touched the spatial ring in his hand, as if in a dream. He hastily bid farewell to the North Liang King and the others, aware that he must promptly report to his sect leader about the possible living ancestor of the division stage within the Yujian Sect. 3 days later, within the Yujian Sect cemetery, Lu Chen reclined on a makeshift rocking chair, munching on unknown small fruits and scattering peels everywhere. Yi Chen, meanwhile, busied himself with cleaning, his face marred by an expression of resentment. His master exhibited a flagrant disregard for decorum, as he carelessly discarded fruit peels while Yi Chen tirelessly toiled away. Foolish disciple, do you harbor grievances against me? Lu Chen inquired. No, not at all. Whatever my master discards, I shall clean up. I believe such a noble personage as my master does this not out of malice, but to temper my resolve, Yi Chen replied, nodding in approval. Just as Lu Chen savored another piece of fruit, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Host is currently at the Yujian Sect cemetery. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Reward. Cultivation level increased by 3 tiers. Lu Chen, initially at the early stage of transformation, now ascended to the perfected state. Yi Chen observed as Lu Chen suddenly sat upright, only to recline again within mere breaths, his master inexplicably shrouded in an aura of enigma. Just then, as Lu Chen settled back down, the cemetery's entrance creaked open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Chen rose and approached with a respectful bow. Brother Yinfeng, you have returned. I wonder how the grand competition concluded. Li Yinfeng, taking a seat on a stone bench, surveyed Lu Chen before scrutinizing Yi Chen, whose visage had now returned to its original form. A peculiar familiarity tugged at his memory, as if he had encountered this youth before, yet he could not place it. Junior Brother Liu, who is this young man? Brother Yinfeng, this is Yi Chun, a mortal disciple I have taken under my wing. His family was annihilated, and he fled here. I took him in out of pity. Li Yinfeng sensed that Yi Chun was indeed an ordinary mortal, devoid of the aptitude for cultivation, save for a few strands of martial energy lingering within his dantian. Thus it is, Junior Brother Liu finds himself here, solitary and forlorn. Naturally, it would be a boon to have companionship. Li Yunfeng remains oblivious to the fact that Lu Chun is a formidable being of the transformation stage, with a consciousness far more potent than he perceives. What he senses is merely what Lu Chun allows him to perceive. Junior Brother Liu, since disciple Yi Chun is your apprentice, he is undoubtedly a member of my sword control sect. I shall take care of the formalities regarding disciple Yi Chun's status. Many thanks, senior brother. May I inquire what brings you here today? To visit you, and to express my gratitude, he replies. Thank myself? Is it for the sword-shaped jade pendant I bestowed upon you? Though Lu Chun did not participate in the grand competition, the activation of the life-preserving jade pendant he gifted would certainly be sensed. Yet, he must feign ignorance. Senior brother, why you thank me? Lu Chun inquires, his face a mask of confusion. Li Yinfeng then elucidates the matter. I never expected that my ancestral jade pendant would be a relic from a venerable nascent soul ancestor. However, if it can safeguard you, it is worth it. Li Yinfeng then produces the jade pendant and hands it to Lu Chun. I have consulted the sect master. This was refined by an exceptionally powerful nascent soul cultivator, containing enough energy for 2 more uses. Such a precious item. I believe it is best returned to you. Junior brother, seeing the earnestness in Li Yunfeng's expression warms Lu Chun's heart. Such a life-saving talisman, invaluable to cultivators, would likely have been claimed by an ordinary practitioner, perhaps even leading to murder for its possession. Yet, Li Yunfeng insists on returning it to its rightful owner, a virtue that is rare and commendable. Senior brother, as a cultivator, you have a greater need for it than I. I am but a mortal. Possessing it would serve no purpose. Moreover, I do not leave the sword control sect. Keeping it would be a waste. I have gifted it to you. If you do not want it, simply discard it. Well, very well. Lu Chun feigned indignation, prompting Li Yunfeng to reluctantly accept the jade pendant. That evening, the two shared a meal, after which Li Yunfeng departed from the mausoleum. From Li Yunfeng, Lu Chun learned that his foolish apprentice and Lu Feng had already stirred the entire cultivation community of the Northern Liang dynasty during the grand competition. Now, rumors spread throughout the Northern Liang dynasty and several neighboring kingdoms, suggesting that the Sword Control Sect, a second-tier sect of Northern Liang, may harbor an existence resembling a spirit separation ancestor. It becomes evident that only cultivators of spirit separation or higher could command the respect of a transformation stage being. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Sword Control Sect, the sect leader, Feng Qingzi, sat in his esteemed position, flanked by the 10 elders, who were engaged in discussion regarding the current rumors circulating in the outside world. Since the day the Grand Elder returned and conveyed the events to everyone, disbelief had initially prevailed. However, the Grand Elder held significant authority and had no need to fabricate tales. Furthermore, testimonies from participants of the grand competition who had first-hand experience compelled them to accept the truth. Feng Qingzi himself ventured to the capital of Northern Liang to obtain confirmation directly from the Northern Liang king. The evidence now suggests a strong possibility that their sword control sect harbors a spirit separation ancestor who remains in seclusion, unwilling to emerge. Yet, this ancestor has taken on an apprentice and possesses a servant of the initial transformation stage. If the sword control sect could summon this ancestor back, it would undoubtedly herald a revival of their sect. The rumors surrounding the existence of a divine separation ancestor within the Swordmaster sect have stirred the nerves of all the dynastic powers in the vicinity of the Northern Liang dynasty. Should these claims prove true, the imperial forces are likely to face significant upheaval. Various factions have been engaged in discussions and investigations, and upon receiving confirmation, they were left utterly astounded. Indeed, there exists an elder within the Swordmaster sect, yet his cultivation level remains shrouded in mystery. It is known, however, that this elder has a disciple and an old servant at the transformation stage, which transformation expert does not tower above the rest. Even the imperial forces would find it challenging to enlist a stranger at the transformation stage as a guardian, let alone accept one as a servant. This indicates that the elder of the Swordmaster sect could very well be a practitioner at the divine separation stage. Amidst this grand speculation, numerous secondary and tertiary dynasties adjacent to the Northern Liang dynasty, along with their respective ranks of cultivation sects, have expressed a desire to pay a visit to the Swordmaster sect. Conversely, some factions, dismissive of the situation, contend that the timing of the elder's emergence is suspect. They theorize that either the Northern Liang royal family is attempting to deceive everyone to intimidate foreign powers, or that a descendant of some formidable figure harbors a grudge against the Swordmaster sect and is orchestrating a game rather than outright destruction. The entity most concerned with the affairs of the Swordmaster sect's elder is the Shuiqing imperial family, which suffered the most devastating losses in the recent competition. The Shuiqing dynasty's general, Tu Longzhen, perished in a hunting competition against a secondary dynasty, accompanied by the deaths of over 100,000 cultivators and several Yuan stage generals by his side. It is worth noting that such a force could annihilate a tertiary dynasty. In the confines of the Shuiqing royal chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe kneels before three white-haired elders. Esteemed ancestors, he implores, my great-grandson has uncovered that the site of General Tu Longzhen's army's demise indeed bears the traces of a transformation expert's intervention. However, it remains unclear why this transformation master, evidently only at the initial stage, left behind residual power equivalent to that of a mid-stage transformation expert. Upon hearing this, the three elders open their eyes wide in astonishment. They, too, are transformation experts, with the strongest among them on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage. They are acutely aware of the vast disparity between the mid-stage and initial stage transformation cultivators. The one who vanquished Tu Longzhen is likely no ordinary individual, possessing the capability to contend with a mid-stage transformation practitioner. Chapter 10. Lu Feng to the rescue. Observing the reaction of their elder, the man in the dragon robe continued, I have dispatched inquiries to the Northern Liang king. According to him, the individual who killed the descendant of Tu Longzhen during the competition indeed spoke with a Northern Liang accent, yet no record of such a person exists. However, the transformation practitioner who eliminated Tu Longzhen referred to the boy as his master. That young man has openly acknowledged his master as a member of the Swordmaster sect. Swordmaster sect? Queried one of the royal elders, furrowing his brow in confusion. What manner of minor sect is this? I do not recall having heard of it. Indeed, it is the Swordmaster sect, a small second-tier faction within the Northern Liang dynasty. The master of that transformation expert is a disciple of this Swordmaster sect. But what of it? The Shuiqing ruler hastily interjected, sensing the elders' growing ire. The individuals I dispatched to investigate the North Liang region found no evidence of any venerable ancestor from the Swordmaster sect. Could it be that the divine transformation practitioner is, in fact, the mentor of that young man, merely fabricating tales of an ancestral figure from a minor sect to deter us? Upon hearing the words of the sovereign of the Water Qing, the three venerable ancestors nodded in agreement, not dismissing this possibility. Observing their apparent concurrence, the sovereign of the Water Qing knelt and fervently implored, Ancestors, the Dragon Slayer, as our nation's great general, embodies our dignity. Now that he has been slain, failing to seek vengeance will surely unsettle the hearts of the people. I beseech the ancestors to emerge from seclusion and eliminate the perpetrator. Just as the two other ancestors were about to acquiesce, the central ancestor interjected, No. A practitioner comparable to those in the mid-stage of divine transformation poses a significant threat, even to me in a moment of carelessness. You two are merely in the early and mid-stages of divine transformation, respectively. Combined, you may not achieve victory. It will be wiser to wait 2 years. I have a premonition that I am on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of divine transformation. When that time comes, vanquishing him will be a trivial matter. Upon the conclusion of the central ancestor's statement, both the sovereign of the Water Qing and the other two venerable ancestors were left in utter astonishment. Truly, the ancestor hailed as the pillar of the Water Qing dynasty, once he attains the pinnacle of divine transformation, will render the current predicament of the dynasty, constrained by various fourth-tier forces, obsolete. After further exchanges, the sovereign of the Water Qing took his leave from the ancestral chamber. At the cemetery of the Swordmaster sect in the North Liang dynasty, Lu Chen arrived at the spirit hall and initiated a new round of attendance. Ding. Detecting host location, spirit hall. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding. Congratulations. host has obtained the low-grade celestial technique, Sword Mastery, complete. The Sword Mastery was a low-grade celestial technique created by the ancestor Yin Nanfeng of the Swordmaster Sect. The current Swordmaster Sect has long lost the complete technique, leaving only fragments that can be classified as a low-grade mysterious technique. The classification of techniques encompasses 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The current Swordmaster Sect's Sword Mastery can only be regarded as mysterious, highlighting the vastness of the lost contents. At this moment, within the main hall of the Swordmaster Sect, since the speculation of a super ancestor within the sect was confirmed, various forces began to stir, primarily to further probe and ascertain the veracity of the news. The vicinity of the main hall was bustling with activity, with numerous factions arriving in succession. Esteemed guests, I extend my gratitude for your presence at the Swordmaster Sect. Please, let us maintain some decorum. Our sect leader will arrive shortly. The third elder, Zhao He, was striving to uphold order, while several nascent soul practitioners among the guests wore expressions of disdain. Were it not for their respective factions sending them to gather intelligence, they would not deign to listen to the proclamations of a mere foundation establishment ant. Elder Zhao, may we inquire if your ancestor is present within the Swordmaster Sect? Might we be granted an audience? The speaker was a nascent soul practitioner from a third-tier dynasty, his face etched with impatience. After all, he was one of the foremost nascent soul ancestors within his dynasty, and now he found himself mingling with a gaggle of Golden Core Foundation establishment underlings. His heart was filled with immense displeasure, and had it not been for the presence of 4 nascent soul cultivators from their sect, he would never have set foot in this place. A glance at the cultivator before him revealed that this individual was a formidable presence, one who had transcended the Golden Core stage. Senior, our sect master will arrive shortly. As for whether our ancestor is present, I am uncertain, Zhao He replied, his tone laden with frustration. Perhaps you have hired someone from another sect to impersonate your ancestor? Came a mocking voice from an unknown Golden Core late-stage cultivator, tauntingly challenging him. At that moment, Zhao He felt both anger and helplessness. He had no idea where the ancestor of the Sword Control Sect was, nor could he ascertain whether the figure they spoke of was indeed their true ancestor. The other cultivator's strength was overwhelming, leaving him no choice but to suppress his irritation. Do you not fear that the ancestor of my Sword Control Sect might be within the sect at this very moment? Your words could easily incur their wrath. Zhao He retorted, unsure of how to counter effectively. Just then, Feng Qingzi, the sect master of Sword Control Sect, emerged from the main hall, confronting the late-stage Golden Core cultivator with an assertive inquiry. The audacity of Feng Qingzi's demand momentarily stunned the cultivator, who realized the truth in Feng Qingzi's words. Should the Sword Control Sect truly possess an ancestor, his fate would undoubtedly be dire. As various factions gathered and exchanged furtive glances in the main hall of Sword Control Sect, 2 nascent soul cultivators stealthily approached the back mountain of the sect. Brother, why did the ancestor instruct us to sabotage the Sword Control Sect's mausoleum instead of entering through the front? Even if we approached openly, they would have no means to deter us. One questioned. Enough chatter. Let us hasten to the mausoleum. According to our ancestor, there is a possibility that the Sword Control Sect harbors an ancestor at the spirit severing stage, yet none have laid eyes upon them. Our task is to lure them out and assess their strength, the other replied. Ultimately, the Sword Control Sect belongs to the Shuiqing Empire, while our Jiaopan Empire's ancestor, Abin Qingwei, is on the verge of reaching the spirit severing stage. When that time comes, we shall launch an assault on the Shuiqing Empire and its 33 subordinate kingdoms, aiming to engulf them entirely and ascend to the status of a level 5 empire. In the entire eastern domain, there are scarcely 7 level 5 empires. Should we succeed, our Jiao Pen Empire would become the 8th. As they reached the mausoleum, they observed a young man and a youth seemingly engaged in conversation. Sensing only ordinary mortals, they relaxed their guard. At that moment, Lu Chun was imparting the complete Sword Control Sect's technique, the low-grade heavenly tier sword control art, to Yi Chun. His perfected divine sense, having reached the spirit-severing stage, extended beyond the borders of the Northern Liang Kingdom. Every movement within the Northern Liang Kingdom was within Lu Chen's perception, and he had already detected the arrival and actions of the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the moment they entered the Northern Liang Kingdom. Eavesdropping on their dialogue, Lu Chun understood their intentions. To him, the 2 nascent soul cultivators were but insignificant ants, easily extinguished at a whim. He hoped they would not court their own demise. especially since the mausoleum was a location he had bound himself to. As the two essence infant cultivators suddenly soared into the sky, poised to devastate the mausoleum, an overwhelming force abruptly interrupted their assault, causing both to plummet back to the ground within the sacred grounds. Chen, who was engrossed in the teachings of his master Lu Chun, was taken aback as he witnessed the two figures descending from above. What on earth was happening? It seemed as though the heavens had unleashed two individuals upon them. Master, who are these two? Chen turned to Lu Chun, bewilderment etched across his face. Foolish disciple. These two essence infant cultivators have come to destroy the mausoleum of the sword control sect. They intended to annihilate both of us in the process, Lu Chun explained. Chen's expression was one of exasperation. To destroy the mausoleum of the sword control sect? What a joke. His master was the guardian of this sacred site. The old servant, Lu Feng, was a formidable figure of the transformation stage, yet the true extent of his master's power was a mystery even to Chen himself. Did these two not bother to inquire before walking into their own doom? The two essence infant cultivators from the Foot Basin dynasty, upon being yanked from the sky, shattered the teleportation jade slip provided by the dynasty. However, nothing transpired after its destruction. As they climbed to their feet, realizing they remained within the mausoleum and were even bound in their powers, their faces twisted with rage. Little did they know that the dynasty had deemed them expendable, providing them with a counterfeit teleportation slip. In reality, the slip they had shattered was genuine, crafted by a perfected transformation stage ancestor. But it had encountered a stronger opponent in Lu Chun, who suppressed the spatial passage, thwarting their escape. In an instant, Lu Chun materialized before the two, examining them closely before pondering for a moment, stroking his chin. With a flicker of thought, he transported them to the void realm. It was fortuitous, as he had not the time to tend to the flora sprawling across 100 miles of the void realm, and these two would be just the right hands for the task. With a blend of encouragement and gentle coaxing, the two began to tend to the plants with cheerful diligence. Interestingly, one was named Yamamoto Wotu, and the other Inai de Sienren. Upon hearing their names, Lu Chun was flooded with memories of a classic scene from a television series titled Sword Goodness from his previous life. Emerging from the void realm, Lu Chun first sensed the current state of the sword control sect. A frown creased his brow as he summoned Lu Feng, who had been concealed within the void, and instructed him with a few words, handing over a manual of techniques before Lu Feng once again vanished into the void, off to an unknown destination. Meanwhile, in the front hall of the sword control sect, the very essence infant cultivator who had initially boasted of wanting to meet the ancestral figure of the sect had, with a single slap, sent Feng Qingzi crashing to the ground. Had it not been for the consideration of the sect's ethereal ancestor, he might have slain Feng Qingzi on the spot. Seeing their leader felled, the members of the sword control sect were consumed with fury, preparing to surge forward in defiance. Observing their fervor, the essence infant cultivator laughed heartily. Huh, a bunch of ants seeking to contest with me? It appears your sword control sect possesses no true ancestor. A mere second-tier sect has wasted my time for several days. Today, I shall exterminate your entire lineage. The other representatives of various factions present watched the scene unfold without making any attempt to intervene. They too were curious about whether the ancestral figure of the sword-controlling sect cared for the survival of the sect. If indifference were the case, they would not hesitate to partake in a share of the spoils. Just as the nascent soul cultivator prepared to massacre Feng Qingzi and his companions, another nascent soul, hailing from a third-tier power, stepped forward, accompanied by a golden core elder of the Northern Liang royal family. Fellow cultivator, let's exercise mercy where it is due. Indeed, as a nascent soul expert, it is hardly heroic to bully a second-tier sect. Furthermore, the sword-controlling sect is an establishment of our Northern Liang dynasty. Should you persist in your oppression, we would not hesitate to take action against you in the Shuiqing dynasty. Let the sovereign of Shuiqing decide. Upon witnessing a fellow nascent soul intervene, coupled with the presence of a royal elder seeking accountability, the nascent soul cultivator, albeit displeased, restrained his spiritual power. Setting aside the question of who might prevail in a confrontation with the early-stage nascent soul cultivator, even the royal elder of the Golden Core stage was rendered powerless. All royal elders affiliated with the Shuiqing dynasty were under its protection. Should he slay the elder, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit by the dynasty. With a cold snort, he prepared to depart, only to find himself immobilized. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire sword-controlling sect, felt by all disciples within. However, despite its might, This pressure did not target the disciples of the sword-controlling sect. The nascent soul cultivator who had struck Feng Qingzi now knelt before him. Apart from the nascent soul cultivators who supported Feng Qingzi and the royal elder from northern Liang, all other representatives from various powers inexplicably knelt to the ground. This overwhelming pressure emanated not from a mere perfect nascent soul, but was undoubtedly released by a transcendent being of the transformation stage. No mere perfect nascent soul could compel so many individuals, including several early-stage nascent souls, to kneel and remain motionless. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Feng Qingzi and his companions were filled with exhilaration. This pressure, which did not target the disciples of the sword-controlling sect or their allies, was a clear indication of the arrival of their ancestral figure. In a fit of excitement, Feng Qingzi, along with the Grand Elder, the Third Elder, and the Seventh Elder, promptly knelt down. Zhongzhu Feng Qingzi pays respects to the ancestor. There is no need for such formalities. I am not the sovereign, came the voice of the newcomer. Hearing this, everyone in the main hall turned to behold the source of the voice. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, adorned with a beard, stood before them, the very embodiment of the terrifying pressure that had just engulfed them. The Grand Elder gazed at Lu Feng with immense excitement, never expecting this esteemed elder to reappear. I have met the esteemed one, he proclaimed, bowing deeply before Lu Feng. Turning to Feng Qingzi, he continued, this esteemed elder is indeed our ancestor, the one who departed with our little master uncle that day and gifted me this spatial ring. Feng Qingzi scrutinized Lu Feng, struggling to reconcile such a formidable figure as a servant to their ancestor. Not only Feng Qingzi was taken aback. The nascent soul cultivators who had supported the sword-controlling sect were equally astonished. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's arrival, the royal elder felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was one of those who had seen Lu Feng during the grand hunting competition. This time, the royal family of Bailiang has made a fortunate gamble. Historically, the Bailiang dynasty was considered a weaker entity among the surrounding kingdoms, seeking to forge a connection with Tu Longzhen through the Yujian Sect. However, with the untimely demise of Tu Longzhen, the Bailiang dynasty found itself in a precarious position amid the fierce competition among dynasties. Yet, the situation has transformed. The Yujian Sect boasts an immensely powerful ancestor who evidently holds great concern for the sect. With the newfound friendship and favor of the Yujian Sect, the Bailiang royal family can now stand firm, as no dynasty would dare to oppress them, even in the face of imperial threats, for they must weigh the potential repercussions from the Yujian Sect and its venerable ancestor. Chapter 11. Turmoil after establishing authority. In the main hall, representatives of various factions knelt on the ground, filled with regret for not having supported Feng Qingzi earlier, thereby missing a significant opportunity. I wonder where my ancestor is at this moment. Could he return to preside over matters in the Yujian Sect? Feng Qingzi suddenly addressed Lu Feng. Simply call me Lu Feng. I am but an old servant to the master and unworthy of the title of ancestor. As for overseeing the affairs of the Yujian Sect, the master is reluctant to engage in such matters. However, should the Yujian Sect face adversity, he will not turn a blind eye. Lu Feng's words resonated deeply with the crowd, marking him as the servant of the Yujian Sect's venerable ancestor. Furthermore, the ancestor had clearly stated his stance regarding the Yujian Sect. He would not interfere in trivial matters, but would not allow anyone to oppress the sect. Since the ancestor is unwilling to make an appearance, so be it. However, Lu Feng, as a follower of our esteemed ancestor, is, by extension, a part of the Yujian Sect. We kindly request that you do not decline this role, Elder Lu Feng. Initially, Lu Feng intended to refuse once more, but after receiving a message from Lu Chen, he tacitly accepted the title. Very well then, just now the master conveyed to me that from this day forth, I shall be a disciple of the Yujian Sect. Upon hearing Lu Feng's declaration, Feng Qingzi and the others were filled with delight. Although the ancestor claimed not to meddle in the sect's affairs, allowing Lu Feng to acknowledge his affiliation signifies the ancestor's protective stance towards the Yujian Sect. With Lu Feng by his side, Feng Qingzi felt a renewed sense of strength. Observing the sea of kneeling figures around him, he turned to Lu Feng. Understanding Feng Qingzi's intent, the onlookers from various factions felt the oppressive pressure suddenly lift, allowing them to rise to their feet. The servant of the Yujian Sect's ancestor was indeed formidable. They had been subdued merely for their earlier silence in supporting Feng Qingzi. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances, swallowing their indignation. In the main hall, only one remained kneeling, the Yuanian cultivator who had struck Feng Qingzi. Terror filled his eyes, beads of perspiration streaming down his face. Lu Feng turned to regard this Yuanian cultivator, swiftly extracting his Yuanian and conducting a soul search. He discovered the man's name was Lai Kai, a member of a third-tier dynasty known as the Great Club Dynasty, affiliated with a third-grade sect. Subsequently, Lu Feng tore through space and departed. As he vanished, the crowd hurriedly approached Feng Qingzi, their true colors laid bare. Feng Qingzi approached the venerable ancestor of the North Liang royal family, Liang Zhu, expressing his gratitude. Liang Zhu and Feng Qingzi were old acquaintances, thus no extensive explanation was necessary. Subsequently, Feng Qingzi directed his attention to his fellow Yuanian cultivators. Senior, I'm immensely grateful for your assistance just now. It is of no consequence. I merely intervened because I deemed his actions excessive, the elder replied. Regardless, I must extend my thanks. May I inquire about your esteemed faction, so that my Yujian Sect may express its gratitude appropriately? Ah. The Yuanian cultivator pondered for a moment before addressing Feng Qingzi. Sect leader Feng, there is no need for such formalities. I am Xiao Wanlin, an ancestor of the Xiao family from the Yu Yang dynasty. If you do not mind, let us address each other as friends. Referring to me as senior would be an undue honor. Excellent, that suits me splendidly, Daoist Xiao. A quarter of an hour later, a portion of the attendees in the main hall discreetly departed. They felt no shame in leaving, as they had not stepped forward to assist the Yujian Sect during its time of need. However, the majority remained, hoping to forge connections with the Yujian Sect, seeking to align themselves with its illustrious ancestors. Suddenly, a spatial portal materialized within the main hall, and Lu Feng emerged, holding several severed heads in a spatial ring. The sect of that individual has been completely annihilated, and all its treasures are contained within this spatial ring. Upon his arrival, Lu Feng tossed the heads and the ring to Feng Qingzi. The master has decreed that those who dare to oppress my Yujian Sect shall face the annihilation of their faction, with the heads of their prominent members displayed outside the gates of a Yujian Sect as a warning to nefarious individuals. It became evident that Lu Feng had received orders from the ancestor of the Yujian Sect to eradicate the entire faction of the troublesome Yuanian cultivator. Explaining his sudden departure, the ferocity of his actions was astonishing. Lu Feng then dismissed the visitors, retaining only Liang Zhu and Xiao Wanlin. He entrusted them with pills meant for Lu Chun and escorted them out of the Yujian Sect. Inside the main hall, at Lu Feng's behest, Feng Qingzi urgently summoned the 10 elders. Ancestor, the 10 elders have arrived. We await your commands and shall fulfill them without fail. Lu Feng then produced a tome of cultivation methods. Upon seeing it, Feng Qingzi and the 10 elders were instantly struck with overwhelming astonishment, followed by tears of joy. This is the complete version of the Yujian Ju. The Yujian Sect has been deprived of it for countless years, and yet, here it is before us once more. The fragmented texts we have been practicing have hindered our progress, but now, the complete method lies within our grasp. In unison, Feng Qingzi and the 10 elders knelt before Lu Feng. Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing upon us the complete text. Lu Feng raised them up, surveying the assembly. He then produced another spatial ring of indeterminate quality. In addition to this tome and the ring I previously bestowed upon you, the master has generously provided another spatial ring. Within are some earth-tier cultivation methods and various elixirs and spirit stones to aid in your training. Handing the ring to Feng Qingzi, Lu Feng vanished, leaving behind a final remark. I have returned to Sir my lord. Furthermore, my lord has instructed you to diligently cultivate and restore the former glory of the sword-wielding sect. The resources contained herein are sufficient to propel the sect towards the 4th tier. Do not fear any difficulties. Should the heavens crumble, he shall intervene. I bid farewell to the ancestor. Feng Qingzi used his spiritual sense to probe the ring containing the entire resources of a 3rd-tier sect. Various elixirs, magical artifacts, and techniques. It would likely take them at least 3 days to comprehend everything within. He then turned his attention to the ring given by Lu Feng, and in an instant, Feng Qingzi was left speechless, rooted to the spot. Soon, a cry of astonishment echoed, alerting all members of the sect. From this day forth, the sword-wielding sect shall seal its gates and refuse all visitors. Although the contents of this ring are not numerous, they are sufficient to stir the greed of the empire. At least 10 earth-tier techniques, nearly 100 elixirs for advancing to the god transformation stage. The number of elixirs suitable for Yuanian and Jindan stage cultivators is simply countless. Most terrifying are the thousands of top-grade spirit stones, each the size of a fist, piled in one corner of the ring. There are even hundreds of spirit crystals. With the sword-wielding sect closing its doors, the events occurring within the main hall rapidly spread to the surrounding royal sects and powers, even shaking the forces of the neighboring Jiaopan Empire and Tianyan Empire. A small second-tier sect, bullied, sought its ancestor dispatch a god transformation servant to annihilate the entire force that had oppressed the sword-wielding sect. Such tyranny is evident. That third-tier sect, despite having 4 Yuaniing ancestors and a peak Yuaniing being, could not withstand even a single incense stick's worth of time before being utterly slaughtered, their mountain gate shattered. And the scene within the sect was horrifying. The dynasty to which this sect belonged sent people to investigate, only to discover that all disciples had been reduced to headless corpses. The severed heads of the 4 Yuaniing ancestors now hang at the entrance of the sword-wielding sect. In an instant, the sword-wielding sect's reputation soared. It became widely known that the Beiliang dynasty harbored a second-tier sect not to be trifled with. Several other second-tier powers were frantically searching for their sect's hidden transmissions, hoping to ascertain whether they too had such an ancestor alive. Far away, in the Tianyan Empire's Kai family, the 2 ancestors gazed at the jade slip recording the news, then turned to the many direct descendants of the Kai family seated below. One of the ancestors spoke. According to Qing, the young man Frost encountered during her escapade is a disciple of the sword-wielding sect's ancestor. What are your thoughts? Ancestor. This presents a remarkable opportunity. As the elder regarded him in silence, the middle-aged man continued. The young man gifted his family heirloom jade pendant to Frost, indicating a potential bond between them. Moreover, according to Kai Qing's younger brother, Frost has feelings for the young man. If they were to unite, the Kai family would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally. Upon concluding his remarks, both the direct descendants present and even the previously silent god transformation ancestor nodded in agreement with this proposal. Seeing one of the ancestors acquiesce, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, resplendent and ethereal, seated at the front, rose to his feet. No, Shuang is still too young. Isn't it rather hasty to proceed like this? Observing the standing figure, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier appeared unfazed. Kai Yun, as the head of the family, you must consider the interests of our clan. Moreover, there is nothing inappropriate about Shuang marrying at this time. As for the youth's character, did not Brother Kai Qing also mention it? His willingness to shoulder responsibilities marks him as a person of promise. Not to mention, he possesses a unique and extraordinary constitution. Furthermore, with a formidable master of unknown prowess, both his lineage and his own attributes render him a suitable match for Shuang. I, Kai Zirui, am not a villain. How could I bear to see my niece suffer? At this moment, Kai Yun was seething with anger. Shuang was his daughter, and he could not bear the thought of her being hastily married off. Yet, Kai Zirui's previous assertions held merit, and as a pillar of the Kai family, his perspective was rooted in the family's interests. He found himself at a loss for a counterargument, merely emitting a cold snort before sitting down. The elder, who had thus far remained silent, now spoke a statement that left Kai Yun with little room for rebuttal. Yun'er, what Rui said is indeed correct. A century ago, the Tianyan dynasty underwent a cataclysm that led to the demise of a transformation stage cultivator from our Kai family, along with over a dozen nascent soul cultivators. From that moment onward, upon assuming the role of family head, you have been acutely aware of the precarious position of our clan. The Tianyan royal family has already prepared to take action against us. If we were to secure a powerful ally at this juncture, the Tianyan royal family would have to reconsider the feasibility of targeting us. A century prior, an ancestor of the Tianyan royal family achieved consummation in the transformation stage, after which the dynasty gradually began to suppress the influence of the 3 major families, with the Kai family being the most vulnerable due to its proximity to the imperial capital. The Kai family had initially sought to ally with the other 2 families to resist the royal family, yet for reasons unknown, none extended their hands of assistance. The 4th-tier sects of the Tianyan dynasty were equally disinterested in meddling with royal affairs, leading to a gradual encroachment on the Kai family's territory. Over time, this imbalance would inevitably place the Kai family in jeopardy. A similar situation unfolded within the royal conference of the Foot Basin dynasty. The Foot Basin dynasty stands as the most formidable among the Tianyan, Water Qing, and Foot Basin empires. The esteemed ancestor, and Beiqing Yue, was in seclusion, striving to break through to the separation stage. Once achieved, he would qualify for the elevation of the great dynasty. Visitas un by King Yu. The royal family also boasted another transformation stage cultivator and 3 mid-level transformation stage ancestors. Additionally, the various sects and families within the Foot Basin dynasty collectively possessed over 30 transformation stage elders, including 2 at the consummate level. Within the secret chamber of the Foot Basin dynasty, all transformation stage powers gathered, save for the sequestered and Bei Qingyue, as they deliberated on plans to expand the dynasty's influence following his breakthrough. Presently, the most significant threat to the Foot Basin dynasty was the enigmatic ancestor of the sword-controlling sect. While it was common knowledge that this minor second-tier sect harbored a mysterious elder, no one knew the extent of his powers. He was exceedingly elusive, and even when the sword-controlling sect faced adversity, only a servant at the initial transformation stage would appear to represent them. 2 of my nascent soul disciples sent to investigate have lost contact. The teleportation jade talismans I provided them were activated near the Swordmaster sect. Yet the transfer was unsuccessful, seemingly obstructed by a formidable force, conservatively estimated to be a perfected transformation stage entity. Although such perfected beings are not entirely absent for them, a desperate counterattack from one would be insurmountable for anyone present, resulting in incalculable losses. The Water Qing dynasty is merely on the brink of a perfected transformation stage with an ancestral figure. And even the strongest from other sects barely reached the late transformation stage, marking them as the weakest among the 3 dynasties. Now, however, they have gained a perfected transformation stage individual. Should they launch an assault on the Water Qing dynasty, they would be flanked by a surprise attack from the Tianyin dynasty. While the Water Qing dynasty lacks a perfected transformation stage figure, the Tianyin dynasty boasts 2 such formidable beings. Even if the 3 perfected transformation stage ancestors of the Foot Basin dynasty manage to restrain the Tianyin's perfected ancestral figure for a time, the forces at the Water Qing battlefield may still have to confront the ancestor from the Swordmaster sect directly. The Foot Basin dynasty's perfected ancestor, even if held back by Tianyin's ancestor for half a day, would be sufficient to alter the dynamics of the Water Qing battlefield. If Bei Qingyue successfully breaks through to the spirit separation stage, all issues would be resolved effortlessly. However, a failed breakthrough would undoubtedly result in demise. At that juncture, not only would the path to establishing a great dynasty be severed, but they might also face a joint assault from the 2 great dynasties. After much deliberation, the assembly concluded to await Bei Qingyue's return post-breakthrough for further discussions. The spirit separation stage entails enduring the tribulation of 6 ninefold celestial calamities. Even with prior arrangements to mitigate the scope, risks remain. Bei Qingyue is currently in seclusion, preparing to confront the spirit separation stage at an island off the eastern shores of the Foot Basin dynasty. The eastern domain continent is encircled by the endless sea, with the Foot Basin dynasty situated at its fringe, half of its borders enveloped by the ocean. Achieving a breakthrough in this location minimizes the potential hazards of the 6 ninefold calamities, while also allowing for the defense against other dynasties' perfected beings attempting to intervene. At this moment, Bei Qingyue is secluded on an island several hundred miles wide, not far from the territory of the Foot Basin dynasty. If one were unfamiliar with this individual, who could imagine that the renowned Bei Qingyue is, in fact, a young man of gentle and refined appearance? Chapter 12. The War of Dynasties begins. Since the incident establishing the Swordmaster sect prestige, 3 years have quietly passed. The thousands of disciples within the Swordmaster sect, who have remained behind closed doors, have made significant advancements in their cultivation. Over these 3 years, Chen has continuously supplied various resources to the Swordmaster sect through Lu Feng, resulting in an atmosphere of thriving prosperity within the sect. The sect leader, Feng Qingzi, a prodigy in his own right, having practiced the complete Swordmaster technique, has soared to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage under Lu Chen's diverse medicinal aids and indirect guidance. Other elders occupying various positions within the sect have also broken through to the golden core or nascent soul stages. Presently, the sect's young master, Li Yinfeng, stands at the mid-golden core stage, while several core disciples have attained the early golden core stage. Even the thousands of disciples, including the miscellaneous ones, have embarked on the path of cultivation, each stepping into the realm of qi refining. In the present day, only those at the gathering yuan stage may be considered outer disciples, while only those who have reached the condensation true stage can truly be deemed inner disciples. Disciples who attain the foundation establishment stage are granted the newly established title of true inheritance disciples. At this moment, Feng Qingzi stood aloft above the main hall of the Swordmaster sect, gazing at the flourishing scene before him. Overcome with emotion, he found his eyes brimming with tears, for his revered master had once envisioned such a moment during his lifetime. In the sepulchre, with the assistance of 3 years of diligent attendance, Lu Chen had ascended to the spirit-severing realm, while his disciple Yi Chen had successfully achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. However, to Lu Chen's dismay, his so-called senior brother, Li Yunfeng, had continuously urged him to train over these 3 years. Reluctantly, Lu Chen had to reveal his early gathering yuan cultivation to deceive others and provide an explanation. He had hoped that this would suffice to satisfy Li Yunfeng, but instead, Li Yunfeng redirected his efforts to press Yi Chen in his practice. Consequently, Lu Chen found himself in a state of bemusement, only for Li Yunfeng's insistence to cease when Yi Chen displayed his cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. Li Yunfeng, the appointed young master of the Swordmaster sect, had once considered assisting Lu Chen in relocating from the sepulchre. However, after Lu Chen repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to depart, Li Yunfeng ceased to mention the matter. Ding. Detection of host location. Sepulchre. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Silly system. Warning to the host. Abusive language towards the system is strictly prohibited. Silly system. Silly system. Detection of host's abusive remarks. The system will reduce rewards as punishment. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving the semi-divine level sword technique. A sword comes from the west. Could this foolish system truly lower the level of rewards? Until now, the system had merely recited its usual lines, introducing the reward functions or inquiring about the sign-in process. Now, it had deviated from its norm to retort, leaving Lu Chen somewhat astonished. After lamenting his downgraded rewards, Lu Chen resignedly ceased his disputes. With a swift motion, he once again vanished into the Void Realm. Over the past 3 years, the flora within the Void Realm had proliferated, and the once gray sky now displayed a hint of blue. The expanse of vegetation had already covered thousands of miles, presenting a vibrant tableau of life. Greetings, Master. Master has grown even stronger. As Lu Chen stepped into the Void Realm, the 2 nascent soul cultivators from the Foot Basin dynasty, whom he had captured previously, knelt before him, respectfully offering their greetings. The 2 nascent soul practitioners, initially at the early stage, had remarkably reached the consummate nascent soul stage after 3 years, thanks to the pills and spirit stones that Lu Chen had bestowed upon them. In the outside world, it would take ordinary cultivators at least a century or 2 to ascend from the early nascent soul stage to the perfected stage, and without exceptional talent, many would remain forever stagnant at the early nascent soul stage. While 30 years had passed in the outside world, only 3 years had elapsed in the Void Realm, during which the 2 had achieved the nascent soul completion and even harbored hopes of transcending to the spirit transformation stage. They had pledged their unwavering loyalty to Lu Chen following his breakthrough into the spirit-severing realm. Departing from the area where the 2 resided, Lu Chen arrived at an open space and retrieved the exquisite spiritual weapon he had obtained from a sign-in. Gathering his spiritual energy, he swiftly executed the technique. A sword comes from the west. 15 minutes later, the radiant sword light finally dissipated. The path of one sword coming from the west shattered the space as if the very world were on the verge of collapse. Observing the results of his sword trial, Lu Chen departed from the Void Realm with satisfaction. Upon exiting the Void Realm, Lu Chen resumed his state of repose, having replaced his old rocking chair with a new one. This new rocking chair, crafted from a rare tree found in the Void Realm, facilitated tranquility of the mind and expedited meditation. As Lu Chen lay down to meditate, his puppet, Lu Feng, returned to the mausoleum after fulfilling his mission assigned by the sect master of the Sword Sovereign sect. Lu Feng had reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. Originally, when Lu Chen broke through to the spirit-severing stage, he intended to upgrade Lu Feng as well, but he soon discovered that it was impossible. After consulting the system, he realized that Lu Feng was merely a low-level puppet capable of enduring a maximum of the divine transformation stage's fragmented power. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Chen resigned himself to the fact that he could no longer upgrade Lu Feng. Nevertheless, Lu Feng's mastery of the divine transformation stage was sufficient to safeguard the sect's security. Within the Sword Sovereign sect's main hall, Feng Qingzi, having just received Lu Feng's orders, urgently convened a meeting of all sect members. Subsequently, he gathered all disciples in the sect's grand plaza. Feng Qingzi and the 10 elders stood in midair, gazing down at the assembled thousands of disciples. 3 years ago, when our sect's ancestor returned, we sealed the mountains and dedicated ourselves to cultivating our strength, awaiting the moment to astonish the world. Our ancestor bestowed upon us countless elixirs, treasures, and techniques, enabling our sect to reach this remarkable state within 3 years. Feng Qingzi's voice resonated with a mixture of unwavering confidence and solemnity, while the disciples in the plaza focused intently on him, their expressions grave. Today, I have received the ancestor's command. Henceforth, our sword sovereign sect shall emerge from the mountains. As Feng Qingzi concluded his proclamation, the plaza erupted in cheers. The urgent bell of the sword sovereign sect tolled. The misty formation surrounding the mountains dissipated, and the foreheads of the nascent soul ancestors outside the sect's gates remained untainted by decay, their blood still vivid, imparting an ineffable majesty to the re-emerging sect. The news of the sword sovereign sect's emergence spread like wildfire, reaching every faction within the 3 great empires. Prince Liang Yuan of the northern Liang kingdom was among the first to take the royal ancestor, Liang Ju, to pay a visit. However, he found that the sword sovereign sect was now transformed. Who could have imagined that within merely 3 years, it had evolved into an extraordinarily powerful third-tier sect? He was only left to report this development to the Shuaiqing Empire. Every sect, or dynasty seeking advancement, was required to report to their respective empires, which in turn would inform the sacred grounds in the central regions of the Eastern Domain. However, when a sect advanced, it had the right to do so independently of the dynasty. At this juncture, the sect could choose to relocate or remain, while the dynasty would consequently be relegated to a subordinate status. Liang Yuan had no desire for the sword sovereign sect to relocate. If they chose to stay, it would instill a profound sense of intimidation upon the surrounding third-tier dynasties. As long as the northern Liang royal family could be preserved, he would not mind their subjugation to the sword sovereign sect. Feng Qingzi was undoubtedly aware of Liang Yuan's intentions. Previously, he could have acted independently, but now he was under the guidance of the ancestral figure, necessitating consultation with him. He promptly reached out to Lu Feng, who, upon receiving the news, began to inquire about Lu Chen, subsequently relaying Lu Chen's sentiments to Feng Qingzi. Getting accustomed to residing here, it would be prudent to remain for the time being. The revitalization of the Yujian Sect is not a task to be accomplished in haste. He also informed the northern Liang king that they did not require vassals. We continue to belong to the northern Liang dynasty, should any external forces oppress the northern Liang. Let not be forgotten that the thousands of disciples of the Yujian Sect are all children of northern Liang. The righteousness of the ancestral figure, Liang Yuan and Liang Ju, express their profound gratitude to the venerable ancestor. After conveying Lu Chen's message, both Liang Yuan and the royal ancestor Liang Ju knelt in unison, tears streaming down their faces as they offered their heartfelt thanks to the so-called ancestral figure, Lu Chen. Upon their departure, Lu Chen instructed Lu Feng to provide them with a portion of cultivation resources to bolster the strength of the northern Liang royal family. Upon returning to the royal capital, Liang Yuan's first order of business was to allocate the cultivation resources appropriately and arrange for personnel to petition the Shuaiqing dynasty for an upgrade for the Yujian Sect. 3 years elapsed, and the grand ancestor of the Shuaiqing dynasty finally ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. However, at the same time, the ancestor of the Jiaopen dynasty, Anbei Qingyue, also achieved a breakthrough. Anbei Qingyue now sat upon the dragon throne in the palace of the Jiaopen dynasty, an ominous aura inadvertently emanating from him. He had succeeded in advancing to the spirit-severing stage. Upon his command, the transformation stage cultivators of the Jiaopen dynasty began to assemble, along with dozens of vassal dynasties, forming a formidable army of nearly 30 million cultivators to march against the Shuaiqing dynasty. Within a single day of the outbreak of war, the Shuaiqing dynasty lost a third of its territory. 8 or 9 vassal dynasties were utterly obliterated. The grand ancestor of the Shuaiqing dynasty hastily assumed the role of emperor and dispatched urgent orders to various dynasties to counterattack the Jiaopen dynasty. Just after the messengers rushed to convey the counteroffensive orders, the grand ancestor sent forth a nascent soul prince, sparing no effort to hasten to the Tianyun dynasty, requesting their military assistance. 3 days later, the Jiaopen dynasty launched another assault. The forces of the Shuaiqing dynasty fought valiantly, suffering countless casualties, leaving the ground strewn with corpses, the blood of cultivators staining the earth. Just as the armies of the Shui Qing dynasty began to falter, the Jiaopin dynasty unexpectedly ordered retreat. The Tianyun dynasty had struck. At that moment, the Tianyun royal family redirected their focus from targeting the Kai family to the Jiaopin dynasty, even reconciling with the Kai family. The ancestral figure of the Tianyun royal family understood, well, that if the Shui Qing dynasty were to be annihilated, their own survival would be short-lived. Every ounce of strength was indispensable. Within the palace of the Jiaopin dynasty, and Bei Qingyue, seated on the dragon throne, received the news of the Tianyun dynasty's offensive and smirked. At last, that old fool of the Tianyun dynasty could no longer contain himself. Very well, let's have some fun with them. I only hope that neither of the two great dynasties meets their demise too soon, lest I lose my amusement. With the Tianyun dynasty now a distraction for the Jiaopin dynasty, the Shui Qing dynasty gained a moment of respite. Meanwhile, the grand ancestor of the Shui Qing dynasty, Huang Weilin, seethed with fury, cursing the Jiaopin dynasty, feeling a pang of anguish in his heart. In the era of the Shui Qing dynasty, the venerable Huang Taiji had attained the pinnacle of transformation, on the brink of ascending to divinity. Alas, during the tribulation, he was ambushed by the treacherous Anbei Qingyue, leading to a catastrophic failure that resulted in his demise. Thus, he became the current patriarch. For had the esteemed Huang still been alive, he would never have tolerated such oppression. As Huang Weilin seethed with indignation, a messenger entered the grand hall, prompting him to momentarily suppress his fury. The messenger reported that the armies of various dynasties had gathered at the front line, with the Bailiang dynasty's forces personally led by their ancestral figure, Liang Jin. Moreover, it was conveyed that the Yujian Sect had emerged from seclusion. After reconnaissance, it was revealed that their strength had ascended to that of a third-tier sect, with their leader, Feng Qingzi, achieving the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. The messenger's revelations left the representatives of the various factions within the hall utterly astonished. The Yujian Sect had been a topic of great discussion 3 years prior. Who among them was unaware of it? Yet, at that time, their leader Feng Qingzi had merely been at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and in a mere 3 years, he had transformed into a formidable nascent soul expert. This remarkable progression elicited admiration and led to contemplation of the enigmatic ancestor behind this transformation. It became evident that only that mysterious patriarch could have facilitated such an extraordinary feat suddenly. A representative from one of the factions stood forth. Patriarch Huang. The changes within the Yujian Sect are undoubtedly the result of this mysterious ancestor's influence. Their power is without question that of the legendary divine being. The Yujian Sect, being affiliated with the Bailiang and our Shui Qing dynasty, I propose that we urge the Bailiang dynasty to summon this ancestor. This statement garnered unanimous agreement from all present, even eliciting a nod of approval from Huang Weilin himself. Although the ancestor of the Yujian Sect had slain the Dragon Slayer in the grand scheme, if the Shui Qing dynasty were to fall, the Bailiang would not stand a chance either. Moreover, the Bailiang and other nations were ensnared within the territories of the two colossal dynasties. Contact Liang Yuan and inform him to ensure the ancestor of the Yujian Sect is summoned. If that is unfeasible, we must compel the Yujian Sect to engage in battle. Understood. The messenger promptly departed the royal palace and set forth into the distance. On the battlefield between the Tianyun dynasty and the Jiaopin dynasty, the two armies continued their fierce confrontation. The forces of the Tianyun dynasty had only joined the fray for less than a day, yet had already initiated over 30 battlefronts, the ferocity of which far exceeded that of the Shui Qing dynasty. Each battlefield was a veritable mountain of corpses, rivers flowing with blood, stretching for thousands of miles. Mortal soldiers fell, only to be succeeded by cultivators. The conflict had now escalated to a battleground for Golden Core practitioners, and if this trajectory persisted, it would inevitably evolve into a clash of nascent soul warriors. For 100,000 miles, not a single rooster crowed, nor was there a trace of life. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the aftermath of this battle would surely be a matter of dread. The armies of the Shui Qing dynasty had fully assembled and advanced toward the capital of the Jiaopin dynasty, spanning an expanse of 800,000 miles. The Jiaopin dynasty had yet to launch a counteroffensive before halting their advance. To their astonishment, the Jiaopin dynasty initiated another assault. They were engaged in battle with both the Tianyun dynasty and the Shui Qing dynasty simultaneously, showcasing the terrifying strength of their national power. After 3 days of fierce combat, both sides even deployed nascent soul practitioners to counter one another. The war has now escalated into a fervent stage, with both sides unleashing their techniques on the battlefield. From time to time, a Yuaning elder falls. After nearly 10 days of slaughter, the sky has been shrouded in a crimson hue. Just as the three great empires engage in fierce combat on the main battlefield, the subordinate dynasties of these empires have also begun their formal confrontations. As a sect under the Shuiqing Empire, the Yujian Sect naturally received the call to arms from Liang Yuan. Consequently, Feng Qingzi, accompanied by 9 elders, led 3,000 disciples to the battlefield, leaving only the Grand Elder Wang Changhai to manage the sect. A contingent from a tertiary dynasty of the Jiaopen Empire has advanced to within 100 miles of the western edge of the Beiliang Empire. Following the deaths of the Jinggang Sect's master and Grand Elder at the hands of Lu Feng, the sect has lost its formidable strength and soon fell victim to the assaults of nearby first-tier sects, becoming an inconsequential faction. As a result, the western edge of the Beiliang Empire lacks capable leaders to organize a resistance. Feng Qingzi thus hastened to this location. Upon reaching the border of Beiliang's western territory, Feng Qingzi encountered the army of the tertiary dynasty, leading to a fierce battle. Fortunately, the strongest opponents were merely 3 mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivators. After Feng Qingzi dispatched them, the tides of battle began to turn. With his perfected Yuan-ing cultivation and celestial tier techniques, along with a low-grade spiritual weapon acquired from Lu Chen before his departure, even the presence of early-stage Huashan cultivators could not match his prowess. Chapter 13. The battlefield transforms, the Tianyun Kai family in peril. The war among the 3 great empires has ebbed and flowed for over a month. Initially, Tianyun and Shuiqing could contend with the Jiaopen Empire. But as the disparity in national strength became apparent, Shuiqing was the first to show signs of collapse. Although the Tianyun Empire could still resist to some extent due to the presence of 2 perfected Huashan elders, they could not prevent the increasingly obvious decline. The Grand Elder of the Shuiqing Empire, Huang Weilin, suffered severe injuries during his battle against 3 peak Huashan experts from the Jiaopen Empire. Had it not been for a 4th-tier sect elder from Shuiqing breaking through to the peak of Huashan to assist Huang Weilin in restraining one of the Jiaopen's peak Huashan, he would have perished in that conflict. It could be said that he narrowly escaped death in that battle. The Shuiqing Empire has already lost 2/3 of its territory, with over 20 subordinate dynasties flattened and several others defecting mid-battle. At this moment, only the Beiliang, Beiqi, Beizhou, Beitang, and Yuntai dynasties remain steadfastly resisting alongside the Shuiqing Empire. Within a tent near the battlefield along the Shuiqing Empire's border, Huang Weilin, appearing frail and bloodied, resembled a decrepit old man on the brink of his final rest. As he gazed at the blood-soaked monarchs of the 5 dynasties and the elders of various factions surrounding him, a heavy sentiment weighed upon his heart. My esteemed companions, who have stood by me through thick and thin, sacrificing every last drop of blood for our cause, I feel deeply indebted to you all on behalf of the Shuiqing royal family. Now, with the Jiaopen Empire's forces pressing close, less than 300 miles from our main camp, if anyone wishes to retreat, I shall not impede you. Huang Weilin understood that the Shuiqing Empire had been thoroughly defeated. He could not summon the elder of the Yujian Sect, and was left to accept the harsh reality. He had once personally visited the Sword Sect, yet Lu Chen did not meet him, nor did the esteemed elder Lu Feng, whom the Sword Sect presented, ever lay eyes upon him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon his request for the elder to emerge from seclusion. Just then a messenger burst in, shouting, "I report to the great elder. The Foot Basin Dynasty has organized a 1,000,000-strong army, led by 2 peak Transformation Realm cultivators and 10 initial Transformation Realm cultivators, advancing towards the northern Liang Dynasty." Upon hearing this news, everyone turned to Liang Yuan, who felt a tightening in his heart. He had not anticipated that the Foot Basin army would first target his northern Liang. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the elder of the Sword Sect would intervene to thwart this impending crisis. The current strongest individual in the Waterqing dynasty, Huang Weilin, was severely injured and lacked the strength to contend against foes of equal rank. Thus, the most prudent course was to return to northern Liang and defend against the external threat, bidding farewell to the great elder Huang Weilin of the Waterqing dynasty. Liang Yuan hastily led the army back to northern Liang. At that moment, the western border of northern Liang was engulfed in flames of war. Hearing the news, Feng Qingzi again ventured forth with disciples of the Sword Sect, including Li Yunfeng. However, this time he was unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. They were to confront 2 peak transformation realm cultivators and 10 initial transformation realm cultivators. After slaughtering tens of thousands of enemy cultivators, including several initial nascent soul practitioners, Feng Qingzi found himself targeted by an enemy transformation realm cultivator. Astonishingly, Feng Qingzi, a mere consummate nascent soul cultivator, managed to engage the initial transformation realm opponent in a fierce exchange, neither side gaining the upper hand. One of the peak transformation realm cultivators from the Foot Basin army seemed unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further and personally took to the battlefield. With but a flick of his finger, Feng Qingzi was grievously wounded and fell from the sky. The disciples of the Sword Sect quickly surrounded him, with Li Yunfeng standing protectively in front of Feng Qingzi. Although their strongest member had been defeated, their resolve did not waver. They would protect their sect leader even at the cost of their lives. Seeing the youthful disciples risking their lives to shield him, Feng Qingzi gritted his teeth and rose once more, stepping to the forefront of the formation, positioning himself before his disciples. Even if he were to die, he would do so in front of them. The actions of Feng Qingzi and his companions appeared to the peak transformation realm cultivator as nothing more than a swarm of ants huddling together. He then unleashed a palm strike towards the Sword Sect members, despite their various counterattacks. They could not diminish the speed of the descending hand and could only watch helplessly as it approached. Within the Sword Sect's cemetery, Lu Chen's consciousness had been keenly observing the situation of Feng Qingzi and Li Yunfeng. Witnessing the peak transformation realm cultivator prepare to deliver a lethal blow, Lu Chen's fury ignited. He did not care if Feng Qingzi was harmed, but Li Yunfeng, who treated him like an elder brother caring for a younger sibling, had long since earned his affection. How could he tolerate anyone harming Li Yunfeng? With that thought, he unleashed a sword light, slicing towards the western border. He was determined to intervene in this war. A roar echoed throughout the northern Liang dynasty. Dare to harm my Sword Sect disciples, and you shall die. Everything in the world seemed to freeze at the sound of that sword strike. Liang Yuan, rushing back, looked up in astonishment at the sword flying overhead, as if an ant had glimpsed a vast sea of stars, utterly awestruck, given the direction from which the sword light approached. Coupled with the thunderous voice resonating in his ears, Liang Yuan has decisively determined that this unmistakably belongs to the voice of the mysterious elder of the Yujian Sect. The elder of the Yujian Sect has made his move. The formidable strike from the pinnacle of the transformation stage of the Foot Basin dynasty was effortlessly dissipated beneath Lu Chen's sword. Along with this dissipating attack, not only did the peak of the transformation stage vanish, but also the entirety of the Foot Basin army. Feng Qingzi and the others were left in a state of shock, as they had just faced a 1,000,000-strong army and 12 transformation stage cultivators, only to now find themselves in an empty expanse, overshadowed by a chasm of unknown depth stretching for tens of thousands of miles. A single sword from the west has decimated 1,000,000 troops. Just as the crowd was yet to recover from this awe-inspiring revelation, a voice filled with murderous intent, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, echoed throughout the North Liang dynasty, reaching even the battlefield where Huang Weilin was stationed. I, the Yujian Sect, hereby declare our full engagement in this war. Any army of the Foot Basin dynasty that my disciples encounter shall be met with annihilation. Lu Chen's proclamation instantly reignited the flickering hope among the coalition forces that had nearly surrendered to despair. They had not anticipated that the Foot Basin dynasty's offensive against North Liang would provoke the enigmatic elder of the Yujian Sect. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout, marking a significant turning point. The elder of the Yujian Sect has made his appearance. In fact, at the moment Lu Chen announced their involvement, 3 streaks of light had already emerged from within the Yujian Sect, representing 3 transformation stage cultivators. Moments later, they vanished from sight. Half a day later, reports of great victories began to stream in from various battlefields of the Shuiqing dynasty, attributed to the emergence of a formidable trio, 1 at the pinnacle of the transformation stage and 2 at the initial stage, all wielding spirit artifacts radiating terrifying energy, cutting through 30,000 miles of enemy lines in mere hours. The Shuiqing dynasty lacked any pinnacle transformation stage cultivators, leading the Foot Basin dynasty to underestimate the necessity of deploying their own. The three pinnacle transformation stage cultivators from the Foot Basin dynasty were still engaged at the Tianyan battlefield, preoccupied with restraining the two formidable adversaries of the Tianyan dynasty. Within the Shuaiqing dynasty, these three powerful beings from the back mountain of the Yujian Sect slaughtered the Foot Basin army with reckless abandon, leaving no survivors in their wake, thus dramatically reversing the tide of battle. Various factions began to investigate until the trio reached the battlefield where the elder of North Liang, Liang Jin, was stationed, and the leader was recognized by Liang Jin as none other than Lu Feng, the openly acknowledged elder of the Yujian Sect. However, the identities of the two initial stage cultivators accompanying Lu Feng remained unknown. In truth, these two were Yamamoto Ko and the Ancestor Knight, who had been cultivating flora within Lu Chen's Void Realm. At this moment, Lu Chen had chosen to release them, and the two had long since pledged their loyalty. Although the Foot Basin dynasty was their homeland, their treatment had been far from favorable. Without Lu Chen, they would have likely only reached the late stage of the nascent soul. In other words, had they possessed greater talent, they would not have been dispatched by the sect's elder to gather intelligence on Lu Chen. Soon, news of the three would reach Anbei Qingyue's ears. Within the Foot Basin Imperial Palace, the current emperor was kneeling beside the dragon chair, while Anbei Qingyue sat comfortably upon it, embracing a delicate beauty, relishing the exquisite delights being fed to him. Beneath the palace, a myriad of graceful dancers swayed, performing enchanting dances that filled the air with a sense of joy, devoid of any semblance of war. Just as Abe Saijutsu was lost in the moment, a messenger burst into the grand hall, swiftly kneeling at its center. Reporting to the ancestor, our forces have suffered a complete collapse along the front with the Shuaiqing dynasty. Abe Saijutsu, instinctively pushing aside the beauty in his embrace, displayed a look of confusion. What news, ancestor? The messenger continued. On the battlefield against the Shuaiqing dynasty, a perfected deity has emerged, accompanied by two initial stage deities. Armed with unknown grade spiritual weapons, they have slaughtered our army across a 30,000-mile front in a single day. Have we discerned which faction they belong to? Upon hearing of the three deities wielding spiritual weapons, Abe Saijutsu's interest was piqued. Is it not the case that only the most formidable of the divine can possess such weapons? The messenger replied, it is ascertained that they hail from a secondary nation under the Shuaiqing dynasty, specifically the Bailiang Kingdom, and are the ancestors of a second-tier sect. How could a second-tier sect ancestor, having barely transcended the nascent soul stage, possess the capability to annihilate our 30,000-mile front in a single day? Even mortals would require several days to achieve such a massacre. Preposterous. You have been unable to conquer the Shuaiqing dynasty for over a month, and now you concoct such a farce to deceive me. A mere second-tier sect ancestor, at best, has momentarily breached the nascent soul stage. What power could they possibly wield? Abe Saijutsu's eyes widened in fury, the composure of youth stripped away. At that moment, a deity within the hall stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Abe Saijutsu. Ancestor Saijutsu, this messenger may not be lying. Oh, Abe Saijutsu suppressed his anger, his countenance shifting to one of intrigue as he regarded the deity who had stepped forward. Ancestor Saijutsu, this Yujian Sect emerged during your seclusion. 3 years ago, a deity at the initial stage appeared, claiming to be a servant of the Yujian Sect's ancestor. Yet no one has ever seen this ancestor. This initial stage deity has acted as the spokesperson for the Yujian Sect's ancestor. The speaker paused, observing the change in Abe Saijutsu's expression, and continued, I had intended to inform you, but considering your formidable prowess, I thought a perfected deity would pose no threat, and thus I refrained from sharing this information. Fascinating. Abe Saijutsu stroked his chin, deep in thought, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, with the inclusion of Lu Feng and his companions, the Shuaiqing dynasty swiftly reclaimed its territory within 3 days. The Bailiang Kingdom, leveraging the authority of the Yujian Sect, seized the opportunity to double its territory. After the Shuaiqing dynasty reclaimed its lands, Lu Feng and his companions returned to Lu Chen's side. They had relentlessly pursued the armies of the Qiping dynasty for 3 consecutive days, and even deities of their caliber felt a tinge of fatigue. Just as the Shuaiqing dynasty had begun to recuperate, Ancestor Huang Weiling unexpectedly rallied the troops, as the Tianyan dynasty had sounded an urgent call for aid. Envoys from the Tianyan ancestor had arrived in the capital of the Shuaiqing dynasty, requesting assistance. 3 days prior, the Shuaiqing dynasty had fought fiercely to reclaim their territory, while the Qiping dynasty's forces had offered little resistance. Now, the offensive against the Tianyan dynasty has escalated to a frenzied level. At this moment, the territory of the Tianyan dynasty has lost more than half, and 3 prominent 4th-grade sects have been annihilated. Among these 3 sects lies another ancestor of the Tianyan dynasty, who had achieved full transformation. Initially, the royal ancestor of the Tianyan dynasty intended to provide support, but was obstructed by one of the 3 fully transformed beings from the Jiao Pen dynasty that appeared en route. The delayed assistance to this 4th-grade sect ancestor ultimately led to the demise of the fully transformed cultivator. However, in a valiant effort to resist, he managed to take down one of the Jiao Pen dynasty's fully transformed ancestors. Currently, the Tianyan dynasty is left with only one royal ancestor who has attained full transformation. And even in the best-case scenario of 1 against 2, it would merely result in a 1-for-1 exchange. Moreover, the recent death of a fully transformed cultivator from the Jiao Pen dynasty has incited the wrath of Beiqing Wei, who prior to this assault, bestowed his life weapon upon one of his subordinates. A life weapon of a cultivator at the spirit division stage is akin to a spiritual artifact. The remaining fully transformed ancestor of the Tianyan royal family is undoubtedly no match for an opponent wielding a spiritual artifact. At this moment, the forces of the Jiao Pen dynasty have advanced to the vicinity of the city where the Kai family resides. The strongest ancestor of the Kai family, Kai Wufu, is merely at the mid-level of transformation, rendering him incapable of withstanding the impending onslaught for long. Within the city governed by the Kai family, even ordinary citizens have armed themselves with farming tools, attempting to resist the approaching Jiao Pen forces. In the Kai family's council chamber, all members are clad in armor, bracing for the inevitable. There is no other option. The might of the Jiao Pen army is beyond what the Kai family can hope to resist. At present, the Tianyan royal family is overwhelmed and cannot provide substantial assistance. Without the appearance of the fully transformed ancestor from the Jiao Pen dynasty, the ancestor of the Tianyan royal family cannot act recklessly. A slight disparity among fully transformed beings can determine victory or defeat. Should the Tianyan royal ancestor be worn down by other cultivators from the Jiao Pen nation, the Tianyan dynasty would surely face annihilation. Just as the Kai family deliberates on how to mount a defense, Kai Shuanger, as third uncle, Kai Qing, quietly exits the council chamber and makes his way to Kai Shuanger's room. "Uncle, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in the council chamber at this moment?" "Shuangya, there is no time for explanations. Do you still possess the jade pendant that Yichen gifted you? Quickly hand it over to me. Our Kai family is in dire straits, and we must leverage the power behind Yichen to have even a glimmer of hope." Observing her uncle's anxious demeanor, Kai Shuanger hastily retrieves the family heirloom jade pendant that Yichen had given her and places it into Kai Qing's hands. The moment he acquires the pendant, Kai Qing rushes to the Kai family's spiritual vessel port, swiftly selecting a small spiritual vessel adorned with a phoenix motif. He channels his spiritual energy into the vessel as if it were limitless, propelling it towards the direction of the North Liang dynasty. However, Kai Qing is unaware that, as he pilots the vessel, the luminous trail emitted has been detected by a fully transformed cultivator from the Jiao Pen dynasty, who subsequently tears through space in pursuit of the vessel. This vessel was meticulously crafted by the Kai family at great expense. And even if piloted by a Yuan stage cultivator, its speed would not be inferior to that of a fully transformed cultivator at the initial stage. Within a mere half-day, it has entered the territory of the North Liang dynasty. As the esteemed Yujian Sect loomed ever closer, Kai Qing felt a momentary sense of relief, only to be abruptly struck by a colossal hand that darkened the skies, aimed directly at the spirit vessel. In an instant, as the vessel was hit, its protective shield shattered, propelling it dozens of miles away. "Ha ha ha, young one, at last, I have caught up with you. Was it not better to remain hidden in your Kai family's princely city? You could have lived a few more days. I initially believed you were here to summon the grand army of the Shuiqing dynasty, yet you have come to this desolate place." Chapter 14. The battlefield of the Kai family unveiled. Caught in the aftermath of this mid-stage transformation attack on the spirit vessel, Kai Qing felt as though his very organs had been dislocated. The mere residual force of the attack was unbearable. Had it not been for the vessel's protective shield, he would have likely been reduced to nothing but bones. Just as he was on the verge of reaching the Yujian Sect, a formidable foe appeared behind him. Kai Qing was unwilling to accept this fate. Although the Beiliang dynasty was under the jurisdiction of the Shuiqing dynasty, a single individual had emerged, capable of turning the tide against Shuiqing, a fully realized transformation practitioner. The figure from the Jiaopan dynasty seemed eager to depart, not wishing to attract the attention of that fully realized practitioner. Without further ado, another strike was launched towards Kai Qing. Witnessing this inexorable attack, Kai Qing retrieved the jade pendant belonging to Yi Chen. This was a gamble. Senior, this is the jade pendant that your disciple Yi Chen bestowed upon my niece. I implore you, save my life. He was betting on the presence of the fully realized transformation practitioner from the Shuiqing dynasty, who must undoubtedly be Yi Chen's master. Kai Qing's thoughts were not unfounded. However, he was unaware that Lu Chen was a being of unparalleled strength. Before even stepping foot into the territory of the Bailiang dynasty, Lu Chen had already sensed both Kai Qing and the pursuing practitioner from the Jiaopan dynasty behind him. Not only had Lu Chen perceived this, but Lu Feng, standing beside him, had as well. Though Lu Feng recognized Kai Qing, Lu Chen did not. Without Lu Chen's command, Lu Feng would not dare to act on his own. However, at the moment Kai Qing brandished Yi Chen's jade pendant and cried out, Lu Chen, who had been reclining in the Yujian Sect's cemetery, abruptly opened his eyes from feigned slumber. With a mere glance, Lu Feng understood Lu Chen's intent. Just as Kai Qing was on the brink of demise, a far more terrifying attack emerged from behind the spirit vessel, shattering the strike from the Jiaopan practitioner and continuing its assault unabated. This attack was evidently unleashed by a spiritual artifact. Not only did it conceal the attacker's formidable cultivation, but it was also infused with a powerful spiritual resonance. Kai Qing stood there, bewildered. The might of this force not only matched that of the fallen fully realized ancestor of the Tianyan dynasty against the fully realized ancestor of the Jiaopan dynasty, but it also seemed to surpass it. The newcomer was undoubtedly of the fully realized transformation level. Turning to face this individual, Kai Qing found himself momentarily speechless. Was this not the protector sent by Yi Chen's master? How had he, who was once only at the initial stage of transformation, ascended to fully realized transformation in just 3 years? This was even better. The Kai family was saved, even if they could not summon Yi Chen's master. Having this individual before him would suffice. Esteemed mentor, I sincerely thank you for your life-saving grace. Now, please descend and follow me. Lu Feng promptly led Kai Qing to the cemetery of the Yujian Sect. The two remained silent. Kai Qing was uncertain of the elder's intentions, but refrained from inquiring further. They arrived shortly, standing before Lu Chen. Kai Qing gazed upon the youthful visage before him. Although unfamiliar with this young man, he observed Lu Feng standing behind him in a manner that suggested deference. In an instant, he comprehended that this individual was the enigmatic master of Yi Chen. I pay my respects, esteemed elder. Kai Qing knelt on the ground, bowing to Lu Chen. Rising from his reclined position, Lu Chen assisted Kai Qing to his feet. Please rise, Mr. Kai. I am curious to know the urgent matter that brings you here. Elder, I implore you to extend your hand to save my Kai family. Upon seeing the bewildered expression on Lu Chen's face, Kai Qing assumed he was unwilling to intervene, and then cast a glance at Lu Feng, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable yearning. Observing this scene, Lu Chen deduced that Lu Feng was acquainted with this individual. The presence of Yi Chen's jade pendant in his possession suggested there was more to the story than he was aware of. Mr. Kai, might I see the jade pendant belonging to that lad Yi Chen? After Lu Chen spoke, Kai Qing hastily produced the family heirloom that Yi Chen had entrusted to Kai Shuang'er following the conclusion of the tournament. Yi Chen had explicitly mentioned that should there be any matters of concern, the pendant could be used to seek him out. Lu Feng, what is the meaning of this? Lu Chen felt a flicker of anger, contemplating how this pendant had come into the possession of the Kai family when Kai Qing had drawn it out amidst his pursuit. Who was Kai Shuang'er, and what matters concerning his disciple remained unknown to him? In response to Lu Chen's ire, Kai Qing felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Unsure of what displeasure he had caused this formidable figure, Lu Feng, however, remained composed. The situation is rather complex. It is best explained by young master Yi Chen himself. Coincidentally, he recently returned from participating in the defensive operations against the Bailiang dynasty and has since achieved a breakthrough into the Golden Core stage. He is currently consolidating his cultivation not far from the Yujian Sect. In an instant, Lu Chen summoned Yi Chen back. Upon returning to the cemetery, Yi Chen appeared utterly bewildered. What has happened? I was practicing my swordplay in the mountains, and now I find myself back at the cemetery. Once he regained his composure, Yi Chen noticed his master regarding him with an expression that was both stern and perplexed. Lu Feng wore a subtly amused smile, while a familiar figure stood nearby. Uncle Qing, what brings you here? I too wish to inquire why you are here. Please, clarify who Kai Shuang is, for I am entirely in the dark. Under the scrutiny of Lu Chen's questioning gaze, Yi Chan chuckled awkwardly and proceeded to explain the various circumstances concerning Kai Shuang. Why did you not inform me, my disciple? Why keep your affections for a girl a secret? Do you not regard me? Well, master, I felt quite bashful at the time, and I considered it not a matter of great significance. Hence I did not mention it to you or to Elder Lu Feng. Lu Chun let out a cold snort and turned his gaze toward Lu Feng. He noticed that Lu Feng was staring at the distant sky, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Lu Feng, do you not have any principles? You actually kept this matter hidden from me. Even if there are difficulties, can I intervene as your master? Upon hearing Lu Chen's angry words, Yi Chen nearly lost his footing. Master, I assure you, nothing has transpired between me and Miss Shuang. Moreover, Uncle Qing is still here. He is Shuang's true uncle. Yi Chen awkwardly glanced at the flustered Kai Qing and quickly reminded Lu Chun. At Yi Chen's prompt, Lu Chun regained his composure, realizing he had somewhat overreacted. He turned to Kai Qing and offered an awkward smile. In-laws, please don't misunderstand. My disciple must marry properly, with no less than the full bridal price. It must be a grand affair. Kai Shuang, I can only assume, is a lady of extraordinary grace. Such a union deserves to be celebrated with utmost grandeur, with no room for negligence. Kai Qing looked at the shameless elder before him, feeling helpless but compelled to go along with it. Just moments ago, he had considered taking his daughter Shuang for Lu Chen's disciple as a bride. Yet now the elder spoke of such pomp and circumstance, addressing him as in-law. By the way, did you mention you came to seek my assistance for the Kai family? Indeed, senior. Lu Chen's words jolted Kai Qing back to reality. The Kai family was under siege, facing imminent annihilation. Senior, the troops of the Foot Basin Empire have already advanced within hundreds of kilometers of our Kai family stronghold. They are poised to attack, and we have learned that among their ranks are 3 late-stage transformation realm cultivators, along with 2 at the perfected stage. Our Tianyan Empire has only 1 perfected ancestor left in the royal family. We are likely no match for the Foot Basin Empire, and they will not lend us aid. Hence, I earnestly request that you, Senior Lu Chun, come to our assistance. Kai Qing's revelation regarding the dire predicament of the Kai family struck Yi Chun with urgency. If the Kai family fell, Kai Shuang's life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. In that moment, Yi Chun felt a surge of desperation. Master, regardless of how you choose to punish me, please help save the Kai family. Lu Chun regarded Yi Chun for a few seconds, reflecting on the youth's concern for the well-being of his beloved's family, which now seemed to have stirred his urgency. He had never refused to help. Rest assured, since you have spoken, I shall take charge of this matter. Lu Feng, accompany Kai Qing to the Tianyan Kai family. Master, I too wish to go. I implore you to grant me permission. Observing his foolish disciple's genuine concern for the girl named Kai Shuang, Lu Chun did not hinder him and nodded in agreement. Thank you, master. Upon receiving his master's assent, Yi Chen's heart soared with joy, and he expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Lu Chun then produced a jade pendant in the shape of a sword, infused with spiritual energy, and handed it to Yi Chun. Take care on this journey. I shall not accompany you. Keep this pendant with you. Should you encounter danger, crush it. Within lies my full force strike. Even a formidable opponent at the early stage of separation of spirit would be vanquished. Once shattered, I will sense it and come to your aid. Lu Feng, ensure Yi Chen's safety. Yes. Observing Lu Chen's earnest demeanor, Yi Chun felt a wave of emotion wash over him, and tears fell from his eyes. Indeed, the master regards me as if I were his own child. Ever since the downfall of my family, only the master and elderly Yun Feng have treated me with such familial kindness. What is the point of weeping? It is not as if the master has perished. Hasten and rescue your beloved. As Lu Chun began to usher them away, Lu Feng, leading the 2, prepared to tear open a rift in space to depart. Yet, Lu Chun interrupted once more. Wait, I shall accompany you. Your method of travel is too slow, and I fear you may arrive at the Kai family only to find nothing left. With that, Lu Chun waved his hand, tearing open a spatial passage and gesturing for the 3 to enter. Once they had stepped through, the rift slowly closed behind them. Seated upon a lounge chair, Lu Chun sighed deeply. When I first encountered Yi Chun, he was but a 15-year-old boy, a mere child amidst the ruins of his family. Now, in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 years have passed, and Yi Chun is on the brink of his 20s. Time flies so swiftly. The scene shifted as Lu Feng and the others emerged from the passage, their hearts filled with astonishment. Lu Chen's spatial rift had transported them directly from 100,000 miles away in the Bailiang dynasty to the Tianyan Empire. The magnitude of such power was unfathomable. With little time to linger, the three hastened towards the main city of the Kai family through the passage opened by Lu Feng. At that moment, a fierce battle raged outside the main city of the Kai family. In the skies above the battlefield, two elders of the Kai family, both at the transformation stage, clashed with two mid-transformation cultivators of the invading Jiaopen dynasty. The fluctuations from their confrontation created rifts in the very fabric of space above the battlefield, while the residual waves from their techniques wreaked havoc upon the forces below. In just a quarter of an hour, the Kai family's ranks had suffered the loss of at least 30% of their warriors. Above the tents of the Jiaopen forces, 10 transformation stage powerhouses hovered in the air, their gaze fixated on the battle between the Kai family's transformation cultivators and those of the Jiaopen. Among the 10, two stood out as the last complete transformation stage beings of the Jiaopen dynasty. Their presence was solely to thwart any attempt by the Tianyan royal ancestor to aid the Kai family. Should the royal ancestor of the Tianyan Empire appear, they would undoubtedly engage to eliminate him. Aside from the high-altitude battlefield, the conflict between the Yuan-Ing cultivators of the Kai family and the Jiaopen army was equally brutal. Kai Shuang'er's second uncle, Kai Biao, detonated himself alongside a late Yuan-Ing cultivator, igniting a frenzy among the Kai family's Yuan-Ing warriors. Whenever defeat loomed, they would invariably resort to self-detonation. At this juncture, fewer than 10 of Kai Shuang'er's Yuan-Ing relatives survived. Kai Shuang'er, with tears staining her face, knelt atop the walls of the Kai family's main city. As a mere foundation stage cultivator, she could offer little assistance in this battle, especially since the elders of the Kai family forbade her from participating, sealing her cultivation. No one could fathom the depth of her helplessness at this moment. The Kai family, after all, could not contend with the might of the dynasty, and she watched in despair as their numbers dwindled. Her heart felt as though pierced by 1,000 blades. In the skies, the two elder ancestors of the Kai family, Kai Wenru, began to show signs of weariness. As a novice in the transformation stage, he had struggled to maintain his ground against a mid-transformation cultivator for so long. Upon witnessing the self-detonation of one of his sons below, despair consumed him, causing a fracture in his concentration. Seizing the opportunity, the mid-transformation opponent struck, sending him hurtling back for dozens of miles before he could regain his footing. A mouthful of fresh blood was coughed up as the previous strike struck at Kai Wenru's vital point. The two elder ancestors of the Kai family, though grievously wounded, rushed forward to engage in combat with a mid-stage transformation realm adversary. He could not afford to fall, should he succumb. The two mid-stage transformation realm foes would besiege Kai Wufu, inevitably leading to his demise. Moreover, intelligence indicated that over 10 formidable transformation realm practitioners were advancing from the enemy encampment. Not far away, Kai Wufu sensed the precarious state of Kai Wenru. Yet he could not afford to be distracted. The mid-stage transformation realm opponent before him was pressing him increasingly hard. A moment's lapse in focus would render him as vulnerable as Kai Wenru. Observing the stalemate between their transformation realm practitioner and the two elder ancestors, a mid-stage transformation realm member of the Foot Basin dynasty showed visible dissatisfaction and summoned a long spear, departing the main camp to assault Kai Wufu. Just as Kai Wufu was gathering strength to unleash the Kai family's ultimate technique, sword slashing all spirits, a spear suddenly hurtled toward him from a distance. On the city ramparts, Kai Shuang'er saw the spear roaring toward Kai Wufu, urging the elder to evade. However, Kai Wufu, charged with spiritual energy, had no time to dodge. Just as the spear was about to strike him, a blade of light interposed itself before him, intercepting the fierce attack. Who was it? The mid-stage transformation realm assailant, witnessing his attack thwarted, was consumed by fury. How could such a lethal strike be so easily blocked? Taking advantage of the opportunity to ambush was hardly the act of a hero. A figure reemerged in the air, and upon closer inspection, it was an elderly man with a white beard wielding a 3-foot-long blade. Kai Wufu's face lit up with gratitude upon seeing the white-haired elder, though concern soon followed. This man was none other than Xiao Batian, one of the two revered ancestors of the Sword and Blade Pavilion. The Sword and Blade Pavilion, a premier 4th-grade sect of the Tianyan dynasty, was divided into the Blade Pavilion and the Sword Pavilion, with the two venerable ancestors, Blade Ancestor Xiao Batian and Sword Ancestor Yuqing Yuan, both being peak transformation realm experts. Xiao, my friend, I cannot repay your life-saving grace. Yet you ought not to have come here. The Foot Basin Army has sent over 10 Transformation Realm cultivators, including 2 who have reached the completion stage. Please, you must leave quickly and do not accompany us to our doom. If possible, please take the seeds of the Kai family with you. I, Kai Wufu, am forever grateful. Kai Wufu's words seemed to neither deter the elder nor diminish his spirit. Instead, they incited a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Kai Dao friend. This is a battle for the annihilation of a nation. When the capital is lost, where is there any refuge? Today, I lead the disciples of the Sword and Blade Pavilion to support your Kai family, also for the sake of my own sect. With that, Xiao Batian swung his blade toward the mid-stage transformation realm foe. Below, over 10,000 disciples clad in the garb of the Sword and Blade Pavilion joined the fray. And the arrival of Xiao Batian and his 10,000 disciples swiftly stabilized the battlefield situation. Chapter 15. The arrival of Lu Feng and Yichen. Although only 10,000 disciples from the Sword and Blade Pavilion had arrived, not a single one was weak. Additionally, with their unique combined attack techniques, even 1,000 Golden Core practitioners could contend with those in the early stages of Transformation Realm. Moreover, among these 10,000 disciples, there were over 20 in the nascent soul stage. The power of the Sword and Blade combined attacks continually manifested upon this battlefield. Even the formidable Yuan Ing generals within the ranks of the Basin Army proved to be no match, falling one by one under the onslaught of this combined technique. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of transformation, Xiao Batian astonishingly expelled the injured Kai Wenru from the fray to recuperate, as he single-handedly confronted 2 transformation cultivators, one in mid-stage and the other in late stage. For a typical peak transformation cultivator, facing off against a mid- and late-stage duo was not insurmountable. However, Xiao Batian's dominant blade technique, an exceedingly rare Earth-level superior skill amongst the 3 great dynasties, wielded immense power. The strongest of the 2 from the Basin dynasty was merely at late-stage transformation. How could they withstand such ferocity? In mere moments, the mid-stage transformation cultivator was cleaved in mid-air, severed by Xiao Batian's blade. With the mid-stage adversary dispatched, the late-stage cultivator found themselves increasingly vulnerable without support. This scene ignited the fury of the transformation cultivators from the Basin dynasty. Today's assault on the Kai family was anticipated to conclude with minimal losses. Yet now they faced the demise of a transformation powerhouse. Should another transformation expert fall, they would be held accountable by Anbei Qingyue, leaving none of them with an escape. Consequently, at the signal of the 2 perfected transformation cultivators, the remaining 7 transformation experts joined the battlefield simultaneously. The 7 from the Basin dynasty rapidly encircled Kai Wufu, Kai Wenru, and Xiao Batian. Witnessing this, both the members of the Kai family and the disciples of the Blade and Sword Pavilion felt a tightening in their hearts. Suddenly, the battlefield underwent a drastic shift as a formidable sword light surged forth, instantly slaying an unsuspecting mid-stage transformation cultivator from the Basin dynasty. The figure that struck down the mid-stage adversary swiftly appeared beside Xiao Batian, nodding in acknowledgement. It was none other than the sword ancestor of the Blade and Sword Pavilion, Yu Qingyuan. Grasping a jade sword, Yu Qingyuan gazed upon the 7 transformation cultivators opposite him. 4 were mid-stage, 2 were late-stage, and 1 was peak-stage. Directing a glance towards Xiao Batian, who faced the lone peak-stage transformation. In response, Xiao Batian vehemently cursed Yu Qingyuan for his shamelessness in attacking the remaining 6. The 2 had battled for over a millennium, each striving to prove their superiority over the other. Yet, Yu Qingyuan audaciously targeted the only peak-stage cultivator, vying for his rival. The realms of transformation are tiered, and a peak-stage transformation cultivator possesses the prowess to confront 4 or 5 late-stage adversaries simultaneously. By seizing the opportunity to duel the peak-stage cultivator, Yu Qingyuan left himself with merely 2 late-stage and 4 mid-stage opponents, much to Xiao Batian's discontent. Activating his unique physique, the spirit-gathering blade body, he unleashed the dominant blade descent. The colossal blade light descended, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon the 6 transformation cultivators. With his special physique activated, Xiao Batian resembled a ferocious beast, wildly brandishing his great blade. The blade light fell, progressively wounding the 6 transformation cultivators severely. On another part of the battlefield, after a slight recovery from his injuries, Kai Wenru promptly rushed to assist Kai Wufu, jointly assaulting the mid-stage transformation cultivator from the Basin dynasty. With Kai Wenru's arrival, the pressure on Kai Wufu significantly diminished, and within a few dozen exchanges, he succeeded in gravely wounding the mid-stage adversary from the Basin dynasty. On the current battlefield, only the peak of the transformation stage, opposing Yu Yuanqing, is struggling to maintain its ground. Yu Yuanqing possesses a unique physique, the silent spirit sword body, which rivals the spirit-gathering sword body of Xiao Batian. When this special physique is activated, Yu Yuanqing's strength multiplies significantly. The opponent at the transformation stage lacks the power to counterattack and can only defend passively, suffering continuous sword wounds, with defeat seemingly just a matter of time. Below the battlefield of the transformation stage, the defeat of the Foot Basin Sect's army is gradually becoming apparent. This series of unfavorable developments has incited the ire of the two perfected transformation stage elders in the Foot Basin army's camp. Despite their fourfold advantage in numbers, they find themselves severely constrained. Elders of the transformation stage have fallen one after another, and if they do not intervene soon, their own transformation stage cultivators may perish entirely. In an instant, the two perfected transformation stage elders appeared before Xiao Batian and Yu Yuanqing, swiftly repelling the two combatants by several dozen miles. Witnessing the intervention of their dynasty's most formidable ancestors, all Foot Basin transformation stage cultivators gathered by their side, expressing gratitude to their predecessors, Abe Sanjin and Inaki Yori, for their life-saving intervention. Observing the injuries sustained by the gathered transformation stage cultivators, the royal ancestor Abe Sanjin consoled everyone, promising generous rewards after the battle to all participating factions. The transformation stage cultivators expressed their heartfelt gratitude, while Inaki Yori, standing beside Abe Sanjin, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, as if the injuries of those present were merely the result of their inadequacies. After calming the crowd, Abe Sanjin instructed the transformation stage cultivators to return to the main camp to rest, while he and Inaki Yori would handle the subsequent matters. The emergence of the two perfected transformation stage elders from the Foot Basin prompted the two ancestors of the Kai family and the two sword elders to prepare for battle. The two sword elders, possessing unique physiques, could barely contend with a perfected transformation stage cultivator when unleashing their combined sword techniques. However, the elders of the Kai family, one at the mid-transformation stage and the other merely at the early stage, would not stand a chance against either of the two formidable opponents, even with the combined efforts of Ten Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru. Having heard tales of the extraordinary combat prowess of the two sword elders from the Tianyan dynasty, Abe Sanjin decided it was time to test their mettle. As for his companion Yori, he could amuse himself with the two elderly members of the Kai family. Abe Sanjin remarked to Inaki Yori, who simply replied with indifference before both advanced toward their respective targets. With Yu Yuanqing and Xiao Baishan's unique physiques still active, they exchanged glances upon seeing Abe Sanjin approaching. Together, they unleashed a formidable strike. At the moment their combined attack met, the explosion's force compelled all three to retreat simultaneously. The destructive power of their clash rivaled that of a confrontation between two perfected transformation stage cultivators, lending credence to the rumors that Xiao Batian and Yu Yuanqing could indeed contend with perfected transformation stage opponents. Meanwhile, Inaki Yori toyed with the two elders of the Kai family, allowing Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru to attack without offering any resistance. However, upon glancing at Abe Sanjin, his expression shifted to one of fury. With a single strike, he sent Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru plummeting into the void, having lost interest in further play with them. He, too, had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation realm and naturally understood that Abe Sanko's prowess was not inferior to his own. Yet, despite wielding the ancestral spirit sword of Abe Saijetsu, he could still not curry favor in the presence of Xiao Batian and Yu Yuanqing, both masters at the apex of the transformation realm. This was nothing short of an affront to the formidable Abe Saijetsu. Were it not for the fact that Abe Sanko was the brother of Abe Saijetsu, he would undoubtedly have wielded the life spirit weapon himself. In the depths, Yu Yang clenched his fists, his discontent no longer concealed. He lamented his inability to take action against Abe Sanko and turned with fury to the severely injured Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru, who were plummeting from the sky. A dagger materialized in his hand, infused with spiritual power, and he swung it downward. A colossal blade of light surged forth, imbued with boundless murderous intent, hurtling toward the two venerable ancestors of the Kai family. As the fearsome light sliced through the air, fissures in space began to manifest. Should this strike land, Not only would the two wounded ancestors of the Kai family be obliterated, but even the Kai family's ancestral city below would suffer catastrophic repercussions. "Do not harm my ancestors," Kai Shuang cried desperately from the city tower, her eyes wide with horror as she beheld her ancestors descending from the sky, accompanied by the dazzling, murderous blade of light. The two sword masters from the Sword and Blade Pavilion were currently being restrained by Abe Sanko, rendered helpless to intervene as they watched the impending doom of the Kai family's second ancestor. As Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru fell through the air, seemingly resigned to their fate, they closed their eyes. Both were gravely injured, lacking any strength to flee. Just as the blade of light was poised to extinguish the lives of the two venerable ancestors, a terrifying sword aura, carrying potent spiritual resonance, soared from afar, shattering the descending blade of light in an instant. The sword energy showed no sign of diminishing as it surged forth towards the Foot Basin Army's encampment. The transformation realm cultivators healing within the Foot Basin Army's tents were caught completely off guard. The sword energy struck them directly, and when the explosion subsided, the encampment had vanished, leaving behind a gaping crater spanning hundreds of miles. The few recovering transformation realm cultivators had been reduced to mere ashes. Both the Kai family's rebel forces and the Foot Basin Dynasty's troops simultaneously halted their actions, stunned by the shocking spectacle. The two venerable ancestors of the Kai family opened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had just been presented with a monstrous egg the size of a palm. Once again, three figures appeared above the battlefield: Lu Feng, Kai Qing, and Yi Chun. Lu Feng held the spirit sword bestowed upon him by Lu Chun, the very sword that had executed that decisive strike. As Kai Shuang beheld the three saviors of her ancestors, tears streamed down her face. Although it had been over 3 years since their last meeting, she still recognized Lu Feng and Yi Chun standing beside Kai Qing. The sudden appearance of Lu Feng instilled trepidation in the hearts of Yuyo Liang and Abe Sanko. Though this newcomer had also attained the pinnacle of the transformation realm, that recent blow was more than sufficient to vanquish either of them. Lu Feng gestured for Yi Chun and Kai Qing to attend to the wounded ancestors of the Kai family, while he approached Yuyo Liang directly. Noticing Lu Feng's advance, Abe Sanko ceased his confrontation with the two sword masters and joined Yuyo Liang's side. As Abe Sanjin has passed, the dual sword ancestors have also departed, preparing to stand alongside Lu Feng, intending to assist him in countering one of his adversaries. However, at Lu Feng's subtle signal, they vacated the battlefield. Abe Sanjin, having encountered a fellow cultivator, was curious about the origin of this companion, perplexed as to why he had never heard of him before. "I perceive that you're not a member of the Tianyan faction. I kindly request that you withdraw and refrain from wading into these murky waters. Should you choose to depart, the matter of your slaying our imperial cultivators will be expunged, and my Qiaoban dynasty shall surely reward you generously in the future." Abe Sanjin scrutinized the unexpectedly appeared perfected transformation realm cultivator, pondering for a moment, recognizing he had never beheld this figure within the 3 great dynasties nor heard of him. Subsequently, Abe Sanjin took the initiative to inquire of Lu Feng. Not receiving a reply, he respectfully attempted to persuade Lu Feng to leave, dismissing even the recent losses of their 7 or 8 transformation realm members at Lu Feng's hands. The reason was simple. Although Lu Feng was of the same perfected transformation realm, the power he exhibited was overwhelmingly daunting. He seemed less like a mere perfected transformation realm cultivator and more akin to a formidable half-step divided spirit expert. Furthermore, the spiritual artifact in Lu Feng's possession was evidently of a higher caliber than even Abe Qingyue's own innate artifact. "I am merely an unnamed junior by my master's side. However, the Kai family is an ally of my sword control sect, and they may soon become kin. Therefore, this time, the Kai family is under my sword control sect protection." The sword control sect? The 2 perfected transformation realm cultivators of the Qiaoban dynasty were well aware of it, having presumed that the sect's ancestor was merely a perfected transformation realm cultivator. Yet upon witnessing the current perfected transformation realm figure address the ancestor as master, they suddenly understood. They had long been mistaken. The ancestor of the sword control sect was likely at least at the divided spirit stage. Consequently, their dynasty's expansion plans were now poised to be entirely disrupted. As Abe Sanjin contemplated this alarming conclusion, a sudden thought struck him. If this perfected transformation realm cultivator was not the ancestor of the sword control sect, then the one who had recently breached a 30,000-mile front line of the Qiaoban dynasty within a single day must surely be this individual. Just as Abe Sanjin exchanged glances with his companion, Lu Feng raised his spiritual artifact and charged once more towards the two. After all, Lu Feng was unconcerned with their musings. He was solely aware that Lu Chun had ordered him to assist the Kai family and eliminate their enemies. He was merely executing Lu Chun's command, with all else being of no consequence to him. In a mere 3 exchanges, the explosive aftermath of Lu Feng's battle with the two had torn the surrounding space asunder, resulting in thousands of spatial rifts. Some areas of space had even shattered, revealing the pitch-black power of the void within. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, with the sword ancestors' involvement, the cultivators of the Qiaopan dynasty began to face a one-sided slaughter. Aside from the two who barely managed to contend with Lu Feng from the skies, all other transformation realm cultivators of the Qiaopan dynasty had perished. Without any transformation realm cultivators to obstruct them, even those at the perfected nascent soul stage were easily dealt with by the two. On the walls of the Kai family stronghold, Yi Chun had just administered a radiant high-grade recovery pill, exuding a potent aura to the two Kai family ancestors when Kai Shuang'er suddenly dashed forward and leapt into Yi Chun's arms, embracing him tightly. Kai Shuang'er nestled in Yi Chun's embrace, weeping for nearly a quarter of an hour before regaining her composure. Subsequently, as if sensing something, she leapt from Yi Chun's arms, her cheeks flushed, and spat toward him, exclaiming, "Shameless rogue." Observing Kai Shuang'er, Yi Chun wore a bewildered expression. It was evident she had thrown herself at him first, yet somehow he bore the blame. "Indeed, you must be young friend Yi Chun," remarked Kai Wufu, his voice filled with admiration. "Truly a remarkable talent, at such a tender age, already at the golden core stage. No wonder you are the disciple of that esteemed elder." At that moment, Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru had just awakened from their recuperation, and upon seeing the young man with a special bond to their granddaughter, they inquired about his well-being. "How are you two elders faring? Have you made any recovery?" Kai Shuang'er asked anxiously, rushing to the side of her revered elders. The Kai family patriarchs had always showered her with affection, treating her like a little princess since her birth, and thus she could not help but worry for their health. "Do not fret, Shuang'er. There is no significant issue. This injury merely requires time for healing," Kai Wenru replied with a reassuring smile, gesturing for her to remain calm. He then regarded Yi Chun with a nod of approval, clearly satisfied with his presence. Chapter 16. The Emergence of Abe Qingwei. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Chun, Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru felt an exhilarating thrill. They had initially believed that the perfected transformation stage cultivator who battled alongside Abe Sanjin was Yi Chun's master, but to their astonishment, this cultivator was merely a servant of Yi Chun's esteemed mentor. The cultivation level of Yi Chun's master must be terrifying, undoubtedly a formidable spirit division powerhouse. The Kai family was on the brink of a significant fortune. Should Kai Shuang'er wed Yi Chun, they would have a spirit division expert as their backing. While the discussions continued atop the city walls, Kai Wufu mentioned the prospect of marrying Kai Shuang'er to Yi Chun, causing her face to flush crimson once more. After another quarter of an hour, the two elders concluded their meditative healing and stood upright. "Shuang'er, please stay here and keep young friend Yi Chun company. We old fellows must return to the battlefield. We will rely on you, young friend Yi Chun, to ensure Shuang'er remains unharmed. Rest assured, esteemed elders. I shall protect Shuang'er and ensure she comes to no harm," Yi Chun affirmed confidently. Nodding in agreement, Kai Wufu and Kai Wenru plunged back into the fray. Despite their injuries and diminished strength, they were still formidable transformation stage cultivators. Within moments, they had dispatched nearly 100,000 foes, while the enemy's transformation stage cultivators had perished under Lu Feng's sword. In contrast, the Kai family rebels, bolstered by the two transformation stage peak elders from the Sword and Blade Pavilion, proved unstoppable, even against the 2 million soldiers of the Foot Basin dynasty. The 4 transformation stage cultivators wreaked havoc. An hour later, the battlefield lay strewn with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. The battlefield lay drenched in crimson, strewn with severed heads, their faces frozen in grotesque expressions of death. The fate of the Foot Basin cultivators, mercilessly slaughtered by the 4 ancient ancestors, was even more tragic. The might of the transformation stage left no trace but vast craters where they had fallen. Within a mere hour, the Foot Basin army was decimated to less than 3 million, a staggering 90% reduction in their ranks. "Brothers, hold firm. We have the 4 venerable ancestors aiding us. This victory shall undoubtedly belong to the Kai family," A leader from the Kai family raised their banner high upon the battlefield, rallying the morale of the cultivator army assembled by the Kai family. The surrounding warriors responded with fervor, their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, the aerial skirmish approached its conclusion. Below, the formidable Jingxia Yuliang had lost his right hand, severed at the root, his once resplendent garments reduced to tattered rags. Fresh blood flowed from his new wounds, mingling with the dark, hardened remnants of previous injuries. The feathered blade he wielded lay shattered in two, and he gasped for breath, on the brink of death. Who could have imagined that this wretched figure was once one of the 4 pinnacle transformation stage ancestors who commanded respect within the Foot Basin dynasty? Beside him, and Bei Sanjin fared little better. His bones were nearly shattered, his abdomen pierced by a sword from Lu Feng, leaving a gaping wound. A near miss had grazed his scalp, resulting in a hairstyle reminiscent of a bald patch, blood streaming from the severed flesh atop his head, saturating each strand of hair. The stark contrast between their dire states and the seemingly unscathed Lu Feng was striking, though all 3 shared the same pinnacle transformation stage. And Bei Sanjin wielded the powerful innate spiritual weapon, and Bei Qingyue. One must not forget that Lu Feng was, in essence, a fragment of Lu Chen himself. Possessing all of Lu Chen's techniques, Lu Feng's cultivation in the profound realm vastly surpassed that of the two, whose practices were mere steps below the celestial tier. Despite Bei Sanjin's possession of an innate spiritual weapon, it was merely of inferior quality, while Lu Feng brandished a top-tier artifact bestowed by Lu Chen himself. Not only could Lu Feng contend against 2 foes, but he could effortlessly face 5 opponents of the same caliber. Jingxia, hold on a little longer. I have already informed my elder brother, and Bei Sanjin thought, a tinge of regret creeping into his heart. The individual before him was terrifyingly formidable, a fellow transformation stage cultivator, yet he toyed with the 2 of them. Despite their desperate efforts, they had failed to inflict any significant wounds upon him. An unsettling premonition gripped him. This man might possess the strength to challenge even the most powerful of divine separation stage cultivators. At the moment, Bei Sanjin shattered the jade slip for help, and Bei Qingyue had already departed the imperial city, making her way towards the Tianyun dynasty. The prowess of a divine separation cultivator allowed her to traverse the spatial channels between dynasties, covering vast distances of at least 200,000 miles with each move. In contrast, while Lu Chen could establish a passage spanning 1,000,000 miles, and Bei Qingyue was limited to a mere 200,000. The disparity between the 2 individuals was not trifling. When Bei Qingyue arrived at the site where his brother had shattered the jade tablet, he was met with a scene bordering on madness. A beam of sword light, imbued with spiritual resonance and the essence of slaughter, cleaved towards Bei Sanjin, obliterating both him and the nearby Jingxia Yuli in a single strike. Thus, the grand narrative of the Foot Basin dynasty reached its tragic conclusion. Bei Qingyue's complexion flushed crimson, then turned a ghastly shade of blue, as veins on his face throbbed ominously. The blood vessels in his eyes spread like tendrils, resembling a wrathful demon with crimson eyes. I demand your company in death, Bei Qingyue rasped, his voice resonating like the sound of the Tao, echoing across the battlefield and even reaching the imperial capital of Tianyun near the Kai family stronghold with unsettling clarity. The elders of the Tianyun royal family, upon hearing this voice, felt their hearts lurch in panic. They recognized the tone and the profound cultivation it signified. Bei Qingyue had broken through to the separation stage. The Tianyun dynasty was on the brink of annihilation. In a state akin to losing his sanity, Bei Qingyue could scarcely distinguish friend from foe. The overwhelming pressure he emanated caused the bodies of all cultivators below the golden core stage on the battlefield to explode. In mere moments, nearly 10 million lives were extinguished. This oppressive force then cascaded into the Kai family stronghold, triggering the catastrophic demise of countless mortals and low-tier cultivators. The blood and flesh of the fallen draped the surroundings in a crimson shroud. Golden core cultivators, even those airborne, were forced to descend and kneel upon the ground. Many fainted on the spot. Some had their cores shattered, while others had their souls obliterated by the weight of this overwhelming aura. Even those in the nascent soul stage found themselves pinned in place, unable to move. In the current tumultuous scene, the only individuals capable of moving freely were the 2 ancestors of the Kai family and the 2 sword ancestors, as well as those atop the walls of the Kai family stronghold. These individuals were shielded by a layer of green light, seemingly untouched by the surrounding pressure. This protective barrier emanated from the jade pendant shaped like a sword that Lu Chen had entrusted to Yi Chen before his departure. Had it not been for the timely activation of this pendant in the face of Abe Qingyue's overwhelming might, it is likely that Kai Shuang'e, standing beside Yi Chen, would have perished. At that moment, a resounding crash in the sky drew the attention of those still able to move, their gazes straining upwards. What they witnessed was an unimaginable spectacle. Lu Feng, having achieved the pinnacle of the god transformation stage, not only remained unscathed under such terrifying pressure, but also matched Abe Qingyue, a formidable opponent in the separation stage, blow for blow. How could this be? How could such a powerful practitioner exist at the pinnacle of the god transformation stage? The chasm between the might of a god transformation master and that of a separation stage powerhouse was vast. Even if 10 god transformation experts collaborated, they would be compelled to flee before a peak separation stage cultivator. Yet here was a god transformation master engaging the strongest of the separation stage in a fierce contest, enduring through dozens of exchanges without faltering. The joy swelling within the hearts of the Kai family's second ancestors was now impossible to contain. If a mere servant at the god transformation stage could contend against a separation stage expert, what unimaginable power must Yi Chen's master possess? Were it not for the oppressive weight of the separation stage, the Kai family's second ancestors would have been inclined to immediately pledge Kai Shuang'e to Yi Chen. Kai Shuang'e, equally astonished, gasped as she beheld the fierce battle high above in the sky. Could Uncle Lu be so formidable? After all, the adversary was Abe Qingyue, a breakthrough figure of the divine transformation stage from the Foot Basin dynasty. Was Uncle Lu also of the divine transformation realm? No, he was merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. How could that be? I recall my great-grandfather mentioning that a mere handful of perfected transformation practitioners would stand no chance against an early-stage divine transformation expert. Yi Chen, too, wore a perplexed expression. He could ascertain that Senior Lu was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Yet how could he contend so evenly with the divine transformation master, Abe Qingyue? He was equally in the dark. Apart from the occasional guidance he received, Yi Chen had never witnessed Lu Feng unleash his full potential. As the spectators grappled with their confusion about Lu Feng, the truth was that he was struggling tremendously in midair. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was merely a puppet at the peak of the transformation stage. His ability to engage Abe Qingyue so evenly stemmed entirely from his mastery of the heavenly tier techniques inherited from his master, Lu Chen, combined with certain attributes of Lu Chen's unyielding sword body, along with the supreme spirit weapon that belonged to Lu Chen. However, if this continued, defeat would be inevitable. As predicted, half an hour later, Lu Feng was struck by a blade of sword energy from Abe Qingyue. Following that, a torrent of terrifying sword energy surged forth. Despite Lu Feng's timely reaction, he was still struck by numerous attacks. The mist sword energies plummeted towards the earth, reaching the mountains hundreds of miles away from the Kai family's main city, exploding upon impact. The mountains, which spanned hundreds of thousands of miles and connected the entire Tianyan dynasty, were astonishingly cleaved in two. As Lu Feng sustained more wounds, his decline became increasingly apparent. Ultimately, after being struck with full force by Abe Qingyue, Lu Feng plummeted from the sky. Witnessing Lu Feng's fall, the onlookers' hearts sank once more. They comprehended Abe Qingyue's intent as he prepared his next lethal strike, aiming not only to eliminate the man before him, but also to bury the entire Kai family main city. As Lu Feng descended, two ancestors of the Kai family soared into the air. One caught the falling Lu Feng, while the other struck at the descending sword. Yet, before even nearing the sword light unleashed by Abe Qingyue, it vanished into thin air. Immediately following, the two peak transformation ancestors of the Sword and Blade Pavilion unleashed a combined attack against Abe Qingyue's strike. Although their combined technique radiated an aura capable of annihilating the heavens, it merely stirred a slight ripple in Abe Qingyue's assault. Moments later, the attack reached less than 100 meters above the towers of the Kai family main city. Just as it seemed everyone would perish beneath this sword, Yi Chen seized the moment to shatter the jade pendant in the shape of a sword given to him by Lu Chen. A far more terrifying sword intent shattered through the heavens, causing trepidation in the hearts of all below and in the sky alike. The sword light, imbued with multiple sword intents, instantaneously obliterated Abe Qingyue's attack and surged forth towards him without losing momentum. High above, Abe Qingyue sensed this formidable sword move and instantly realized there was no escape. If struck directly, death is inevitable, dividing the divine powers. In an instant, two identical Abe Saigetsu appeared, attempting to jointly execute the same technique in a desperate bid to withstand the impending blow. The moment the sword strike connected with Abe Saigetsu, an explosion illuminated the sky, blinding all onlookers. Even their consciousness was severed, rendering them unable to discern any situation. The area of the explosion shattered the space piece by piece, and as the space began to auto-repair, the crowd finally glimpsed Abe Saigetsu's condition, his clothing tattered and flesh mangled. Were it not for the faint movement of his breath, one might have assumed he had already succumbed to death. Abe Saigetsu fixed his gaze intently on Yi-chun, who had crushed the jade pendant, then erupted into a frenzied laughter. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that I, a formidable spirit division master, would almost be slain by a mere golden core ant today? The impact of the earlier strike from Lu Chun left a profound impression on Abe Saigetsu. Had he not utilized the divine power of spirit division at the last moment to conjure two identical selves to block that attack, he would have surely perished. Yet, even with the use of spirit division, he still found himself on the brink of death, reduced to his current woeful state. Boy, where did you acquire that protective jade pendant? Speak honestly, and I shall leave you intact. In an instant, he hovered above Yi-chun, questioning him intently. Such a life-saving artifact, if he could acquire more, would ensure his dominance even as he left the Foot Basin dynasty for greater horizons. Even if he stayed within the Foot Basin dynasty, at the very least, the nearby greater dynasty would have to give him some respect. Observing the grotesque visage of Abe Saigetsu, Yi-chun felt no fear. Instead, he stared defiantly back at him. Do you desire it? I shall give it to you. It was bestowed upon me by my master. Looking at the youth before him, Abe Saigetsu felt a nagging suspicion that the boy was deceiving him. If he truly had such a formidable master, why would that master allow him to be in such peril? Very well, if I cannot extract the truth, then let us dispose of everyone. He raised his hand once more, preparing to obliterate all within the confines of the Kai family's main city. At the very moment Yi-chun shattered the jade pendant, Lu Chun, within the Sword Sect cemetery, sensed the disturbance and instantly tore open a spatial passage. In mere moments, he arrived above the Kai family's main city, witnessing the pitiful state of Abe Saigetsu, a practitioner at the initial stage of spirit division, attacking his foolish disciple. Lu Chun was enraged. With a wave of his hand, the sword that had been in Lu Feng's possession soared back to him. Sensing the sword's departure, Lu Feng understood that his master, Lu Chun, had arrived. Chapter 17. Lu Chen's arrival, the battle concludes. As his innate spiritual weapon returned to him, Lu Chun unleashed the heavenly sword technique One Sword, Heaven's Abyss, directly targeting the oblivious Abe Saigetsu. One sword cleaves through myriad peaks. One sword arrives, summoning lost souls. The sword, imbued with Lu Chen's overwhelming murderous intent, surged towards Abe Saigetsu. This strike caused the heavens to tremble. And before the onlookers could fully grasp their fear from Abe Saigetsu's earlier attack, their minds were ensnared once again by Lu Chen's formidable strike. As Lu Chun unleashed his sword, the ominous clouds in the sky were cleaved apart, revealing an inverted abyss. The onlookers gazed in terror at the celestial scene, which was nothing short of divine. The exquisite spiritual weapon, the 10,000 holy sword, radiated an overwhelming aura of terror, piercing through Abe Qingyue's body in the blink of an eye. It obliterated both Abe Qingyue's physical form and the final strike he attempted to unleash before his demise. Although the 10,000 holy sword came to a halt, its momentum did not wane, continuing to carve through the heavens as it surged forth into the distance. Ultimately, the force of the sword struck a target 200,000 miles away. The dark clouds above were sliced apart for over 200,000 miles, and upon landing, the sword's power carved out trenches spanning over 100,000 miles, cleaving a small region asunder. While the spectators did not witness the separation of land, the image of the sky being severed was vividly imprinted in their minds, with at least 70% of those within the Tianyin dynasty witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. On the battlements of the Kai family's main city, Yi-chun was awestruck. He turned his gaze towards the mist-shrouded Lu Chun in the sky. Although obscured from view, the aura emanating from within assured him that the figure concealed by the mist was indeed his master, Lu Chun. Among all present, aside from Yi-chun, whose expression was tinged with confusion, and Lu Feng, who remained composed, the remaining individuals had their hearts racing with anxiety. This enigmatic figure, although having saved everyone, left no one certain of their identity nor dared anyone to assume they were not there to cause harm. Countless eyes were fixated on Lu Chen, awaiting the next move of the veiled figure. Suddenly, a voice laden with uncertainty disrupted the collective focus. Master, Master? Yujian called out, glancing at Lu Feng, who remained unperturbed. The wavering doubt within him diminished as he voiced his uncertainty. Though Yujian was merely at the golden elixir stage, his voice, infused with spiritual energy, resonated clearly for miles. The astonishment among the crowd surged once more. This seemingly inconspicuous youth had a master of such formidable stature. Beside Yujian, Kai Shuanger stared at him, as if he were a stranger. She had known that Lu Feng, being at the peak of the transformation stage, was already astonishing, and had assumed that Yi Chen's master was of the spirit-severing stage. However, she never anticipated that Yi Chen's master would possess such terrifying power. His sword strike akin to a celestial calamity descending upon them. Nearby, the second ancestor of the Kai family felt as if he had been struck on the forehead by a mighty hammer. The young man, who shared an ambiguous relationship with his granddaughter, had an impressive background indeed. It was likely that his master ranked among the elite of the spirit-severing realm. Such individuals were the highest echelon within a fifth-tier power. After Lu Chen's sword strike, within the Tianyun imperial city, the ancestral elder of the Tianyun royal family stood frozen, gazing at the spectacle in the sky. Given a longtime rival of Abe Qingyue, intimately familiar with his aura, he sensed Abe Qingyue's presence upon his arrival. Yet before he could deliberate on whether to surrender, an even more formidable entity emerged. The disquieting realization that Abe Qingyue's presence had vanished following the appearance of this terrifying being left him in a state of confusion. In a certain fifth-tier sect, located less than 1,000,000 miles from the eastern domain, the sight of Lu Chen's sword drew the attention of the sect's elder, who manifested above the sect, exuding a chilling aura that revealed his formidable cultivation. Yet, the elder's expression was one of grave concern, leaving the younger members of the sect in a state of bewilderment. Their elder was at the late stage of spirit division. What kind of terrifying entity could compel a being of such strength to furrow his brow in trepidation? Meanwhile, the instigator, Lu Chen, felt a surge of elation after slaying Abe Qingyue. He then observed his foolish disciple, Yi Chen, tentatively probing his identity, which elicited both amusement and exasperation from him. This naive disciple failed to consider who, apart from his beloved master, would traverse over 1,000,000 miles to rescue him. Are you unharmed? The figure shrouded in mist unexpectedly responded to the young man, who stood like a delicate boy beside the princess of the Kai family. This enigmatic figure turned out to be the master of the so-called delicate boy. Those who had mistaken Yujian for a mere pretty face were momentarily stunned, left pondering their thoughts in confusion. Master, I am fine. It is merely that Senior Lu Feng was injured by that person. He is unharmed. Lu Chen was acutely aware of the severity of Lu Feng's injuries. Being a puppet, Lu Feng could recover from any injury, provided that it did not result in severe bodily damage and there were ample spirit stones available. Thus, Lu Chen was not particularly worried. He then gazed upon the battlefield, where corpses lay scattered, and the air was thick with blood, making it difficult for any body to remain intact. The grim scene unfolded before Lu Chen's eyes. He was not only a traveler from another world, but also a cultivator, and above all, he was human. With a sigh, he infused his words with spiritual energy, conveying them to the ears of all present. This war must come to an end. The majority of the Foot Basin dynasty's forces have perished, and defeat is all but inevitable. There is no need for further senseless sacrifices. If any party still yearns for battle, I shall gladly oblige. At last, the war concluded. Every heart was filled with a mixture of exhilaration and joy, intertwined with sorrow and pain. The remaining few 100,000 of the Foot Basin dynasty, who had possessed some desire to fight upon Abe Qingyue's arrival, no longer wished to continue after his demise. They were subjects of the Foot Basin dynasty, yet they were also sons, fathers, and husbands. After Lu Chen proclaimed the end of the war, the blood-soaked battlefield echoed with cries. Some cultivators from the Foot Basin dynasty embraced their counterparts from the Tianyun dynasty, weeping together. The war was finally over. They no longer needed to kill. Whether it was the elder of the Kai family or the two elders of the Sword and Blade Pavilion, all were moved to tears by the sight before them. Having lived for over 1,000 years, they never anticipated that today's war of annihilation would evoke such profound emotions in these four powerful beings. Subsequently, the elder of the Kai family summoned over 1,000 golden core cultivators, relayed his instructions, and sent them forth in all directions. Days later, In the main courtyard of the Kai family, the two great elders of the Kai family, along with the two elders of the Sword and Blade Pavilion and a multitude of direct disciples of the Kai family, formed a semicircle. In the center stood Yi Chun and Kai Shuang'er, with Lu Feng positioned behind them. Wooden-headed Chun, remember to visit me often. By the next time we meet, I might have reached the golden core stage and surpassed you. Is that so? I shall await with bated breath. Rest assured, I shall certainly visit you often. Kai Shuang'er wore a serious expression, as if she truly believed she could surpass Yi Chun. Yi Chun, on the other hand, gazed at Kai Shuang'er, finding her exceedingly endearing, and responded accordingly. After a brief interval, Yi Chun waved farewell to the gathered crowd and turned towards Lu Feng. At the very moment he pivoted, Kai Shuang'er unexpectedly grasped him and pulled him back, kissing him in front of all. Moments later, their lips parted, and Kai Shuang'er blushed profusely, softly whispering to Yi Chun, "Do not forget our promise." Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement, then turned once more towards Lu Feng, and the two departed. Once they had left, Kai Shuang'er raised her head to meet the gaze of her elders, her face flushing anew as she hurriedly exited. "Shuang'er has grown and found someone special," remarked one elder. "And he is quite an exceptional genius. Indeed, Brother Yun has gained a splendid son-in-law. How dare you? My Shuang'er is anything but inferior. She is more than worthy of Yi Chun. I feel I have struck gold." The middle-aged man speaking to Kai Yun was none other than Kai Zerui, who had previously advocated for Kai Shuang'er to marry Yi Chun. He was her clan uncle, a younger brother to her father. As a member of the Kai family, he had never aspired to vie for the position of family head. Thus he shared in the family's joy whenever fortune smiled upon them. In the Tianyun Imperial Palace, the venerable ancestor of Tianyun stood within the grand hall, listening intently to the messenger relaying the events of the battlefield concerning the Kai family. Upon hearing Lu Chun declare the war concluded, a weight lifted from his heart. The day Lu Chun severed the sky of the Tianyun dynasty with a single sword strike had instilled such fear in him that he had not dared to step foot outside the imperial capital. Now, everything was finally clear. Not only had the resolution of the war spread throughout the three great dynasties, but it had also reached every faction beneath them. Alongside the cessation of hostilities, another extraordinary event had permeated the ranks of all powers. The second-tier sect of the Northern Liang dynasty, the Swordmaster sect, had an ancestor who had slain the formidable Anbei Qingyue, who had reached the divided spirit stage. The true identity of this ancestor remained a mystery. The war's conclusion was merely a consequence of Anbei Qingyue's attempt to eliminate the ancestor's disciple, which provoked the ancestor into action, thereby bringing the conflict to a close. In a flash, the Swordmaster sect was catapulted to the pinnacle of public discourse. Regardless of whether they were first-tier or fourth-tier powers, all held the Swordmaster sect in utmost reverence. Even the dynasties approached the sect with deference, for they were blessed with a superlative ancestor. At this moment, within the Swordmaster sect's cemetery, Lu Chun continued to recline in his usual position on the chair, leaving the maintenance of the cemetery to Yi Chun. A month passed before a familiar figure, Li Yunfeng, arrived at the gates. The instant Li Yunfeng stepped inside, Lu Chun discerned his current cultivation level, the completion of the golden core stage. "Junior brother, why are you still asleep? Do you not know that a multitude of significant events have transpired during this time?" Lu Chun approached the stone table, beckoning Li Yunfeng to sit beside him while signaling Yi Chun to prepare a cup of tea. "Do you still recall the time when Master and I defended against the Foot Basin army, encountering a formidable entity of the transformation stage, and were saved by the ancestor? The ancestor has intervened once more. In this instance, the ancestor unexpectedly eliminated a formidable being of the divided spirit realm, bringing the war to a decisive end before the watchful eyes of many." Li Yunfeng observed Lu Chun, his demeanor entirely unperturbed, displaying an expression of utter indifference. He endeavored to elaborate further on the exceptional prowess of their ancestor, unaware that the so-called ancestor was none other than his own junior, Lu Chun, seated right before him. "Do you realize, junior brother, that after vanquishing the ancestor of the Foot Basin dynasty, and Bei Qingyue, the ancestor left behind a profound statement? Should there be any remaining grievances, he is prepared to engage with his original strength." The revelation of such a heroic figure was indeed awe-inspiring. Lu Chun, feigning excitement in response to Li Yunfeng, was soon joined by Yi Chun, who approached with tea in hand. Observing Lu Chun's display, Yi Chun felt a twinge of disdain, recognizing that the master was, in fact, praising himself. "Junior brother, do you understand? The Foot Basin dynasty has been eradicated." As Li Yunfeng consumed a cup of tea, He addressed Lu Chen with a visage full of lamentation. Lu Chen, however, wore a perplexed expression. I distinctly proclaimed that no further wars should occur. How could the Foot Basin dynasty have perished? Brother, how could this be? The Foot Basin dynasty was so powerful. Even though there are few transformation realm cultivators left, surely a withered camel is larger than a horse. How could they simply vanish? Upon their surrender to the Tianyan dynasty and our Waterqing dynasty, the Foot Basin royalty, realizing their lack of transformation realm power, conceded territory to the two dominant dynasties. The remaining two fourth-tier sects of the Foot Basin dynasty fell within the ceded territory, leading to the dissolution of the Foot Basin dynasty, now reduced to the Foot Basin kingdom. After hearing Li Yunfeng's account, Lu Chen grasped the situation, nodding in understanding. The Foot Basin dynasty, now it was the Foot Basin kingdom. The royal members were indeed perceptive. Surprising as it was, the Foot Basin dynasty had seen the writing on the wall. Indeed, since the war's conclusion, our Beiliang dynasty has opportunistically expanded under the banner of our Yujian Sect, claiming an additional 100,000 miles of territory, positioning themselves as contenders for a dynasty. However, the Beiliang royalty is astute. They have allocated all surrounding territories within 10,000 miles to the Yujian Sect. They are not fools. They recognize that without the Yujian Sect, their nation would have likely faced annihilation in this conflict. Moreover, the Yujian Sect, as a formidable power, has become the preeminent force among the three great dynasties. Who would dare to contest them? Listening to Li Yunfeng, a smile graced Lu Chen's face. This is quite favorable. Let it be the cornerstone for the revival of our Yujian Sect. Indeed, it is a pity that our ancestor is reluctant to emerge. Otherwise, our Yujian Sect would directly ascend to the fifth-tier sect. I wonder what such an esteemed existence looks like. I yearn to witness it firsthand. As Li Yunfeng expressed his desire to meet the ancestor he impersonated, Lu Chen's heart swelled with delight. He pondered how his senior brother would react upon discovering that he was the mythical ancestor in question. The two conversed late into the night before Li Yunfeng finally took his leave. Watching his departing figure, Lu Chen fell into a deep reverie. With this departure, Li Yunfeng would be heading down the mountain for training. It remained uncertain when he would return. After a few days of signing in to acquire the divination technique, I performed a series of calculations with my fingers before releasing them. Brotherly, although this outing poses no threat to life, it will indeed present a formidable emotional tribulation. I hope you can navigate through it safely. If not, please return. I shall protect you with all my strength. The following day, Lu Chen slowly arose from his bed, having refrained from cultivation the previous night. During the distraction period, one does not require mundane rest. Yet after bidding farewell to Li Yunfeng, Lu Chen found himself inexplicably yearning for slumber. As he pushed open the wooden door of his small abode, he noticed that the cemetery remained quiet, with only Yi Chen diligently cleaning. He had previously advised Yi Chen that regardless of how formidable the descendants become, they must personally tend to the graves of their ancestors. Master, good morning. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge from the dwelling, Yi Chen paused his work. After exchanging greetings, he resumed his task at the cemetery, while Lu Chen made his way to the Hall of Spirits to pay his respects and commence the sign-in process. Ding. Detection of the host's presence in the Hall of Spirits. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired the low-grade Celestial Technique Buddha's Cleansing Sutra. Ding. Detection of the host cultivating the Thunder God Body Forging Sutra, which can be combined with the Buddha's Cleansing Sutra. Would you like to merge them? Merge. Surprisingly, these two techniques could indeed be fused. When Lu Chen initially broke through to the nascent soul stage, he had signed in to obtain the Thunder God Body Forging Sutra. After cultivation, his physical body became extraordinarily resilient, with muscles bursting forth with immense power of thunder. Now, with the integration of the Buddha's Cleansing Sutra, he wondered what effects would arise. Congratulations, the fusion was successful. You have obtained the superior grade Celestial Technique Celestial Body Forging Sutra. The Celestial Body Forging Sutra? Upon reading its description, Lu Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. Even the regular sign-ins yielded top-tier techniques in the realm of cultivation. Yet seeing the Celestial Body Forging Sutra stirred an unparalleled thrill within him. This superior celestial technique, when mastered by a mortal, grants them the physique of an immortal, rendering them impervious to the ravages of time, ageless for 1,000,000 years, and indestructible. If the heavenly grade supreme techniques allow a person to reach the pinnacle of the mortal realm and subsequently break through to ascend as an immortal, Then the Celestial Body Forging Sutra provides a cultivator with the key to the gates of the celestial realm. If this technique were to be cast into the outside world, it would surely cause upheaval throughout the Taihao Great World, who would not desire the opportunity to ascend as an immortal. Chapter 18. 3 Years of Change, the Youth's Revenge. The cultivation of the Celestial Body Forging Sutra is quite unique, requiring the host to enter to facilitate the system's transformation into mastery. However, entering this sutra necessitates a substantial amount of thunderous energy. Without a thunder pool to support it, one cannot begin the practice. Lu Chen's only option at present is to venture into the Void Realm, where he can summon the heavenly thunder to initiate his cultivation. Uncertain of how long the entry into this celestial technique might take, Lu Chen summoned Lu Feng and Yi Chen to relay his intentions. He needed to be away for a time and instructed Lu Feng to closely monitor Yi Chen's cultivation while keeping an eye on the Yujian Sect. After issuing his instructions, Lu Chen focused his mind and vanished from the spot, entering the Void Realm. Once more, the vegetation of the Void Realm came into view, where Yamamoto and the ancestor of Nide had constructed a wooden cabin at the edge of the foliage. Although the two seldom encountered others in the Void Realm, they found solace in the companionship of celestial flora and treasures, supplemented by the elixirs and techniques bestowed upon them by Lu Chen, which shielded them from disturbances from the outside world. Their cultivation progressed steadily, driven by their pursuit of immortality, and they held no grievances over the rapid advancement they experienced. Lu Chen met with them once more, bestowing additional elixirs upon the duo, who expressed their profound gratitude before he vanished into the horizon. In this ethereal domain, Lu Chen reigned supreme. The heavenly thunder of the Void Realm was merely a plaything at his command, summoned and dismissed at will. In a fleeting moment, bolts of lightning gathered above him, their power saturating the clouds. Subsequently, the thunder descended upon Lu Chen with cataclysmic force, striking him from the heavens. He activated the Immortal Path Body Refinement Sutra, enduring the relentless onslaught of celestial lightning day after day. 3 years passed in the main world, while 30 years elapsed in the Void Realm. The tribulations of thunder above subsided, and Lu Chen had successfully cultivated the Immortal Path Body Refinement Sutra to its foundational level, which the system then transformed to perfection. His immortal physique had been achieved, and upon introspection, his bones appeared as translucent as jade, yet unbreakable. His Qi and Dantian had expanded nearly 100-fold, and his meridians and flesh were as resilient as divine artifacts. To an outside observer, his skin was as tender and luminous as congealed cream, his visage resembling that of a jade gentleman, poised and graceful, with eyes that seemed to encompass the vastness of the world. Should anyone from his previous life witness him, they would surely exclaim, "A man of unparalleled grace." This transformation filled Lu Chen with satisfaction, and he departed the Void Realm with a smile. Upon returning to his humble cabin, the system's voice resounded once again. Ding! Host detected returning to the mausoleum. Missed check-ins, 1,095 times. Would you like to make up for the missed check-ins? Yes. Would you like to receive rewards simultaneously? Yes. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained 100 Yin-Yang reversal pills, 10 000 mid-grade spirit crystals, and a Supreme Spirit Weapon Shadow, cleaving sword. The rewards were dispensed, and the host was prompted to acknowledge them within the system space. Ding! Host has achieved the immortal physique, cultivation level elevated to the pinnacle of spirit separation. The power within Lu Chen surged once more, reaching the zenith of spirit separation before settling. Upon assessing his strength, he realized that even without relying on his immortal physique, he would still rank as the foremost among those at the integration stage. With the aid of his immortal physique, he felt capable of contending with even the most accomplished of practitioners. Half an hour later, after meticulously inventorying his rewards, Lu Chen opened the door of his cabin. His disciple, Yi Chen, continued his daily routine of tending to the mausoleum, and upon hearing the creak of the wooden door, he turned, tears welling in his eyes. Since the destruction of his family and the passing of Elder Fu, only his master could evoke such emotion within him. "Master!" Yi Chen exclaimed, dropping his broom and rushing into Lu Chen's embrace. Lu Chen, witnessing Yi Chen's approach, did not resist, and gently patted his back as Yi Chen knelt before him. "I want to cultivate a crucial technique. Now that I have achieved mastery, I have returned. I appreciate your perseverance during my absence. Not arduous, not arduous. The disciple finds no toil. As long as the master returns, the disciple considers it worthwhile. For the past 3 years, Yujian has diligently trained while never neglecting his chores. Even now, at the tender age of 20, he remains ever concerned for his beloved master, Lu Chen. Foolish child, you are already 20. Rise up. Weeping and wailing is unbecoming. As Lu Chen finished speaking, Yujian slowly stood, wiping the tears from his face, a smile breaking through. Master, please impart the profound techniques you cultivate to your foolish disciple. Let me honor and propagate them. Witnessing Yujian, who had been weeping just moments before, now jesting for teachings, an impulse to discipline his wayward disciple surged within Lu Chen, only to be swiftly suppressed. You rebellious disciple, such techniques surpass your imagination. Not even the sword control technique and the myriad sword cannon can compare. I shall teach you once your cultivation reaches a certain level. Thank you, master. I knew you cherish your disciple. Rebellious disciple. Yujian understood that both the sword control technique and the myriad sword cannon were heavenly tier techniques, and certainly rarer than ordinary items. In his view, Master S' reluctance to teach him the technique now was merely due to his current inadequacy. Moreover, the master had assured him that he would eventually receive it once his cultivation improved. After all, was he not a genius? During the days when I was absent, did anything transpire? Lu Chen's inquiry interrupted Yujian's reverie. He then composed his expression, beginning to recount the events of the past 3 years. The imperial battle from 3 years prior had been documented by the central holy land of the Eastern Domain. In this conflict, 36 divine transformation cultivators from the 3 empires fell, equating to the loss of nearly 2 ordinary empires' worth of divine transformation cultivators. 8 million cultivators perished. The war affecting over 10 billion mortals, the casualties representing 1/50th of the Eastern Domain. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He had not anticipated the brutality of the 3 imperial battles. Though the lives of mortals bore no weight upon him, he would always remember to place mortals before immortals, regardless of his future existence. Yujian then shared other minor occurrences from the past 3 years, such as Li Yunfeng witnessing Yujian's solidification of true essence and attempting to persuade him to leave the cemetery and join the inner sect, only to be rejected once more by Yujian. As night fell, Yujian concluded his training and sought out Lu Chen once again. However, this time, a glint of murderous intent shone in Yujian's eyes, not directed at Lu Chen, but rather fueled by the desire for vengeance against his family's annihilation. Seeing the murderous intent in Yujian's gaze, Lu Chen understood that the once downtrodden boy, whose family had been slaughtered, was now ready to seek retribution. Are you set to go? Indeed, master. I had intended to seek vengeance upon my breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, but various factors, coupled with your absence for 3 years, held me back. Now that you have returned, it is time to exact my revenge. Lu Chen recognized that Yujian was no longer the chi refinement boy who had once been rendered powerless. If he did not pursue vengeance, it could fester into a heart demon, hindering his future cultivation. Go forth, do not fear, even if your adversary is an empire, for you have your master standing behind you. Upon realizing that Lu Chen did not hinder him, Yujian bowed deeply to the master who had bestowed him with everything and then departed. 15 years of youth, marred by the destruction of his family. And at the age of 22, he had vanquished his foes. Nearly 7 years of vengeance, a duration that felt both interminable and fleeting. Perhaps this is the essence of the cultivation realm. On the following day, Yujian arrived above what was once Yian City, now renamed Ling and City since the Ling family seized control. Although the Ling family ceased to receive support from the Fire Sect after the demise of the Fire Spirit Body, Ling Zhilong, they remained the sole dominators of Ling and City. Thus, the Ling family had been enjoying a relatively stable existence, with their clan's development flourishing. However, this tranquility was about to be irrevocably altered. Within the Ling family estate, a member of the Ling clan was mercilessly beating a youth on the ground. The boy was barely clothed, bloodied and bruised, yet his gaze remained resolute and unyielding. There were nearly 100 others in similar dire straits. All former members of the Yi family now living in abject misery, far worse than pigs or dogs. Those who had fled during the family's downfall were captured with the aid of the Fire Sect. The only one who had vanished without a trace was the former young lord of the Yi family, Yujian. The pursuers of Yujian had also disappeared. Yet neither the Ling family nor the Fire Sect took heed, for what could a mere cultivator of the 7th layer of Qi do, even if he managed to escape? You wretched slave of the Yi family, It has been so many years since your clan's demise, yet you still refuse to submit, you broken dog. The Ling disciple, filled with malice, lashed out with increased vigor, but no matter how fervently he struck, the youth on the ground remained unyielding. Young master, if you continue to strike, he will surely perish. Such a valuable slave of the Yi family would be a pity to lose in such a manner. An elderly servant beside the Ling disciple interjected. Sensing the escalating brutality, the Ling disciple, seemingly heeding the advice, momentarily ceased his assault. The other suffering members of the Yi family sighed in relief at the reprieve. Suddenly, the Ling disciple raised his hand once more, gathering spiritual energy for another strike. Should that whip fall, the Yi youth would undoubtedly meet his end. The Yi family members could only glare in impotent fury, unable to voice their outrage. Just as the whip was about to descend, several beams of sword light struck down, eliminating the Ling disciple and several of his servants. Following that, hundreds of sword lights cascaded from the sky, slaying all Ling family members present near the Yi family. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, an immense invisible barrier enveloped Ling and city, followed by a voice that filled the air, causing all surviving members of the Yi family to weep tears of joy and sorrow. Yi Chen has come to exact vengeance. All members of the Ling family shall meet their demise. The boy who had been brutally beaten now had tears streaming down his face. He was Yi Chen's cousin, Yi Shiren, the son of Yi Chen's second uncle, who had been captured by the Ling family 3 years prior. Enduring years of torment and humiliation, he had never yielded nor shed a tear, but upon hearing Yi Chen's name, he was overtaken by emotion, feeling an overwhelming mixture of joy and sorrow. The joyous news is that Brother Chen is still alive, yet the sorrow lies in the fact that after a mere 7 years, Yi Chen, no matter how brilliant, has only reached the consolidation realm. The Ling family boasts more than one individual at this level. Brother Chen's return is akin to courting death within the Ling residence. The family members were taken aback by the reverberating voice. Although the strongest among them can project their voice throughout the city, none possess such a commanding presence. Under the guidance of the Ling family's fully realized elder patriarch, 7 consolidation realm practitioners emerged from the estate. Upon gazing into the sky, astonishment washed over them. There, hovering several meters above, stood a youthful figure, seemingly no more than 10 years old, unassisted by any visible means. Everyone who looked upward was utterly astonished. A golden core, apart from the royal family, the Danchi Valley, and the prestigious sword sect that has dramatically altered the dynamics of the 3 great dynasties, another golden core ancestor has emerged. And so youthful at that. Have the esteemed members of the Ling family forgotten? Have I, Yi Chen, been forgotten as well? The crowd gasped at the self-introduction from the young man in the sky. Could it truly be? In just 7 years, he had ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the golden core. The Ling family could hardly believe it. A member of the family beside the elder patriarch, a mid-consolidation practitioner, even speculated that Yi Chen must have relied on some artifact to intimidate them. Young man from the Yi family, cease your theatrics. Who would believe that one could advance from Qi refinement to golden core in just 7 years? Come down and accept your fate. Hand over the artifact that allows you to float, and perhaps the Ling family will spare your life. Upon hearing this, the assembly quickly came to their senses. Indeed, who had ever heard of such a prodigy? If this Yi family boy had truly attained such a feat, he would have been renowned by now. Surely, he must have acquired some artifact to return and frighten them. Even the scattered cultivators in Ling and city furrowed their brows. After all, flying just a few dozen meters high was hardly beyond the reach of a consolidation realm practitioner. Yi Chen must have been foolish to think such a trick could serve as revenge. It could very well cost him his life. Then, the 7 consolidation realm members of the Ling family leaped forward, charging at Yi Chen. He regarded their advance with a disdainful smirk. Seeking death, the pressure of the mid-golden core erupted instantaneously, forcing the 7 Ling practitioners back to the ground, kneeling, unable to move. Witnessing the scene, the Ling family and nearby scattered cultivators suddenly grasped the reality. Yi Chen was not relying on an artifact. He had genuinely stepped into the golden core realm. This was nothing short of monstrous. It was unfathomable what experiences Yi Chen must have endured to ascend from Qi refinement to golden core in merely 7 years. Some members of the Ling family hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to flee, but in this city, spanning no more than 50 miles, every movement was sensed by Yi Chen's divine awareness. How could he be unaware of their actions? I have declared, today all members of the Ling family shall perish. In an instant, Thousands of spirit swords materialized around Yi Chun, descending mercilessly upon those below. Throughout Ling and City, the sound of impacts echoed as the sword struck, leading to the immediate demise of the Ling family members. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, as the last of the swords fell, no Ling family member remained alive in Ling and City. Subsequently, Yi Chun descended into the residence of the Ling family, locating all the surviving members of the Yi clan. However, many of these individuals were bound by restrictions on their cultivation, their chi Cs either rendered ineffective or shattered. Witnessing the pitiful state of his kin, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming fury. He should not have allowed the Ling family members to perish so easily. They ought to have been captured and enslaved, their souls refined in retribution for their transgressions. From his spatial ring, Yi Chun retrieved medicinal pills to restore their injuries. His cousin, Yi Shuren, who had been captured in the early stages of gathering essence, consumed the recovery pill offered by Yi Chun and not only regained his cultivation, but advanced further to the pinnacle of gathering essence. Under the influence of that single pill, Yi Shuren had undergone a profound transformation. His original inferior aptitude had been upgraded to a middling talent. On the very day Yi Chun annihilated the Ling family, Ling City was once again renamed Yujian City. The current lord of Yujian City was the only surviving uncle of Yi Chun. Initially, the remaining members of the Yi clan collectively elected him as their leader, but he declined the position. He had vengeance to exact upon the Yujian Sect and then returned to serve as master. He had little interest in the trivial power of this earthly family, even if it was his own. After all, apart from Yi Shuren, there were hardly any close kin left. Once he had eradicated the Yujian Sect, he intended to take Yi Shuren back to the Yujian Sect. After spending a few days at the re-established Yi family, Yi Chen left behind several tomes of profound cultivation techniques and hundreds of vials of medicinal pills. He set off once more towards a nearby Yujian Sect, which had played a significant role in the destruction of his family. As he drew closer to the Yujian Sect, the murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes became increasingly uncontainable. At that moment, the Yujian Sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility, as their sect master was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage, poised to elevate the Yujian Sect to a new rank within the Bailiang dynasty, becoming a formidable power. However, while the Yujian Sect was basking in joy, a domineering sword aura suffused with a murderous spirit instantaneously shattered the sect's lower-tier protective formations, striking the Great Hall. Within the hall, several elders and over 1,000 disciples perished under the weight of that single sword strike. The sect master, who was in seclusion, along with the patrolling elder, swiftly took to the skies on their swords, arriving at the devastated hall. Before their anger could ignite at the sight of the destruction, it was suppressed upon their arrival. Not far from them, a youth in the Golden Core stage hovered in midair, his face a mask of fury as he regarded the two. Predecessor, I am unaware of how my Yujian Sect has offended you to provoke such lethal wrath. The two, both cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, were vastly different from the Ling family's feeble remnants. They could discern the truth with a single glance, especially since the sect master was on the cusp of entering the Golden Core stage, making it impossible for him to overlook the fact that the youth before them was indeed a genuine Golden Core cultivator. How have you offended me? I wonder if the two of you still remember Ling Zhilong? Ling Zhilong? Was he not already dead? Predecessor Ling Zhilong has been dead for 7 years. I know. I killed him. Yi Chen's words reverberated in their minds, an indelible echo. I killed him. I killed him. Chapter 19. Cultivation knows no years. A glance at 50 years. The death of Ling Zhilong was known to both of them. Not only to them, but the entire North Liang dynasty and even the 3 major imperial powers were aware of it. During the initial hunting competition held by the North Liang dynasty, disciples from a fire-blaze sect were slain by 2 prodigious youths at the nascent soul stage. These talented individuals not only exterminated the disciples of the fire-blaze sect, but also dispatched members of the Diamond Sect, provoking the ancestral figure of the Diamond Sect, General Tu Longjin from the Shuiqing dynasty. Ultimately, a formidable elder from the faction behind the girl arrived, accompanied by a dozen Golden Core cultivators to rescue her, while the boys summoned a servant of a transcendent being. This confrontation resulted in the immediate death of General Tu Longjin, a late-stage nascent soul powerhouse, as well as the Diamond Sect members, who were left in utter shock. The boy who killed Ling Zhilong was a disciple of the enigmatic ancestor of the Yujian Sect, who had single-handedly altered the balance of power among the 3 dynasties. slaying the formidable ancestor and Bei-Qing-Yue of the Foot Basin dynasty with a single sword strike. That strike even cleaved the sky of half the Tianyin dynasty. Events that have become widely known. They were merely a first-rate sect. Even without the Yujian Sect's ancestor, they could decimate the Fireblaze sect. They were powerless to seek vengeance, and thus ceased to contemplate the matter. Yet, this sudden emergence of a young golden core cultivator claiming to have slain Ling Zhilong sparked a horrifying realization in both of them. This young cultivator was indeed a disciple of the Yujian Sect's ancestor. 7 years at the nascent soul stage, and now, 7 years later, at the golden core stage. How terrifying was this progression? Little ancestor. I do not comprehend how Ling Zhilong managed to provoke you to such a degree that it entangles my Fireblaze sect. Speak, and I shall assist you in annihilating his family to quell your wrath. The sectmaster of the Fireblaze sect trembled as he spoke, pondering what grave offense Ling Zhilong had committed to incite the fury of this overlord. Entanglement? This is no mere entanglement. Was it not your Fireblaze sect that aided the Ling family in slaughtering the Yi family in the past? Yi Chen remarked disdainfully, observing the sect master's quaking form. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, another realization struck them, and an expression of utter disbelief washed over their faces. You are that Yi family's young master, Yi Chen, who escaped pursuit. Indeed, congratulations on your correct answer. Your reward is death. With that, Yi Chen brandished the shining sword, unleashing a blade of light that swiftly dispatched the two. The sect master and the elder of the Fireblaze sect could hardly fathom how the young master of the Yi family, once hunted to a pitiful state, had transformed into a disciple of a mighty, transcendent being, now poised to annihilate their entire sect. Had they known this day would come, they should have personally eliminated Yi Chen back then. But it was too late for regrets. After dispatching the two, Yi Chen proceeded to plunder the Fireblaze sect. Once he had finished his search, he gathered his strength and delivered a single strike that obliterated the mountain gate of the Fireblaze sect. Upon returning to the Yi family, Yi Chen handed over all the treasures he had acquired to the only surviving clan uncle, along with a token from the Yujian Sect, which had been bestowed upon him by Lu Feng, representing the Yujian Sect's ancestor. Entrusting matters to his uncle, Yi Chen conveyed that should a prodigious talent from the Yi family emerge in the future, bearing this token, they could directly join the Swordmaster sect or seek assistance from it. After imparting all necessary instructions, Yi Chen departed the Yi family with Yi Shuren. As they soared through the skies, Yi Shuren glanced around with an inquisitive demeanor, marveling at the sensation of flight. Observing his cousin's wonder, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile gently. Shuren, in the future, you too shall traverse the skies with your own power. Really, Brother Chen? Indeed, rest assured. With me by your side, you will undoubtedly reach such heights. However, do not forget what I have told you. On the surface, I am merely a disciple of my master, tasked with maintaining the graveyard. You mustn't let slip any information. My master desires solitude. Fear not, Brother Chen. I would rather perish than divulge a word. The 17-year-old Yi Shuren looked earnestly at Yi Chen, responding with solemnity. The two brothers exchanged knowing smiles. Upon their arrival at the Swordmaster sect, Yi Shuren was promptly introduced to the disciple recruitment hall by Yi Chen and Lu Feng, resulting in Yi Shuren being granted the status of a true disciple. Yi Chen, upon learning the circumstances, was both amused and exasperated. Despite Yi Shuren's only possessing the gathering essence cultivation, he was nonetheless a direct arrangement by the esteemed Lu Feng. The elder in charge of disciple management at the Swordmaster sect, upon seeing Lu Feng accompany a youth, dared not be remiss, practically bowing in reverence to Yi Shuren, and was ready to elevate him to core disciple status. It was only after Lu Feng intervened that he was designated as a true disciple instead. True disciples of the Swordmaster sect typically possessed foundational cultivation, and upon witnessing the newly arrived junior brothers gathering essence stage, they were all curious about how Yi Shuren had attained such a rank. Upon learning he was sent by Lu Feng, they eagerly contemplated ways to ingratiate themselves with him. After all, their own ascension to the foundational stage had been facilitated by Lu Feng and a mysterious elder. With Lu Feng personally delivering Yi Shuren and emphasizing his proper care, they dared not treat him lightly. Within the cemetery, having settled his cousin Yi Shuren, Yi Chen respectfully saluted the seated Lu Chen. Returned, have you? Yes. Is your heart lighter now that you have avenged yourself? Indeed, master. The opportunity for revenge was made possible solely because you did not disdain my humble and dull talents, accepting me as your disciple and imparting your teachings. Now that you have avenged yourself, focus on your cultivation. As a cultivator and my disciple, you are destined to ascend and become an immortal, a progenitor. You must not be disturbed by mundane affairs. Yes, Master, I shall remember your words. I will devote myself to my cultivation and strive to become a formidable force, serving you faithfully. Haha, a man should stand tall and unyielding. Do not confine yourself merely to being before me. It is good to see things clearly. The young one you brought back, I have observed him. His aptitude is acceptable, yet still lacking. Indeed, the affairs of the Northern Liang dynasty were but a mere sweep of my master's consciousness, and Yi Shuren's potential was evidently insufficient. Yi Chen mused. Lu Chen continued. He should currently be regarded as your only blood relative. How can my disciple's brother lead an ordinary life? Rest assured, I have instructed Lu Feng to deliver a celestial cleansing pill to him. As for the nature of his future transformation, I cannot predict, but it is likely that he will ascend to become a king of the harmonization stage without issue. My sincere gratitude to the esteemed master for your concern. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. Yi Shuren, becoming a king at the harmonization stage, could live for 50,000 years, which would be ample time. Now, let us hasten our departure and focus on cultivation. Allow me a moment's respite. After Yi Chen left, Lu Chen resumed his meditative state. Time in cultivation is timeless, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years have swiftly passed. Since that fateful day when Lu Chen's single sword strike instilled fear, the two remaining empires have coexisted in peace. No one dared to stir trouble, as the chasm created by Lu Chen's sword still looms over the Tianyan Empire, serving as a constant reminder to all not to provoke conflict or incite war. Lu Chen continues to recline in the rocking chair of the mausoleum, contentedly humming a tune from his past life. For him, that previous life is but a distant memory, yet this melody serves as a reminder of his origins. The rocking chair beneath him seems to have absorbed the essence of Lu Chen's celestial being over the years, exuding an air of ethereal grace. As 50 years unfolded, the two surviving empires from the great conflict gradually recuperated. The royal family of the Bailiang Empire witnessed two of its ancestors ascend to the nascent soul stage, while several distant relatives also reached this level. However, it still remained a secondary empire, its territory only half the size of the Shuiqing Empire. Despite the vast expanse of the Bailiang Empire, no surrounding forces dared to covet its dominion, well aware of the formidable presence of the Yujian Sect that stood behind it. Within the mausoleum of the Yujian Sect, after 50 years of diligent cultivation, Lu Chen's prowess has advanced to the late harmonization stage. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, who had been quietly lurking beside him, evolved into a mid-tier possessed puppet after absorbing the rewards from Lu Chen's 10,000 sign-ins. This mid-tier puppet is now nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person, capable of withstanding the initial force of a tribulation. In the mausoleum, a young man of the Golden Core stage was sweeping the grounds with a superior-grade artifact broom, one that his father had used for nearly 50 years. He is the son of Yi Chen and Kai Shuanger. 30 years prior, Yi Chen and Kai Shuanger held a grand wedding, and within a few years, he was born. Their nuptials attracted the attention of all major powers from the three empires, as Yi Chen was a disciple of the venerable ancestor of the Yujian Sect. What remains curious is that only Lu Chen and Lu Feng, shrouded in mystery, attended the wedding. They were unaware that had other members of the Yujian Sect been present, the fact that Yi Chen was a disciple of their enigmatic ancestor would have been exposed, along with Lu Chen's identity as Yi Chen's master. After the event, Feng Qingzi, the sect leader of the Yujian Sect, inquired about the appearances of the participants, the ancestor, and his disciple, yet no one dared to speak, and the matter faded into obscurity. Perhaps the mysterious ancestor was truly disappointed in them, preferring not to meet with the disciples of the Yujian Sect. 50 years have elapsed, and Feng Qingzi has gradually progressed from the perfection of the nascent soul stage to the later stages of the transformation stage. Aside from Feng Qingzi, the Grand Elder Wang Changhai, along with the other 10 elders, have also ascended to the initial stage of transformation. As for the young master Li Yinfeng, he has similarly reached the initial stage of transformation, exhibiting a momentum that seems to surpass the older generation. However, after entering this stage, Li Yinfeng departed from the Yujian Sect to seek training near the heart of the Eastern Domain, specifically at the Tianyun Kai family, located 1,000,000 miles away from the sect. Yi Chen, undoubtedly a worthy disciple of Lu Chen, achieved the transformation stage at the tender age of 70. It is noteworthy that the previous 3 great dynasties had their transformation stage practitioners who took centuries, if not millennia, to reach such breakthroughs. Although over 70, Chen has maintained a youthful appearance. At this moment, he holds in his embrace a seemingly young, yet captivating woman, the charming Kai Shuang. Kai Shuang possesses a youthful visage, having already ascended to the nascent soul stage early on. Brother Chen, do you think that mischievous child Jinying will provoke our esteemed master? She inquired with concern. Not all, Shuang. Rest assured, our master has a gentle temperament and adores Jinying. As long as he does not commit an egregious act, like burning down the Yujian Sect cemetery, our master will not mind, he reassured her. Bah, such mischief is surely your influence. If you anger our master, neither of you will escape unscathed, Kai Shuang retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue at Yi Chen, who swiftly captured her petite fist. Fear not, Shuang. Jinying possesses a sense of propriety and will not act foolishly. Besides, he has inherited my role of cleaning the cemetery for 50 years. It is time he carries on a legacy. With a chuckle, Yi Chen lifted Kai Shuang into his arms. Jinying is rather lonely. As parents, we should consider giving him a sibling. With that, he waved his hand to close the doors and windows, carrying the squirming Kai Shuang towards the soft bed in their bedroom. Meanwhile, the young man they were discussing, Yi Jinying, was diligently cleaning the Yujian Sect cemetery. At that moment, he glanced at the lying Lu Chen, unaware of his own actions, and surreptitiously unleashed the Qingchen technique in an attempt to shirk his duties. To his dismay, the very dust and leaves he had just cleared returned to the ground, and he was struck on the backside by the broom he had carelessly released. Impudent boy, you dare to slack off in my presence? Clean thoroughly, or I shall make your backside blossom with welts. Lu Chen's voice rang out. Ye Zhengyin, clutching his rear, wore a look of despair. At over 20 years of age, still a Golden Core practitioner, it was humiliating to be reprimanded by a mere broom. Understood, esteemed ancestor, he replied, still cradling his backside while continuing to clean the cemetery, feeling a surge of indignation. Once, his esteemed ancestor had shown him great affection. Now, being punished for laziness was utterly embarrassing, especially if other disciples from rival families were to witness it. Who am I? I am the young master of the Tianyun Kai family, the son of the sole disciple of the Yujian Sect's founder. Do I not have any dignity? Lu Chen observed Yi Jinying, who was cleaning the cemetery while nursing his sore backside, and a faint smile crept upon his lips, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In conjunction with his past life, he realized he had now surpassed a century in age. Not only has he become the supreme monarch of the cultivation world, but he has also unwittingly assumed the role of a grandfather. 3 days later, after completing his registration, Lu Chen exited the spirit hall. Just returned from his uncle Yi Shun, Yi Jinying hurriedly approached Lu Chen and relayed the news he had heard. Grandmaster, the Taishan Sacred Land is sending someone to assess the grade of the Swordmaster Sect. Recently, the Shui Qing dynasty dispatched envoys to the Central Sacred Land to report on the situation of the Swordmaster Sect and the Bei Liang dynasty. The assessing disciples from the Sacred Land are already en route. Once they arrive, the Swordmaster Sect is poised to ascend to a 4th grade sect. Upon seeing Yi Jinying in such a fluster over what seemed a trivial matter, Lu Chen felt a sense of helplessness. This young man had not faced the calamities that befell his father. Compared to Yi Chen, he lacked a certain maturity and composure. As for the sect's grade assessment, Lu Chen merely hoped it would proceed smoothly without incident. After all, he had refrained from action for 50 years and wished to maintain this tranquility. Noticing Lu Chen's indifference, Yi Jinying reiterated, Grandmaster, your sect, the Swordmaster Sect, is about to be promoted. I understand. Now go and clean up. Do not disturb my sleep. You are far more bothersome than when you were a child. Lu Chen waved his hand, directing Yi Jinying to the broom and sending him off to tidy the cemetery. As usual, he made his way to the rocking chair and reclined comfortably. Meanwhile, Yi Jinying, forced to clean the graveyard, pouted and muttered to himself. When he was younger, he was called Little Darling, but now he was deemed a nuisance. Grandmaster might soon have a Grandmaster grandmother, just like how my mother describes him as a fickle character. Suddenly, the broom slipped from his grasp and struck his backside, leaving him no time to contemplate a defense. Ouch! The force of this broom strike was more painful than before, making Yi Jinying ponder how his grandfather had grown so ruthless. Lu Chen's voice echoed again, causing him to tremble. If your previous comment reaches your father's ears, he would not only punish you, but also confine you. It might even lead to a joint reprimand from your parents. Though Yi Chen and Kai Shuang typically refrained from reprimanding Yi Jinying, they had once teamed up, nearly breaking him. After that incident, he vowed never to endure such a punishment again. Quickly, he hastened his sweeping, but suddenly he paused. Grandmaster, Uncle Shuren sends his regards. Understood. Just focus on your cleaning. If you continue to be distracted, I may have to spank you, Lu Chen replied, still keeping his eyes closed, though his tone softened slightly. 3 months later, the sect assessors from the Taishan Sacred Land arrived in the Bei Liang dynasty as promised. Their mission was not only to evaluate this second-tier minor dynasty, but also to assess a fourth-grade sect. According to the reports from the Shui Qing dynasty, the minor dynasty appeared relatively normal, yet the second-grade sword master sect piqued their curiosity. 50 years ago, a sect that boasted merely one golden core cultivator has astonishingly evolved into a fourth-rank sect with over a dozen soul transformation practitioners. Upon receiving this report, the elder responsible for evaluating sects at the Taishan Sacred Land found it hard to believe his own ears. Even as a harmonization period cultivator, he could scarcely fathom how a mere second-rank sect with only one golden core practitioner could cultivate such a multitude of soul transformation practitioners within half a century. After persistent inquiries, the representative from the Shui Qing dynasty finally divulged the underlying reason. The Yujian Sect had produced an ancestor at the divine transformation stage, who had once slain a newly ascended ancestor of the same stage with a single sword strike. According to the regulations of the Sacred Land, any cultivator who steps into the divine transformation stage must report to the Taishan Sacred Land. To ascertain the truth of the matter, the evaluating elder dispatched a fully realized divine transformation practitioner along with 2 initial stage divine transformation evaluators and over a dozen perfected soul transformation cultivators to investigate the Yujian Sect. Damn this second-rank minor sect, forcing us to traverse countless miles to this insignificant place. Upon arrival at the so-called Yujian Sect, I shall thoroughly teach their soul transformation practitioners a lesson, exclaimed a perfected soul transformation cultivator, brimming with indignation as he arrived in the Bei Liang dynasty. Based on the reports from the dynasty, this minor sect is suspected to harbor an ancestor capable of slaying a peak divine transformation practitioner with a single strike. I fear that before you even make a move, their ancestor might best you, cautioned another initial stage divine transformation evaluator accompanying him. The reminder doused the fury of the perfected soul transformation cultivator like a bucket of cold water. A single strike against a peak divine transformation practitioner that would imply the existence of at least a late-stage divine transformation cultivator. In the Taihao Great World, once a cultivator enters the soul transformation stage, they are referred to as a great being. Those in the divine transformation stage are deemed supreme. Harmonization cultivators are called monarchs. Tribulation transcenders are considered sovereigns. And those nearing the immortal ascension realm in the great ascension stage are termed false immortals. The immortal ascension realm, however, is characterized by the refinement of cultivation, converting spiritual energy into celestial energy. When the celestial energy reaches perfection, one can ascend to the immortal realm and become a true immortal. Yet, as the immortal ascension stage has yet to ascend, it is also referred to as the quasi-immortal stage. Upon hearing of the potential existence of a late-stage divine transformation practitioner within the Yujian Sect, the perfected soul transformation cultivator exhibited signs of weakness, prompting a cold snore from a fellow evaluator of the same rank in their midst. As a member of the Sacred Land, how can one be so timid? Even if the Yujian Sect has a late-stage divine transformation practitioner, it is still merely a suspicion. I am a genuine, perfected divine transformation practitioner, a top-tier existence among the supreme, and have no need for trepidation. The perfected soul transformation cultivator, upon absorbing these words, suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, they possessed a perfected supreme being on their side. What was there to fear? With this thought, he regained his lofty demeanor. As they approached the Yujian Sect, the group of evaluators began to split into 2 paths. 2 perfected soul transformation practitioners headed towards the Bei Liang dynasty, while the others accompanied the 3 evaluators to the Yujian Sect. Outside the gates of the Yujian Sect, the severed heads of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, who had previously oppressed the sect and were slaughtered by Lu Feng, still bore a vibrant hue. The longevity of a nascent soul cultivator can reach an astonishing 5,000 years. Even after having their head displayed for 50 years, there is little change. The 4 heads still retain the expressions of panic from their demise. How despicable of the sword control sect to hang the heads of others at their entrance. Such ruthlessness could very well belong to a demonic sect. The one who initially boasted of defeating all the transformation stage cultivators of the sword control sect now gazed upon the heads at the gate with a glance directed toward the strongest cultivator in the middle of the group, deliberately speaking ill of the sword control sect. Who approaches? Called out the disciples guarding the gate, as they noticed the sudden appearance of over 10 individuals. However, the tone of the questioning disciples seemed to provoke the ire of the formidable transformation stage attendant. Before the attendant could act, one of the initial stage spirit separation attendants next to him scoffed, sending the two guards crashing into the gate. This act was observed by Lu Chen's divine consciousness within the cemetery, yet he refrained from intervening. The initial stage spirit separation cultivator appeared to seek trouble, but in truth, he was there to save lives. Had he not acted, the full-fledged spirit separation cultivator would likely have killed the two guards directly. Go inform your sect master that the identification attendant from the Taishan Holy Land has arrived for evaluation. Come out to welcome us. A full transformation stage cultivator reminded the disciples within, who were preparing to resist. They were there for evaluation, not to engage in a brawl. There was no need to waste time at that moment. The sooner the evaluation was completed, the sooner they could return to the Holy Land for cultivation. After all, the Sword Control Sect was merely on the periphery of the Eastern region, its spiritual energy barely a fraction of that found in the central part of the Eastern region. The initial stage spirit separation cultivator who had just acted now felt a twinge of curiosity, having lived and cultivated in the Central Eastern region. It took him nearly 200 years to progress from the Golden Core stage to the transformation stage. How, in such a spiritually barren peripheral area, had someone managed to ascend from Golden Core to late transformation stage in merely 50 years? Could it be that there was indeed a formidable ancestor? But how had this ancestor achieved such rapid advancement? Inside the main hall of the Sword Control Sect, Feng Qingzi and others rushed over upon receiving the message from the gate-guarding disciples, welcoming the Holy Land visitors into the sect. After a warm reception and settling the identification attendants, Feng Qingzi promptly issued orders to gather all nascent soul disciples to the sect square. Collectively, they released their spiritual energy, allowing the attendants from the Holy Land to assess their cultivation levels. The sight of nearly 200 nascent soul disciples simultaneously releasing their energy left the transformation stage evaluators from the Holy Land in awe. With 11 transformation stage cultivators and 200 nascent soul disciples, this was undoubtedly a formidable force among fourth-grade sections. The evaluators nodded in agreement, diligently recording their findings. Seeing the expressions of the Holy Land representatives, Feng Qingzi wore a satisfied smile, believing that the evaluation process would proceed smoothly. Yet, the full-fledged spirit separation expert from the Holy Land let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with indifference. This cannot be right. The Sword Control Sect must possess more transformation stage cultivators than these. The inquiry from the full-fledged spirit separation cultivator prompted Feng Qingzi to recall that indeed there was another transformation stage cultivator absent from this gathering, Li Yinfeng, who was out on a journey of training. Indeed, I am the young master of the Yujian Sect, currently at the stage of divine transformation, albeit I have long ventured out for training. I felt the piercing gaze of that formidable figure, as cold and unyielding as a hawk, fixed upon me. I hastily mentioned Li Yinfeng as well. You old fool, are you feigning ignorance? Where's your ancestor of the Yujian Sect, the elder in charge of the assessment, possessing the full cultivation of the divine separation stage, did not hear what he wished and instantly erupted in fury, his dark robe shattering into pieces. The overwhelming aura of his power surged forth, compelling the nascent soul disciples present in the plaza to kneel before him. Many disciples within the gates of the Yujian Sect, whose cultivation was below the nascent soul stage, fainted from the pressure, while Feng Qingzi and the 10 elders were rendered immobile by the oppressive force. Fortunately, this individual did not come with the intent to slaughter. Otherwise, the Yujian Sect would have been left strewn with corpses. The pressure intensified, and, aside from Feng Qingzi, even the 10 elders were compelled to kneel before him. Where's your ancestor of the Yujian Sect? The divine separation expert began to exert his spiritual power, attempting to breach Feng Qingzi's mental defenses. Witnessing this act of bullying against the weak, the two fellow divine separation initiates exchanged glances and simultaneously released their own pressure to shield the entire Yujian Sect from the oppressive force of the divine separation assessor. Brother Zhu, enough. We are here to assess the sect's rank, not to humiliate it. Should you continue in this manner, we will certainly report to the elders of the Holy Land. Seeking the judgment of the assessment elder. Upon hearing the mention of the assessment elder, The Zhu surnamed divine separation expert finally withdrew his oppressive aura. Observing this retreat, the two who had intervened also eased their pressure. What ancestor does this Yujian Sect possess? Even if there is one, they are likely only at the late stage of divine separation, mere fodder that could be extinguished with a wave of my hand. The Zhu surname expert scoffed disdainfully, throwing out another insult. His words ignited the fury of the Yujian Sect disciples, who were all visibly enraged. Even Feng Qingzi and the 10 elders felt that they would rather face death than allow their ancestor to be insulted. Our ancestor is a supreme powerhouse. How dare you insult him? You, a despicable wretch, are unworthy to demean our ancestor. The disciples shouted in righteous indignation at the divine separation assessor, some even resorting to curses. Witnessing the resolute stance of the Yujian Sect, the two divine separation initiates overseeing the assessment wore expressions of helplessness. Could they not speak less? Continuing like this would only escalate the conflict further. The divine separation expert, seeing the Yujian Sect's angry retorts and insults directed at him, could not help but laugh in disbelief. A swarm of ants dared to defy him. If not for the intervention of his two junior brothers at the initial stage of divine separation, he would have undoubtedly wiped out the entire sect within a quarter of an hour. The one accompanying him, a fully realized divine transformation expert, had even drawn his weapon, ready to unleash slaughter within the Yujian Sect at a mere command, the air thick with the scent of impending violence. Enough! One of the divine separation initiates roared, interrupting the turmoil. The appraisal concludes here. From this day forth, the sword-guarding sect shall be recognized as a fourth-tier sect. A cultivator at the early stage of the divine separation promptly retrieved a large black gold token inscribed with the characters for fourth tier. Upon infusing it with spiritual power to activate it, the colossal token soared towards the main hall of the sword-guarding sect, replacing the former second-tier token. Once the token was replaced, the cultivator, who had been advocating for the sword-guarding sect, turned to Feng Qingzi. Sect Master Feng, prior to our arrival, we heard that your esteemed sect possesses an ancestor at the divine separation level. Might we have the honor of meeting him? To be candid, our sacred land maintains a tradition wherein all divine separation experts must be recorded in the sacred jade slips. Feng Qingzi pondered for a moment. The individual before him had consistently spoken in favor of the sword-guarding sect, displaying utmost respect and humility. He had also protected them moments ago. It would be prudent to assist him in contacting their ancestor for inquiries. Our revered ancestor rarely descends from the mountain, and even we have yet to meet him. However, there is an elder who serves as the ancestor's attendant and often conveys his orders. After a brief pause, Feng Qingzi continued, If you truly wish to meet my ancestor, we can only reach out to that attendant for inquiries. As for whether the revered ancestor will agree to meet, that is beyond our authority to question. I hope you understand. Very well, even a meeting with the attendant would suffice. As for the revered ancestor, it is likely that the sacred land has already recorded it. The divine separation appraiser nodded in agreement, sensing that Feng Qingzi and his companions were not deceiving him. Then please, Sect Master Feng, contact that esteemed friend. Feng Qingzi promptly produced a communication jade slip to contact Lu Feng. Meanwhile, within the tomb, Lu Chen and Lu Feng, one human and one puppet, had already become aware of the happenings at the sword-guarding sect square. Had the sacred land appraiser not been intercepted, he would have undoubtedly met his demise at the hands of Lu Feng. Master, Feng Qingzi has contacted me. Shall I respond? No need to concern ourselves with him. Let him relay to those individuals that what is meant to be seen will naturally come to pass. We cannot rely solely on ourselves. After all, we will eventually leave this place. Upon receiving Lu Feng's message, Feng Qingzi conveyed his ancestor's words to the divine separation appraiser. After listening to Feng Qingzi's transmission regarding his ancestor, the appraiser appeared puzzled. Will there truly be an opportunity to meet? When will that be? He sighed. Well, at least it is confirmed that the sword-guarding sect possesses a divine separation expert. We shall discuss it further upon our return to the sacred land. He then gathered everyone to prepare for departure. However, Feng Qingzi's message incited dissatisfaction once more in the Zhu surname cultivator at the perfected divine separation stage. I have refrained from taking offense out of respect for my junior brother Wu. Yet I never expected a mere late-stage divine separation cultivator to show such disregard for our sacred land. This sect no longer deserves to exist. It was over. Brother Zhu was thoroughly enraged, and there was no way to restrain him. Witnessing Zhu's fury, the divine separation appraiser named Wu felt a tightening in his chest, contemplating how to plant a seed for the sword-guarding sect's future. Brother Zhu, please calm your anger. Step aside. Pushing the Wu surname cultivator away, Zhu shouted once more. Wu Conrong, were you not my junior brother, I would have slain you today as well. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. The man bearing the surname Wu, known as Wu Conrong, glared furiously at his senior brother, Zhu. Though they hailed from the esteemed Tai Xian sacred land, which governed the eastern region, the sacred land was equally bound by stringent rules. Disciples were forbidden to arrogantly oppress or humiliate others under the guise of their sect's prestige. Since their arrival at the Yujian Sect, the disciples of Yujian had shown them nothing but utmost respect, never displaying even a hint of disdain. Even in the face of humiliation, hostility had never been directed towards them. Yet now, their senior brother Zhu sought to annihilate the Yujian Sect, a prospect Wu Conrong could not bear to witness. He resolutely positioned himself in front of Feng Qingzi, confronting the enraged Zhu. Should Zhu choose to strike him, he would at least ensure that some semblance of hope remained for the Yujian Sect. Master Feng, when I engage in battle with my senior brother, you must lead the disciples of the Yujian Sect to safety. Absolutely not. Though our Yujian Sect may be small, we cannot turn our backs on our principles. Flee at once. Do not worry. I'm also a disciple of the sacred land, and he would not dare to kill me. We were in the wrong this time, and I extend my apologies to you. Wu Conrong communicated telepathically with Feng Qingzi, oblivious to the figure of a boy brandishing an iron broom ascending the steps to the plaza. Upon reaching the square, the boy unleashed a torrent of invective towards the disciple of the sacred land named Zhu. You scoundrel, when will you cease? My esteemed ancestor has declared that he does not wish to see you, and that should suffice. Why must you force him into the open? Do you intend to claim him as your grandfather? I have no siblings older than you. After his tirade, the boy cleared his throat, expelling the foulness from his throat before continuing his rebuke. You've merely practiced a few more years, yet you arrive on another S territory, unleashing your oppressive aura without a second thought, as if to ensure everyone knows your cultivation level. Even my venerable ancestor, possessing immense strength, does not flaunt his oppressive aura at every opportunity. Have you been bullied by others' pressure and now feel the need to showcase your own? Have you forgotten who you are? I have tolerated you for far too long. I merely wish to stroll about, and yet your wretched aura pins me to the ground. Were I stronger than you, I would beat you senseless. Look at your furious demeanor. You hardly resemble a formidable immortal cultivator. You resemble a common vegetable vendor, unworthy of meeting my transcendent ancestor. Bah! You are an ugly person unaware of the beauty that surrounds you. To be so hideous yet still cling to your delusions of grandeur. What audacity! Have you always been this bold? The boy's barrage of insults left the gathered crowd in stunned silence. Feng Qingzi found himself momentarily speechless, recognizing the robe the boy wore as that of a disciple from the Yujian Sect. Pondering the origins of this outer disciple, he wondered when a Yujian Sect had welcomed such a one. Upon further inspection, he was astonished to discover that the boy was at the Golden Core stage. Feng Qingzi was taken aback. How had the Yujian Sect acquired a Golden Core outer disciple? While the boy's crude remarks against the disciple Zhu brought him amusement, he could not help but wonder if the boy was courting death by intervening at this moment. In the cemetery of the sword-controlling sect, when Lu Chen's consciousness beheld this scene, he was momentarily rendered speechless. If his disciple Yi Chan were present, he would be utterly astonished by Lu Chen's current demeanor. Like an immortal descended from the heavens, Lu Chen stood with his mouth agape, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Yi Zhenying had sneaked out for a stroll, and Lu Chen paid him no mind. Indeed, he was quite curious about what mischief the lad was up to as Yi Zhenying made his way to the plaza of the sword-controlling sect. Now, however, he was completely taken aback, for Yi Zhenying, like a fearless young bull, had brazenly berated the perfected spirit division cultivator, leaving him utterly humiliated. Chapter 21, The Assessment, concludes. Feng Qingzi pays respects to Lu Chen, perhaps having never witnessed such a spectacle, nor seen a mere golden core cultivator fiercely scolding a formidable spirit division elder. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, unable to process the tirade. Just then, a voice, neither too loud nor too soft, broke the silence among the disciples present. Isn't this Yi Zhenying, the one brought in by ancestor Lu Feng to clean the cemetery? Why is he here? Did he just refer to the ancestor as his grandmaster? Although the voice lacked spiritual power, every one of those present, at least of the nascent soul realm, heard distinctly. On stage, Feng Qingzi was momentarily taken aback. Brought by ancestor Lu Feng to clean the cemetery? How could ancestor Lu Feng bring a golden core cultivator for such a task? Suddenly, Feng Qingzi noticed that the young man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Yi surname Outer Sect disciple who had consistently cleaned the cemetery. Could it be? Feng Qingzi dared not dwell further on this thought. He resolved to investigate the matter once it was concluded. While he pondered over his suspicions, he was interrupted by another outburst from Yi Zhenying. Look at your arrogant face. How presumptuous. The sword-controlling sect has shown you enough courtesy. And just take a look at your junior brother. You are leagues inferior to him. Silence, you little wretch. The Zhu surname Cultivator, who was being scolded, finally regained his composure. His fury erupted once more, and he yearned to flay this insolent youth, to extract his soul and refine it for a millennium to assuage his hatred. Alas, just as the Zhu surname Perfected Spirit Division Cultivator approached Yi Zhenying, a sigh echoed from the heavens, causing him to kneel instantly. A cold sweat beaded on his brow, and he felt drenched in perspiration. It was not that he wished to remain still. Rather, he found himself utterly immobilized. The crowd was momentarily entranced. A middle-aged figure appeared before the vociferous youth. The disciples of the sword-controlling sect and Feng Qingzi turned their gazes toward this suddenly manifested middle-aged cultivator, collectively bowing in respect. Greetings, Ancestor Lu Feng. He acknowledged the crowd with a brief response, then turned his attention to the Perfected Spirit Division cultivator who had intended to strike down Yi Zhenying. The Zhu surname cultivator, kneeling in place, felt as though he had been stripped of all capacity for thought. Wasn't this ancestor of the sword-controlling sect merely a formidable Spirit Division cultivator? How could it be that this was no ordinary Spirit Division master? There was no Spirit Division expert in existence capable of compelling a Perfected Spirit Division practitioner to kneel, utterly unable to move. On the stage, the two divine attendants simultaneously swallowed hard. A king-level warrior. This is a combined king. The three divine practitioners present from the Holy Land inexplicably acknowledged this terrifying reality. No one dared to move. The Swordmaster sect was unwilling to show disrespect in front of their ancestor, while the members of the Holy Land refrained from offending a formidable foe. The only one still fidgeting was Yi Zhenying. When the unparalleled killing intent of the perfected divine being swept towards him, Yi Zhenying felt no panic. He was confident that his revered ancestor would not allow him to perish. Observing the supreme, perfected being kneeling before him, Yi Zhenying was about to hurl another insult when he was halted by Lu Feng. Lu Feng then turned his gaze towards the members of the Tai Xian Holy Land. Did you not wish to see me? Here I am. To his surprise, none of the Tai Xian Holy Land disciples dared to respond to Lu Feng's words. Their strongest member had previously provoked the Swordmaster sect and even attempted to kill its disciples, but now that their ancestor had arrived, who would dare to step forward? To put another way, they were inherently at fault. Even if this individual were to kill them, the Holy Land would not avenge them once the truth was verified. Senior, please do not misunderstand. We are merely following orders to respectfully invite you for a meeting, as per the decree established by the Tai Xian Holy Land. All practitioners with divine being cultivation or above in the Eastern Domain must be recorded at the Tai Xian Holy Land, leaving a legacy for future generations. After a brief silence, Wu Conrong, the initial divine practitioner who had spoken on behalf of the Swordmaster sect, broke the stillness and respectfully explained the situation to Lu Feng. I have no time to go over there. Rest assured, Senior, there is no need for you to make the trip. We have brought the Eastern Domain's Chronicle Jade book. All we require is a drop of your blood, and we can record the information. Upon finishing, Wu Conrong produced a scroll of Jade book and slowly unfurled it, gazing eagerly at Lu Feng. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng approached the jade slip and let a drop of blood fall upon it. He then inscribed a line of small characters using his spiritual energy. Swordmaster sect. Lu Feng perfected stage. Only after receiving a message from Lu Chen did Lu Feng agree to record his details on the jade slip. Once he completed the inscription, Wu Conrong glanced at it and was instantly filled with astonishment. Perfected stage. How rare are perfected stage practitioners in the entire Eastern Domain. Yet here stood a newly promoted 4th grade sect with a perfected stage ancestor. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on Lu Feng on the stage, Yi Zhenying quietly picked up a broom and approached the kneeling perfected divine practitioner surnamed Zhu. From his spatial ring, he tossed a heap of refuse, collected from unknown sources, deliberately sweeping it towards the perfected divine being. The Zhu practitioner was consumed by a mix of anger and hatred, yet he could not voice his grievances, forced to endure the foul stench of the garbage while suppressing his disgust. In the mausoleum, Lu Chen witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. What a little rascal. Where did he learn such insults and mischievous tricks? With a wave of his hand, Yi Zhenying, who had been sweeping garbage onto others, suddenly found himself back in the mausoleum. After a moment of darkness, Yi Zhenying opened his eyes to find himself in the mausoleum, where Lu Chen was watching him with a knowing smile. With a quick glance, Yi Zhenying rushed forward, knelt beside Lu Chen, and clung to his leg, wailing in despair. "Oh, revered ancestor, my disciple's fate is indeed lamentable. The Sword Sovereign sect has faced oppression and humiliation from the representatives of the sacred land. With a spirit of reconciliation, I stepped forward to mediate. Yet, a disciple from the sacred land dared to insult my disciple and even threatened to take his life." Yi Zhenying, with tears streaming down his face, appeared so earnest that one might believe the situation unfolded as he described. Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by this disciple's audacity to reverse the narrative and distort the truth. It was he who had insulted a fully realized divine practitioner, provoking their ire. Yet the villain cried foul first. However, upon reflection, the oppression exerted by the fully realized divine practitioner upon the Sword Sovereign sect was indeed excessive. Nonetheless, given their status as a disciple of the sacred land, it would be unwise to act rashly and provoke formidable forces. Although he held no fear of the sacred land's might, there was little reason to foster enmity at this juncture. Moreover, since his last decisive action against Abe Qingwei, Lu Chen had remained quiet for 50 years, and the murderous intent within him was not particularly acute. Thus, he waved his hand to dismiss Yi Zhenying. Zhenying, the revered ancestor, is aware of the situation. However, to kill him would be excessive. It would be better for the ancestor to dismantle his cultivation and reduce him back to the divine transformation stage, allowing him to start anew while compensating you with some treasures. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhenying nodded in agreement. He had never intended to kill the man. His grievance was merely a matter of personal annoyance. Seeing his disciple acquiesce, Lu Chen promptly signaled Lu Feng through a thought, instructing him to strip the fully realized divine practitioner of his cultivation and demand compensation. On the plaza of the Sword Sovereign sect, Wu Conrong was pleading for his senior brother Zhu, while Feng Qingzi also held a favorable impression of Wu Conrong and joined in his appeal to Lu Feng. In Lu Feng's eyes, the Zhu surname cultivator's attempt to kill Yi Zhenying was indeed deserving of punishment. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Chen's message altered Lu Feng's perspective. Subsequently, Lu Feng approached the fully realized divine practitioner, cloaked in a stench of filth, placing his hands over the practitioner's spiritual sea, causing his cultivation to diminish. From the pinnacle of divine realization to the latter phase, then to the early phase, a resounding explosion erupted from the formerly fully realized practitioner as his cultivation continued to wane. From the peak of divine transformation to the pinnacle, then to the latter phase, the middle phase, and finally the early phase. Only when the practitioner's cultivation had regressed to the early phase of divine transformation did Lu Feng remove his hands, simultaneously releasing Zhu Dachong from his bindings. As Zhu Dachong rose from the ground, his face was devoid of expression, yet internally he felt a desire for death. 3 millennia of cultivation had gone up in smoke. Just moments ago, he had been a fully realized divine practitioner. Now, he found himself reduced to the early phase of divine transformation. He forced a smile, bowing respectfully to Lu Feng. "I, Zhu Dachong, thank you for your mercy. Esteemed senior, do not be hasty. The young man you sought to kill possesses a noble identity, and compensation is required." Zhu Dachong's spirits plummeted once more. Losing his cultivation was one thing, but now he would have to relinquish treasures necessary for restoring it. Feeling despondent, he erased the soul imprint from the spatial ring he held and handed it over to Lu Feng. "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." With the objective accomplished, Lu Feng issued the order for departure. Subsequently, Wu Conrong pulled the disoriented Zhu Dachong along with a group of disciples from the Holy Land, tearing through the fabric of space to leave the Swordmaster sect. Noticing the departure of the Tai Xian Sacred Land Group, Lu Feng did not afford Feng Qingzi the opportunity for a greeting, instantly teleporting back to the cemetery and presenting the spatial ring to Yi Zhenying. The latter, upon receiving the ring, left in a lively manner, oblivious to where he was going to enumerate his compensations. After Lu Feng's departure, Feng Qingzi's perplexity deepened. The young man bore the same surname as Yi, undoubtedly the son of Yi Chen, who had tended the cemetery for decades. And Yi Chun was a disciple of an elder from the outer sect of the Swordmaster sect. This outer sect disciple had a close relationship with Feng Qingzi's own disciple, Li Yunfeng, which led to Li Yunfeng elevating him to an outer sect position. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing amiss with the son assisting his father's master in the maintenance of the cemetery. However, this son was an entity of the Golden Core stage, and his apparent ancestor had claimed him to possess a distinguished status. Thus far, Feng Qingzi had yet to witness Lu Feng deem anyone as possessing a noble identity in his eyes, leaving only one explanation. The outer sect disciple maintaining the cemetery bore an extraordinary identity, stirring a profound suspicion in Feng Qingzi's mind. He commanded a brief instruction before departing to seek answers to his burgeoning doubts within the sect. In the personnel management hall of the sect, Feng Qingzi opened a tome to begin his inquiry, until he reached a particular page. There he beheld the information he sought, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to articulate his current feelings. Lu Chun, who joined the Swordmaster sect in the 43rd year of the Beiliang era, was deemed unqualified and subsequently assigned to serve in the ancestral cemetery. That same year, he took on Yi Chun as his disciple. In the 47th year, he broke through to the initial gathering stage. By the 58th year, he advanced to the initial condensation stage. In the 69th year, he reached the initial foundation stage. In the 70th year, he again broke through to the initial foundation stage. By the 100th year of the Beiliang era, he ascended to the initial Golden Core stage. Spending nearly 60 years to reach the Golden Core realm was already comparable to his own past. His former self had possessed a high-tier talent of the 3rd grade, whereas this individual was utterly unqualified, and achieving Golden Core status after such a lengthy span had long surpassed the youthful prime. A decade prior, Feng Qingzi had visited Lu Feng in the cemetery when he was merely in his 20s. The more Feng Qingzi contemplated, the more astonished he became, until suddenly he gritted his teeth and made a momentous decision. Moments later, Feng Qingzi arrived at the cemetery and pushed open the wooden door. The scene before him solidified his suspicions. The youth who had scolded him for being distracted earlier was seated inside the cemetery, eyes closed in meditation. Not far away, the exceptionally handsome Lu Chun sat at a stone table, smiling as he gazed at Feng Qingzi, who had just entered. 2 cups of tea were poured on the table, as if awaiting a guest. "Welcome, Sect Master Feng. The tea is prepared. Please take a seat," Lu Chun greeted with a pleasant smile. The formidable consciousness of an integrative stage cultivator was undeniable. How could Lu Chun have overlooked the change in Feng Qingzi's complexion during their previous encounter at the Swordmaster Sect Plaza, with his consciousness sweeping the surroundings? Even the slightest movements of the imperial court were captured in Lu Chun's mind, leaving no doubt that he was aware of Feng Qingzi's inquiry into his background. However, since Feng Qingzi has discerned the truth, it is best to acknowledge it. Slowly approaching the stone table, he gazed at Lu Chun and suddenly knelt beside it. "Master Feng Qingzi of the Yujian Sect, I express my profound gratitude for your repeated rescues of our sect from dire peril, and for your unwavering support that has allowed us to gradually restore the glory of our ancestors." Lu Chun observed Feng Qingzi's act of reverence, but made no move to prevent it. After all, his contributions to the Yujian Sect over the decades merited such respect. He then assisted Feng Qingzi in rising and seated him upon a stone bench. "Sect leader Feng, having uncovered my true identity, how do you intend to proceed?" Feng Qingzi pondered for a moment before responding deliberately. "Master, you have already done more than enough for our sect. I dare not ask for anything further. Your steadfast support over these years indicates your fondness for our Yujian Sect. I cannot wish for lofty demands, only to continue addressing you as old ancestor. Sect leader Feng, I refer to Li Yunfeng as senior brother. He is your disciple. If you were to call me old ancestor, would that not disrupt the great virtue?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Feng Qingzi fell into contemplation. They then engaged in extensive discussion, ultimately deciding that Lu Chen would continue to refer to Li Yunfeng as senior brother, while Feng Qingzi would not disclose Lu Chen's true identity to anyone, preventing unnecessary disturbances. Externally, Lu Chen would still be regarded as the enigmatic old ancestor, while Lu Feng would remain the official representative of Lu Chen's identity. After discussing some fundamental matters, Feng Qingzi suggested relocating Lu Chen to a more comfortable place. But Lu Chen declined. "Change locations? What a jest! This is the very sanctuary of my golden finger. How could I possibly leave?" Lu Chen affirmed he would never depart, for he cherished the ambience here surrounded by numerous tombs that did not intrude upon his solitude. The only way to sustain himself was through signing contracts. Half a day later, Feng Qingzi departed from the mausoleum, and upon returning to the main hall of the sect, his first act was to announce a new directive. The rear mountain of the Yujian Sect shall henceforth be designated as the secluded domain of Lu Feng, the old ancestor. It is now a forbidden area. No individual may trespass without a sect command, or else face the revocation of their cultivation and expulsion from the Yujian Sect. Upon hearing this decree concerning the old ancestor, the members of the Yujian Sect refrained from inquiring about the specifics. Though they were aware of the existence of another mysterious ancestor, none had ever encountered him. Their only tangible concept of the old ancestor was Lu Feng, who was revered among the disciples. In the central region of the eastern domain, at the Taishan sacred land, after a month's journey, Wu Conrong and the others finally returned to the sacred site. The first order of business upon their return was to report the events at the Yujian Sect to the Elder of Appraisal. Upon learning that Zhu Dachang's cultivation had been reduced to the transformation stage by Lu Feng, the Elder displayed a flicker of emotion. However, upon understanding the circumstances, he felt no discontent regarding Lu Feng's actions. Given Zhu Dachang's penchant for trouble, it was a display of profound mercy that Lu Feng had spared his life. Upon randomly receiving the jade script from Wu Conrong to examine the information regarding Lu Feng, the appraisal elder displayed a hint of astonishment. It was truly unfathomable that, in the spiritually barren eastern regions, a sovereign of the integration phase could emerge. The very existence of a late-stage ancestor within that sect was beyond belief. The report from the Shuiqing dynasty's envoy was nothing short of preposterous, mistaking a late-stage entity for one in the spirit separation phase. The elder spat in displeasure, voicing his dissatisfaction. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the envoy had not lied. They simply had not anticipated that Lu Chan possessed a signing-in system as a golden finger. The advancement in cultivation was remarkably straightforward, having already transitioned from the spirit separation phase to the late integration phase. Chapter 22. The Tragedy of Li Yunfeng. Since the announcement of the Holy Land's appraisal results, the entire Bei Liang dynasty was enveloped in joy. The emergence of a powerful fourth-grade sect within their dynasty allowed the people of Bei Liang to hold their heads high in the outside world. The Yujian Sect, when Feng Qingzi designated the back mountain of the sect as a forbidden area, allowed Lu Chen to enjoy a tranquil existence, free from disturbances. After completing his daily sign-ins, he would recline in a rocking chair, entrusting the maintenance of the cemetery entirely to Yijinding. The Yujian Sect continued to develop in an orderly manner. Following its elevation to a fourth-grade sect, many family powers in the vicinity of the Bei Liang dynasty sent their disciples to the Yujian Sect for training, hoping to gain favor and establish connections. After all, the Yujian Sect boasted numerous transformation stage experts and was backed by a mysterious ancestor of the spirit separation phase. Which surrounding power would not desire to befriend a faction with such a formidable elder? The number of disciples in the Yujian Sect surged to tens of thousands, and the area of its buildings expanded tenfold or more from its previous scale. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, far beyond the Yujian Sect, in a mountain range over 10,000 miles away, Li Yunfeng, who had ascended to the late transformation stage after enduring numerous life and death trials, was drenched in blood, wielding a shattered sword, accompanied by a young woman cradling a child. The two seemed to be fleeing from something, continuously tearing through space in their escape. Li Yunfeng, breathless and heavily wounded, was clearly in a dire state. With the presence of a child, their ability to escape far was severely hindered. Dongzhu, if this continues, we shall both be in peril. Heed my words, depart first. If you flee in this direction, you will reach the Yujian Sect of the Bei Liang dynasty. Deliver my token to my master, Feng Qingzi, and explain everything. The Yujian Sect will protect you. The woman referred to as Dongzhu was a direct descendant of the formidable Qiu family, a fifth-grade power. Originally, her family intended to marry her off to a powerful young master of the fifth-grade sect Yujian Sect. However, during a secretive trial, she encountered Li Yunfeng, and after surviving multiple brushes with death together, they developed a deep bond and pledged their lives to one another. Subsequently, Qiu Dongzhu secretly bore a son, naming him Li Banjun, signifying that he would accompany his father for a lifetime. Yet, their affair could not remain hidden forever, and it eventually drew the attention of the Yujian Sect. Although the Yujian Sect is merely a fifth-tier sect, it boasts 3 individuals at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation stage, with several others among the strongest in this realm. Whispers circulate privately, suggesting the existence of an ancestor in the integration stage still alive within the sect, positioning Xianyang as a dominant force among fifth-tier sections. The recent birth of a child by the fiancé of the sect's young master and an unknown rogue cultivator has dealt a public slap to the sect's prestige. In response, the sect leader ordered the pursuit of the two, a show of strength so formidable that even the Chiu family dared not intervene. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to announce Chiu Dongzhu's expulsion from the family, severing all ties and declaring that her fate was no longer their concern. In the ruthless world of cultivation, survival of the fittest prevails, and the Chiu family, unable to compare with Xianyang, deemed it necessary to abandon Chiu Dongzhu to shield themselves from the sect's relentless aggression. The revelation of their situation plunged the couple into a perpetual flight from pursuers. As they protected Li Banjun while evading capture, they found themselves in dire straits. When Li Yunfeng urged Chiu Dongzhu to leave, she firmly rejected his suggestion. No. If we leave together. What is the point of my survival without you? Do you wish for Banjun to grow up without a father? Yet, they both knew that if they continued on this path, they would inevitably be caught. Then let us die together. Our family of three shall reunite in the afterlife. Seeing Chiu Dongzhu's unwavering resolve, Li Yunfeng fell silent, gazing into the distance, hoping to reach the northern Liang territory swiftly. There, even if battle ensued, the members of the Yujian Sect would sense their plight and come to their aid. Perhaps even summoning ancestor Lu Feng would be advantageous. Once he arrived, their pursuers would surely pose no threat. However, both were injured and had to consider Li Banjun in their arms. Their speed diminished significantly, and soon, a group of assassins appeared behind them. Among them, a fully realized spirit transformation cultivator struck Li Yunfeng with a punch, directly hitting him as he had just torn open a spatial passage. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Upon witnessing her beloved struck down, Chiu Dongzhu turned and soared towards him. Don't worry about me, flee, Li Yunfeng roared, urging her to escape. But blood continued to spew from his lips, unable to deter her determination. With her left arm around Li Yunfeng and her right holding their son, she gently descended to the ground. I said, if we die together. Seeing the resolute look on Chiu Dongzhu's face, Li Yunfeng ceased to argue. Once more, he swung his sword towards the sky, not to attack the assassins, but to create a diversion. The sword light erupted in midair, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust that obscured sight and consciousness. As the smoke dissipated, the assassins realized that the couple had vanished without a trace. The leading spirit transformation cultivator scanned the area with his consciousness. Where Li Yunfeng and Chiu Dongzhu had stood moments before, a spatial rift had appeared. Frowning, he led his companions in pursuit, tearing through the fabric of space toward the distance. At this moment, Li Yunfeng and Chiu Dongzhu were lying on the ground, covered by a vast silk cloth, known as the Cloud Concealment Robe, which Li Yunfeng had acquired in a secret realm. When draped over the wearer, it could shield against the probing of divine senses, masking all traces of the user's aura and blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most formidable practitioners in the divine separation stage to detect them. Moments ago, Li Yunfeng had unleashed a sword strike to obscure their presence, swiftly donning the Cloud Concealment Robe over both of them, while Chiu Dongzhu seized the opportunity to tear apart the fabric of space and then close it again, creating an illusion of escape for the pursuing assassins. As the assailants departed, Chiu Dongzhu was about to take action when Li Yunfeng halted her. Indeed, the very individuals who had just left soon returned, having pursued the wrong direction and, finding no trace of Li Yunfeng and Chiu Dongzhu, hastily retraced their steps. The assassins above, their divine senses converging, swept the area but found nothing amiss, compelling them to continue towards the false escape route fabricated by Chiu Dongzhu. Confident that the assassins had genuinely vacated the area, Li Yunfeng consumed a healing elixir and, together with Chiu Dongzhu, continued their flight toward the direction of the Sword Control Sect. Upon passing what appeared to be a fourth-grade sect, Li Yunfeng left the young Li Banjun at the entrance of the sect, placing their identity jade tokens within the swaddling blanket before departing with Chiu Dongzhu. If they had attempted to flee with Li Banjun, the likelihood of their escape was uncertain, and in the event of a confrontation, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to ensure Li Banjun's safety. Possessing B-grade talent and an unknown special constitution, Li Banjun would undoubtedly be taken in by the fourth-grade sect upon discovery. Less than half a day after leaving that sect, Li Yunfeng and Xiu Dongzhu found themselves pursued once more by a multitude of assassins within the territory of the Fifth Great Empire. Mere 500 kilometers from the Sword Control Sect. Miss Chiu, you cannot escape. It would be wise to return with us, one of them remarked. Indeed, Miss Chiu. You and our young sect master have been childhood sweethearts. If you return and plead with him, perhaps a path to survival may be granted. Our sect master has stated that if you eliminate the spawn of that Li Yunfeng, your life may be spared. Silence. Do not harbor such delusions. I would never kill the child of Yunfeng and me, not in this lifetime. As for returning, you can only bring back my corpse. Xiu Dongzhu, resolute, dismissed the assassin's attempts at persuasion with fierce rebuttal. The leader, a consummate practitioner in the transformation stage, recognized Xiu Dongzhu's unyielding spirit and ceased further attempts at negotiation, choosing instead to attack the pair. Very well, Miss Qiu, you have brought this upon yourself. With that, Li Yunfeng and Xiu Dongzhu, despite their severely injured state, engaged in a fierce battle with the leader. However, with Li Yunfeng at the late stage of the transformation stage and Xiu Dongzhu merely at the mid-stage, they were no match for the fully realized practitioner. After a few exchanges, both were ultimately defeated. As the leader prepared to deliver the final blow, another practitioner of the transformation stage from the group intervened. Wait, you cannot kill her. The sect master ordered her to be captured alive. As for that rogue, Li Yunfeng, his fate is of no concern. At the forefront, the perfected transformation of divinity realized the situation, promptly channeling power from his hands to strike at Li Yunfeng. At this moment, Li Yunfeng found himself incapacitated, merely a spectator to the impending attack, slowly closing his eyes. Am I destined to fall? Forgive me, Dongzhu, for I must depart first. Forgive me, Master Feng Qingxi, for I am unable to bear the banner of restoring the former glory of the Yujian Sect. And you, junior brother Lu Chun, without my urging, you must diligently cultivate. Boom! After several breaths, Li Yunfeng felt no impact upon himself and opened his eyes, only to be confronted with a scene that shattered his spirit. In that moment, fueled by an inexplicable surge of strength, Li Yunfeng rose to his feet. The blow from the perfected transformation of divinity had been thwarted by Xiu Dongzhu, yet the force of the strike had obliterated her back, creating a gaping hole that pierced through to her abdomen. As Xiu Dongzhu teetered on the brink of collapse, Li Yunfeng rushed forward, cradling her tightly in his embrace. No. Dongzhu, why did you take this hit from me? The wretched one is me. Please look at me. Were we not meant to accompany each other as we grew? How could you be so foolish? It is I who am to blame. Despite Li Yunfeng's anguished cries echoing into the heavens, he received no response. Xiu Dongzhu had already succumbed to the devastating blow, her nascent soul shattered, her spirit extinguished. The demise of Xiu Dongzhu took even the perpetrator of the attack by surprise. Although both she and Li Yunfeng had been rendered nearly immobile in her final moment, she summoned all her spiritual energy to shield her beloved. As Li Yunfeng knelt on the ground, embracing Xiu Dongzhu's cold corpse, his voice hoarse from crying out, a sinister voice resonated within his consciousness. Young one, witnessing your beloved perish so helplessly must be unbearable. If you offer your soul to me, I shall aid you in avenging her by eliminating these foes before you. Taken aback, Li Yunfeng responded, Who are you? Why are you within me? The mysterious voice let out an evil chuckle. Ha ha ha. Do not concern yourself with my identity. Simply tell me if you desire vengeance. If so, open your soul, and I will grant you the power to vanquish these individuals immediately. Soon, you will be strong enough to annihilate the forces behind them. Young one, consider this. Relying solely on your strength, not only will revenge take time, but this group before you is more than capable of ending your life. Think wisely. Li Yunfeng fell into contemplation. The mysterious voice spoke truthfully, relying on himself. Not only would vengeance take an eternity, but he was no match for the assassins before him and could very well perish here. Yet, if he were to gain such power, would he still remain himself? After a moment of struggle, he seemed to understand, and he opened his soul willingly. Ha ha! Good lad, you shall not regret your decision. As a mysterious voice concluded, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, a wave of malevolence enveloping the air. To his astonishment, as Li Yunfeng wept on the ground, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes. The assassins present were utterly astonished upon witnessing the blood tears streaming down Li Yunfeng's face. It is well known that cultivators possess bodies far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Even in the depths of sorrow, they do not shed tears of blood. Yet this young cultivator, whom they had been pursuing, was a pinnacle transformation practitioner and was indeed weeping blood. Such an anomaly must harbor something sinister. A peak transformation assassin, fearing unforeseen consequences, immediately launched an attack on the blood-weeping Li Yunfeng. However, before he could reach him, his body inexplicably exploded, resulting in his demise. Below, Li Yunfeng began to levitate slowly, his hair transforming into a crimson hue, while a flicker of red light danced in his eyes, gradually imbuing his countenance with an air of malevolence. The assassins beheld this bizarre spectacle. The Li Yunfeng they had previously seen as a refined young gentleman now appeared as an ominously enchanting figure. The leader, who had slain Xiao Dongzhu, felt a chill creep down his spine as he locked eyes with the malevolent Li Yunfeng. Before the assassins could react, Li Yunfeng instantaneously appeared before the one who had killed Xiao Dongzhu, opening his mouth wide and swallowing him whole. This shocking scene left all present in utter disbelief, devouring a cultivator. The crimson-haired, blood-eyed figure was a description found in ancient tomes. A demon, Li Yunfeng had indeed succumbed to demonic transformation. 100 millennia ago, the Taihao Great World faced a cataclysm when an invasion by the Outer Demon Clan occurred. The four realms, East, West, South, and North, and the Central Continent suffered nearly 70% losses among their celestial-level powerhouses before they could drive the immensely powerful Demon Clan out of the Taihao Great World. That fierce battle claimed countless lives, with billions of beings losing their existence. Accounts of that tragic event spoke of heaven and earth weeping together, as cultivators in the Central Continent fell, like rain, made of flesh and blood from the sky. Though the present transformation practitioners had not witnessed the horrors of that battle. They had only recently begun their cultivation, and their masters had warned them of the terrifying nature of the Outer Demon Clan. In that moment, their thoughts shifted from pursuing Li Yunfeng to fleeing for their lives, intent on spreading news of the demon's return. This was no time for personal vendettas. The Demon Clan was a common enemy to all cultivators. The assembly of transformation practitioners exchanged knowing glances before promptly retreating. Yet, as they attempted to tear open a spatial passage, Li Yunfeng swiftly consumed the entire group. After devouring the assassins, Li Yunfeng appeared unsated, licking his lips before breaking into a wicked smile. Merely a handful of transformation insects. Should I allow your escape? Would I not be ridiculed as the Crimson Lotus Demon King? Having spoken, Li Yunfeng reverted to his original appearance, cradling Xiao Dongzhu's lifeless body in his arms, and departed with an air of indifference. As Li Yunfeng left, several elder figures, exuding an aura of celestial spirit, arrived at the scene in unison. After sensing the atmosphere, an elder with a foot-long white beard and eyebrows of equal length spoke first. Fellow Taoists, have any of you discerned something? It must be a great demon. No, that is not it. An elderly blind man interrupted the conversation, subsequently producing two black and white yin-yang fish that spun and entwined, transforming into a jade plate shaped like a Tai Chi symbol. As the stars upon the plate pulsated with vibrant energy, the blind man spoke once more. A demon lord has awakened, fueled by the resentment of a divine transformation practitioner, leaving behind only the aura of a great demon. Upon hearing the blind man's revelations, all present were struck with dread. If it were merely a great demon of the demonic race, one could locate and eliminate it with relative ease. However, should it be a demon lord, even the blind man could not ascertain its whereabouts. Should this demon lord regain its former power, the Eastern Domain would inevitably face a cataclysm. The Eastern Domain is on the brink of chaos. I must return to ensure the safety of the younger generation, one elder declared before departing. As for you, my fellow friends, I shall take my leave as well. Should you uncover any news regarding the demonic race, please inform me. I shall do everything in my power to aid in their eradication. Another elder stated before also taking his leave. The remaining elders echoed their agreement, and one by one, they tore through the void and vanished. Chapter 23. The Hall of Flying Immortals. Following the demise of several disciples sent to hunt down Li Yunfeng and Xiao Dongzhu, the soul lamps, representing those fallen within the Hall of Souls of the Yujian Sect, extinguished. The soul lamps, crafted from a fragment of the practitioner's spirit, signify the death of their bearer, once extinguished. The Yujian Sect, a dominant force among the five-tier sects of the Eastern Domain, faced a severe blow with the loss of multiple divine transformation practitioners. Upon witnessing the extinguished soul lamps, the disciple guarding the Hall of Souls hastily flew to report the situation to the main hall of the sect. At that moment, The sect leader and the elders were deliberating how to address the matter of Li Yunfeng and Qiu Dongzhu's secret engagement. Before they could reach a conclusion, the news of the collective demise of the pursuers was delivered. Upon hearing of the fallen divine transformation practitioners, the sect leader initially dismissed it as false information and swiftly made his way to the Hall of Souls with the elders. Only upon seeing the extinguished soul lamps did he confirm the tragic reality. How can this be? Li Yunfeng is merely at the late stage of divine transformation. Even if he were to break through in the heat of battle, he would scarcely reach the pinnacle of divine transformation. Among the disciples sent to hunt him, 3 had achieved full divine transformation. A white-haired elder, garbed in the robes of an elder, expressed his bewilderment. Unless someone intervened to rescue him. But how could a loose cultivator have benefactors? Do they not fear the might of our Yujian Sect? Another elder queried, equally perplexed. Standing among the elders, the sect leader's lips curled into a sinister smile. A loose cultivator? He reached the late stage of divine transformation before the age of 100. Do you truly believe he is a rogue? It is possible he encountered an elder from his sect who aided him. Send someone to investigate all who have interacted with him. I refuse to believe he can keep his lips sealed. There must be someone who knows of the sect behind him. Once discovered, we shall immediately ascertain the whereabouts of that sect. If we are to be regarded as a power of the 5th rank, I shall, if necessary, summon 2 esteemed ancestors to accompany me. The loss of over a dozen talented disciples cannot simply be overlooked. Upon hearing the leader of the Yujian Sect mention the potential summoning of 2 ancestors, the elders were filled with excitement. While others may not understand, they were acutely aware that their sect was deemed the sovereign of the 5th rank, not only due to the presence of 3 consummate spirit transformation masters, but also because of the 2 formidable ancestors in the integration stage. Were it not for the reluctance of the ancestors to emerge from seclusion to manage the sect, Yujian Sect might even have qualified to ascend to the 6th rank. It is important to note that within the entire Eastern domain, there are but a few 6th rank sects, and aside from the 10 most powerful among them, few 6th rank forces could compel Yujian Sect to yield. Meanwhile, as the Yujian Sect deliberated on the investigation into Li Yunfeng's backing, Li Yunfeng, cradling the lifeless body of Qiu Dongzhu, had already returned to the sword control sect. A faint aura emanated from him, suggesting he was on the brink of entering the spirit transformation stage. Upon his return, he did not reveal himself to anyone within the sect, instead making his way directly to the back mountain. Within the cemetery of the sword control sect, Lu Chen's consciousness had detected Li Yunfeng's return, even before he entered the northern Liang dynasty. Noting his embrace of a female corpse with a heavy sigh, Lu Chen's intuition was clear. The woman Li Yunfeng held was undoubtedly the embodiment of the tribulation he had foreseen for him. That day had finally arrived. The gaping wound in her abdomen suggested the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. As he reflected on this, Lu Chen suddenly realized that his perception of Li Yunfeng was becoming obscured. Within Li Yunfeng's body, there resided a consciousness that rivaled his own, actively resisting his scrutiny. Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he unleashed his consciousness to contend with the mysterious force surrounding Li Yunfeng. The presence of a consciousness that did not belong to Li Yunfeng indicated the existence of a powerful soul within him. However, this consciousness was remarkably different from that of a cultivator, imbued with an aura of malevolence. Sensing this anomaly, Lu Chen promptly summoned the system. As the system activated, it inquired, "What is your command, host?" Conduct a comprehensive scan of Li Yunfeng. Scanning complete. Name, Li Yunfeng. Race, demon, human transformation. Physique, fire demon body, acquired. Cultivation, perfected spirit transformation, on the verge of spirit separation. Techniques, crimson lotus demon scripture, semi-divine level. Sword control technique, low-tier celestial. Heavenly demon enchantment, mid-tier celestial. Name, Yijuao, crimson lotus demon king. Soul state. Race, demon, soul state. Physique. In physical form, he possesses the innate fire demon body. Cultivation. Early stage of tribulation, soul state. Techniques. Crimson lotus demon scripture, semi-divine level. Demon hand, high-tier celestial. Cultivation of the demon heart, high-tier celestial. Heavenly demon enchantment, mid-tier celestial. Divine abilities? Demonic? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, reflecting on the many years he had spent in this realm. He had merely perused a few texts from the sword-controlling sect and understood only that the demonic clan originated from beyond the realms and had once invaded the vast world of Taihao. As for the broader circumstances surrounding the demonic clan, Lu Chen was largely uninformed. What piqued Lu Chen's curiosity was the Red Lotus Demon King of the Soul Entity, which the system was unable to discern as a form of divine power. What indeed is divine power? After a moment of intrigue, Lu Chen felt a sense of regret regarding Li Yunfeng's transformation into a demon, yet he did not intend to intervene. Although Lu Chen was currently in the late stage of the fusion realm, his true combat prowess was not inferior to that of someone in the early or even mid-stage of tribulation. Thus, he harbored no fear of the demonic soul within Li Yunfeng. It was unexpected that senior brother Li had succumbed to demonic transformation, but so be it. This was ultimately his own path. As long as he remained true to himself and did not forget his original intentions, that sufficed. Sighing softly, Lu Chen withdrew his consciousness from the vicinity of Li Yunfeng. As long as the demonic clan did not incite Li Yunfeng to disturb him, there was no need to engage with the demonic entity in its soul form. On the back mountain of the sword-controlling sect, the individual caught in the midst of the psychic confrontation, Li Yunfeng, remained oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him, continuing to prepare a tomb for his beloved in solitude. While arranging the tomb, Li Yunfeng was still enveloped in the sorrow of Qiu Dongzhu's demise when the Red Lotus Demon King within him inquired about the circumstances of the sword-controlling sect. Disciple, you previously mentioned that your sect is merely a newly assessed fourth-tier minor sect, and its most formidable figure is a mysterious ancestor of the separation realm. You weren't deceiving me, were you? The sudden voice of the Demon King perplexed Li Yunfeng. No, our sword-controlling sect indeed has an ancestor in the separation realm. The only time he intervened was over 50 years ago during the War of the Three Great Dynasties, after which he has not appeared again, leaving matters of consequence to an old servant by his side. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Your sect's ancestor may not be as simple as you envision. Just now, a consciousness not weaker than mine was observing you and became aware of my presence. However, this consciousness bore no hostility. I isolated it and it retreated on its own. The owner of that consciousness is quite close. Upon hearing the words of the Red Lotus Demon King, Li Yunfeng was utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Even though the Red Lotus Demon King had existed for 100,000 years and was now merely in a soul state, his consciousness still rivaled that of someone in the early stage of tribulation. The fact that the mysterious ancestor of the sword-controlling sect could contend with the Red Lotus Demon King was sufficient to indicate that either the ancestor had exerted only the power of separation at that time, or had transitioned from separation to tribulation over the past decades. Yet, could one truly transcend from separation to tribulation in mere decades? Li Yunfeng leaned towards the former supposition. After laying his beloved to rest, Li Yunfeng gazed at Qiu Dongzhu's tomb in silence for an extended period. Master, I shall forego visiting the main hall of the sword-controlling sect. There's a cemetery on this back mountain where a fellow disciple once saved my life with a treasure. I wish to pay my respects and bid farewell. Suit yourself. Once you have said your farewells, come to practice with me. Now that you have embraced the demonic path, do not dwell on the celestial gates. Understood. The disciple shall remember this. In the cemetery, Lu Chen lay in repose, hearing the once familiar sound of footsteps. He knew that Li Yunfeng had arrived. The wooden gate of the cemetery was pushed open once more, and Li Yunfeng stepped inside. The joyous atmosphere that once characterized their meetings had vanished, leaving both men with expressions of serene composure. Senior brother, you have returned. Indeed. Junior brother Lu, I came to see you and shall depart. Wherever you go, senior brother, I trust you have your reasons. I only hope you do not forget your true self and take good care of yourself. I look forward to our next meeting, hoping it will be like old friends sharing a drink. Junior brother Lu, you remain unchanged. They exchanged a few more simple words, but before leaving, Li Yunfeng muttered a reminder for Lu Chen to diligently cultivate, as great changes were on the horizon, and then he departed from the cemetery. As Li Yunfeng flew slowly through the air, gazing at the landscape of the northern Liang dynasty, his thoughts were inscrutable. This journey was one of no return, forsaking immortality to confront the world. As he beheld the scenery of the northern Liang dynasty, perhaps his last lingering concern was that final encounter with Lu Chen. Disciple, that junior of yours is no ordinary person. The consciousness that just challenged me was likely 90% his. The Red Lotus Demon King spoke again from within Li Yunfeng. Master, that cannot be. Are you certain you are not mistaken? How could junior brother Lu be a transcendent being? I would not stoop to lie to you. Li Yunfeng was utterly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. How could a disciple he had known for decades be a supreme being? How could he accept this reality without a hint of disbelief? He then self-deprecatingly reflected on how he had constantly urged Lu Chen to cultivate. It now seemed unnecessary. When the time comes, will you be able to strike against your junior brother? The Red Lotus Demon King suddenly inquired. Li Yunfeng pondered for a moment. Then his gaze turned resolute. If junior brother Lu turns against me, I would have no choice but to slay him. However, knowing his character, I believe that as long as he is not disturbed, he will not involve himself, even if the world is turned upside down. Let's hope it remains so. After the Red Lotus Demon King spoke, they ceased their dialogue. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who had been watching Li Yunfeng's departing figure, remained silent for a long while, lost in contemplation. His thoughts were interrupted by Yi Zhenying, who appeared unexpectedly, prompting Lu Chen to chastise him before reclining once more in his rocking chair. At this moment, the Yujian Sect had just been elevated to a fourth-tier sect. The atmosphere was one of harmony and joy, with no one noticing that the young sect master Li Yunfeng had returned, nor were they aware of the formidable adversaries soon to descend upon the Yujian Sect. Having ascended to a fourth-tier sect, the Yujian Sect announced a 3-month celebration. During this period, the jubilance within the sect was palpable. However, unbeknownst to them, waves of tremors had begun to manifest across the land of the Northern Liang dynasty, disrupting the peace of the Yujian Sect and catching Lu Chen's attention. While the sect sent people to investigate the source of the tremors, their efforts proved fruitless. In contrast, Lu Chen's formidable consciousness had detected anomalies from the very first tremor. And as the occurrences multiplied, their reach expanded, gradually encroaching upon the realms of the surrounding Shuiqing and Tianyan dynasties. Upon investigation, the source of the disturbance lies within the jurisdiction of the Swordmaster sect, specifically in a place known as Xiaotang Mountain. At this moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in Xiaotang Mountain exceeds that of the Swordmaster sect by at least tenfold. Upon arriving above Xiaotang Mountain, Lu Chen immediately sensed a formidable barrier sealing something away. However, this barrier had developed cracks, allowing the imprisoned entity to gradually reveal itself to the world, resulting in the tremors felt throughout the land. The fissures in the barrier had afforded Lu Chen a glimpse of what lay within. Nestled in an isolated space was a resplendent palace, shimmering with golden and jade hues. Without hesitation, Lu Chen launched an attack at the cracks, widening them just enough for him to enter and explore. As he stepped into the barrier and approached the palace's entrance, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Detected that the host is at the ancient palace of Tang Wu Fei Xian, exceptionally rewarding the host with a sign-in opportunity, activating system's precise reconnaissance function. Ding. Will the host sign in? The system's prompt caught Lu Chen off guard. He recalled the last exception granted during his tribulation in the Void Realm. Now, arriving at this ancient palace of Tang Wu Fei Xian, he was granted yet another exception. Having perused the Swordmaster Sect's collection of scriptures, he knew that the ancient period referred to an era 100,000 years ago. What secrets could this palace, which had stood for such an age, hold? Curiosity began to stir within him. As for the precise reconnaissance, what could that entail? Host. The precise reconnaissance function allows the system to fully expose the characteristics of any scanned person or object. I see, just like last time when the soul entity, the Red Lotus Demon King, had its unknown powers revealed. Now, with the system scan, I can accurately discern its abilities? That is a correct understanding. Will the host proceed with the exceptional sign-in? Sign-in. Congratulations, host, for signing in at Tang Wu Fei Xian Palace. You have received a reward, an increase in cultivation by 3 levels, a high-grade immortal weapon, the Tang Wu Sword, and a high-grade immortal technique, the Tang Wu Sword technique. Ding. Detected that the host has broken through to the tribulation stage. Reward. The celestial technique, law of heaven and earth. As the system's voice faded, a thunderous boom resonated, and Lu Chen's cultivation soared from the late stage of integration to the early stage of tribulation. Before he could even examine the description of the celestial technique, a tricolored thundercloud gathered above him, heralding the arrival of the tribulation lightning. Typically, tribulation lightning manifests externally, yet within this barrier, it appeared as well. This indicated the presence of heavenly laws within this space. At the moment the tribulation lightning formed, a bolt struck downward toward Lu Chen. In his hand appeared a golden sword, intricately carved with a 5-clawed dragon, the newly acquired Tang Wu sword. As Lu Chen faced the heavenly thunder, he had just dispersed the first bolt when the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for mastering the high-grade immortal technique, Tang Wu sword technique. Your cultivation has advanced to the mid-tribulation stage. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired the Tang Wu sword technique, automatically comprehending the sword technique's ability to transform oneself into a sword. The tribulation stage is so named because cultivators must endure a lightning tribulation every 1,000 years. And each breakthrough entails facing a tribulation no less formidable than that of breaking into the tribulation stage itself. As Lu Chen commenced the initial phase of his tribulation, he unexpectedly advanced to the mid-tribulation stage. The thunderclouds above him, seemingly provoked, transformed from 3 colors to 4, their potency increasing exponentially. In midair, wielding the Tang Wu sword, Lu Chen stood resolutely against the enhanced 4-colored thunderstorm. Through the system's elucidation, he had come to comprehend the might of the Tang Wu sword technique. This technique, conceived by a celestial being named Tang Yujian over 150,000 years ago, could amplify its power by over 3-fold when executed with the Tang Wu sword. Gazing up at the ominous 4-colored thunderclouds that radiated an overwhelming divine wrath, Lu Chen gathered his spiritual energy and unleashed the newly acquired divine ability, Heaven and Earth Law. Suddenly, a shadow of his form expanded infinitely, coalescing into a colossal version of Lu Chen himself, towering 10,000 zhang high. The Tang Wu sword grew in size alongside him. Without delay, the giant Lu Chen, brandishing the enlarged sword, unleashed another divine ability. Body transformed into sword. The towering giant and the Tang Wu sword merged into a singularity, transforming into an immense sword that soared skyward like a dragon, charging toward the tempestuous 4-colored thunderclouds. Even magnified thousands of times, Lu Chen appeared diminutive against the thunderclouds. Yet upon contact, the divine ability pierced through the clouds, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The thunderclouds were not only breached, but the restrictions sealing the space of the Tang Wu flying immortal palace were also torn asunder, creating a vast rift. As the thunderclouds dissipated, Lu Chen settled into a cross-legged position to solidify his mid-tribulation cultivation. After a brief moment, having stabilized his cultivation, he returned to the palace entrance and entered the palace. Chapter 24. The Law of Illusions. The Tang Wu flying immortal palace comprises 6 levels, and only by entering through the outer gate can one access the first level and seek the path to the next. Upon entering the palace, Lu Chen activated the system's precise scanning. Within the grand hall of the first level, thousands of rooms housed various cultivation techniques, elixirs, and weapons, each protected by layers of restrictions. Should anyone attempt to remove items from these rooms, the restrictions will be triggered, with their intensity varying according to the value of the items contained. After thoroughly searching the first level of the flying immortal palace, Lu Chen collected a mere dozen or so heavenly-grade cultivation techniques before proceeding toward the staircase leading to the second level. As he ascended the first step, a wave of pressure descended upon him, though it was merely at the perfected transformation stage. For Lu Chen, in the tribulation phase, it posed no threat whatsoever. He effortlessly reached the second level, where towering walls connected the floor and ceiling. With a sweep of his consciousness, Lu Chen quickly discerned that this level resembled a labyrinth, the entire layout materializing vividly in his mind. Within this labyrinth lies a multitude of dead ends, misleading those who dare to enter. Each dead end is guarded by puppets of varying prowess, which spring into action to eliminate any intruders. Although the dead ends pose a lethal threat, vanquishing the puppets therein yields an array of techniques, elixirs, and weapons. Aside from these dead ends, the sole path to safety in a labyrinth is also protected by several puppets at the perfected stage of spirit division, standing vigil at the exit. Under the system's precise scanning, no items of interest to Lu Chen were detected on this level. To him, the treasures within this layer held no value. He swiftly traversed the solitary path, as the puppets of the spirit division posed no obstacle. In mere moments, he arrived at the staircase leading to the third level. Much like the first level, this staircase exuded a formidable pressure. However, compared to the first, the oppressive aura of the second staircase had notably escalated, roughly equivalent to the perfected stage of spirit division. Yet, not even the pressure from the perfected spirit division could pose a threat to Lu Chen. Upon ascending to the third level, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. This level of the flying immortal palace revealed itself as a miniature world. With diverse landscapes and mountains, the sky was occasionally graced by the flight of avian beasts. As Lu Chen's consciousness spread during his tribulation phase, he realized it could not encompass this small world entirely, indicating its extraordinary nature. Noticing the limitation of his consciousness, Lu Chen began to explore. Near the center of this small world, he detected a peculiar energy emanating from its core. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at its center, where a massive square altar, inscribed with arrays and restrictions, came into view. At the altar's core, a triangular crystal pulsated with an ethereal blue light, the source of the strange energy he had sensed earlier. Ding! Law power detected. Please, host, absorb this power in a timely manner. As Lu Chen pondered the nature of the triangular crystal, the system's voice echoed once more. Law power? This triangular prism resembled the law power described in novels from his past life, though its specific law remained a mystery. Cautiously, Lu Chen approached the square altar, which activated its restrictions the moment it sensed his proximity. In an instant, the scene shifted, and Lu Chen found himself clad in a coarse, inexpensive garment, standing in the midst of a bustling street. The thoroughfare teemed with people, punctuated by the occasional disputes between vendors and customers haggling over prices. The sight of such vibrant prosperity inexplicably brought a sense of comfort to Lu Chen's heart. Just as he contemplated escaping this place, he realized that his magical power had vanished, and even the system was nowhere to be found. Reflecting on the altar's earlier actions, he surmised it might have triggered a trial. With this thought, Lu Chen began to accept his current predicament. While he stood in a daze, a woman suddenly appeared behind him. "My dear, why are you still here? It is time to return home." Turning around, a woman clad in simple attire, yet possessing an alluring beauty, approached Lu Chen, her face adorned with a smile tinged with trepidation. "My dear, it is time for dinner. Let's go home." The woman called out to Lu Chen with a quivering voice, her fear evident. Lu Chen, in response, nodded in agreement and followed her home. They arrived at a dilapidated wooden house. It was meticulously maintained, suggesting that the woman was indeed a diligent caretaker. She invited Lu Chen to sit at the table, her hands trembling as she gestured for him to take a seat. Lu Chen observed her anxious demeanor throughout the meal. "Why do you fear me so?" he inquired. Startled by his question, the woman nearly dropped her chopsticks. "How could you fear her husband? Please eat quickly, dear husband. Rest a while before venturing out again. I have completed much needlework today, and Aunt Wang will settle my wages this afternoon." Though Lu Chen was perplexed by the woman's words, he refrained from further inquiry. After 3 months of residing in this world, Lu Chen began to comprehend his circumstances. This realm was merely that of mortals, and he was a scholar who had repeatedly failed the imperial examinations. Despairing from his failures, he had treated his wife Yuer with disdain, often resorting to violence, while squandering her meager earnings on indulgent pursuits and gambling. Having grasped the situation, Lu Chen resolved to start anew, aspiring to achieve scholarly success with his current identity. As a supreme being from the realm of cultivation, failing the imperial exams was simply unacceptable. Finally, after 3 years of arduous study, Lu Chen excelled in the national examination, attaining the highest honor and receiving an audience with the emperor, who appointed him as the county magistrate. That year, he and his wife Yuer welcomed a son, whom they named Lu Xiang. A decade later, Lu Chen diligently fulfilled his duties as magistrate, ensuring the local populace thrived in peace and prosperity. The emperor, upon learning of his commendable service, promoted him to governor. Another decade passed, and Lu Chen was renowned for his righteous governance, beloved by the people, earning a reputation as an incorruptible official. Once again, he was elevated to the esteemed position of Minister of Justice. In that same year, Lu Xiang distinguished himself in the military and was promoted to sergeant. As another decade went by, Lu Chen, now in his 50s, bore streaks of silver in his hair. The old emperor had long since passed, and a new sovereign appointed him as a grand minister. That year, war erupted as a rival nation invaded. Lu Xiang valiantly led his troops to repel the enemy's assaults. However, despite his courage, he ultimately fell on the battlefield. Before his death, he entrusted a message to a messenger for Lu Chen. "I have failed as a son, unable to grant my father the joys of family life. As a loyal subject, I must protect my nation in peril, sacrificing myself for the common people. Immortality no regrets." Upon receiving this message, Lu Chen shed the first tear since arriving in this world. Yuer, heartbroken at the loss of their only son, succumbed to grief within 2 years, leaving Lu Chen to navigate life alone. Following the deaths of both his wife and son, Lu Chen petitioned the new emperor to resign from his post and return to his homeland to live out his days in peace. Despite the emperor's numerous attempts to dissuade him, Lu Chen remained resolute. 20 years later, the enemy nation invaded once more. This time, they were well prepared and swiftly approached the imperial capital. As hundreds of thousands of enemy troops approached the gates of the imperial capital, they were met by the sight of a hunchbacked elder, wielding a chilling sword, standing resolutely before the city gates. The vast army momentarily halted, struck by the imposing aura emanating from this solitary figure, who seemed capable of challenging an entire nation. The white-haired elder was none other than Chen, now aged and stooped, his gait unsteady, yet he grasped Lu Xiang's legendary sword and faced the multitude with unwavering resolve. Despite his physical frailty, fear was absent from his countenance. In that instant, he felt the spirit of his son, Lu Xiang, urging him onward, and he charged toward the army with sword in hand. The illusion shattered, and Lu Chen found himself anew within another realm of dreams. In this life, he was a blind beggar, wandering aimlessly, unaware of hunger or satiety, ultimately succumbing to illness in a dilapidated temple. The illusion fractured once more, and Lu Chen became an actor. During his performances, he fell in love with a maiden from a village, destined to be offered as a bride to an ethereal deity. To protect her, Lu Chen fled the village with the girl, only to be ambushed by the villagers who discovered their escape. In a valiant effort to shield her, he confronted the villagers but was ultimately overpowered and decapitated. The maiden, in her despair and yearning to remain united with Lu Chen, leaped from a precipice, seeking an end to her sorrow. Once again, the illusion crumbled, leading to yet another reality. Through countless lifetimes within these illusions, Lu Chen began to lose sight of his true identity, gradually merging with the characters he portrayed. In the 100th cycle, he had long forgotten who he was. This time, he existed in a world of cultivation, where myriad races coexisted. In this realm, the final stage before ascension was known as the Emperor. Should an emperor fail to ascend, they would either perish or enter a deep slumber. However, each awakening from this slumber drained considerable life force, compelling these slumbering emperors to slaughter various factions and even the beings of myriad races to replenish their vitality. The plight of humanity was tragically dire, reduced to sustenance for the fallen emperors. Amidst the near annihilation of humanity, a powerful cultivator emerged, an emperor who valiantly battled the dark forces lurking in the shadows, ultimately sacrificing himself in the Forbidden Zone, leaving behind only a shell. Though this emperor fell, his sacrifice paved the way for the emergence of subsequent human emperors, granting humanity a fragile foothold in this world. Yet, in Lu Chen's era, humanity found itself once again bereft of space to thrive. The once feeble human race had not seen an emperor in 40,000 years. The calamity of all races loomed ominously, and in this life, Lu Chen remained a talentless mortal. However, his son, born of his union with his wife, was a prodigy of extraordinary potential. In a mere 30 years, Lu Chen's son ascended to become a deity within this realm, but fate, envious of brilliance, led him to inadvertently trespass into the life-restricting domain established by the Dark Emperors of myriad races, where he ultimately became a sacrifice. Fortunately, prior to entering that Forbidden Zone, he had left behind a grandson named Lu Ming for Lu Chen. In the year of Lu Chen's son's demise, Lu Ming awakened a rare constitution and was taken away by a sacred realm of cultivation for his training. On Lu Chen's 100th birthday, Lu Ming returned, now a paragon among the human race, a being of unparalleled sanctity. Had it not been for the fact that mortals in this realm could live for over 200 years, it is uncertain whether Lu Chen would have witnessed his grandson's return. Once Lu Ming departed, he never returned again. For a century, Lu Chen awaited the sight of his grandson, sitting daily at the entrance in hope of seeing him again. Now aged 200, Lu Chen's lifespan was dwindling, and it appeared that he and his grandson were destined never to meet again in this life. In the year Lu Chen turned 202, the calamity of the myriad races descended. The Dark Emperors, hidden since ancient times, emerged once more in their quest for ascension. While Lu Ming had already attained a level akin to that of a quasi-emperor, even with the aid of his unique constitution, he could only barely contend with one among the several Dark Emperors that had surfaced. Yet, he did not falter. The hidden quasi-emperor powers among humanity also revealed themselves to stand alongside him against this unprecedented dark turmoil. Alas, quasi-emperors were still not true emperors. Despite their sacrifices of Dao bones and the burning of their souls, they remained no match for the Dark Emperors. On the battlefield, Former Emperor's offspring utilized their father's imperial weapons at the cost of their bloodlines to awaken the projections of their predecessors, returning to the fray to fight for humanity. As Lu Ming witnessed the fall of human warriors and heard the anguished cries of countless souls, he shed crimson tears. At that moment, a singular obsession consumed Lu Ming: to fend off the remaining Dark Emperors, even if it meant his soul scattered and flesh crumbled. Regrettably, human strength is finite. In the end, even after igniting his Dao bones and burning his soul, he could only take down 2 Dark Emperors with him. When Lu Ming collapsed, hope for survival vanished from the hearts of humanity. The battles of emperors were beyond their participation. They could only watch as Lu Ming and his comrades fought valiantly, drenched in blood, unable to offer any assistance. As Lu Ming's body slowly descended, the Dark Emperors who had failed their ascension fixated hungrily on his form. Should they devour Lu Ming's body, they could swiftly dispel the repercussions of their failed ascension. The Dark Emperors charged madly toward Lu Ming's corpse. Yet the human cultivators could not allow their hero's body to be devoured by these beasts, though they were but ants in the eyes of the emperors. Their resolve to protect Lu Ming's body was unwavering. As the human cultivators blocking their path were consumed, they still could not halt the Dark Emperor's advance. Just as the Dark Emperors reached above Lu Ming's body, they beheld an elderly mortal with white hair kneeling beside Lu Ming, tenderly arranging the tattered garments upon him. The foremost Dark Emperor smirked, believing Lu Ming's corpse to be his prize. The old man beside him, though incapable of extracting much life energy, was not a concern for him to consume as well. Just as the Dark Emperor was about to devour both Lu Chen and Lu Ming, a golden sword aura suddenly struck, killing the Dark Emperor instantly. The sudden demise of the Dark Emperor left both his fellow Dark Emperors and the human cultivators in stunned silence. The elderly figure beside Lu Ming's lifeless body astonishingly straightened his posture, gripping a long sword intricately carved with a golden dragon. With a single step, his once white hair transformed into a thick mane of black. As he took a second step, he stood suspended in the void, his previously withered skin now resembling exquisite jade. With the third step, an unprecedented aura of celestial energy enveloped the air, bestowing upon all present an illusion of ascendance, driving the Dark Emperors into a frenzy as they fixated on Lu Chen, envisioning their own transcendence. Yet, upon Lu Chen's fourth step, a different thought surged through their minds: escape. The oppressive force emanating from Lu Chen signaled their certain demise should he choose to strike. Just as the Dark Emperors turned to flee, Lu Chen stepped forward once more and unleashed a strike with his sword. Time seemed to freeze, and in the blink of an eye, the Dark Emperors disintegrated into dust. Before the onlookers could rejoice, Lu Chen took a sixth step, shattering everything around him, causing the illusion to vanish. Beside the sacrificial altar, Lu Chen awakened from the illusion, his eyes fluttering open. "Host, you are awake. How was your experience in the 100 Realms illusion?" As he regained consciousness, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "System, how long was I in the illusion?" "Half a stick of incense." To think that a century within the illusion amounted to merely half a stick of incense in the real world. Congratulations, host. Upon awakening from the 100 Realms illusion, your intellect has matured significantly, and your spiritual awareness is now at the initial stage of the Great Ascendance. After processing the system's information, Lu Chen released his spiritual awareness, realizing that the small world he had previously struggled to encompass now filled his mind completely. Its scope expanded nearly 100-fold. Feeling the might of his advanced spiritual awareness, Lu Chen calmly inquired about a lingering doubt. "System, why was I unable to sense you within the illusion, yet you were aware of my presence? Surely the illusion could not obstruct our communication." "Host, with the system's assistance, your cultivation progress has far surpassed that of any individual in this world. However, your mental maturity remains insufficient. Without experiencing the 100 Realms environment, even in the Void Realm, you would be unable to overcome the impending tribulation of ascendance and would ultimately perish. What would happen if I were to die within this illusion? I would cease to exist alongside you. If you cannot overcome such a basic illusion, you are unworthy of possessing this system." After reflecting on the system's response, Lu Chen contemplated no further. The system was correct. If he could not conquer even this illusion, he was undeserving not only of the system, but of becoming an immortal cultivator. The immediate priority was to absorb the power of the laws. With that thought, Lu Chen soared to the altar and retrieved the triangular prism. With the system's aid, he swiftly absorbed the power of the laws contained within it. The law of illusion, manifesting the celestial path's phantoms, ensnaring countless beings, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Those struck by the illusionary law, lacking a consciousness strength surpassing 3 levels of self-cultivation, face utter obliteration of their souls, perishing silently within the illusion. After absorbing the triangular prism, Chen grasped the application of this illusionary law. Overwhelming joy surged within him. It was undeniably the ultimate path of assassination. By rendering oneself ethereal and silently employing the illusionary law upon the intended victim, one could orchestrate their demise without a trace. After all, if one were to die within an illusion, who would ever suspect the hand that dealt the blow? Chapter 25, Tremors in the Eastern Domain. The Sword Master Sect approaches. Having mastered the illusionary law, Chen traversed the 3rd level for a quarter of an hour before proceeding to the staircase leading to the 4th level of this small world. The pressure on the staircase escalated, akin to an increase in intensity from the previous level. Upon reaching the 4th level, Chen discerned that it too housed a small world, but within it lay a sect. Towering mountains enveloped in clouds loomed above, and a grand sect, radiating opulence, perched atop one of these floating peaks. The 3 gilded characters Tang Wugu emblazoned on the sect's entrance proclaimed its identity. The Tang Wugu, founded by the legendary quasi-immortal Tang Yujian. With a swift motion, Chen soared into the Tang Wugu. His consciousness surveyed the surroundings. Everything within the Tang Wugu appeared as it had 100,000 years prior, with thousands of pavilions and towers proudly rising above the floating mountains. A magnificent sight to behold. The residences of the disciples were impeccably tidy, and the various artifacts preserved within the pavilions remained untouched by time. The ancient tomes stored in the scripture pavilion, untouched for 100,000 years, remained pristine, while the alchemical furnaces held unfinished elixirs, still retaining their original forms from eons past. Should the furnace fires be reignited, those elixirs could very well continue their transformation. Numerous treasures and rare scriptures within the Tang Wugu stirred Chen's heart, yet he could only sigh in resignation. There were simply too many items to transport easily. At that moment, he yearned to relocate the entire sect. Host, the Void Realm shares a similar construct with this world. By locating the spatial nodes of the small world, it can be directly transferred into the Void Realm. This may even enhance certain laws within your Void Realm. As Chen contemplated the feasibility of relocating the Tang Wugu, the system provided prompt. Elation filled his heart, and he found himself wishing to embrace the system in joy. It truly was his cherished treasure. He had not anticipated that the Void Realm could prove useful here. Guided by the system, Chen swiftly identified the spatial node of the small world containing the Tang Wugu. Although Chen was only at the mid-stage of tribulation, bolstered by the physique of an immortal, his true prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary Great Ascension cultivator. Yet, even with this advantage, moving the spatial node proved to be a formidable task. He opened a rift in the Void Realm and fused the spatial node of the small world with one within the Void Realm. In the blink of an eye, the mountain gate of the Tang Wugu from the 4th level of the Flying Immortal Palace now stood fully intact within the Void Realm. Just as Chen transferred the Tang Wugu into the Void Realm, a gathering of cultivators at the spirit severing stage and above assembled above the small Tang mountain outside. As Chen dispersed the thunderclouds during the mid-stage tribulation, he inadvertently widened the fissure of the restrictions surrounding Shao Tang Mountain. This led to the subtle diffusion of the aura of the Fashion Hall, which, although not extensive, was sufficient to alert the nearby 5th-tier sects and one of the 10 great sects of the eastern region, the Yujian Sect, to the unusual occurrences at Shao Tang Mountain. Despite the accidental enlargement of the fissure, it remained impenetrable to these cultivators. Even the strongest among them, several in the integration stage, were unable to further enlarge the breach. Within the restrictions of Shao Tang Mountain, Chen, having accessed the 4th layer of the small world, had ascended to the 5th layer of the Fashion Hall. However, the sight that greeted him filled his heart with sorrow. This layer, though not expansive, was densely packed with over 1 million graves, each marked by broken swords thrust into the earth. The gravestones served as the sole testament to the existence of these tombs. And as Chen's consciousness swept across the scene, a wave of reverence surged within him. The countless graves bore witness to the fallen cultivators of the Tangwu Pavilion, none of whom were below the divine sense stage, and among them lay 8 or 9 from the Great Ascension stage. including one who had reached the pinnacle of that stage. This stark reality bore testament to the ferocity of the battle between demons and immortals 100,000 years ago, which had led to the annihilation of the Tangwu Pavilion's cultivators, a quasi-immortal force. Yet, what piqued Lu Chen's curiosity was the absence of a grave for the pavilion master. A quasi-immortal expert, despite his thorough examination, a sense of doubt arose within him. Could it be located in the sixth layer? The pressure ascending from the fifth to the sixth layer was akin to that of a perfected Great Ascension Stage cultivator, making even Lu Chen, whose strength was comparable to that of an initial Great Ascension Stage cultivator, find the ascent arduous. More importantly, it seemed that a temporal array was woven into the staircase, causing him to traverse it in fits and starts, unaware of how much time had passed. By the time Lu Chen reached the midpoint of the staircase, 5 years had elapsed in the outside world. During this time, hundreds of forces, large and small, had converged around Xiaotang Mountain, including emissaries from the Tai Xian Holy Land. The fissure sealing the Tangwu Feishan Hall had gradually widened over these 5 years, with the hall's ethereal aura continuously spreading outward, shocking the entire eastern region and prompting many hidden sixth-tier forces to take action. The area surrounding Xiaotang Mountain, spanning thousands of miles, had been claimed by personnel from various factions, although most were not the primary forces of their respective backgrounds. 5 years prior, the aura emanating from the fissure had drawn an elder of the tribulation stage from the Tai Xian Holy Land. After observing the breach, this elder was astonished to deduce that the palace within the restrictions was likely the Feishan Hall crafted by the quasi-immortal Tang, Yujian, 100,000 years ago. He left the major forces with a cautionary message. Direct assault was unfeasible, but it would certainly re-emerge within 10 years. Consequently, the various sects dispatched only surveillance personnel, ready to alert their respective powers the moment any anomalies occurred at Xiaotang Mountain. Even the Yujian Sect, situated 1,000 miles from Xiaotang Mountain, could not escape the ramifications of the impending emergence of the Tangwu Feishan Hall. Within the Grand Hall of the Swordmaster Sect, Feng Qingzi wore a visage of deep concern. As various powerful factions converged around the Swordmaster Sect, he gleaned the unfolding events from a cultivator's account. Merely 1,000 miles away, atop the modest Tang Mountain, a palace of a transcendent being had attracted the attention of these numerous factions. Even though Tang Mountain fell under the jurisdiction of his sect, he dared not impede these formidable forces. Yet, the scouts of these great powers were equally cautious and did not dare to act against the Swordmaster Sect. A year prior, a sixth-tier family had dispatched a combined stage king to oversee the conditions of Tang Mountain, ultimately choosing to station themselves 1,000 miles away at the Swordmaster Sect. Upon discovering that the Swordmaster Sect was merely a fourth-tier sect, the combined stage king harbored ambitions of usurping the sect and oppressing its disciples. However, he was met with a swift demise at the hands of Lu Feng, who, from the rear mountains, unleashed a single sword strike that obliterated him, along with the souls of his kin. Remarkably, Lu Feng did not even reveal himself during the encounter. Yet his formidable strike stunned all factions present, revealing that the Swordmaster Sect harbored a hidden ancestor of at least the late combined stage. Lu Feng's display of power compelled the various factions to reassess their views on this seemingly insignificant fourth-tier sect. Who could have foreseen that such a humble sect would conceal a superlative monarch? Upon the demise of the combined stage cultivator, the soul lamp within his family extinguished, sending shockwaves through the ranks of the sixth-tier family. Following a thorough investigation, they discovered that their combined stage member had been slain by a concealed ancestor of the fourth-tier sect. Consequently, the family head proclaimed that all combined stage members would enter seclusion for a year, after which they would collectively march to exact vengeance upon the Swordmaster Sect. This was the source of Feng Qingzi's anxiety. The year had flown by. He had learned from a nearby faction that the sixth-tier family had conservatively estimated the presence of 4 combined stage kings, poised to assault the Swordmaster Sect. Among these 4, one had reportedly completed his seclusion and was rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the combined stage. Feng Qingzi feared that Lu Feng alone would not be a match for these 4, and he contemplated summoning Lu Chen for assistance, only to be informed that Lu Chen had vanished for 4 to 5 years. The dread lingered. Should Lu Feng falter, the Swordmaster Sect would face annihilation. With no alternative, they could only stand and fight alongside Lu Feng. As Feng Qingzi convened a meeting with the 10 elders to strategize against the impending family confrontation, he could not escape the notice of Lu Feng. Yet, Lu Feng remained indifferent. Although he was merely a vessel for Lu Chen's spirit, he had absorbed much of Lu Chen's knowledge. Even if he could not manifest Liu Chen's full might, he could still unleash 50% of his power, sufficient to sweep aside any combined stage adversary, even those at the initial stages of tribulation, leaving Liu Feng unperturbed. Just as tension gripped the Swordmaster sect, one individual exhibited an unusual exuberance, Yi Zhenying, the disciple of Liu Chen. As if untouched by the impending calamity, he frolicked about the sect, igniting a sense of exasperation in Feng Qingzi. However, he found himself powerless to intervene, for this young man was indeed Liu Chen's disciple. Chapter 26. The great adversary approaches. Yi Zhenying emerged from the rear mountains, outside the Sword Control sect. The presence of this sixth-tier family loomed large among the powerful entities of the Eastern Domain. Consequently, even other factions monitoring Shouting Mountain were particularly attentive to the impending confrontation. The ability to slay a mid-stage harmonization realm practitioner with a single sword stroke indicated that the assailant was at least a late-stage or even peak harmonization realm cultivator. Most of the forces surrounding Shouting Mountain harbored little faith in the Sword Control sect, however. A select few were intrigued to discern whether the four sovereigns of this sixth-tier family were superior or if the ancestor of this fourth-tier sect held greater strength. With the celestial palace of Shouting Mountain yet to emerge, the station forces around were more than willing to shift their focus to the events surrounding the Sword Control sect. After 2 months of silence, news swept across the Eastern Domain that the sixth-tier family had dispatched 4 spiritual vessels towards the Sword Control sect. At last, this family could no longer contain itself. Although among the sixth-tier powers of the Eastern Domain, the most formidable comprised merely the top 10 sects, the 4 great families. In the sixth-tier imperial dynasty of the Great Tang, a thriving sixth-tier family was sufficient to stir the nerves of the Eastern Domain and capture the attention of the realm of cultivation. Upon receiving the news, the Sword Control sect gathered tens of thousands of disciples at the foot of their mountain, gazing towards a specific direction in the sky. Half a day later, as the space above fractured, Feng Qingzi's heart tightened, and everyone understood. They had arrived. The 4 spiritual vessels hovered in unison, their grand banners unfurling to declare their identity to the surrounding factions. Subsequently, for venerable elders, each with flowing white hair and an aura of formidable strength, emerged from the vessels. The Sword Control sect dares to act against my ancient Tian family, slaying our harmonization realm sovereign. Today, my Tian family's forces come for vengeance. Intent on the annihilation of the Sword Control sect, the central figure, adorned in opulent robes, emanated an overwhelming pressure of a peak harmonization realm practitioner. His voice, infused with potent spiritual energy, resonated throughout the entire Northern Liang dynasty. Within the Northern Liang royal capital, the current monarch, Liang Zhao, was engaged in discussions with various ministers regarding support for the Sword Control sect. Since inheriting the throne from his father, Liang Yuan, he had maintained close ties with his formidable ally, the Sword Control sect. Now that their ally faced peril, he felt an acute sense of urgency. Should the Sword Control sect fall, their own deterrent would vanish, leaving their vast territory vulnerable to encroachment by surrounding forces. Liang Zhao recognized that while sending troops to support the Sword Control sect might not significantly alter the outcome, it could alleviate some pressure from their ally. If the Sword Control sect were to be defeated, they would face doom regardless of their involvement. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhao gritted his teeth and announced the dispatch of troops to support the Sword Control sect. Meanwhile, spies from other major factions surrounding the Sword Control sect were closely observing the situation. Should the Sword Control sect collapse, they would not hesitate to report the news promptly, allowing their own factions to feast upon the Northern Liang dynasty's spoils. The 4 harmonization realm ancestors of the Tian family continued to exert their oppressive pressure upon the disciples of the Sword Control sect below. In response, Feng Qingzi joined forces with the 10 elders of the transformation realm, collectively channeling spiritual energy to withstand the overwhelming force of the 4 harmonization realm sovereigns. Remarkably, not a single disciple among the tens of thousands faltered to their knees. Some disciples of lower cultivation, even those with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, gritted their teeth and persevered. Yet, how could the pressure exerted by the 4 combined realm kings be resisted by mere ants, whose highest cultivation only reached the transformation stage? Just as the crowd was on the brink of collapse, a sharp sword aura surged forth from the rear mountain of the Sword Control sect, arriving before the 4 combined realm kings in an instant. The peak combined realm cultivator, who had just spoken, reacted immediately, attempting to intercept the sword light. The moment his presence connected with the mysterious sword light, a profound sense of crisis surged within him. This sword energy was beyond his capability to withstand. Struck by the blade, the peak combined realm cultivator from the Tian family was instantly repelled, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as his luxurious garments were torn apart, revealing the defensive, spiritual armor beneath. However, the armor was also marred by the impact. The sword energy emerging from the rear mountain of the Sword Control Sect had grievously injured a cultivator clad in spiritual armor with a single strike, an utterly astonishing feat. Onlookers from various factions, who had hidden in the shadows to witness the spectacle, were all taken aback by this scene. Tens of thousands from the Sword Control Sect witnessed the injury inflicted upon the strongest member of the Tian family, erupting in cheers. Their ancestor was indeed invincible. Even the peak combined realm could not withstand a single sword strike from him. Other kings from surrounding factions, who had come to observe, were grateful they had not entangled themselves in this affair. After all, it was inconceivable for an ordinary peak combined realm cultivator to inflict such severe damage to one clad in spiritual grade armor. Now, the ancestor of the Sword Control Sect had achieved this feat without even appearing, a display of terrifying power. Had the recent sword strike possessed the might of transcending tribulation, they might have believed the ancestor of the Sword Control Sect to be a transcendent master. However, even without such overwhelming force, the ability to gravely injure a peak combined realm king clad in spiritual armor was sufficient to indicate that the ancestor of the Sword Control Sect was at least half a step into the realm of supremacy. The peak combined realm cultivator from the Tian family, having been gravely injured by a single blow, caused the other three kings of the Tian family to collectively abandon their previous disdain. Their gazes fixated upon the rear mountain of the Sword Control Sect, aware that the recent strike had nearly claimed the life of their strongest member, who only survived due to his spiritual armor. Had it struck any of the others, their demise would have been certain. The injured master of the Tian family now comprehended the extraordinary nature of the Sword Control Sect's ancestor. A single blow had left him grievously wounded, his armor shattered. If a confrontation were to ensue, even with all four of them joining forces, they would undoubtedly fall short against such an individual. Realizing this, the Tian family master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, adjusted his tattered clothing, and then donned a robe from his spatial ring, offering a respectful bow towards the rear mountain of the Sword Control Sect. Friend, our Tian family finds itself outmatched. We willingly retreat and ask that you do not take offense. After the Tian family master finished speaking, the rear mountain of the Sword Control Sect remained eerily silent, as if no one were present. The combined realm kings from various factions, curious, extended their consciousness, only to be astonished to discover that their probing was repelled by a formidable barrier. Friend, might I inquire if you have any objections? Could we meet in person? The head of the Tian family, after his spiritual probe was obstructed, tentatively inquired once more. Just as the formidable forces surrounding the Tian family began to doubt that the half-step tribulation sword energy emanating from the back mountain of the Yujian Sect was merely the manifestation of a rare treasure. A youth clad in the white robe designated for outer disciples of the Yujian Sect emerged from within the mountain's restrictions. This young man, evidently at the Golden Core stage, was astonishingly only an outer disciple. The surrounding powers exchanged glances, their minds rife with confusion. From their understanding, such a young Golden Core cultivator ought to be a true disciple in the blue robe of a Yujian Sect. How could this youth don only a white robe and emerge from the back mountain's restrictions? The members of the Yujian Sect, upon seeing the white-robed youth, were all smiles. After years of camaraderie, they were well aware that Yujian was the grandson of their enigmatic ancestor, the sole child of the ancestor's only disciple, and had garnered the favor of ancestor Lu Feng. Whenever Ying made an appearance, trouble was sure to follow, inevitably attracting the attention of ancestor Lu Feng. After all, Yujian had sparked numerous conflicts over the years, drawing many powerful adversaries. Yet all these foes were ultimately vanquished by ancestor Lu Feng. Upon witnessing the appearance of Yujian, Feng Qingzi, the sect master of Yujian, displayed an oddly sympathetic expression as he glanced at the four combined realm kings of the Tian family. The changes in the expressions of Feng Qingzi and the tens of thousands of Yujian disciples did not escape the keen eyes of the many hidden forces present to investigate. The scouts from these factions were collectively puzzled. Could this youth possess some extraordinary trait? At this moment, Yujian, the protagonist under the scrutiny of various powers, seemed disinclined to show any leniency towards the Tian family. ever since he had confronted the appraisal steward of the Holy Land. This lad had embarked on a relentless spree of troublemaking, especially after the disappearance of Lu Chun. With no one to rein him in, and with Lu Feng ever at his back, his arrogance had been further emboldened. The Tier 5 forces that had crossed paths with Yujian had numbered at least a dozen, all sharing the common experience of being subdued by Lu Feng, leaving them too intimidated to voice any complaints, and they had even compensated him with an array of pills and magical artifacts. After all, Yujian had the formidable support of his grandfather, Lu Feng. Not to mention, he had even joked with his great-grandmaster. Subsequently, Yujian soared into the air above the Yujian Sect, gazing down at the four kings of the Tian family and the members aboard their spiritual vessel, his face gradually contorting with fury before he unleashed his ire upon the four combined realm kings of the Tian family. Chapter 27. Yujian's fiery retort to the combined realm cultivators. You four old geezers. Did you come to butcher others at their sect's doorstep without a shred of common sense? Your family sent an old relic to seize control of another sect, and you were slain. Was it not your just deserts? Below, within the Yujian Sect's ranks, Feng Qingzi and the 10 elders instinctively wiped their unperspiring brows, as if to alleviate their own discomfort. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of disciples of the Yujian Sect, from the various elders and stewards to the ordinary disciples, wore expressions of exhilaration, their hearts brimming with satisfaction. Do you still have the gall to seek revenge? After thousands upon thousands of years, have you returned to the womb? Was the brigand logic instilled in you by your parents at birth? How can you, who have brazenly seized another sect and met with death, dare to proclaim vengeance, bringing a group of juniors along? Do you believe that the embarrassment of your ancient visages is insufficient? Accompanying your quartet of aged figures with youthful companions only amplifies your disgrace. Look at the dilapidated vessel behind you. Are those your descendants? I have gazed intently and discerned not a single one who bears resemblance to you. Are you perhaps the fabled ones, unable to procreate yet surrounded by progeny? Congratulations! For all these years, you have worn free hats upon your heads. The patriarch of the Tian family, along with 3 other members at the fusion stage, stood in silence, enduring the humiliation from Yujian. Yet a young man in the late Golden Core stage could no longer contain his fury and charged at Yujian in the air. You sharp-tongued brat, how dare you insult our ancestors? I shall slay you to avenge this affront. As the Tian family disciple rushed towards him, Yujian continued his tirade of insults and nonchalantly produced a broom. Ah, the old fools have unexpectedly gained a junior who fears exposure and seeks to silence me. Just as the disciple was about to engage, Yujian swung the broom, sending the young man plummeting from the sky. When he crashed to the ground, it became apparent that he had perished. To everyone's astonishment, this white-robed youth not only possessed a sharp tongue, but equally formidable strength. He had slain a fellow cultivator of the same rank with a single strike. Upon witnessing the demise of the Tian family disciple at the hands of Yujian, the young man's lips curled into a smirk, furthering his mockery. I thought you were formidable. I hadn't even exerted myself, and you ascended to the heavens right there. Are the descendants of these old fools this week? The death of the disciple ignited the fury of the thousands of Tian family cultivators aboard their spirit vessel, who collectively surged towards Yujian. In the camp of the Sword Control Sect, the crowd witnessed the Tian family cultivators charging at Yujian and swiftly moved to intercept them. Unbeknownst to them, an enraged ancestor of the Tian family bore a face flushed with fury, his complexion darkened with rage. The deceased late Golden Core disciple was a prodigy of his lineage and one of his favored juniors. When the disciple had charged at Yujian, the ancestor had anticipated a swift victory over the sharp-tongued youth, only to witness his student being vanquished in a single blow. This ignited an inferno of wrath within him. You wretch, even if you are the beloved son of a perfected cultivator from the Sword Control Sect, I shall sever your head to honor my fallen disciple. Yujian, observing the furious ancestor of the Tian family, felt no fear. Instead, he resumed his verbal onslaught against the mid-fusion cultivator. Look at your darkened face. You could scrape off enough skin to use as ink. Who are you trying to intimidate? Your precious disciple sought to kill me and ended up dead instead. Can you blame me? Who knew he was so weak? His demise is merely a consequence of the name you bestowed upon him, charging forth to become your son. He rushed in so hastily. If he didn't die, would have been you instead? The scathing insult hurled by Yujian caused the minds of the mid-stage fusion cultivators of the Tian family to explode with fury. This wretched spawn not only dared to insult himself, but also had the audacity to insult the deceased Chong-er. Today, not only would his head be severed, but his soul would also be extracted, subjecting it to the excruciating torment of 1,000 years of sacrificial refinement. In an instant, he charged towards Yi Zhenying. Yuqing, return at once. The remaining 3 mid-stage fusion cultivators of the Tian family seemed to sense something amiss and shouted in alarm, attempting to dissuade the cultivator known as Yuqing from advancing. However, in a state of unbridled rage, Yuqing paid no heed to their warnings and aimed to strike Yi Zhenying dead. Just as his lethal move was about to descend upon Yi Zhenying, an unprecedented sword beam emanated from the rear mountain of the Sword Control Sect, surpassing the previous might, and its target was none other than the fusion cultivator Tian Yuqing. The patriarch of the Tian family let out another piercing roar, exchanging glances with the remaining 2, as they simultaneously unleashed their techniques in an effort to shield Tian Yuqing from the sudden sword strike. Heavenly Horse Divine Fist. Grâce de Sword Technique. Universal Dragon Slaying Palm. The patriarch of the Tian family and the other 2 mid-stage fusion cultivators released their most powerful attacks simultaneously against the formidable sword light. Yet, the moment their strikes met the sword beam, they were utterly torn apart. Following this, the sword continued unabated, striking down upon Tian Yuqing, who sought to eliminate Yi Zhenying. A thunderous explosion echoed as the residual force from the sword attack shattered the surrounding mountains. Beneath this formidable strike, Tian Yuqing was reduced to nothing but dust and bone. Thus, yet another mid-stage fusion cultivator of the Tian family perished at the gates of the Sword Control Sect. No, the descendants of Tian Yuqing, upon witnessing their ancestors' demise, felt their hearts shatter with rage. In a reckless frenzy, they clashed violently with the disciples of the Sword Control Sect, driven solely by their desire to reach Yi Zhenying, the one responsible for their ancestors' death. The fall of Tian Yuqing did not instill fear in the remaining 3 fusion cultivators of the Tian family. The patriarch, seemingly oblivious to his earlier grievous injury, glared with burning intensity towards the rear mountain of the Sword Control Sect. Your hiding is no different from that of a rodent. Since you refuse to let us leave, come forth and face me. Even if I am not your match, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Rodent, come out. Another mid-stage fusion cultivator of the Tian family, equally enraged, echoed the patriarch's insults, urging the hidden figure in the rear mountain to reveal themselves. Above the Sword Control Sect, upon hearing these 2 old fools insult him as a rodent, Yi Zhenying felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Just as he was about to retort, a voice, familiar yet commanding, resonated from the cemetery in the rear mountain. Long to see me, are you? Your wish is granted. The emergence of this voice not only piqued the curiosity of the 3 mid-stage fusion cultivators of the Tian family, but also halted the fray among the Tian disciples. While the hidden powers surrounding them held their breath in anticipation, was the esteemed ancestor of the Sword Control Sect, who had slain a mid-stage fusion cultivator with a single sword, finally making his appearance. Aside from those of the Sword Control Sect, all other lurking powers present were equally eager to behold Lu Feng's visage. As a rippling disturbance in space occurred, Lu Feng materialized before Yi Zhenying. The enigmatic ancestor of the sword-wielding sect has made his appearance. A middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness. Salutations to Ancestor Lu Feng. Chapter 28. The emergence of Lu Feng, the annihilation of the Tian family. Upon Lu Feng's arrival, all disciples of the sword-wielding sect bowed deeply in unison, reverently calling out to their ancestor. The head of the Tian family, vigilant, cast a wary gaze upon Lu Feng. Although this man exhibited no discernible cultivation, he emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. Ah, so you have finally chosen to reveal yourself? What kind of hero ambushes from shadows? The head of the Tian family sneered at Lu Feng, his voice laced with derision. However, Lu Feng, unfazed by the taunts, directed his attention towards the disciples of the sword-wielding sect below. Following the recent skirmish, they had already lost over 1,000 members. Fortunately, the Tian family's spirit transformation cultivators had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, the casualties among the sword-wielding sect would have been even greater. Isn't it rather presumptuous of you? Seeing that Lu Feng ignored him, the ancestor of the Tian family felt insulted. After all, he too was a being of the same realm. Yet Lu Feng treated him with such disdain. Just as the head of the Tian family prepared to speak again, Lu Feng turned to Yi Zhenying behind him. Give him a scathing rebuke. Receiving Lu Feng's signal, Yi Zhenying's heart swelled with joy, a smirk spreading across his face. With the backing of such formidable strength before him, he unleashed his verbal onslaught. You shameless old fool! Can't you see that my esteemed ancestor Lu Feng has no desire to engage with you? How dare you shamelessly press for a response? Do you even know the meaning of humiliation? And how audacious of you to mention the word hero. Open your eyes and behold the countless disciples of the sword-wielding sect that your Tian family has mercilessly slain. My esteemed ancestor has merely eliminated 2 of your old fools. Yet you wail as if the heavens are falling. The 2 ancient ones of your clan have only achieved their state by surviving long enough to reach the integration phase. While each fallen genius of the sword-wielding sect was destined to ascend to the tribulation and achieve greatness. Your family's elders may consider themselves superior. But do you even possess humanity? I could capture a toad from the beastly forest that would embody more humanity than you. The head of the Tian family and the 2 integration phase cultivators beside him were consumed with rage upon hearing Yi Zheniying's comparison of them to mere toads. Their anger simmered, and had Lu Feng not been present to intercede, they would have unleashed their fury upon Yi Zheniying without hesitation. You sharp-tongued brat! Were it not for the protection of a strong ally, we would surely extract your soul and refine your body into a pill. Silence. One of the Tian family ancestors attempted to retort, only to be met with another biting reply from Yi Zheniying. You old fool! Were it not for the presence of other forces observing us, I would ensure your ancestral grave ascends to the heavens. You dare speak of refining me into a pill with such malevolence? Are you even human? If I'd been born earlier and cultivated longer, I would have challenged you to a death match, using your flesh as bait. As Yi Zheniying concluded his statement, the hidden forces surrounding the sword-controlling sect ceased their mental exchanges, their faces reflecting a profound astonishment. This brash young man, with such a sharp tongue, had the audacity to refer to himself as a refined individual. Such audacity must have been cultivated since his previous life. The 3 united kings of the Tian family, who had been humiliated by Yi Zheniying's words, could no longer contain their fury. With a sheer glance, they raised their spiritual weapons and charged towards Yi Zheniying. On the opposite side, Lu Feng observed the approaching trio with a disdainful smirk. With his exquisite spiritual sword in hand, he prepared to confront the motley crew of the Tian family, declaring that he would vanquish them with a single stroke. Just as the 3 members of the Tian family were about to engage with Lu Feng, the peak united king of the Tian family released his sword, continuing his assault on Lu Feng, while he himself instantaneously teleported in front of Yi Zheniying, delivering a powerful palm strike. The madness etched on his face was a testament to his resolve. Even if he were to perish this day, he was determined to eliminate this loquacious young man. Witnessing the Tian family patriarch abandon his companions to pursue Yi Zheniying, Lu Feng exhibited no sign of panic or hesitation. Rather, he intensified his assault against the remaining 2 united cultivators of the Tian family. Channeling all his spiritual energy, Lu Feng swung his sword, infused with overwhelming intent to kill, shattering the combined attack of the 2 united cultivators along with the patriarch's strike in an instant. The force of his blow remained undiminished as it surged through the Tian family members, annihilating their corporeal forms and obliterating their souls. Simultaneously, as the 2 Tian cultivators fell, the patriarch's palm descended towards Yi Zheniying. This spectacle prompted the surrounding hidden forces to prepare for a hasty retreat. They had distinctly heard this young man in the sword-controlling sect attire refer to the esteemed Lu Feng as Grandpa Lu. Should the Tian patriarch succeed in slaying this young man, it would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Lu Feng, a formidable figure on the brink of transcending. The consequences of such fury would be dire for the present forces, few of whom could withstand the aftermath. However, just as these factions readied to withdraw, they were astonished to witness Yi Zheniying standing unscathed, even spitting forth a mouthful of filth at the Tian patriarch. The patriarch, in a state of bewilderment, gazed at his own palm, realizing that his strike had failed to advance even an inch, landing a mere foot away from Yi Zheniying. The jade pendant in the shape of a sword that hung from Yi Zheniying's chest emitted a faint green glow, which had successfully intercepted the patriarch's attack. Suddenly, the pendant's dim green light erupted in brilliance, casting an extraordinary glow that transformed the very fabric of the heavens. The Tian patriarch, realizing the peculiarity of the pendant, was overtaken by sheer terror. The jade pendant's green radiance surged forth once more, unleashing a cataclysmic aura. A beam of sword light erupted, obliterating the Tian patriarch on the spot, leaving not a trace of his remains. Even the essence of his soul was eradicated beneath that singular strike. Following the annihilation of the Tian Patriarch, the sword light soared into the heavens, subsequently bursting forth in a dazzling display. The multitude of cultivators present gazed skyward, rendered momentarily speechless. Above the Yujian Sect, a colossal black hole materialized, as if the heavens had been pierced by a sword, where the sword's light reached. The very fabric of space shattered, unable to mend for an extended duration. The might of this sword and the havoc it wrought starkly contrasted with that of Lu Feng, having ascended to the level of a transcendent during tribulation. The astonishment within the ranks of the concealed factions, particularly among the combined body cultivators, surged once more. This sharp-tongued youth possessed such a formidable protective talisman. The dramatic demise of the four combined body monarchs from the Tian family unfolded before them. Witnessing the fall of their four ancestors, the members of the Tian family frantically surged towards their four spiritual vessels, desperate to activate them and flee. Yet, how could Lu Feng allow tens of thousands of Tian cultivators to escape unscathed? With a cold snort, he summoned his spiritual energy, and in an instant, thousands of swords forged from spiritual essence appeared by his side, sweeping towards the multitude of Tian cultivators. Moments later, the Tian family's vessels lay in ruins at the foot of the Yujian Sect, surrounded by the corpses of tens of thousands of Tian cultivators. Some of the Tian family's divine sense cultivators were obliterated before they could even tear through space. Once the last of the Tian family perished, the hidden cultivators from surrounding factions finally emerged from their shock, realizing that the once menacing Tian family contingent now lay lifeless at the foot of the Yujian Sect. They then turned their gaze towards Yi Zhenying, who had miraculously survived, still lively and vibrant. It became clear to the gathered forces why Lu Feng had not rushed to support Yi Zhenying when the Tian family patriarch attacked. He had foreseen the inevitable outcome of that confrontation. A renewed curiosity stirred within their hearts. The sword within the jade pendant was evidently not forged by the venerable ancestor of the Yujian Sect, who, then, had bestowed it upon Yi Zhenying. Could it be a dreadful realization dawned upon the assembled factions? However, those who still harbored doubts were soon astonished anew by the conversation between Yi Zhenying and Lu Feng, solidifying their suspicions. Grandpa Lu Feng, you're not even in pain for me anymore. That old coot wanted to kill me, and you didn't stop him. If it weren't for the protective jade pendant bestowed by my grandmaster, I would have been slain by that old coot. In midair, Yi Zhenying expressed her grievances, casting a resentful glance towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng, with a mischievous smile, replied, Zhenying, I initially intended to slay those three with a single stroke. But who knew that the old coot from the Tian family would resort to underhanded tactics and ambush a mere child? You could have easily come back to save me. Grandpa Lu Feng did it on purpose. Yi Zhenying murmured to herself, pondering Lu Feng's words. The factions present caught wind of the critical term in Yi Zhenying's statement. Grandmaster. That jade pendant must have been crafted by this so-called grandmaster. No wonder this youth was so audacious. Not only did he have a half-step transcendent master guarding him, but he also bore the lineage of a genuine transcendent during tribulation. This youth was indeed the disciple of a transcendent. How few transcendent figures existed in the entire Eastern Domain. Most resided as elders in the central Taishan holy land of the Eastern Domain. Before them stood the esteemed disciple of the Supreme Being. The demeanor of the Yujian Sect towards this youth was indicative of the possibility that the legendary figure behind them, a transcendent being, might indeed be the ancestral patriarch of the Yujian Sect. The various factions present felt as though they had been struck by a cataclysmic force from a transcendent entity. Despite their composed exteriors, tumultuous waves churned within their hearts. The fact that the fourth-tier Yujian Sect possessed a combined entity cultivator as an ancestor was already unprecedented. Who could have anticipated that this cultivator would be a formidable half-step supreme? Even more alarming was the revelation that a genuine supreme ancestor lurked in the shadows of the Yujian Sect. At this moment, it became clear to all factions that the events unfolding within the Yujian Sect would likely reverberate throughout the Eastern Domain within a month. The illustrious name of the Yujian Sect would soon be known to all major powers. Chapter 29. 5 years later, Lu Chen emerges. Within the Hall of Ascending Immortals, Lu Chen, still laboriously ascending the staircase, suddenly sensed that the protective jade talisman he had given to Yi Zhenying had been activated. However, trapped in the midst of the stairs leading to the 6th floor, he could do nothing but press onward, despite the urgency in his heart. At this moment, News of a possible transcendent ancestor at the Yujian Sect began to spread throughout the eastern domain. The Yujian Sect, already under scrutiny by various factions due to its proximity to Shaotang Mountain, quickly became the focal point of discourse among the 5th and 6th tier powers. Those factions that had previously stationed themselves near Shaotang Mountain began to establish connections with the Yujian Sect. Although the existence of a transcendent ancestor remained unproven, no one had witnessed this figure in person. Even according to the disciples of the Yujian Sect, only the sect leader, Feng Qingzi, had ever laid eyes on this ancestral being. Nevertheless, even if the transcendent ancestor were merely a fabrication, it did not hinder the factions from seeking alliances. For the undeniable strength of the half-step supreme, Lu Feng was beyond reproach. It had been 5 years since the Tian family's assault on the Yujian Sect was utterly obliterated by Lu Feng. During these 5 years, the Yujian Sect formed numerous alliances, receiving invitations from various factions to partake in the affairs of the Hall of Ascending Immortals at Shaotang Mountain. A half-step supreme could match the combined strength of 5 perfected entity cultivators, and these factions naturally sought to entangle Lu Feng through the participation of the Yujian Sect. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Hall of Ascending Immortals they so eagerly anticipated had already been ascended to the 6th floor by another. After 10 arduous years of navigating the staircase, Lu Chen finally reached the 6th floor of the Hall of Ascending Immortals. However, it was not as he had envisioned. There were no sect treasures, nor the tomb of the legendary ascendant, Tang Yijian. The entire 6th floor spanned merely a few hundred square meters, with a jade table placed at its center, not far from which lay a teleportation array emanating an ancient aura. Approaching the jade table, Lu Chen discovered a stack of scrolls, 3 vials of elixirs, and a tome of techniques. As for the adjacent teleportation array, it was presumably the means of exit. Gazing at the tome of techniques on the jade table, he activated the system for precise scanning. Moments later, upon seeing the scan results, a smile blossomed on Lu Chen's face. The technique was a cultivation method for a divine power. Ding. Detection of a divine technique manual. Heavenly Tao slaughtering sword. Would you like to cultivate it? Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating the divine technique Heavenly Tao slaughtering sword. According to the system's introduction, the Heavenly Tao killing sword is a divine ability crafted by the legendary swordsmith Tang 100,000 years ago, which can only be cultivated with a unique sword body. This special sword body bestowed upon sword cultivators is a heavenly grace, allowing them to sense the sword intent contained within the Heavenly Tao, thereby borrowing its power to vanquish all foes. Only those possessing a unique sword body can truly cultivate this technique. Both Lu Chen and his disciple Yi Chen are endowed with such a sword body, making this move tailor-made for them. Lu Chen has already resolved to pass this technique on to Yi Chen once they venture out. Eager to witness the upheaval that the manifestation of a divine ability by a transformation stage cultivator would incite in the realm of cultivation. After stowing away the tome of divine abilities, he turned to 3 vials of elixirs nearby, which the system scanned meticulously. These vials contained the Sword Spirit Pill, which awakens the potential of the sword body, the Sword Explosion Pill, which ignites the sword body to achieve 10-fold attack power, and the Sword Transformation Pill, which forsakes all for a 100-fold increase in strength. The Sword Spirit Pill holds little value for one who currently possesses an immortal physique like Lu Chen. He intends to have his foolish disciple consume it after their departure, believing it will fully unlock the potential of the Heavenly Heart Sword body. Having resolved the fate of the Sword Spirit Pill, Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the other 2 vials for a moment of contemplation before he decided to store them away as well. Finally, Lu Chen's attention settled upon the scroll before him, seemingly chronicling significant events. Curiosity piqued, he unfurled the scroll, only to be astounded to discover it detailed the great battle between the Taihao Great World and the extraterritorial demon race from 100,000 years ago. He then seated himself cross-legged before the jade table, engrossed in the contents recorded within the scroll. After half a day's contemplation, Lu Chen closed the scroll and rubbed his temples. Even with his soul's strength at the Great Ascension stage, he found it challenging to fully absorb the information contained therein. His mind tirelessly filtered through the details, gradually piecing together the overarching narrative. The celestial realms to which cultivators ascend are not singular. The cataclysmic battles among the pinnacle powers during the ancient era shattered the celestial realm, resulting in the formation of countless smaller celestial realms, each retaining qualities sufficient to facilitate the ascension of lower realm cultivators. However, within these smaller celestial realms lie innumerable mundane worlds, with the Taihao Great World being one such mundane realm beneath a smaller celestial realm. The extraterritorial demon race that invaded the Taihao Great World 100,000 years ago originated from another mundane world. Their home world, a smaller celestial realm, had mysteriously vanished, rendering their cultivators incapable of ascension. Eventually, an unexpected opportunity led the ruler of the extraterritorial demons, the Endless Demon Emperor, to discover a method of transportation to the Taihao Great World. Confronted with the inability to ascend from his own world, the Endless Demon Emperor resolved to lead the demon army in an assault on the Taihao Great World. Although he had yet to undergo the celestial realm's baptism, his mundane spiritual power had already transformed into celestial demonic energy. After cultivating at the peak of the flying immortal stage for millions of years, he was beyond the reach of ordinary flying immortal cultivators. His subordinates included 10 demon kings of the flying immortal level, and these demons possessed an innate racial talent, allowing them to reincarnate with even a fragment of their soul. Upon their arrival in the Taihao Great World, this nearly indestructible demon race commenced a relentless spree of slaughter, igniting the flames of war among the cultivators. In the vast realm of Taihao, nearly 50 adept immortals emerged to engage in a fierce battle against the boundless demon emperor and the 10 formidable demon lords. This epic clash resulted in the once unified continent of Taihao being irrevocably divided into 5 distinct regions: the East, West, South, North, and the expansive Central Continent. According to the ancient tome, during this monumental conflict, Tang Yijian, alongside 9 other consummate immortals, valiantly expended their spiritual essence to grievously wound the boundless demon emperor, forcing him back into the demon realm. Each of the 10 demon lords under the emperor's command possessed the prowess to contend with 2 or even 3 adversaries single-handedly. Had it not been for Tang Yijian and the other 9 consummate immortals repelling the emperor, the Taihao realm would likely have been rebranded as the demon realm by now. Due to the innate talents of the extra-mundane demons, only 2 of the 10 lords were ultimately vanquished, while the remaining 8 managed to escape, retaining a fragment of their essence in anticipation of rebirth, ensuring that one day, the demon emperor might return from the abyss. Understanding the preceding events, Lu Chen tucked away the ancient tome. He recalled his last encounter with Li Yunfeng, with a system scan revealed that Li had already transformed into a demon. At the time, he had paid little heed, believing that humans and demons were fundamentally the same. Now, reflecting upon it, he realized that if this transformation were not halted, the danger to Li's life would be imminent. Once he exited this place, he would diligently arrange to seek out Li Yunfeng, determined to prevent his senior brother from being wholly consumed by the demonic essence. Moreover, according to the system's notifications, he had been here for a decade. He remembered that 5 years prior, Yi Xinding's protective talisman had been activated, while he remained trapped on those stairs, unable to reach Lu Feng, uncertain of the current circumstances. Without delay, he infused his spiritual energy to activate the teleportation array. A flash of light enveloped him, and Lu Chen found himself once more outside the grand entrance of the Immortal Pavilion. His gaze was drawn to the fissure in the barrier through which he had initially entered, and with a mere thought, he soared beyond the barrier. The moment Lu Chen's formidable consciousness breached the barrier, he sensed the concealed auras of numerous Eastern Domain forces lurking nearby. To his astonishment, among these presences were several cultivators who were also undergoing tribulation. At this juncture, Lu Chen preferred to remain incognito and vanished from sight in an instant. Fortunately, shielded by his advanced consciousness, the hidden tribulation sovereigns failed to detect his presence. Within the cemetery of the sword-controlling sect, upon Lu Chen's emergence from the barrier, Lu Feng sensed his return. Although Lu Feng existed merely as a vessel, he maintained a connection with Lu Chen's true self. However, since Lu Feng had developed his own consciousness, Lu Chen had refrained from utilizing the vessel's surveillance capabilities. Just as Lu Chen re-entered the small wooden cabin, the system's voice echoed once more, prompting him to complete the 10-year sign-in process. After a stick of incense had burned, Lu Chen, having gathered an array of elixirs and spirit stones as rewards, sighed inwardly. Historically, the system's sign-ins seldom yielded significant treasures. He resolved to reduce his outings henceforth to avoid missing opportunities for extraordinary finds. With a creak, Lu Chen pushed open the wooden door of the cabin. Untouched for a decade, everything within the cemetery seemed unchanged. As Yi Xinding diligently tidied the cemetery, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of the door creaking open. Turning to gaze in that direction, his eyes glistened with tears as he rushed towards Lu Chen. Grandmaster! The sight of Yi Zhenting charging forth elicited a radiant smile from Lu Chen, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The boy's exuberance bore a striking resemblance to that of his father, who once exhibited the same fervor. Chapter 30. Yi Chen returns to the cemetery. A brief moment of warmth. It had been a month since Lu Chen's return from the Fashion Palace. During this time, he had learned of the events that transpired over the past decade through Lu Feng. However, each time he heard of Yi Zhenting's misadventures, Lu Chen could only helplessly rub his temples. Within the cemetery, having just returned to his leisurely routine of signing in before reclining on a rocking chair, Lu Chen observed the innocent expression on Yi Zhenting's face. After a brief moment of disappearance, Lu Chen reappeared, holding a newly crafted protective jade pendant, which he handed to Yi Zhenting. Upon receiving the pendant, Yi Zhenting's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Grandmaster. You cannot fathom how many powerful individuals have envied my cultivation talent during your absence, attempting to take my life. Listening to the audacious words of his disciple, who spoke without a trace of shame, Lu Chen found himself in a state of amusement. How had his disciple transformed into such a character? It was indeed Yi Zhenting who had insulted others, provoking their wrath and thereby inviting danger upon himself. Yet here he was, claiming that others were envious of his talents. His audacity rivaled that of the walls of the Bailiang dynasty. Had he forgotten how the head of the Tian family had turned red with anger, risking the fall of 2 nascent soul cultivators in an attempt to kill him? If Yi Zhenting's behavior were to be likened to the modern world, he would undoubtedly be a keyboard warrior. Perhaps it was time for a lesson. After all, Lu Chen and Lu Feng would not always be by his side to protect him. Who knows when he might provoke a formidable enemy and meet his demise. As for who could discipline this young scamp, a sudden inspiration struck Lu Chen, his disciple, Yi Zhenting's father, Yi Chen. Upon reflection, he realized it had been over a decade since he had seen his disciple and wondered if the foolish Yi Chen had been slacking off in his training during Lu Chen's absence. Coincidentally, with the imminent emergence of the Fashion Palace, it seemed prudent to send Yi Chen along with Yi Zhenting for some practical experience. Lu Chen then vanished from the rocking chair. At the Kai family of the Tianyan dynasty, Yi Chen had spent over a decade in a world of 2 with Kai Shuang'er, yet he had not neglected his training. Thanks to the various elixirs provided by Yi Chen, he had ascended to the late stage of the God transformation realm. Meanwhile, his wife, Kai Shuang, had also attained the peak of the nascent soul realm with Yi Chen's assistance. Currently, Yi Chen and Kai Shuang'er were exploring a street in the main city of the Kai family when a shadow suddenly appeared before them. Upon recognizing the figure, Yi Chen's face radiated with excitement. Disciple pays respects to the master. Kai Shuang'er pays respects to the master. Kai Shuang'er had never seen Lu Chen's visage. Even during her wedding to Yi Chen, she had only glimpsed a silhouette shrouded in mist. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Chen refer to the youthful figure before him as master, he instinctively followed suit, calling out master as well. However, the enigmatic Lu Chen offered no further explanation and, with a mere gesture, whisked the 2 of them away from the Kai family's main city. Within the confines of the Yujian Sect cemetery, Yi Zhenting was currently filled with exuberance as he fondled the protective jade pendant bestowed upon him by Lu Chen. Humming a self-composed tune, blissfully unaware of the presence of another man and woman behind him, aside from Lu Chen. Today, young Master Yi was in high spirits, relishing in his victories over various adversaries, feeling as though the entire eastern region was under his dominion. Yi Chen and Kai Shuang'er, brought back to the cemetery by Lu Chen, were momentarily blinded by the sudden change in scenery when they heard an irritating voice. They exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the disdainful expression on Lu Chen's face, then turned to observe Yi Zhenting, who was lost in his own world, humming away. The couple seemed to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sighed, vanishing back to his rocking chair to recline once more. Not far off, Yi Chen watched as Yi Zhenting prepared to dance, his expression darkening. This mischievous fellow was undoubtedly about to embarrass himself before his master again. Oblivious to the impending danger, Yi Zhenting continued to sing his little tune. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck his forehead, leaving Yi Zhenting momentarily stunned before he turned, ready to unleash his anger. Who dares? But upon recognizing the assailant's face, the words caught in his throat, transforming his furious expression into a sycophantic smile. What? The darkness on Yi Chen's face deepened further at Yi Zhenting's nearly uttered insult. The imposing and charismatic one, Yi Zhenting exclaimed, I knew the atmosphere in Master S cemetery would be filled with joy. It turns out my beloved and dashing father has arrived. Just as he finished speaking, a cold huff from a woman pierced the air behind Yi-chan, prompting Yi to turn, his face lighting up with surprise. Mother, you're here too. I missed you dearly. As he spoke, Yi sidestepped the ominous aura surrounding Yi-chan and rushed toward Kai Schwanger with open arms. However, his gesture was met with a swift kick from Kai Schwanger. With a thud, Yi was sent flying back against the cemetery's wall. Before he could comprehend the situation, a shadow loomed before him, grasping his ear and lifting him up. Before he could even call out father, he was sent flying once more by a punch. Yi-chan, observing Yi Zhenyin vielleicht, appeared somewhat dissatisfied. He instantly approached Yi Zhenyin, who had just managed to rise, ready to deliver a slap. However, as his hand reached out, it was seized by a pair of large hands. Chinner, Zhenyin has not committed a grave offense. A little lesson will suffice. Turning to the owner of the voice, Yi-chen's anger dissipated, replaced by surprise as he beheld the newcomer. Uncle Liu. Although Liu Chun had previously informed Yi-chan that Liu Feng was an unexpected puppet endowed with self-awareness, Yi-chen's respect and affection for him remained undiminished. From the moment he entered the condensation realm and truly became a member of the cultivation world, Uncle Liu Feng had served as his protector, shielding him from numerous dangers during his travels. Having long regarded him as an elder, Yi-chan gently withdrew his arm and addressed Liu Feng with subtlety. Uncle Liu Feng, this lad must have caused quite a bit of trouble for both Master and you at the Swordmaster Sect. If I do not discipline him today, I would truly feel unworthy of the kindness you and Master have shown me. Enough, Zhenyin is still young, and he has not committed any grave errors. Besides, even if he had, neither the Master nor I would be incapable of handling it. Seeing that Liu Feng was still reluctant to discipline Yi Zhenyin himself, Yi-chan let out a sigh and decided to relent, though he still shot a fierce glare at Yi Zhenyin. Not far away, Kai Schwanger, upon spotting Liu Feng's arrival, hurried to their side and respectfully addressed him as Uncle Liu Feng. Although she had never seen Yi-chen's master in person, she was well acquainted with Liu Feng, who had once saved the lives of her entire clan. Liu Feng smiled at the approaching Kai Schwanger and responded, "Ah, it has been a long time, young mistress." The title of young mistress left Kai Schwanger momentarily taken aback. "No, Oncle Liu Feng, you are not only the savior of the Kai family, but also an elder to both Yi-chan and me. If you do not mind, please just call me Schwanger from now on." "Indeed, Uncle Liu Feng, there is no need for such formality. You have already promised me that you would no longer call me young master. This time, let us heed your niece's advice." Yi-chen chimed in, echoing Kai Schwanger's sentiments. Liu Feng looked at the couple before him, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Liu Feng, simply acquiesce. You deserve to be addressed as uncle by them. At that moment, Liu Chun, reclining in a rocking chair, transmitted a message to Liu Feng, urging him to agree. In Liu Chen's heart, Liu Feng had always been a living being, not a mere thoughtless puppet. He deserved the respect he received. Receiving Liu Chen's signal, Liu Feng nodded in agreement to the term niece-in-law. Upon seeing Liu Feng's consent, Yi-chan and Kai Schwanger beamed with joy and promptly took his arm to depart. Having returned to the mausoleum where he had lived for decades, Yi-chan intended to prepare a simple meal for both Liu Chun and Liu Feng. Although everyone had long since abstained from grains, they could not resist the warmth of a familial gathering. As the trio had not ventured far, Yi Zhenyin, who had just been reprimanded by Yi-chan, quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. He stuck out his tongue at Yi-chen's retreating figure and muttered under his breath, "Humph, you old man. All you do is hit your son. If you have the guts, go and strike our ancestor instead." Just as he finished his grumbling, he was unexpectedly struck on the backside by a flying broom, delivering a hefty blow. A cry of distress escaped Yi Zhenying's lips. Yi-chan and his companions turned to gaze at the broom that had just returned to its original position after striking Yi Zhenying. It was evident that this broom had been wielded by Liu Chun. The return of the broom indicated that Liu Chun was not angered and had chosen to let the young man off the hook. Chapter 31. The Peculiar Spirit of the Palace. A few days after Yi-chen's return to the tomb, the attention of various factions in the eastern region turned once more to the small Mount Tang, which had recently experienced a violent upheaval. Boom! A tremendous surge of energy erupted from within the confines of Mount Tang, spreading outward into the surroundings. This tremor caused the very ground of half the eastern region to quake, prompting some mortal kingdoms to commence rituals to the heavens, seeking divine protection for their safety. Meanwhile, the major powers of the cultivation realm comprehended the true significance of this disturbance. The flying immortal palace of Mount Tang had manifested. The barriers shattered with a resounding crack, and Mount Tang split apart. A colossal golden palace ascended slowly into the air, radiating a dazzling golden light for miles, ultimately hovering majestically in the sky. Only then did the onlookers discern the true form of the palace. Standing at several thousand feet high, the flying immortal palace now pierced the clouds. Every inch of the palace was crafted from precious materials, including glazed gold and jade, and a myriad of steps leading to its grand entrance loomed intimidatingly, deterring any attempts to ascend. The golden light reflected off the exterior walls, cloaking them in a luminous aura, while the eaves were adorned with intricate carvings of golden dragons and phoenixes. The golden glazed tiles atop the structure exuded opulence and grandeur. Had it not been for the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from this palace, it is likely that the assembled factions would have rushed into the flying immortal palace in a frenzy, seeking fortune. Early on, as the disturbances from the flying immortal palace began, the team from the sword-controlling sect arrived at the scene, with a suspected supreme ancestor in the ranks. The sect naturally drew the attention of various powers. Although the sword-controlling sect had only dispatched 1,000 disciples, led by the sect master and the grand elder, both of whom possessed mere transformation realm cultivation, the quietly observant Zhenying served as a constant reminder that within the sword-controlling sect, a half-step supreme ancestor likely resided, and there might even be a genuine supreme being among them. The sharp-tongued Yi Zhenying had left a lasting impression on the various factions who witnessed the Tian's assault on the sword-controlling sect. Even the sixth-level forces that secretly summoned hidden supremes were reluctant to provoke him. At this moment, beneath the flying immortal palace, millions of cultivators had gathered. Under the auspices of the Tai Xian Holy Land, the various factions arranged their ranks in an orderly fashion. Flanking the forefront of the Tai Xian Holy Land were the 10 major sects, the 4 great families, and the imperial entourage of the Tang dynasty. Surprisingly, the sword-controlling sect's contingent also occupied a position at the forefront. Though positioned at the very edge, it was significant enough to suggest that the Tai Xian Holy Land regarded the sword-controlling sect as comparable to the 10 sixth-level sections. Many other sixth-level forces, witnessing this display, felt a sense of dissatisfaction but dared not openly defy the intentions of the Tai Xian Holy Land. As the various factions completed their organization, the brilliance emanating from the flying immortal palace began to wane, and the intense sense of pressure dissipated. Below, the millions of cultivators resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes fixated on the gradually vanishing golden light of the flying immortal palace. At the moment when the radiant light vanished entirely, they would surge forward in unison. The formidable practitioners of the Tai Xian sacred land cast their discerning gazes across the expanse, absorbing the expressions of millions of cultivators within their minds. It was evident to them that should these millions charge forth together, chaos would ensue, spiraling out of control. The 3 elder cultivators at the forefront of the Tai Xian sacred land promptly unleashed an overwhelming aura to intimidate the crowd. The leaders of the other 6 major powers, positioned at the forefront, comprehended the elders' intentions. Consequently, the semi-supreme beings leading their respective factions also released their formidable pressures, subduing the throng of millions behind them. Gradually awakening from their stupor, the millions of cultivators felt the oppressive weight of the Tai Xian sacred land's elder and the semi-supreme beings from the other 6 major factions bearing down upon them. Indeed, while the vast number of cultivators comprised of numerous factions and rogue practitioners posed a tangled web of relations that prevented the sacred land and the 10 major sects from excessively obstructing their quest for fortune at the flying immortal palace, it was still imperative not to openly defy the authority of these leading factions. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire, and none in attendance could evade the consequences. As the millions of cultivators suppressed their restlessness, the formidable pressure dissipated. All eyes in attendance were fixated upon the flying immortal palace above, oblivious to the faint, eerie red glow emanating from the shattered ceiling formation beneath the ruined Little Soup Mountain. Although Lu Chen from the Sword Control sect had not ventured to the Little Soup Mountain, his consciousness, at the stage of ascendance, swept across everything surrounding it. He too perceived the ominous red light, which bore a striking resemblance to the demonic aura surrounding Li Yunfeng. It seemed this incident at the Flying Immortal Palace was far from simple. Indeed, just as the brilliance of the Flying Immortal Palace faded, a red soul entity emerged from within. This apparition halted the movements of the millions of cultivators below. The soul then spoke, "Esteemed friends, I am the spirit of this Flying Immortal Palace. I am aware of your eagerness to seek fortune. However, the flying immortal palace has its own regulations. To enter, one must ascend the 90,000 steps at the palace's entrance to gain the right to seek opportunities within. The notion of a palace spirit went unnoticed by the millions of cultivators below, yet the leaders of the 6 major powers sensed something amiss. Was there truly a spirit guarding the flying immortal palace? Their records bore no mention of such a guardian. Why, then, did it manifest at this particular moment? Lu Chen in the mausoleum wore an expression of intrigue. Having previously explored the flying immortal palace, he was certain that, though it resembled a celestial treasure, it possessed no so-called spirit. It was likely that this so-called spirit was directly related to the residual demonic aura from the ceiling formation below. Perhaps this demonic essence was the very essence of the palace spirit. With this realization, Lu Chen swiftly departed the mausoleum. Concealing himself in the void near the flying immortal palace, he initiated a system scan directed at the palace spirit. System, commence precise scan. Beep. Scan successful. Name, Moro, Lord of the Heavenly Demons. Soul state. Race, Demon. Constitution, Water, Extreme, Demon body. Cultivation, Peak of Tribulation Crossing, Soul state. Techniques, Water Magic Cannon, Semi-Immortal level. Heavenly Water Swordplay, Heavenly Tier, Upper grade. Myriad Waters Magic, Heavenly Tier, Upper grade. Divine Abilities, Sigh of Water, Demon King's Physical Form, Rainbone Swordblade. As Lu Chen gazed upon the scanning results, a frown creased his brow. This Lord of the Heavenly Demons was significantly stronger than the previous Red Lotus Demon King, who had inhabited Li Yunfeng's body. With a peak cultivation level of Tribulation Crossing, even engaging him in combat would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, the intentions of this Lord of the Heavenly Demons remained shrouded in mystery. Just as Lu Chen pondered these uncertainties, the manifestation of the Lord of the Heavenly Demons addressed the multitude of cultivators below. Esteemed guests, the flying immortal palace consists of 6 levels. Those who can ascend to the 5th level shall inherit the complete legacy of the legendary flying immortal Tang Yijian from 100,000 years ago. The words of the faux spirit of the palace instantly ignited the last nerve of the gathered millions of cultivators, leading to a cacophony of excitement and disbelief. What? A flying immortal level inheritance. Am I hearing this correctly? The legacy of Tang Yijian. I must obtain the flying immortal inheritance. You dream on. That inheritance is mine. Only a handful of factions managed to maintain their composure amidst the escalating chaos. Even the front row of the Sword Control Sect was swept up in the tumult. Within the ranks of the Sword Control Sect, Yujian glanced at the mocking glares from other factions, his heart aflame with indignation, yet he dared not express it. His father, Yi Chun, and mother, Kai Shuanger, were close by, watching him closely. Any attempt to retort would likely earn him a lesson in parental love. In stark contrast to the Sword Control Sect's response, Yi Chun, standing beside Yi Zhening, harbored a sense of vigilance towards the spirit. Perhaps it was his upbringing, combined with decades of living alongside Lu Chen and absorbing various philosophical teachings. At this moment, Yi Chen's mind was rife with suspicion regarding the spirit's true nature. Disciple. As Yi Chen suspected the spirit's integrity, Lu Chen's voice echoed in his mind. Master, what is it? Disciple, that spirit is suspect. It is of the demon race. Demon race? Master, does this mean the flying immortal palace is a scheme? Most likely, though I am yet to discern this demon king's true intentions. Demon king? Yi Chen's heart quaked. He was no longer the novice who had first entered the realm of cultivation. He had long since gleaned knowledge of the demon race from various texts. Wasn't a demon king equivalent to a flying immortal level? Do not worry for now. It is merely a soul form. I'm still capable of handling it. Proceed as planned with Zhening into the trial. I am curious to see what this resurrected demon king intends to unleash. Having received Lu Chen's assurance, Yi Chen ceased his inquiries. Trusting in his master's words, he felt a sense of relief. Chapter 32. Entering the palace. Survival rate of 1 in 10. Silence, everyone. Just as the surrounding cultivators were embroiled in animated discussions about the flying immortal palace, a commanding voice, imbued with the formidable energy of the tribulation stage, resonated from the lips of an elder of the Tai, Xian Holy Land, silencing the cacophony of millions of cultivators in an instant. Even the rootless wandering practitioners fell silent, acutely aware that speaking at this moment would be akin to slapping the Tai Xian Holy Land in the face. With a sweeping glance, the elder who had called for silence turned his gaze towards the spirit of the hall, suspended in midair, then soared forward to respectfully inquire. Spirit of the hall, What peculiarities does this staircase possess, and what precautions should we observe within the flying immortal hall? I kindly beseech your elucidation. The demon, masquerading as the spirit of the hall atop the flying immortal hall, sneered inwardly upon being questioned by the mid-tribulation stage cultivator. Peculiarities? Is it not unique that your foolish lies are offered to resurrect a demonic sovereign? Those deemed worthy to enter the flying immortal hall will proceed unscathed, while the unworthy shall provoke the staircase's lethal defenses. As for the precautions within the hall, they must be discovered through personal exploration. In essence, opportunity and peril coexist. Among you, some may ascend to greatness, while others may meet their demise within these hallowed walls. Could you specify the nature of the staircase's offensive mechanisms? Queried the elder. I know not, replied the spirit. After contemplating the spirit's response for a moment, the mid-tribulation elder returned to his cohort within the Tai-Xian Holy Land. The myriad factions below, hearing the spirit's account, found no fault in it, for the world of cultivation is inherently a realm where opportunity and danger intertwine. The so-called peril of life pales in comparison to the potential for immense fortune. If there are no further inquiries, please proceed into the hall, the spirit announced. Observing that no faction withdrew from the throng of millions of cultivators below, the demon felt a surge of exhilaration. The flesh and blood of these countless practitioners would be sufficient to reconstitute its physical form, restoring it to at least the ascendant stage. With the demon's command to enter the hall, millions of cultivators launched themselves towards the 90,000 steps. However, among the first batch of several 100,000 cultivators who landed upon the steps, a sudden and overwhelming pressure annihilated 90% of them in an instant, their shattered bodies and blood staining the staircase crimson. The remaining 10% cautiously advanced toward the grand entrance of the flying immortal hall. As for those still poised at the base of the staircase, witnessing the catastrophic fall of so many from the initial group, nearly 1 million cultivators chose to abandon their attempt to enter the hall. Yet, nearly 5 million cultivators remained undeterred, willing to gamble their fates as they surged towards the staircase. Within less than an hour, the number of those willing to take the gamble had dwindled to under 500,000, even with the inclusion of the initial successful entrants. The total barely exceeded 600,000. Outside the flying immortal hall, close to 1 million who had opted out looked upon the grim spectacle before them. Feeling a twinge of relief, had they chosen to gamble, their fates would likely have mirrored that of those who fell. Suddenly, an elderly figure traversing the 90,000 steps captured everyone's attention. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, the crowd realized that he was one of the 3 great elders from the Tai-Xian Holy Land. It appeared that the staircase's assaults and pressures bore little effect on this elder of the tribulation stage. Below the flying immortal hall, the 2 other elders from the Tai-Xian Holy Land fixed their gazes intently upon their companion ascending the staircase, their brows furrowed in concern. The elder soaring above the 90,000 steps was indeed the first among the trio to venture forth. The secret scrolls of the Tai-Xian sacred land had never documented the existence of a palace spirit from the flying immortal hall, rendering this sudden emergence of the hall's spirit exceedingly mysterious. Particularly, the earlier address of fellow Taoists raised their suspicions, for in this world, no treasure spirit would ever refer to a cultivator in such a manner. Meanwhile, other major factions which, like the Tai-Xian sacred land, did not have full participation, observed the Yujian Sect restraint after Lu Chen and Yi Chen concluded their communication. Noting the Yujian Sect's poised demeanor, the surrounding factions expressed admiration for this 4th-grade sect, which, rumored to have a transcendent ancestor, exhibited a calmness far surpassing that of ordinary sections. The elder from the Tai-Xian sacred land soon drew the attention of the onlookers again, and in a mere moment, he vanished through the grand entrance of the flying immortal hall after ascending the 90,000 steps. As the elder entered the hall, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the steps erupted in excitement, quickening their pace. Half an hour later, nearly all of the cultivators had stepped into the flying immortal hall. Upon entering the first level of the grand hall, they beheld thousands of rooms filled with precious techniques and elixirs. The elder who had initially entered was nowhere to be seen, presumably having ascended to the 2nd level. With the elder's invisible restraint lifted, the malevolent thoughts within their hearts began to unfurl. Simultaneously, 2 streaks of light surged from the Yujian Sect's ranks towards the skybound flying immortal hall. Yi Chen had arranged for the Yujian Sect's team to wait outside with Kai Shuanger, and then he ascended the 90,000 steps alongside Yi Zhenying. Although Kai Shuanger also possessed the jade pendant bestowed by Lu Chen, Yi Chen was reluctant to expose her to danger. Among the two streaks of light from the Yujian Sect, Yujian was undeniably a figure of considerable attention, even drawing notice from Chen himself. Just as the various factions outside the flying immortal hall became curious about this individual, a conversation between nearby cultivators sparked an instant realization among the crowd. Observing Yujian's appearance, they noted a striking resemblance to the figure beside him, a transformation cultivator. In an instant, countless consciousnesses swept over Chen, who, filled with indignation, let out a cold huff that dispersed the probing perceptions around him. With a warning glare cast towards the onlookers, Chen's admonition caused the surrounding cultivators to retract their probing consciousnesses, yet the earlier sensation of scrutiny left them with a clear understanding. If they were not mistaken, this young transformation cultivator was likely the father of Yujian, a disciple of the venerable ancestor he spoke of, the sole disciple of a transcendent being. Such a background warranted respect even from the holy sons of sacred lands. Ignoring the astonishment surrounding them, Chen and Yujian landed upon the steps of the 90,000. The moment Yujian set foot on the steps, a flash of sword light manifested, vanishing without a trace upon contact with him. The appearance of this sword light was eerily silent, noted only by Chen and his son, as well as two elders of the sacred land awaiting below. Yujian, startled by the sudden emergence of the sword light, patted his chest in a bid to calm himself. Fortunately, the protective jade pendant gifted by the ancestral master safeguarded his life from peril. Beside him, Chen remained remarkably composed, displaying no hint of disturbance on his countenance, as he urged the anxious Yujian, who was patting his chest, to proceed towards the grand entrance of the flying immortal palace. Observing from the pinnacle of the palace the concealed sword energy, which had failed to vanquish a mere golden core specter, piqued the curiosity of the demonic entity. It appeared that this young man possessed a treasure charm that had preserved his life. However, his attention was swiftly diverted by the arrival of an elder from the sacred land who had breached the third level of the palace. The three esteemed elders from the Taishan sacred land included the 8th, 11th, and 13th elders, with the 8th elder, who was in the mid-stage of tribulation, being the one to intrude upon the third level. His purpose for entering the flying immortal palace was twofold: to ascertain the conditions within and to seek access to the fourth level. According to the ancient scrolls of the sacred land, the fourth level of the flying immortal palace harbored a miniature world, within which lay the remnants of the 9th rank sect, the Tang Wu Pavilion, dating back 100,000 years. His mission was to retrieve a specific item from the Tang Wu Pavilion as commissioned by the sacred land. At this moment, the 8th elder, having already traversed into the third level's miniature world, was fervently searching for the concealed staircase leading to the fourth level. Blissfully unaware of the 3 tribulation stage demonic beasts lurking nearby, their predatory gazes fixed upon him. These 3 demonic beasts were originally the apex kings of the third level, each at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Following the unsealing of the demonic entity a month prior, they had been transformed into 10th rank demonic lords, waiting to ambush any cultivators seeking opportunities. However, due to their demonic transformation, they had lost their ability to take human form, relegating them to mere beasts. In an instant, a tiger-shaped demonic lord lunged at the unsuspecting 8th elder, delivering a devastating blow that left him gravely injured. The remaining 2 canine demonic lords, witnessing the tiger's attack, swiftly joined in, targeting the injured 8th elder. Reacting in the nick of time, the 8th elder summoned a massive purple axe adorned with cloud patterns, striking down to repel the 3 demonic lords. He then crushed a jade slip to notify the 11th and 13th elders outside, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the slip had become ineffective at that moment. The 2 elders outside the sacred land had yet to receive any communication from the 8th elder and remained oblivious to the unfolding anomalies, their gazes fixated on the so-called spirit of the palace above. Should any disturbances arise within the flying immortal palace, they would immediately strike against the crimson palace spirit. Outside the flying immortal palace, amidst the throngs of several million cultivators, aside from Chen in the void, no one noticed how the blood of countless fallen cultivators on the 90,000 steps was imperceptibly coalescing into strands of blood energy. Gradually, this energy descended upon the ruins of the small Tang Mountain, where it was absorbed by the concealed sealing array hidden within the ruins. Chapter 33. A Decisive Action. As the aura within the ruins of the small Tang Mountain grew, increasingly potent with the absorption of blood energy, Lu Chen sensed the ominous rise in power of the demonic lord, realizing that he must take action. Should the demonic lord regain strength, he too would be in grave danger. With no further hesitation, the Tang Wu sword materialized in his hand, and he executed the Tang Wu sword technique, aiming a strike at the demonic lord atop the flying immortal palace. Thus, he unleashed the sword technique, Seal the Demon. The sudden assault caught not only the multitude of cultivators outside the flying immortal palace off guard, but even the Dark Lord, Luo Tian, who was observing the battle within, was taken by surprise. With a thunderous clash, two formidable forces, akin to those on the verge of transcending to a higher realm, collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwaves immediately surged forth, causing nearly 100,000 cultivators suspended in midair to plummet, resulting in countless casualties. The major 6th-level factions below also suffered greatly from this confrontation, with personnel losses exceeding 50%. The only group unscathed was that of the Taishan Sacred Land, where 2 elder members worked in unison to erect a protective barrier, shielding themselves from the sudden onslaught of residual energy. This is no place to linger. Retreat 1,000 miles. With the commanding voice of the 11th elder of the Sacred Land ringing out, the remaining living cultivators, numbering nearly 300,000, hastily fled. Watching the exodus of these cultivators, the Dark Lord felt a profound sense of displeasure. While 300,000 may seem insignificant compared to those who had perished, among the fleeing were 2 tribulation elders from the Taishan Sacred Land and powerful figures from various factions. The essence of these individuals could significantly replenish his strength. Turning his gaze towards the figure in the void that had attacked him, the Dark Lord was consumed by a burning rage, vowing to annihilate this individual and consume every fragment of them to quell his wrath. Yet, he recognized the strength of his assailant. Although the attack had been a sneak assault, the opponent was undeniably on par with him. The realm of Tai Hao was notoriously unpredictable, and it was possible that this person had merely aimed to test the palace spirit with their attack. It would be wise to entice them into the flying immortal palace for a more decisive strike. Moreover, launching an attack on this individual outside the palace would inevitably reveal his demonic aura, potentially attracting other formidable foes. Thus, a smile returned to the Dark Lord's face as he regarded the figure of Lu Chen in the void. Dear friend, it is ill-advised to strike at the palace spirit, lest you be denied entry into the flying immortal palace. Should that occur, you would forfeit the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the flying immortal, and you would have no one but yourself to blame. Noticing the spectral form of the Dark Lord attempting to deceive him, Lu Chen's previously impassive expression now bore a hint of mockery. Gathering his spiritual energy once more, he refrained from engaging in any further trivial discourse with the Dark Lord. Second form of the Tang Wu sword technique, commanding the divine. Seeing Lu Chen launch another strike, the Dark Lord felt a flicker of confusion. Did this inscrutable cultivator not succumb to the allure of the flying immortal legacy? Or had he inadvertently revealed his own presence? Yet, he had not betrayed any trace of his aura, and this cultivator, formidable as they were, could not possibly be a witness from 100,000 years ago. Calamity upon the heavens. Lu Chen's assault descended in an instant, leaving the Dark Lord no time to ponder further as he raised his hand to defend himself. However, this attack, devoid of demonic energy, lacked the necessary potency and was swiftly shattered by Lu Chen's strike, which then struck the Dark Lord directly. Injured by this sword, the Dark Lord unequivocally recognized the truth of his exposure. With the flesh and blood of countless beings, I forge my demon body, coalesce. A roar echoed as the grand formation within the ruins of Little Tang Mountain erupted once more, from which a figure emerged to merge with the soul of the Dark Lord. Moments later, the once ethereal appearance of the spirit of the flying immortal palace transformed back into that of a demon. Beneath deep blue eyes, 2 unique teardrop patterns marked the visage of the demon race, and a single blue horn atop his head appeared particularly sharp. The fury in his gaze seemed poised to erupt at any moment, fixed intently upon Lu Chen in the distance. You, a mere spirit from the Tai Hao realm, dare to disrupt my opportunity to reunite with my perfected corporeal form. Today, I must devour you to assuage this hatred. Will you cease your pretense? If you wish to consume me, let us see if you possess the capability. Observing the formidable presence of the Demon King, whose aura was suffused with demonic energy, Lu Chen tightened his grip on the Tang Wu sword, his heart laced with astonishment. The ethereal form of Luo Tian had already exhibited formidable strength at the peak of the tribulation stage. Now that he had regained his corporeal form, his power had ascended to the pinnacle of tribulation. Coupled with various demon techniques, he was likely capable of contending with an early-stage true immortal. Meanwhile, the 300,000 cultivators who had fled to the distance were beginning to comprehend the situation. It was revealed that the so-called spirit of the flying immortal palace was, in fact, a demon in disguise, and his self-proclaimed title of this king hinted at the resurrection of a demon monarch. At this moment, aside from the two elders from the Taishian sacred land, the hidden tribulation ancestors of the major sixth-level factions emerged before their respective forces. They exchanged glances with the 11th and 13th elders of the Taishian sacred land, and then turned their puzzled gazes toward a 1,000-strong contingent not far off. The eyes of nearly 300,000 onlookers followed the gaze of these several tribulation supremes, filled with astonishment. The contingent of the Yujian Sect, positioned at the epicenter of the battle's aftermath, appeared utterly unscathed nearby. The gaze of the several supremes was fixated on the front of the Yujian Sect's formation, where an unfamiliar tribulation stage supreme stood. As this supreme turned, his appearance was revealed in full clarity to the crowd. He was none other than the ancestor Lu Feng of the Yujian Sect. He had, astonishingly, broken through to the tribulation stage. Many among them had witnessed the battle between Lu Feng and the four combined kings of the Tian family, where Lu Feng had displayed only half-step supreme strength. Now, 5 years later, he had transformed into a bona fide tribulation supreme. The fact that Lu Feng had penetrated the tribulation stage had gone unnoticed by all these factions. Moreover, no one had perceived where the supreme thunder tribulation had descended. The stealth of this individual was indeed formidable. In front of the Yujian Sect formation, Lu Feng nodded in a composed manner toward the several tribulation supremes from the various factions. His gaze then shifted to the battlefield amidst the ruins of Shoutang Mountain. In a mere moment, Lu Chen and the terrifying Luo Tian Demon King had clashed dozens of times. The aftermath of their battle shattered the surrounding space for 1,000 miles, transforming the once serene Shoutang mountain ruins into a pitch-black abyss. Only the flying immortal palace, suspended in midair, remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. You, a youth from the Taihao realm, are quite impressive to endure for so long against my tribulation stage prowess. You deserve to know my name, Mo Luo. The words of Mo Luo resonated through the hearts of the tribulation cultivators gathered a myriad of miles away, stirring their emotions like tumultuous waves. This demon is none other than the Lord of the Heavenly Demons, a formidable demon king from 100,000 years ago. Historical records indicate that this demon king once single-handedly faced 3 equally ranked celestial practitioners and, when sealed, fought valiantly against 2 of them to the bitter end. Judging by its current state, it appears to be yet to regain its full strength. However, the fluctuations in its aura suggest that the combat between the 2 is beyond their intervention. Upon hearing the demon's self-revelation, the 2 elders of the Holy Land began to communicate, preparing to summon reinforcements, for the resurrection of a demon king is no trivial matter. At the center of the battlefield, the Lord of the Heavenly Demons' praise did not stir any emotions in Lu Chen. He was already aware of the demon's identity through the system scan, which left no secrets hidden. Moreover, he did not require any validation. He then charged forward once more, his sole intention being to swiftly eliminate this demon king to avert any unforeseen circumstances. With a flourish, he unleashed the 6th form of the Tangwu sword technique, Sun Slash. The sword radiated a brilliance akin to the sun, dispersing the consciousness of onlookers and obstructing all vision in the area of combat. Once the dazzling light faded, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Chen's sword had pierced the Lord of the Heavenly Demons. A momentary silence enveloped the battlefield, followed by cautious whispers from afar. Could it be that the elder had slain the Lord of the Heavenly Demons? Impossible. Even the 3 celestial masters of Ur could not completely vanquish the Demon King. It was inconceivable that this one could achieve such a feat so effortlessly. All that was hoped for was that this elder could eliminate the Demon King, even if it meant sealing it once more. The discussions gradually quieted, and all gazes turned again to the 2 figures suspended above the celestial palace. The Lord of the Heavenly Demons, impaled by Lu Chen's sword, seemed utterly unfazed by the injury. Instead, it regarded Lu Chen with an insidious smile. Observing the Demon King's malevolent grin, Lu Chen felt a surge of confusion. The blow had been willingly accepted by the demon. Noting the perplexity on Lu Chen's face, The demon laughed even more maniacally. Ah, I knew this sword and technique felt familiar. It is indeed the Tangwu celestial sword and the Tangwu sword technique. I never expected that the legacy of the Tang sword would fall into your hands. Sensing something amiss with the demon, Lu Chen withdrew the Tangwu sword and swiftly retreated 1,000 meters, his expression growing increasingly grave as he regarded the peculiar lord of the heavenly demons. Chapter 34. The Battle Beyond Supremacy. From a distance of over 1,000 meters, Lu Chen squinted at the lord of the heavenly demons. The wound, once seared by the sixth form of the Tangwu sword technique, had healed in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been inflicted. Truly, the king of the demon race possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities. Witnessing this recovery, Lu Chen could not help but feel astonished. However, this astonishment was fleeting, for the strength of his celestial body was undoubtedly on par with any demon's physical form. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Chen brandished his sword and charged once again toward the lord of the heavenly demons. Tangwu sword technique, Sun Slash. Celestial Demon King's body. As Lu Chen charged once more, the lord of the demon realm, Ro Tian, let out a furious roar, and his physique underwent an astonishing transformation. The blue horn atop his head bifurcated into two, while 4 tusks, each a foot long, emerged from his mouth. The blue tear marks on his face morphed into undulating demonic patterns that fused into the armor enveloping his skin. His stature, previously indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, soared to an imposing height of 6 zhang. The moment the transformation of the demon lord's body completed, Lu Chen's sword struck him with a resounding clang. A sharp metallic sound echoed through the heavens, leaving onlookers from miles away utterly astounded. This formidable being, shrouded in mist, had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon the demon lord. In response to Lu Chen's strike, Ro Tian let out a cold laugh, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his vast form, surging toward the sky. This pressure swept towards Lu Chen, forcing him back several dozen miles before he could regain his footing. As Lu Chen was repelled, the mist surrounding him dissipated. How could this be? With such youthful features, it seemed improbable that he had cultivated to the tribulation phase in less than 20,000 years. Yet, in the last 2 millennia, there had been no reports of such a young supreme being emerging. The sight of Lu Chen's youthful visage left the several tribulation supreme beings observing from miles away in astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, if one ascended to the next realm while still young, they could maintain their youthful appearance. However, if they had no further prospects for advancement in this lifetime, they would gradually age based on the lifespan associated with their current realm. For an ordinary cultivator to reach the tribulation phase, a span of 60 to 70,000 years was generally unavoidable under normal circumstances. Though cultivators could change their appearances with relative ease, the youthful supreme being before them bore no signs of alteration, indicating that his time spent cultivating to the tribulation phase was certainly less than 20,000 years. A talent so exceptional that it could only be described as monstrous. Realizing that this young supreme was no match for the demon lord, they could not allow him to perish. Even if he was not capable of defeating the demon lord, they felt compelled to assist this young prodigy. The future resurgence of the demon race would be a significant loss to the human race if such a gifted individual were to be lost. Just as the tribulation cultivators prepared to advance and offer their aid, a figure obstructed their path. Upon recognizing the person who stood in their way, the elder from the sacred land spoke first. "Friend Lu Feng, what is your intention? That young supreme requires our assistance. Please do not impede us from providing support. Indeed, by blocking our path, do you intend to allow the demon lord to eliminate this prodigious talent and then turn to annihilate us? Friend Lu Feng, we respect you as a fellow supreme. Should you continue to hinder us, do not blame us for turning against you." Seeing the urgency in the expressions of those eager to help Lu Chen, Lu Feng expressed his gratitude and performed a respectful gesture. "Thank you all for your kindness, but there is no need for concern. The battle that will ensue between that individual and Ro Tian will exceed your expectations. I kindly request that you arrange for the younger generation to withdraw beyond 10,000 miles to avoid any further casualties." The supreme beings, witnessing the resolute stance of Lu Feng before them, exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of his intentions. Just as they were about to inquire further, a formidable aura erupted from Lu Chen, who had been repelled by the demon king Luo Tian. Free from the shroud of mist, Lu Chen's celestial form radiated with an ethereal brilliance, akin to a fallen immortal. The rich essence of celestial energy swiftly quelled the demonic aura emanating from the demon king. The overwhelming pressure of their combined might swept across thousands of miles, instilling a sense of dread among the gathered supreme beings, as the potency of their energies transcended the limits of the tribulation phase. This is dire. Everyone, heed Lu Feng's counsel and retreat with the younger generation for a distance of 10,000 miles. We shall deliberate on how to assist that young friend later. The 11th elder of the sacred ground was the first to react, hastily alerting the others. In an instant, the gathered supreme beings returned to their respective forces, channeling their spiritual power to transport their disciples away, retreating swiftly to a distance of 10,000 miles. The nearly 300,000 cultivators of various factions were likewise whisked away from the immediate danger. As the energies of Lu Chen and the Demon King clashed, Lu Feng entrusted the members of the Swordmaster Sect to two elders of the Taishan sacred ground for protection. In a heartbeat, he vanished from sight, having received a communication from Lu Chen to relocate the mountains surrounding the Swordmaster Sect. Upon returning to the Swordmaster Sect domain, Lu Feng first surveyed the mountains with his spiritual sense, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the protective barrier of Lu Chen's celestial energy had shielded the 8 elders and thousands of disciples from suffering any casualties thus far. Without a moment's delay, he enveloped the mountains in a vast surge of spiritual power. With a mere thought, dozens of mountains that supported the Swordmaster Sect disconnected from the earth and ascended into the sky, guided by Lu Feng's will, departing to an unknown destination. Feeling the safety of his stronghold as it distanced itself from the battlefield, Lu Chen unleashed his celestial energy without restraint, shattering the demonic aura of the Demon King. The latter, facing Lu Chen, was taken aback by the intensity of his aura. To his astonishment, even after activating his Demon King form, he found himself outmatched in spirit by this young man. Who would have thought your physique to be so extraordinary? The celestial energy you emit surpasses that of the 3 celestial cultivators I have battled in my prime. I am increasingly tempted to devour you. The Demon King mused as he retracted his earlier disdain, recognizing that this young cultivator possessed capabilities that rivaled his own and warranted utmost caution. The two adversaries locked eyes for a fleeting moment before, in unison, they charged towards one another. Mountains and rivers. A sword comes from the west. Their simultaneous assaults collided once more, the ensuing shockwave, far more formidable, sweeping across thousands of miles and expanding the abyss below by nearly 100 miles. As the explosive clash subsided, both Lu Chen and the Demon King were propelled back several thousand meters. Without pausing to catch his breath, Lu Chen surged forward once again, intent on engaging the Demon King with his lethal sword intent. The 7 styles of the Tangwu sword technique, opening the heavens. As the sword in Lu Chen's hand absorbed the intent of slaughter, a crimson glow enveloped its surface. The 3,000-week water sword, observing Lu Chen, who approached with an overpowering murderous aura, the Demon King Luo Tian was equally resolute. He concentrated the 3,000-week waters into a water sword to counter Lu Chen. The forces of both adversaries collided once more, and the water swords formed from the 3,000-week waters instantly coalesced into a gigantic azure sword. Moments later, the formidable azure weak water sword was shattered by Lu Chen's assault. The Tangwu sword once again struck the shoulder of the imposing figure of the Demon King Luo Tian, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone and blood. 200,000 miles away, a group of tribulation cultivators gazed at Lu Chen in astonishment. The power of this young sovereign was truly fearsome. Not only did he possess the ethereal aura characteristic of celestial beings, but he also triumphed over a resurrected Demon King with mere tribulation stage prowess. It is important to note that the demon before them was a king, a being that swept through the Taishao world, dominating cultivators of the same level. The fact that he was injured by a sovereign of a lower rank was unfathomable, especially if considered 100,000 years ago. The Demon King, Luo Tian, staring at the wound on his shoulder, wore an expression of disbelief. The individual before him possessed the strength to injure him. Just as Luo Tian was grappling with the notion of his own decline, Lu Chen charged forward once more, denying the Demon King any respite. The 8th style of the Tangwu sword technique, Annihilation. The moment this 8th style was unleashed, a sense of destruction permeated the heavens and the earth. Within the vast realm of the Northern Liang dynasty, spanning tens of thousands of miles, all vegetation withered in its wake, a testament to the devastation wrought by this strike. Even hundreds of thousands of cultivators 200,000 miles away felt a chill run down their spines. Witnessing the decay of nearby flora made them acutely aware of the terrifying power of this sword. The Demon King Luo Tian's expression shifted once again as he felt the weight of this impending blow. Merely being in its direct path, he understood the catastrophic consequences it would unleash. The divine ability, Sigh of Water. Without hesitation, he unleashed his divine powers to counter this strike. A sudden expanse of mist surged towards the advancing Lu Chen, each wisp infused with potent demonic energy, resembling countless tiny blades that swiftly enveloped Lu Chen. Even with his formidable celestial body, Lu Chen found himself marked by numerous tiny wounds from the mist's assault. What astonished him further was the fact that the mist's blades could even harm his very soul. In response, he swiftly wielded the Sword of Annihilation, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave from the blast propelled Lu Chen out of the mist's embrace. Clad in white, he now appeared tattered and bloodied. His once pristine robes stained crimson by the numerous wounds that marred his form, transforming him into a figure of tragic despair, far removed from the ethereal celestial he once seemed. Chapter 35. Lu Chen awakened to his true self. Stepping out from the mist, he took a moment to catch his breath, and soon, the myriad of tiny wounds on his body began to vanish. As they closed, a layer of jade-like radiance enveloped Lu Chen's form. Observing the jade-like transformation of Lu Chen through the mist, the Demon King Luo Tian acknowledged his formidable opponent. "You are truly strong. May I inquire your name?" asked the Lord of the Demons, Luo Tian. No longer remaining silent, Lu Chen solemnly uttered his name, Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, a fine name indeed. I shall remember it well. However, I must forewarn you that my divine ability, the Sigh of Water, is a miniature domain that will gradually expand. Should you fail to impede me, within a day, the mist of my domain could stretch across 1,000,000 miles, annihilating all beings within that vast expanse. The domain, an exclusive lethal technique of a being at the celestial flight level, posed a formidable threat. Even though Luo Tian was currently unleashing only a miniature domain, its potential for expansion to 1,000,000 miles rendered him capable of defying the heavens and slaying nascent celestial realm practitioners. Lu Chen felt a tightening in his chest. He could not afford to delay any longer. Gazing at the encroaching mist that was progressively enveloping nearly 100 miles around the celestial flight palace, Lu Chen closed his eyes, only to open them wide moments later. The essence of the immortal surged forth once more. His spiritual power instantaneously transformed into celestial energy, amplifying his might. The intent of 10,000 swords. What should have been the intent bolstered by spiritual power was now enhanced by celestial energy. The astonishing sword intent pierced the heavens, causing the entire starry sky to rend asunder at its emergence, stretching out for miles, possibly even tens of thousands. The fierce sword intent emanated, momentarily halting the expansion of the mist blade domain created by the Sigh of Water. Within an instant, the sword intent spread for thousands of miles, leaving the practitioners of various factions within its radius astounded. The swords in the hands of the sword cultivators trembled in resonance with the sword intent. Clang, clang, clang. The sword intent unleashed by Lu Chen caused the weapons within a radius of thousands of miles to quiver, the sound of blades striking their sheaths resonating through the sky. The Lord of the Demons, enveloped in the miniature domain of mist, had already discerned the significance of Lu Chen's next move. Without a moment's hesitation, he too must unleash his full strength. Demonic body transformation, second level. The Lord of the Demons rose to a height of 30 feet, his demonic patterns turning a deeper blue and more ferocious, swiftly covering his entire form. The divine ability, Sigh of Water. This time, the Sigh of Water was markedly different. The mist blades became 100 times sharper, and their power to harm the primordial spirit multiplied several-fold. The original 100 miles of mist expanded to 1,000 miles in mere breaths, enveloping the jade-like Lu Chen, suppressing even his own sword intent that had expanded across thousands of miles. Furthermore, the domain's expansion showed no sign of waning. Moments later, witnessing the encroaching mist domain, the group of Tribulation Crossing cultivators, initially 2,000 miles away, exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. Everyone retreat 10,000 miles. Quickly." A dozen Tribulation Supreme beings unleashed their overwhelming spiritual power, joining forces to perform a grand spatial relocation. Those who had been observing were caught off guard, their vision fading to black. When their sight returned, they gradually comprehended the peril they had narrowly escaped. The area where they once stood was now engulfed by a deluge of mist. within the capital of the northern Liang dynasty. The rapid spread of this mist threatened to envelop the entire realm. The ruler of northern Liang, Liang Zhao, felt an urgent dread. Should such an assault cover their lands, the lives of millions of citizens would be at stake. The elder of the North Liang, Liang Yuan, now known as the venerable ancestor of the North Liang, gazed with bloodshot eyes at the fleeing citizens shrouded in mist, unable to contain his sorrowful tears. Is this the lament of the weak in the realm of cultivation? Is this the ultimate fate of the frail populace of North Liang? After a moment of profound grief, Liang Yuan composed himself, wiping away his tears, and turned to the three royal ancestors beside him, their eyes filled with resolute determination. Their gazes met, and then they collectively looked towards the enveloping mist. The current king of North Liang, Liang Zhao, noticed the conviction in his father's and the ancestors' eyes, and it dawned upon him. Silently, he soared to their side, his own eyes glistening with moisture. Despite being merely at the golden core stage, he felt compelled to act, for he too was the king of North Liang. Moments later, 5 streams of radiant light ascended from the capital of North Liang, charging towards the vast expanse of mist. In that moment, their forms appeared diminutive yet remarkably grand against the backdrop of the billowing fog stretching for thousands of miles. Each of them had once reigned as kings of North Liang, and regardless of the peril, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives to shield the countless souls of this dynasty. The 5 generations of North Liang kings were willing to perish for the sake of the 10 million citizens. To death. Below, the fleeing citizens of North Liang, witnessing the 5 figures in the sky, who were fully aware of their impending defeat, yet chose to confront the mist for their sake, halted their desperate flight. In that instant, fear dissipated. They were blessed with a noble ruler and a glorious dynasty. In this life, they had no regrets in serving North Liang, willing to share life and death with it. The figures standing resolutely were engulfed by the blades of mist, their hearts aligning with the 5 kings of North Liang as they boldly faced death. The 5 kings, amidst the streams of light, observed as the North Liang citizens were consumed one by the mist, their hearts wrenched with anguish. Blood burst forth from their grasp as they tightened their hold on their swords, accelerating their pace even further. Just as the overwhelming mist was about to engulf the 5, it suddenly halted its expansion, imprisoning the 5 kings in place. A dozen formidable cultivators materialized, wielding astonishing power, and with a mere gesture, they extricated all life from the perilous battlefield, raising entire cities into the air and transporting them to safety. Every movement was imbued with a trace of celestial energy. The concealed Great Ascension cultivators from the Eastern Domain had finally emerged. The fierce battle between the Demon King of Luotian and Lu Chen had compelled these long-reclusive Great Ascension masters to step forth. Indeed, the prowess of the Great Ascension was worthy of its celestial title. In mere moments, the millions of souls still alive within the North Liang dynasty, along with several cities, were entirely relocated from danger. With the rescue complete, these dozen Great Ascension masters turned their attention to the encroaching mist. The miniature domain formed by the size of water had expanded to nearly 50,000 miles in radius as they acted to save lives. Even the probing consciousness of a tribulation stage cultivator was severed by the layers of intangible mist blades. Only these dozen Great Ascension masters could barely perceive, through a fraction of their consciousness, 2 indistinct figures of varying sizes. Who could this ally be, possessing such strength, capable of contending with the resurrected Demon King of Luotian at the Great Ascension level? I have never heard of such a figure. A battle of this magnitude is exceedingly difficult for us to intervene. Alas, I can only hope this ally can repel the Demon King of Luotian and, above all, avoid falling. A calamity from 100,000 years ago is about to descend once more. Indeed, it is truly remarkable that we have survived that great battle. With each fallen comrade, our numbers dwindle. Fellow cultivators, take heed. Observe that companion over there. Just as these esteemed practitioners of the Great Ascension were deliberating on Lu Chen, a previously silent cultivator fixated on the battlefield suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, the assembly of practitioners directed their consciousness toward Lu Chen, enveloped in the mist of the battlefield. The unfolding events in the external realm of the Northern Liang dynasty were all captured within Lu Chen's vast consciousness. Nearly a century had passed since he acquired the system and embarked on his journey as a cultivator, and his heart has since transformed, causing him to lose much of his original essence. Perhaps immortals are not as exalted as they seem. Rather, They are within reach, yet few dare to touch them. In Lu Chan's eyes, he has never possessed a saintly heart, nor would he offer assistance merely out of pity for another's plight. He is neither a sentimental immortal nor a heartless being. An immortal should act in accordance with their true heart. The millions of citizens in the northern Liang dynasty, alongside the valiant emperor of the 5 dynasties who, despite having the means to escape, chose to face death for the sake of his people, may indeed represent a reflection of what it means to be an immortal. At this moment, Lu Chen comprehended his true heart, and even amidst the dense fog, he seemed to perceive the very essence of the Demon King of Luotian several dozen miles away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for realizing their true heart. The cultivation of their soul has broken through to the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, and their physical cultivation has surpassed the late stage of the tribulation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for grasping the profound meaning of the Tang Wu sword technique. Automatically learn the 9th stance of the Tang Wu sword technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the essence of the Tang Wu sword. As the system's voice resonated, the aura emanating from Lu Chen surged once more. In that moment, having comprehended the 9th stance of the Tang Wu sword technique, he finally understood why Tang Yijian was able to open the gates of immortality, yet hesitated to ascend. Tang Yijian, who was but a step away from achieving complete immortality, fought valiantly against the boundless demon emperor for the sake of the myriad beings in this vast world, never retreating an inch until the very end. Perhaps, in Tang Yijian's eyes, even a heartless immortal could be seen as a compassionate being. Alas, at this moment, the fog domain of the Demon King of Luotian had expanded to 70,000 miles. With a sigh from Lu Chen, suffused with the essence of the Tang Wu sword, the expansion ceased. All practitioners outside heard that sigh, their faces filled with astonishment, for the advance of the fog had halted in tandem with that very sigh. Before they could fully grasp the situation, a deep voice, laden with overwhelming sword intent, erupted from the mist once more. Chapter 36. The 9th stance of the Tang Wu sword technique reborn. Initially losing his true heart in the pursuit of immortality, he coldly observed the world. To rescue the dying and aid the living, today he reclaims his essence as an immortal. As the voice expanded, the sword intent, previously suppressed by the fog domain, erupted once again. The sky, once torn asunder, revealed a gaping hole, exposing the celestial bodies beyond the clouds. Upon closer inspection, this immense sword intent was subtly intertwined with a trace of the Tang Wu sword's essence. Ding ding ding. The sword intent manifested within the fog domain compelled every flying sword within a radius of 300,000 miles to tremble, creating a resonance among the millions of practitioners wielding their swords. The overwhelming might of the sword intent exerted a pressure that only the dozen or so grandmasters present could maintain their composure. The other cultivators were engulfed in sheer terror. Even the formidable tribulation stage experts among them were rendered panic-stricken. Without a moment to ponder, the group of cultivators outside the battlefield frantically retreated. The terrifying sense of oppression left no room for curiosity regarding the events transpiring within the fog-shrouded domain. Some of these cultivators have been drawn to the spectacle of the fierce battle, eager to witness the unfolding conflict, yet now they found themselves desperately fleeing, wishing they could sprout 2 additional legs to hasten their escape. As the throng of cultivators began to withdraw, the previously resonant voice echoed again from a mist. Lu Chen, today I borrow your swords to slay the demons. May I request your assistance? Upon hearing the name of the superlative expert, Lu Chen, calling for swords to vanquish evil, the multitude of millions gathered in observation halted in unison, turning their gazes towards the obscure depths of the fog. Subsequently, they raised their flying swords high, collectively proclaiming, "We are willing to assist the elder in slaying the demons." Hearing the chorus of voices from beyond the mist, Lu Chen's face illuminated with a gratifying smile. Excellent. The ultimate technique of the 10,000 sword scripture, 10,000 swords ascend. As soon as Lu Chen's words resonated, the flying swords held by each cultivator soared into the sky, including the innate spirit sword of a grand master present, which slipped from his grasp. The sky was now blanketed with millions of flying swords, obscuring the sun as they surged towards the layers of fog. The once vast expanse of mist, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, was instantaneously cleaved open by the multitude of swords, creating a massive passage. Soon, the fog was illuminated by endless sword light, dispersing half of the miasma. At the center of the battlefield, Lu Chen and the Demon King Luo Tian were once again revealed to the spectators. The formidable figure of Lu Chen wielded a golden, celestial sword, surrounded by the recently borrowed millions of flying swords that swirled around him, coalescing into a new miniature sword domain, confronting the remaining half of the fog. Then, to the astonishment of all, Lu Chen charged towards the Demon King Luo Tian, with the sword domain formed by the millions of flying swords crashing into the Demon King's fog blade domain. With each inch the sword domain advanced, the fog blade domain receded. It soon appeared poised to strike directly at the Demon King, bone sword of rain and thunder. Witnessing his fog blade domain being suppressed, the Demon King unleashed another divine technique. Instantly, the previously overwhelming mist coalesced into blood-red bone swords, raining down like a torrential storm as the Demon King confronted Lu Chen's miniature sword domain. The two miniature domains collided in an explosive convergence. The clash between the blood-red bone swords and the cultivator's flying swords erupted into a cacophony of noise, which abruptly ceased moments later. The blood-red bone swords were utterly shattered, while Lu Chen's Tongwu sword plunged deep into the flesh of the Demon King. The sword energy generated from the fierce encounter between the millions of flying swords and the blood-red bone swords dispersed in all directions. Portions of this energy that fell to the ground carved countless sword marks into the earth, and the abyss beneath their feet, once hundreds of miles deep, expanded further by hundreds of miles from the unintended descent of sword energy. Thus, the abyssal cliff was left scarred with a multitude of sword marks. After shattering the blood-red bone sword amidst the tempestuous assault, millions of flying swords showed no sign of halting. As if guided by an unseen force, they coalesced into a colossal sword that surged towards the lord of the demonic realm. Witnessing the giant sword's advance, Lu Chen swiftly retreated hundreds of miles. In an instant, the towering sword pierced through the immense body of the lord of the demonic realm, causing spatial rifts to emerge, which promptly obliterated the Demon King who had activated his dual body form. As they beheld the annihilation of the Demon King's corporeal form, the surviving cultivators erupted into tears of joy, their cheers reverberating through the heavens. Except for a handful of great ascension cultivators, none noticed that at this moment, Lu Chen's gaze was fixated on the spot where the Demon King's body had disintegrated. The expressions of the few great ascension cultivators outside the fray were grave, their attention equally drawn to the Demon King's vanishing form. They were all survivors from 100,000 years prior, aware of the terror that a Demon King embodied. Even with Lu Chen's astonishing sword strike, it seemed implausible that he could vanquish a Demon King so easily. As expected, a sinister laugh emanated from the remnants of the Demon King. "Ah, little brat, I must concede your strength. Alas, our demon race possesses innate and formidable divine abilities. You cannot slay me." A wisp of crimson soul suddenly materialized, appearing to merge with the void, yet seemingly within reach. The voice of the Demon King resonated from this fragment of spirit. The innate trait of the demon race grants an undying essence to their soul. Even in the face of overwhelming attacks, a demon can allow a fragment of their soul to escape, biding their time for a resurgence. Observing the Demon King reduced to mere spirit, the great ascension cultivators acted in unison. Under no circumstances could they permit the Demon King to flee. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue in the eastern domain within a century. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they could only restrain the Demon King's soul fragment, preventing it from vanishing into the void. Futile. This fragment of my soul is imbued with a life-preserving divine ability. You can merely watch as I escape this place. Realizing the ineffectiveness of the great ascension cultivator's attempts, Lu Chen immediately summoned the system. System, execute precise scanning. Ding. Scan complete. Acquired precise information on the scanned entity. Name, Lord of the Demonic Realm. Void, in spirit. Race, demon. Physique, water extreme, demon body sealed. Cultivation, none. Techniques, water demon scriptures sealed, heavenly water sword art, sealed, myriad water magic sealed. Divine abilities, sigh of water, sealed, demon king body sealed, rainbow sword blade sealed. Description, when the demon race suffers intense attacks and is on the brink of death, they abandon everything, entering a state of complete death, transforming into a spirit of the utmost void. They are impervious to any aggressive killing intent and can only be eradicated by the power of life. At this moment, Lu Chen comprehended the unique attribute of the demon race. It was akin to death itself, rendering any intent to kill ineffective. as he observed the arrogant lord of the demonic realm on the verge of escaping into the void. A scornful smile graced Lu Chen's face. Escape? Where do you intend to flee? Stay. As the dozen or so Mahayana cultivators found themselves helpless against the void shadow spirit of the demon king Luotian. Lu Chen's voice resonated once more. Instinctively, the cultivators withdrew, casting their gazes towards Lu Chen. Life begets death, and death begets life. To live towards death, truly, a hallmark of the demon race. As he spoke, the murderous aura and sword intent emanating from Lu Chen dissipated, replaced by an ineffable force of comfort. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the demon king Luotian's spirit, brimming with vitality, exhibited signs of panic. Lu Chen had discerned the unique nature of his race's innate magical abilities. Lu Chen, I shall remember your name. Who would have thought a junior like you could see through my race's indestructible gifts? Today, my defeat is not unjust. But to kill me? That is inconceivable. With a furious roar, the spirit of the demon king fled into the void. Seeing the demon king's spirit escape, Lu Chen remained unfazed, raising his Tangwu golden sword once more. Tangwu sword technique, nonstop, rebirth. Unlike the previous 8 styles, this 9th technique bore no sense of oppression. Instead, a wave of comforting energy emanated from the sword, swiftly expanding outward. Lu Chen charged towards the fleeing demon king Luotian, and wherever he passed, the barren ground erupted with a profusion of vibrant flowers and lush grass. Trees, which had only just sprouted, grew into towering giants instantaneously under the nurturing force of the Sword of Life. The abyss that had formed during the battle between Lu Chen and the Demon King was soon obscured by thick vines sprouting from its depths, shrouding the inky void. Moments later, Lu Chen's Tangwu sword, empowered by the life force of the 9th style, struck heavily against the last remnants of the Demon King's spirit. There was no cry of agony. The Demon King, who had slaughtered countless Taihao cultivators 100,000 years prior, was utterly vanquished. Witnessing the Demon King's complete downfall, the shock among the Mahayana cultivators could no longer be contained, their gazes towards Lu Chen now filled with reverence. Chapter 37. Yen Shisan. The assembled cultivators gazed from afar at the scene of the Demon King's demise, a profound silence enveloping the atmosphere for a time. Then, jubilant cheers erupted, resonating through the skies, as joy illuminated every face. The Demon King had finally perished. Having slain the Demon King, Lu Chen soared back to the original battlefield. His gaze fell upon the Tangwu flying immortal palace, still hovering in midair, unscathed by the fierce clash between himself and the Demon King. Regrettably, he held no interest in the palace. His focus must first turn to strengthening himself through the sign-in system. A recovering Demon King had left him severely injured. Should another Demon King at the flying immortal level suddenly emerge, he would undoubtedly face the peril of demise. While Lu Chen pondered, the gathered Mahayana cultivators swiftly approached his side. They swept their divine senses over him, then scrutinized him with their eyes for an extended period. Soon, expressions of astonishment graced their faces. This youthful yet formidable figure before them was utterly inscrutable. A venerable elder, with hair like snow and a face bearing the marks of age, approached the visibly displeased Lu Chen and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Greetings, fellow Taoist Lu. I implore you not to take offense. We are merely perplexed by the prowess of one as formidable as yourself. I hope you can overlook our curiosity. Observing the elder's expression tinged with guilt, Lu Chen tempered his displeasure and chose to remain silent. Noticing Lu Chen's mood had softened, the elder continued, Fellow Taoist Lu, we sincerely apologize for any unintended offense. Indeed, we lack the insight to fully comprehend your strength. It is astonishing that you single-handedly vanquished the resurgent Demon King. Such a feat is nothing short of miraculous. As Lu Chen remained reticent, 2 more powerful figures began to extol his virtues. Surrounded by these exaltations, Lu Chen's countenance lightened. Reflecting inwardly, he acknowledged that he was not yet the strongest in this realm and recognized the potential value of these great masters in the future. His expression transformed into a smile as he responded to the gathered masters. Esteemed friends, your flattery is undeserved. The demon race is one that must be eradicated. How could I turn a blind eye when they appear before me? Your noble spirit is commendable. You are a paragon for our kind. Upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration, respect radiated from the faces of the assembled masters, who praised him in unison. Just as half of the gathered masters sought to forge connections with Lu Chen, an unexpected voice interrupted. Fellow Taoist Liu, I find myself perplexed. During your recent conflict with the Demon King, I perceived your indomitable sword body. Might I inquire from which sect of sword cultivators you hail? The assembled masters turned their gazes toward the speaker. A middle-aged man with four distinctive sword-like brows and piercing eyes that resembled blades. Those familiar with him gasped in recognition. It was Yujian Sect, the death sword immortal. A mid-stage master who had once defied the odds to slay a false immortal during the tribulation. The gathered masters were astonished at the sudden arrival of such a formidable figure. Yet their attention swiftly returned to Lu Chen, their curiosity piqued by Yujian Sect's inquiry. Lu Chen, having sensed Yujian Sect's presence from the moment he arrived, had chosen to remain indifferent. Now, with the spotlight on him, he began to scrutinize the mid-stage master enveloped in an aura of sword intent. After a moment of mutual gaze, Lu Chen responded, "You have yet to introduce your own lineage. How can you inquire about mine?" "From Sword Cliff, I am Yujian Sect," with his identity revealed. The crowd turned their eyes to Lu Chen, their intrigue about his origins palpable. "From the Sword Sovereign Sect, I am Lu Chen." The Sword Sovereign Sect? Both Yujian Sect and the assembled masters were struck with confusion. What sect is this, and why have we never heard of it before? As a multitude of Mahayana practitioners pondered in confusion, a middle-aged sword cultivator, whose dark hair was interspersed with strands of white, seemed to recall something. Speaking softly, as if to the crowd, yet primarily to himself, he murmured, "The Sword Control Sect? Ah, I remember it now. It appears to be a second-tier minor sect located nearby. Nearly a century ago, the eastern region witnessed the manifestation of the eternal sword body, but the phenomenon dissipated in an instant. I had traced the remnants of that aura to a small sect, which I believe is indeed named the Sword Control Sect." Upon hearing the sword cultivator's words, the crowd collectively recalled that a century prior, the phenomenon of the eternal sword body indeed occurred. However, doubts lingered. Even with the eternal sword body, it was implausible that one could achieve Mahayana-level prowess within a century. The sword cultivator, who had first spoken, continued, prompting nods of agreement from the others. "Initially, I intended to take that eternal sword body as my disciple, yet I could never locate them. In hindsight, it seems somewhat absurd. The phenomenon was likely triggered by the emergence of fellow Taoist Liu, and I, one, was rather reckless to think I could recruit such a formidable individual as a disciple." Nevertheless, he continued, just now upon hearing this one fellow recount how he unexpectedly acquired the system and transformed from a mortal body into the eternal sword body. I felt a pang of anxiety. I was contemplating how to explain myself when this cultivator fabricated a reason in my defense, prompting me to offer him a warm smile. Having cultivated for less than a century, I had ascended to the level of a tribulation stage cultivator with strength surpassing that of an ordinary Mahayana practitioner. This would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among these individuals regarding my possession of extraordinary treasures. Should such matters come to light, it was certain that the friendly faces around me could swiftly turn to murderous intent, driven by greed. Although I had just battled the Demon King, I was unafraid of anyone present. "Fellow Lu Chen, we are both sword cultivators. I wish to challenge you to a duel." Suddenly, Yujian Sect declared earnestly to Lu Chen. Emerging from his contemplation, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to the resolute sword intent radiating from Yujian Sect, who sought to engage him in a battle. His expression became serious. He too was a sword cultivator within this realm of cultivation, and he empathized with the desire for a contest against another powerful swordsman. Very well, indeed. Sword cultivators yearn for worthy opponents, and Lu Chen accepted the challenge. The assembly of Mahayana practitioners was taken aback. The formidable Yujian Sect was challenging the renowned Lu Chen, the slayer of the Demon King. Curiosity enveloped them all, wondering which of these two would prove more valiant. Once more, Lu Chen summoned the Tang Wu sword, the essence of a myriad of swords erupting forth, enveloping the surroundings. The dozen or so Mahayana practitioners beside him were startled. Despite having just fought the Demon King, Lu Chen still possessed the capability for battle, revealing his terrifying strength. Among those astonished were the hundreds of thousands of cultivators nearby, who had been cheering moments ago, now rendered speechless by the potent sword intent emanating from Lu Chen. What is happening? Why does this formidable individual wish to battle again? Did the Demon King not perish? They wondered. Yujian Sect, observing Lu Chen unleash his sword intent and prepare for their duel, chuckled lightly and addressed Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, my friend, you have just engaged in a fierce battle with that Demon King, which must have taken a considerable toll on your strength. Even if you possess the capacity to fight once more, I, Yin Shisan, have no intention of testing my skills against you. I yearn for an honorable duel. Upon hearing Yin Shisan's words, Liu Chen retracted his sword intent and nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are so agreeable, allow me to determine the date of our contest. Excellent. A decade from now, in the abyssal region of the Western Endless Sea. I hope that during these 10 years, you can restore yourself to your peak condition. I shall await you there. After saying this, Yin Shisan opened a spatial passage and stepped through, departing. Liu Chen gazed at the slowly closing rift in the fabric of space and silently vowed to honor his word. Liu Chen, my friend, I must return to address matters with the younger generation of my clan. I shall take my leave. We share your sentiment. Forgive us, Liu Chen. We must also take our leave. With Yin Shisan's departure, the remaining group of ascendant cultivators expressed their intentions to return to their clans as well. They tore through the void and vanished, leaving no one to inquire about the matters they intended to discuss. From the original cadre of over a dozen powerful cultivators, only 5 remained. The 5 ascendant cultivators exchanged glances before turning to Liu Chen. Liu Chen, we too wish to partake in the festivities at the Flying Immortal Palace. Might we accompany you? Perhaps not. I have my own matters to attend to with my sect. You may enter ahead without concern for me. That is a jest. The most precious treasures have already been claimed by me. What reason would I have to join you in the revelry? Liu Chen mused inwardly as he politely declined their invitation. Then we shall take our leave first. May we meet again, Liu Chen? Until we meet again. After graciously declining the invitation of the 5 ascendant cultivators, Liu Chen watched as they transformed into streaks of light and entered the Flying Immortal Palace. With that, all the ascendant cultivators present in the battlefield had departed. Liu Chen then surveyed the surroundings with his spiritual sense before turning and soaring towards the contingent of the Taishan sacred land. Arriving above the area where the Yujian Sect was stationed, the multitude of observing cultivators, numbering in the millions, looked on curiously at Liu Chen's movements. Could this formidable being be a hidden ancestor of the sacred land? Even the 2 elders of the sacred land were puzzled, wondering if this superlative powerhouse had any ties to their sect. Before the curiosity of the millions of cultivators could settle, they were struck with astonishment once more, rendering them speechless. Within the Yujian Sect, Feng Qingzi, upon spotting Liu Chen's approach, called out to the 1,000 disciples of the sect. All disciples of the Yujian Sect, kneel and pay respects to our esteemed ancestor. In an instant, the members of the Yujian Sect were both astonished and then swiftly awakened to the realization, kneeling in unison alongside Feng Qingzi. Disciples of the Yujian Sect, we pay homage to our esteemed ancestor. Though only 1,000 voices rang out, the sound resonated with extraordinary clarity. The Grand Elder Wang Changhai and the 1,000 disciples, immersed in their prostration, felt an overwhelming sense of shock within their hearts. It turns out that this person is indeed the mysterious elder behind the venerable Liu Feng. The Yujian Sect has such a formidable elder as its support. In midair, Liu Chen observed Feng Qingzi leading nearly 1,000 true disciples of the Yujian Sect in paying homage to him, collectively addressing him as their ancestor. A myriad of emotions surged within him, although his current position as the elder of the Yujian Sect was not unwarranted. He could not shake off the sense of belonging he initially felt when he pledged allegiance to the sect. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and gazed at the prostrated Feng Qingzi and the multitude of Yujian disciples below. Rise, he commanded. Thank you, ancestor. Feng Qingzi and the 1,000 disciples chorused again, standing in unison. Each of their faces bore expressions of pride and excitement. Even though they were merely a 4th-tier minor sect, who would dare to oppress them after today? An elder of the Great Ascension level was not something just anyone could possess. The surrounding millions of cultivators from various factions gazed at the mere 1,000-member Yujian Sect with endless envy. Liu Chen, undeterred by the myriad of expressions around him, addressed the 1,000 disciples present. Are there any casualties? Upon hearing Liu Chen's inquiry, the excitement in the hearts of the Yujian disciples intensified. Just as they were about to respond, Feng Qingzi interjected. Thanks to the protection of the 2 elders from the Holy Land, we have managed to survive. As the leader of the Yujian Sect, Feng Qingzi displayed a profound understanding of how to handle matters. His words not only answered Liu Chen, but also expressed gratitude to the 2 elders, the 11th and 13th. Upon hearing their names mentioned by Feng Qingzi, the 2 elders from the Holy Land felt a wave of exhilaration. They exchanged warm glances with Feng Qingzi. Liu Chen, hovering in midair, discerned Feng Qingzi's intent. Nevertheless, he accepted that he was still a member of the Yujian Sect, revered as their ancestor for nearly a century. After sorting through his thoughts, he decided to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding this sect. Thank you, esteemed elders, for protecting the disciples of the Yujian Sect. I present this token to you both. In the future, should you bring this token to my Yujian Sect, you will be honored guests. I am willing to assist you once, as long as it does not betray your true intentions. Chen retrieved a black gold token from his spatial ring and tossed it to the 2 elders of the Holy Land. The 11th elder effortlessly caught the token, his face lighting up with gratitude as he thanked Chen. Thank you, Elder Chen, for this token. We have only acted within our means. Both elders accepted the token, their expressions of joy leaving the disciples of the Holy Land behind them astonished. Although circumstances had led to this, and they had secured the favor of a superpower, they had never witnessed the supreme elders of the Holy Land displaying such childlike delight. The 11th and 13th elders, however, were too enraptured by the goodwill they had received from Chen to notice their own demeanor. Initially intending to assist Lu Feng in protecting his junior, they had unexpectedly forged a bond with a superpower of great ascension caliber. As if oblivious to the fervent expressions of the 2 elders from the Sacred Land, Chen's gaze shifted once more towards Feng Qingzi. With the demise of the Luo Tian Demon King, the perilous 90,000 steps outside the flying immortal pavilion had dissipated, allowing access to the pavilion in pursuit of opportunities. This jade pendant will ensure your safety within the flying immortal pavilion, Chen declared, tossing a sword-shaped jade pendant towards Feng Qingzi. Overwhelmed with excitement upon catching the pendant, Feng Qingzi was all too familiar with its significance. Not only did he recognize it, but the Sacred Land disciples who had previously witnessed the Tian family's assault on the Yujian Sect, as well as the 6-tier powers present at that time, were equally aware of its power. It was this very pendant that had safeguarded Yi Zhenying when he faced imminent death at the hands of the Tian family patriarch, ultimately slaying the peak stage cultivator in that fateful moment. Given Chen's formidable strength, it was likely that this jade pendant could vanquish even a supreme being. As Chen's words resonated, the factions eager to enter the flying immortal pavilion began to grasp the reality. Even if they managed to enter safely, they still needed to evade the Yujian Sect members. After ensuring everything was in order, Chen tore through the void and vanished into the spatial passage, leaving behind a throng of millions of cultivators who, driven by fervor, surged towards the flying immortal pavilion. Yet, despite their haste, they were halted by the overwhelming pressure emanating from numerous powerful presences. Among the initial 10 or so tribulation crossing cultivators, accompanied by another 20-odd who had come to watch, nearly 40 supreme being-level cultivators collectively unleashed their vast spiritual pressure, awakening the dazed multitude. Although Chen and the assembly of mighty beings had departed, the tribulation crossing supremes remained. And without their guidance, none dared to be the first to enter the pavilion, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, amidst the sea of millions, there were still a few cultivators who dared to resist the oppressive force. But before they could act, a blinding light struck them down. With the death of those who attempted to instigate trouble, no one else dared to provoke conflict. Subsequently, the 2 elders from the Sacred Land signaled to the surrounding tribulation crossing supremes, leading their disciples along with the Yujian Sect's contingent to be the first to enter the flying immortal pavilion. This time, no faction dared voice dissent against the Yujian Sect disciples joining the Sacred Land group in their initial entry. Had they not witnessed that the greatest peril within the pavilion had already been vanquished by the ancestors? Once the Yujian Sect's team had fully entered the pavilion, the remaining tribulation crossing cultivators began to lead their own groups inside. However, upon their arrival on the first floor, they were met with a grim sight, layers upon layers of corpses strewn across the ground, filling them with a profound sense of melancholy. For humanity, regardless of the time, the greatest threat, once free from the demonic race, was always its own kind. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the flying immortal pavilion, the 8th elder of the Sacred Land, frail and weak, was being carried by a young golden core cultivator. The youth wore a face of deep resentment. He had been near the staircase on the 2nd floor when he was unexpectedly pulled up to the 3rd floor by the elder on his back. Upon arriving, before he could seek treasures, he discovered the elder was being besieged by 3 demon lords. He was unsure where he found the courage, but he resolved to draw away one of the attackers to assist the elder. If it were not for the protective jade pendant bestowed upon me by my venerable ancestor, the demon lord's mere ferocity would have been sufficient to seal my fate. Old man, let me warn you, You cannot perish upon my shoulders. You have dragged me to this perilous third level, teeming with demonic beasts, while I, a mere golden core cultivator, lack your formidable prowess. Should you die before imparting your mighty axe techniques to me, I shall unceremoniously offer your corpse to the very beasts that pursue us. This audacious youth, cursing his own demise while threatening to devour the old man's flesh, ignited an indignant fire within the heart of Elder 8. Young man, how can your tongue be so venomous? I risked my life to save you, and this is how you repay your savior? Bah, old man, had you not brought me to this wretched third level, I would not be fleeing from those monstrous beasts. Moreover, I helped alleviate some of the pressure by diverting one of the beasts away. Had I not done so, you might very well have met your end by now. Upon hearing the young man's words, Elder 8's initial anger erupted, transforming him into a figure of indignation, his beard bristling in frustration. This young man, whom he had inadvertently brought along during his battle against 3 demon lords, had unexpectedly turned the tide. The elder had thought they would both perish. Yet this audacious youth had provoked one of the demon lords into abandoning the pursuit, thereby reducing their collective peril. Having successfully slain the remaining demon lords, Elder 8 found himself gravely injured and incapacitated. Are you trying to drive me to madness, young one? Do you still wish for me to teach you the axe techniques? Of course I do. Old man, no, I mean esteemed sir, we had a deal. Once you recover, you must teach me your extraordinary cleaving axe technique. Upon hearing the young man mistakenly refer to him as old man before quickly correcting himself to esteemed sir, Elder 8 was momentarily at a loss for whether to be indignant or amused. Perhaps fate had conspired to bring him together with such a lively spirit. Initially, he had found the youth's insults towards the demon lords intolerable, perceiving him as an arrogant scion unaware of his limitations. Yet, in a moment of his own incapacitation, the young man had not seized the opportunity to betray him. Instead, he had carried the elder to safety, unwavering in the face of danger, which moved the elder deeply. This young man possesses many admirable qualities, save for his sharp tongue. Young man, what is your name? Elder 8 suddenly realized he had yet to learn the name of the one who had sheltered him from danger. Ye Zingyin. My mother named me. Quite melodious, isn't it, old man? Indeed, it is. Young man, do you wish to take me as your master? I see your affinity for the axe. I will devote myself to your instruction. Upon hearing Elder 8's proposal to take him as a disciple, Yujian paused for a moment before responding, Really? Perhaps we should first consider how to escape from here. Chapter 39, An Encounter. At this moment, within the first level of the Flying Immortal Hall, those cultivators vying for opportunities were engaged in a frenzied battle, with many encountering old adversaries, thus resolving personal vendettas. The only forces remaining detached in the first layer were those affiliated with the Sword Sovereign Sect and the Taishian Sacred Land. Even the peak 6th level powers, who had recently conspired to oppress weaker factions, had commenced their own clashes. Ultimately, treasures incite greed, eroding the morality of these wretched souls. Observing the ugliness of human nature exposed on the first level, several integration kings and tribulation transcendents ascended to the second layer. Meanwhile, the 5 initial Great Ascension experts had already reached the 3rd level of the Flying Immortal Hall. Although the treasures of the 1st and 2nd layers held some allure, they paled in comparison to the small world of the Tangwu Pavilion on the 4th layer. As survivors from 100,000 years ago, they understood better than anyone in later generations that the 4th level of the Flying Immortal Hall contained nearly everything from the Tangwu Pavilion. The 5 Great Ascension experts first scanned the small world of the 3rd layer with their consciousness, searching for the staircase leading to the next level. Unexpectedly, they discovered an elderly man and a young lad of the human race. After a careful investigation, they gathered all pertinent information about the two. A young golden core cultivator was carrying an injured tribulation transcendent, and although they were uncertain of the timing of these two's arrival, it was of little consequence to the Great Ascension experts. Just as they were preparing to depart, one of the Great Ascension cultivators seemed to sense something amiss about the duo. Daoist Sidu, why have you halted? Is there something peculiar about those two? Inquired another Great Ascension cultivator beside him, puzzled by the delay. Friend Jean, have you noticed? The young golden core cultivator seems to carry the essence of Daoist Luchun, replied the Situ-named cultivator. Upon hearing this, the other 3 Great Ascension experts also paused their actions, redirecting their consciousness towards the youth. Indeed, Daoist Situ was not mistaken. There was indeed a trace of Daoist Luchun's aura. Could these two be his descendants? It was uncertain, but a collective agreement emerged to approach and inquire further. The five great ascension experts briefly discussed, their thoughts aligning, and they flew towards the elderly man and the young lad. At this moment, Yujian was still carrying the eighth elder in search of a suitable place for healing. Old man Pan, how about I leave you here while we both feed the demonic beasts? How could you, a mid-tribulation elder of the sacred land, be so brutally beaten by those three newly ascended demon beasts? It's quite embarrassing. Having just listened to the eighth elder's account, Yi Jining recognized that the pitiful elder he bore was indeed Elder Pan Yin of the sacred land. However, he could not fathom how the mid-tribulation Pan Yin could be so grievously wounded by three demon beasts that had only recently attained the title of demon sovereign. You little brat, if you leave me here, you'll be the one feeding the beasts. I was ambushed and severely injured by those three demon sovereigns without any preparation, nearly losing my life. If you dare to disrespect me again, don't expect me to teach you the cleaving sky axe. Elder Pan Yin retorted, anger flaring once more upon hearing Yi Jining's mockery. At this moment, Pan Yin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As the esteemed eighth elder of the Taishian sacred land, he had nearly lost his life to a surprise attack from three newly ascended demon lords. To compound his humiliation, he was now being mocked by a particularly shameless and acerbic young lad, which was an affront to his dignity. All right, I understand, he seethed. You keep lecturing me on martial arts. My ears have grown calloused from your incessant chatter. You little sharp tongue, if I were your master, I would hang you up and thrash you until your backside bloomed with color. Pan Yin's heart burned with anger. Yet he could only grit his teeth in response to the venomous words of Yi Jining, who stood behind him. The lad's tongue was far too sharp. Just a few words could infuriate him. Were it not for his current inability to wield his powers, he would have certainly given the boy a sound thrashing. Just as Pan Yin was seething with rage, Yi Jining suddenly halted in his tracks and gazed ahead. Following his lead, Pan Yin turned his attention to the front. Before them, five middle-aged men had appeared, their presence unmistakably formidable. Although Pan Yin could not currently employ his powers or divine senses, the keen eyesight of a supreme expert remained intact. A sense of alarm surged within him as he scrutinized the five individuals. They were no ordinary cultivators. Yea, these five are not to be trifled with. Their strength undoubtedly surpasses my uninjured state. Keep your mouth shut, or we may very well meet our demise here. He urged urgently, imploring Yi Jining to rein in his sharp tongue to avoid unnecessary trouble. Old man, do I need a reminder? These individuals clearly do not appear weak. Yi Jining retorted. After exchanging a few words, both of their gazes returned to the imposing figures before them. Their conversation, however, did not escape the ears of the five powerful cultivators, who found amusement in the banter between the elder and the youth. The laughter of the five, however, sent a chill down Yi Jining's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow as he pondered their intentions. One of the five, a senior cultivator with the surname Sidhu, who had sensed the familiar aura emanating from Yi Jining, spoke first. Young friend, we do not intend to harm you. We simply seek your clarification on a matter. As Yi Jining met the gaze of the middle-aged man, curiosity arose within him. What could this person possibly wish to inquire? Surely they had not come to demand the spatial ring he had taken from the bodies he had touched earlier. Please, esteemed elder, do proceed. I shall answer to the best of my ability, he replied. There is no need for alarm. Earlier, we sensed a familiar presence from you, the middle-aged man continued. A wave of apprehension washed over Yi Jining as he pondered the implications. Had they discovered his interaction with the spatial rings of their fallen brethren? Do you know a certain Lu Chen? The middle-aged man inquired. Hearing this, Yi Jining's vigilance relaxed somewhat, but he was soon struck with confusion. Lu Chen? Wasn't he that the name of his revered ancestor? Why were these five inquiring about him? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Jining decided to respond candidly, considering that his ancestor had seldom left the confines of the Yujian Sect, and these five were unlikely to be foes. Esteemed elder, Lu Chen is indeed the name of my revered ancestor. However, I am uncertain if the Lu Chen you speak of is the same individual as my forebear. In the Yujian Sect, my dear friend Lu Chen, upon hearing the mention of Yujian Sect, Yi Jining was certain that this so-called Lu Chen was indeed his ancestor. This was precisely my esteemed forebear. The aura sensed by the esteemed elders must originate from the jade pendant bestowed upon me by my ancestor. As Yi Jining spoke, he retrieved a sword-shaped jade pendant from his bosom. The five great cultivators, upon witnessing the pendant in Yi Jining's hand, confirmed in their hearts that Yi Jining was indeed a descendant of Lu Chen. judging by the formidable sword intent emanating from the pendant. It was evident that Liu Chen held this junior in great affection. Subsequently, the five engaged in a brief exchange with Yi Zhenying, leaving him with a few healing elixirs before taking their leave. Shortly after their departure, Yi Zhenying and Pan Yin resumed their endless banter. However, upon reaching the fourth level, the five formidable cultivators were taken aback. The recorded location of the fourth level, where the Xiaowu Pavilion was said to reside, had vanished without a trace, leaving only the empty expanse of the fourth level. Could it be that the records were erroneous, and the true realm lay within the fifth level? This seemed highly plausible, as the text from the Eastern Domain had yet to document any information regarding the fifth or sixth levels of the Xiaowu Flying Immortal Palace. Let us ascend and investigate. After a brief discussion, the five made their way toward the fifth level. Perhaps the recorded information was indeed flawed. Yet, upon their arrival at the fifth level, they were met with a sight of countless graves belonging to over 1 million cultivators. Scanning the area with their spiritual senses, the five were filled with astonishment. This place was, in fact, the site of the battle between the cultivators of the Xiaowu Pavilion and the demon race 100,000 years prior, leaving behind 1 million graves. The sight of the blood-stained, broken swords beside the graves transported them back to that brutal, celestial demon war from 100 millennia ago. As the five great cultivators gazed upon the multitude of graves, tears welled in their eyes, and they collectively knelt before the 1,000,000 tombs. The scene of these five exalted cultivators paying homage to the graves would surely astonish all those in the Eastern Domain who had never experienced the celestial demon wars. It is unfathomable that these lofty cultivators would bow before the graves. They could not comprehend the ferocity of the celestial demon war 100,000 years ago. Nor could they fathom that when these five cultivators were still weak, the valiant souls of the Xiaowu Pavilion had given their lives to protect them. The 1,000,000 cultivators of the Xiaowu Pavilion had exchanged their lives for the continuation of the human race. The kneeling of the exalted cultivators was a tribute worthy of the 1,000,000 heroes of the Xiaowu Pavilion. Chapter 40. The Old Man of the Celestial Sword and Yi Chen. Just as various occurrences unfolded across the layers of the Flying Immortal Palace, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes in a mysterious space. "You have awakened?" An ancient voice resonated in Yi Chen's ears. As he surveyed his surroundings and rose to inspect, he attempted to utilize his spiritual power, only to discover that he was unable to harness his spiritual essence in this place. As a shadow gradually emerged from the darkness, it became discernible in the illuminated section of the mysterious space. Yi Chen realized that this figure was an aged soul, flickering in and out of existence as if it might vanish at any moment. Presumably, the words he had just heard were the utterances of this soul. Yi Chen then respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to the spirit. "I, the junior Yi Chen, pay my respects to you, esteemed predecessor. Might I inquire where this place is and how I have come to be here? This is the hidden space of the Flying Immortal Palace, and your arrival here is by my design." Upon hearing the elder's response, Yi Chen felt a wave of confusion. Why had this soul brought him to this concealed realm? He again addressed the spirit. "Might I ask the purpose of bringing me to this hidden space?" "I assure you of my utmost efforts." The elder spirit, observing the seriousness etched on Yi Chen's countenance, let out a chilling smile. "What if I were to offer you the opportunity to join my demonic clan?" "Demonic clan?" Yi Chen's heart raced, though his expression remained stoic. He immediately summoned his spiritual sword, holding it defensively before him, casting a calm gaze upon the soul. The spirit, witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor, scoffed coldly. "Even as I stand on the brink of dissolution, young one, you are no match for me. I would never presume to underestimate you, esteemed predecessor. As for the demonic clan, I implore you not to jest. If you were indeed a demon, you could have acted while I was unconscious, rather than waiting until now." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, a look of appreciation crossed the spirit's visage. This youth exhibited remarkable composure in the face of adversity and displayed exceptional intelligence. "Young man, do you know the purpose of this hidden space?" Surprised by the spirit's inquiry, Yi Chen felt a sense of perplexity. "Esteemed predecessor, I am unaware. All are aware that the Flying Immortal Palace lacks a palace spirit, yet few know of the core that governs all within it. The master of the Flying Immortal Palace can manipulate every action within through this core. Then, esteemed predecessor, what is your intent in summoning me? Have you not deduced it to some extent?" The spirit's words left Yi Chen astounded. Was it possible that this soul intended to bequeath the Flying Immortal Palace to him? But why had it chosen him? "Esteemed predecessor, I lack the merit or capability to wield such fortune. How could I presume to interfere with the flying immortal palace? The spirit observed Yi Chen's reaction with immense satisfaction. His meticulous mind, unperturbed by external influences, surpassed that of his peers in poise. Most importantly, Yi Chen's heavenly heartsword body held great significance for him. After appraising Yi Chen, the spirit adopted a serious demeanor. Young friend Yi Chen, listen well. I am the Grand Elder of the Tangwu Pavilion, known as the Heavenly Sword Elder. I have summoned you today for two matters. First, to inherit the flying immortal palace. Second, to receive my legacy. At the mention of inheriting the Elder's legacy, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Prior to his entrance into the flying immortal palace, his master had enlightened him regarding the palace and the Tangwu Pavilion, which was a 9th-tier quasi-immortal force. Aside from the esteemed Master Tang Yujian, there are 3 other formidable beings of the flying immortal realm. It is reasonable to surmise that the Grand Elder is one of these 3. What captivates Yi Chen even more is the poignant sight of such a being, who once stood at the pinnacle of the Taihao great world, now reduced to a mere flickering soul, seemingly on the verge of dissolution. Young friend Yi Chen, you must be curious as to why I have chosen you. The Elder inquired. Yi Chen, feeling a renewed sense of perplexity, bowed respectfully to the Elder's spirit. After a brief moment of silence, the Elder spoke, revealing an answer that left Yi Chen astounded. I have chosen you as the master of the flying immortal hall because you are unlike the other cultivators within. While they engage in greedy fratricide, you alone maintain a clear mind. My soul is on the brink of vanishing, and I must ensure the continuation of the flying immortal hall for the sake of future generations, to combat the demonic tribes. As for why I have chosen you to inherit my legacy, it is because I too was a body of the heavenly heart sword, and only one of the heavenly heart sword can be my successor. At this moment, Yi Chen comprehended that the Elder had once shared his own nature as a heavenly heart sword body, explaining the choice of him as the inheritor. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chen respectfully declined the offer of the Elder's inheritance. Esteemed Elder, I already have a master. I cannot, in good conscience, take you as my teacher. Throughout his journey, Yi Chen had diligently practiced the 10,000 Swords Sutra under Lu Chen's guidance. The inclusive nature of the heavenly heart sword made it effortless for him to study the sutra. Although he yearned for the inheritance, he could not betray his mentor by secretly seeking another teacher. It matters not. I cannot linger for long and am indifferent to such matters. All I ask is that you pass on the legacy of the heavenly heart sword. Yi Chen gazed intently at the Elder for a prolonged moment before solemnly nodding. Perhaps this venerable figure before him was indeed a true cultivator, willing to bestow the legacy even upon a stranger for the sake of its continuity. Seeing Yi Chen's acquiescence, the Elder wasted no further time. With a wave of his hand, a miniature crystal-carved version of the flying immortal hall emerged from the darkness, hovering before them. Young friend Yi Chen, this is the core of the flying immortal hall. It is not of the mortal realm. It descended from the heavens over 100,000 years ago, discovered by the Master and taken for his own. At that time, however, the Master lacked the strength to wield it, as it originated from the upper realms, and thus he hesitated to bring it forth. Eventually, the Master achieved the status of a flying immortal and established the Tangwu Hall, allowing the flying immortal hall to be revealed to the world. Later, when the demonic tribes invaded, the Master entrusted me with the rights to the hall. With its remarkable capabilities, alongside 2 companions of the flying immortal realm, I successfully suppressed the demonic Lord Luotian. As Yi Chen listened to the Elder's account, a frown creased his brow. From the upper realms? It seems that even after acquiring the flying immortal hall, one cannot freely extract it. However, what troubled him most at this moment was the mention of the demonic lord. Esteemed Elder, you mentioned that a demon lord was suppressed beneath the flying immortal hall. Now that the hall has emerged, does that not imply the demon lord has also resurfaced? Do not fret. Upon your entry into the flying immortal hall, a mysterious, powerful figure appeared and engaged the Lord Luotian in a fierce battle, ultimately vanquishing him. To be honest, even I find it somewhat hard to believe. The talents of the demon clan possess an inexplicable power of survival, rendering them virtually indestructible. In the past, only 2 of the Demon King's lieutenants fell, and it was a peculiar force discovered by the Master of the Tangwu Pavilion before his demise that ultimately vanquished them. Mysterious powerhouse. Yi Chen inwarded, gazing at the Elder of the Celestial Sword with a puzzled expression. Indeed, this enigmatic figure is quite remarkable. Before the emergence of the flying immortal palace, he had visited this place, By some unknown means, he removed the fourth layer, which contained the small world of the Tangwu Pavilion. Yet, my remaining powers were insufficient to thwart this mysterious entity, so I allowed him to depart unimpeded. However, what astounded me the most was that this formidable being wielded the very sword of destiny, the Tangwu sword, once belonging to the Pavilion Master. The method he employed to slay the Demon King was also the technique realized by the Pavilion Master before his fall. I am left in the dark regarding the lineage he has left behind. Even I, the Grand Elder of the Tangwu Pavilion, remain unaware of it. Upon hearing the Elder's account, Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. This formidable individual not only eradicated the Demon King, who had proven impervious even to the 3 flying immortal powerhouses, but also relocated an entire small world. Such might is surely unprecedented throughout the Eastern Domain. Enough delay. Drip your essence blood upon the core of this flying immortal palace and infuse it with your spirit. I shall assist you in its refinement. The Elder of the Celestial Sword interjected, urging Chen to hasten the process. Recovering from his astonishment, Chen expelled a drop of his essence blood and commenced the refinement of the palace's core. Half an hour later, Chen concluded the refinement of the flying immortal palace and slowly opened his eyes. Just as he contemplated sensing the palace's information, the Elder interrupted once more. Young friend Yi, do not rush into sensing. First, open your spirit to inherit my techniques, the Elder insisted, his urgency raising a flicker of wariness in Chen, who began to question the Elder's intentions. The Elder, sensing Chen's doubts, spoke with a hint of ire. Young lad, if I had wished to seize your body, I could have done so while you were unconscious. Why wait until now? If I feared for my life, I would not have sacrificed everything to halt the demon clan back then. The Elder's words stirred a sense of guilt within Chen. 100,000 years ago, during the war between the immortals and demons, this Elder had indeed fallen for the continuation of humanity. Yet, who could say how hearts may change over such time? After a moment of contemplation, a resolute expression emerged in Chen's eyes. He gambled that this venerable Elder, who had perished for the sake of humanity, had not changed. Predecessor, I apologize. I have endured profound changes since childhood and have followed my master to learn. My nature is somewhat suspicious. I hope you will not take offense. I am willing to open my heart and inherit your esteemed teachings. The Elder of the Celestial Sword regarded Chen, whose eyes reflected both guilt and resolute trust, and then transformed his soul into shards of spiritual essence that flew into Chen's mind. A lifetime spent seeking peace, 60,000 years ascending to immortality. No regrets in slaying demons and sacrificing my life for the stability of my kin for 100,000 years. My soul scattered, returning to the Tao of Heaven, only to see the legacy revealed now. Ha! I never imagined that I, the Elder of the Celestial Sword, would find a successor before my soul scattered. It was worth the wait of 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Yishaozi. I shall transfer the last remnants of my soul's power and all the memories of the Heavenly Sword's legacy to you. If possible, please safeguard this realm and defend against the encroachment of the demon race. Even if reluctant, do assist a few more of our humankind's embers. Amidst the desolate laughter of the Heavenly Sword Elder, Chen sat cross-legged, concentrating his spirit, beginning to absorb all the memories of the Heavenly Sword Elder's legacy. An hour later, having fully embraced the Elder's memories, Chen slowly opened his swollen eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks once more. He then rose to his feet, only to kneel on the ground in reverence. Chen bids farewell to his teacher as he transcends. Chapter 41, The Curtain Falls. With the acceptance of the Heavenly Sword Elder's soul power, Chen's spiritual cultivation had now reached the initial stage of the divine separation, and he was on the verge of breaking through the pinnacle of divine transformation. Yet, in that moment, he had no inclination to regard this accomplishment, remaining silent on the ground for an extended period. The memories he had just absorbed included not only the profound technique of the Heavenly Heartsword body, but also harrowing scenes from the cataclysmic battles between humanity and demons that transpired over 100 millennia. Even in death, the Heavenly Sword Elder sought to leave a fragment of his soul to control the flying immortal palace, suppressing the Lord of Demons for 10,000 years. Such a great man is worthy not only of being called teacher, but also deserves the reverence of the world. Chen began to grasp the meaning behind his master Lu Chen's words. What tranquility exists in the passage of time? It is merely the burden borne by those who march forward through the darkness. After kneeling in the mysterious space for nearly 2 hours, Yujian gradually emerged from the sorrow of the elder's dissipating soul. Assessing his current state, he found his spiritual cultivation had indeed reached the stage of divine separation, and his physical form was on the brink of surpassing the pinnacle of divine transformation. Not bad at all. He then summoned the core of the flying immortal palace, immersing his consciousness into it. The images of every layer of the palace unfurled vividly in his mind. At that moment, the first layer of the flying immortal palace was inundated with the bodies of countless cultivators, stacked upon one another, while a few surviving practitioners fought desperately to seize precious treasures. Alas, more terrifying than the demon race is the greed of humanity. Yet, greed ultimately stems from weakness. And at its core, our kind must strive for self-improvement. With a sigh, Yujian manipulated the core of the flying immortal palace to first remove all the corpses and the fighting practitioners from the first layer. As the cultivators fought fiercely, they were suddenly enveloped in darkness. When they regained their senses, they discovered they had been transported outside the flying immortal palace, while the corpses from the first layer plummeted like rain into an abyss that had mysteriously appeared beneath the palace. In that abyss, the vine spawned by Lu Chen's ninth style of the witch's sword technique seemed to possess a hint of sentience. Sensing the falling bodies, they wildly sprouted numerous tendrils, swiftly weaving into a large net to catch the descending corpses. Meanwhile, the surviving cultivators, their eyes fixated solely on the treasures within the flying immortal palace, collectively surged toward its grand entrance. However, the ensuing scene left them utterly dumbfounded. They could not enter the flying immortal palace. Those who rushed forward were all repelled. No matter how fervently they unleashed their attacks, they could not stir even a ripple within the flying immortal hall. After expelling all cultivators from the first level of the hall, Yujian turned his attention to the second level. The cultivators in the second level were a stark contrast to those in the first. Not only were they generally stronger, but more importantly, there was an absence of the greed-fueled slaughter that characterized the first level. Most of the second-level cultivators were engaged in cooperative treasure hunting, and even the disciples of the Sword Control Sect were joining forces with those from the Holy Land to combat a puppet army, presenting a scene of harmony. The atmosphere of the second level eased Yi Chen's heart somewhat, yet he still proceeded to expel them from the flying immortal hall. The expressions of the cultivators expelled from the second level were not much different from those who had been removed from the first. However, unlike their first-level counterparts, they did not linger on thoughts of re-entering the hall. Within the hidden space of the flying immortal hall, as Yujian removed the cultivators from the first and second levels, a sudden change flickered across his countenance. Oddly, there was no sign of Schwanger or Zhaning in either of these two levels. A thorough reinvestigation yielded no results. Yujian began to feel anxious, but he quickly regained his composure. For now, it was paramount to invite the cultivators from each level out of the hall, with the life-preserving talisman from their master. Schwanger and Zhen were undoubtedly safe. The talisman had likely not yet been activated, otherwise their master would have already stormed into the hall. As Yujian shifted his focus to the third level, astonishment washed over his face. At that moment, Zhen was seen cradling a seemingly lifeless supreme being. Although Yi Zhen possessed only the divine separation cultivation level, within the flying immortal hall, the cultivation level of anyone was laid bare before him. That injured, feigning death figure beside Zhen was undoubtedly a tribulation transcending supreme. How could Zhen be in the third level? And what could be the situation with the injured tribulation expert, who could deceive Zhen's tears by acting dead? Zhen eyes glistened with tears as a pained expression overtook his face, igniting Yujian's curiosity. He then concentrated his spiritual power into the core of the flying immortal hall, attempting to eavesdrop on their conversation. Old Pan, you must not perish like this. Who told you to save me? I have a protective talisman. I cannot die. Old Pan, you haven't yet taught me your sky-splitting divine axe. You cannot go back on your word. Kid Yi, perhaps it's just because you catch my eye. Though you often irritate me, you have never abandoned this old man in times of danger. What a pity if only I could survive. I would truly wish to take you as my disciple, and hear you call me master. Yujian, peering in on the scene, was momentarily stunned by old Pan's act of feigning weakness. This tribulation transcending supreme was merely pretending to be on the brink of death to elicit the term master from his own son. After a brief period of bewilderment, a gentle smile graced his features. Perhaps it was indeed time to find Zhen a proper mentor. This lad had been slacking off at the Sword Control Sect cemetery, neglecting his cultivation. He often caused trouble for his master, and perhaps entrusting him to this elder would be a wise decision. With that, Yi Chun redirected his focus back to the duo of Zhun Ying and Old Pan. In the third layer, the seemingly about to fall Pan Yin observed Yi Zheniying's silence, punctuated by a few coughs that brought forth streaks of blood from his lips, presenting an utterly miserable visage. Cough, cough, cough. Young Yi, even if I were to relive this moment, I would still choose to sever my own healing to shield you from that Demon King's strike. Alas, it is regrettable that I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years without taking a disciple. Might you, dear Yi, fulfill my dying wish and call me master? As Pan Yan's condition worsened, Yi Chun began to harbor doubts about entrusting Yi Zheniying to this esteemed figure. The trio, Yi Chun, who was observing Pan Yan, and Yi Zheniying, who remained blissfully unaware, found only Yi Zheniying in the dark, weeping for Pan Yan. Old master, no, master, please do not perish. You still need to teach me the axe techniques. You cannot simply vanish. Call me master once more. Hélas, me dear disciple, Pan Yan exclaimed, rising instantly, his face radiant with pride. He had already regained a portion of his strength. His earlier pitiful act was merely a ruse to coax Yi Zheniying into acknowledging him as a teacher. Upon witnessing Pan Yan's current state, Yi Zheniying quickly realized he had been deceived, and a look of anger crossed his face as he turned to leave. Disciple, where are you going? Come with your master and leave this place. Noticing Yi Zheniying's anger, Pan Yan chose not to dwell on it and hastened to his side. Disciple, this place is perilous, teeming with six-tier demonic beasts. You, a mere golden core cultivator, running about would only serve as fodder for these beasts. Please listen to me. I am compelled by circumstances. Besides, you had your grievances with me earlier, so let's both take a step back, shall we? Seeing that Yi Zheniying continued to ignore him, Pan Yan scratched his head in frustration, unsure of how to appease his unwitting disciple. Just as he pondered how to win back the trust of the disciple he had deceived, Yi Zheniying abruptly halted, turning to him and lightly stating, Master, we must depart. You still need to teach me your sky-splitting divine axe techniques. Upon hearing Yi Zheniying willingly address him as master, Pan Yan's face broke into a smile. Though he was uncertain about the sudden change in the young man's demeanor, it mattered little at that moment. Just as Pan Yan was about to respond, darkness enveloped his vision. When his sight returned, he was astonished to find that he and Yi Zheniying had been transported out of the flying immortal palace. Before he could speak again to Yi Zheniying, 5 formidable figures appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, Pan Yan recognized these 5 as the powerful beings they had encountered on the third layer. The 5, now transported from the palace, bore expressions of astonishment, having been caught off guard by the palace's sudden teleportation. The 5 of them exchanged bewildered glances with the over 1 million cultivators outside the flying immortal palace, none comprehending what had transpired. Only Yi Zheniying appeared unfazed. He had received a message from his father, Yi Chun, within the palace, already aware of the palace's recognition of its master. Moreover, Yi Chun had informed him of the mass teleportation of the cultivators, and it was at that moment that he agreed to Pan Yan's request to take him as a disciple, fully accepting Pan Yan as his master. As the cultivators outside the flying immortal palace were still deliberating on how to enter, the towering edifice, rising thousands of feet into the sky, abruptly diminished in size and vanished into the void. Moments later, the 100,000 cultivators emerged from their shock at the palace's disappearance. The vanishing of the palace signified the loss of treasures, stripping away the allure of their coveted riches. It was only then that the factions, initially intent on seizing the treasures of the flying immortal palace, realized that the corpses of their comrades lay ensnared in the vines woven across the abyss below. Consequently, the various factions commenced their search for the bodies, and once they had gathered their fallen, they departed from the site. Thus concluded the affair of the flying immortal palace. Chapter 42. Master and Disciple. A month later, in the mountains of the Sword Control Sect, following the climactic battle between Lu Chun and the Demon King Luo Tian, Lu Feng relocated the sect to the far southern reaches of the Bei Liang dynasty. This southernmost territory had once been claimed by Liang Yuan during the zenith of the Sword Control Sect's power, extending its dominion 50,000 miles southward. The original site of the Sword Control Sect was rendered uninhabitable due to the devastation of the battle. After consulting with Feng Qingzi, the decision was made to move the Sword Control Sect to this southern land. The conflict between Lu Chun and the Demon King had obliterated everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Upon returning to the Sword Control Sect, Fengxingzi had not yet completed the reorganization of the sect's order when he promptly commanded all disciples to descend the mountain and assist the people of Beiliang in reconstructing their homes and cities. It seemed as though everything was gradually returning to a state of order. At this moment, within the cemetery of the Sword Control Sect, Lu Chun and Yi Chun sat cross-legged inside a small wooden cabin, gazing at the numerous magical artifacts and spiritual devices filling the cabin. Yi Chun was taken aback. Having not returned to the cemetery for decades, he was astonished by the accumulation of treasures in his master's little cabin. Reminded by Yi Chun, Lu Chun began to survey his surroundings. In addition to the various treasures acquired from his century-long attendance, there were also some items recently extracted from the small world of the Hall of Witchcraft on the 4th level of the Flying Immortal Palace, all of which he had placed in this cabin for study. After a brief inspection of the cabin, Lu Chun chuckled lightly, acknowledging that it had indeed been a long time since he had paid attention, and he had unwittingly amassed so many items. Some of these treasures, he noted, had originated from the small world of the Hall of Witchcraft on the 4th level of the Flying Immortal Palace. With a soft sound, Yi Chen's teacup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor upon hearing Lu Chen's calm remark. According to Elder Tianjian, the small world of the Hall of Witchcraft on the 4th level had been removed by a formidable being who had slain the Demon King. Did this not imply that his master, Lu Chun, was that very powerful entity? As this realization dawned on him, disbelief washed over Yi Chen's face as he turned his gaze toward his master. Master, did you retrieve the small world of the Hall of Witchcraft? Indeed. Hearing Lu Chen's affirmative response, Yi Chun comprehended that the small world of the Hall of Witchcraft on the 4th level of the Flying Immortal Palace had been taken by his master, Lu Chun. This meant that the one who had utterly vanquished the resurrected Demon King Luo Tian was none other than his master. According to the account of the venerable Elder Tianjian, the resurrected Demon King Luo Tian has already restored his cultivation to the Great Ascension stage. Even an ordinary human cultivator at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension would find it exceedingly difficult to suppress him. This implies that my master must indeed be in existence of the Great Ascension level. Yi Chun bowed his head in contemplation, astonished that his master had already reached such heights, while he himself remained merely a nascent soul cultivator, bringing shame to his master, a being who has transcended mortality. After a moment, Yi Chun lifted his head, resolutely deciding to venture forth and seek his own opportunities. How proficient have you become in the operations of the Flying Immortal Palace? A sudden, nonchalant query interrupted Yi Chun's reverie. He then turned to face his master. Lu Chun, Master, after a month of exploration, I have nearly mastered the operation of the Flying Immortal Palace. Yi Chun addressed Lu Chun but hesitated, swallowing back the words he intended to express. Observing Yi Chun's reticence, Lu Chun appeared to discern his unspoken thoughts and kindly encouraged him. Speak freely. I am your master, and there is no need for excessive consideration. Even if you were to challenge the heavens, I would stand by you. Yi Chun, feeling a surge of anxiety, tightened his grip on the fabric of his robes. Despite nearing a century of age, he would forever remain the young lord of a fallen clan in the presence of his beloved mentor. I wish to establish my own faction to carry on the teachings of Master Tianjian. I aspire to safeguard this realm. Lu Chun regarded Yi Chun with a serious expression, nodding in understanding. Very well, I shall support you. Ultimately, you must possess a force of your own. However, I have one request. Yi Chun's heart swelled with curiosity, uncertain of what his master would demand. After a brief moment of shared gazes, Lu Chun slowly articulated his condition. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, you must shatter the jade pendant without delay, and I shall come at once. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's eyes began to glisten with emotion. As a young lord who had experienced the destruction of his clan and relentless pursuit by enemies, had he not met his master, he might have perished, his body devoured by wild dogs. His master had showered him with care, treating him as family. For Yi Chun, his master's presence constituted his true home. Have you thought a name for your faction? Guardian Pavilion. No matter how long I remain in this realm, I shall protect it as Master Tianjian did. Even if I ascend, the Guardian Pavilion will continue to safeguard the skies of the Taihao Great World on my behalf. After listening to Yi Chun's declaration, Lu Chun sighed. Yi Chun's aversion to the demon race stemmed from the depths of his soul. Unlike himself, the spirit within Lu Chun was not of this world. His actions towards the demon race would be dictated by his own conscience. Should they refrain from provoking him, he might never take action, even upon ascending to the minor celestial realm. Yet, Since his disciple harbored such intentions, Lu Chen would wholeheartedly support him. Regardless of whether Yi Chen's adversaries were human or demon, their formidable prowess would matter not. He would strike them down with a single sword. Feel free to take anything you need from this wooden cabin. The treasures within my spatial ring are no less than those in the treasure vault of the Tai Xian sacred land. Use them to establish your own faction. And should you find them insufficient in the future, remember to return for more. Lu Chen said, as he nodded in agreement. He then removed a spatial ring from his hand and tossed it to Yi Chen. Observing Yi Chen don the ring, he inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" "Today. I initially intended to stay at the cemetery for a while, but fearing unforeseen circumstances, I decided to return today to see you, my master." "Very well. Wait here for a moment. I shall prepare a bowl of dumplings for you." With that, Lu Chen stood up and left, leaving Yi Chen in a state of bewilderment. "Dumplings? What are those?" Half an hour later, Lu Chen returned to the wooden cabin, carrying a bowl of dumplings, and placed it before Yi Chen, urging him to eat. Yi Chen gazed at the dumplings, shaped like golden ingots and filled with meat. He picked one up and placed it in his mouth. After swallowing, he turned to Lu Chen with a puzzled expression. "Master, these dumplings have an indescribable flavor. I wonder what significance you attach to them by offering me this dish." Lu Chen paused for a moment, letting out a sigh. At such times, he often felt an ineffable sentiment stirring within him. He had once thought to accept whatever came his way, but articulating it was far easier than embodying that sentiment. After a brief silence, he slowly explained to Yi Chen, "In my homeland, there's an ancient saying, dumplings when departing, noodles when returning. Dumplings resemble golden ingots, symbolizing the hope for wealth and prosperity, as well as the forging of friendships. And they serve as a prayer for a smooth journey. Conversely, the returning noodles signify shedding the grievances and misfortunes encountered away from home. It embodies a yearning and a blessing." A sense of curiosity blossomed within Yi Chen's heart. "Your homeland must be a beautiful place," he mused. After sharing the significance of the dumplings, Lu Chen studied Yi Chen for a moment before speaking again. "When you return, I shall prepare a bowl of returning noodles for you. Indeed, upon my return, you must not forget my noodles, master." With a hint of moisture in his eyes, Yi Chen resumed eating the dumplings, quickly finishing the entire bowl. The master and disciple conversed freely for half a day before Yi Chen prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, Lu Chen pressed his finger gently to Yi Chen's forehead, imparting the comprehension of the ninth form of the soup-which sword technique, the power of life, into Yi Chen's mind. After all, his disciple vowed to vanquish demons and protect this realm, and the power of life was the greatest nemesis of the demon race, surely aiding him in exterminating them. As he watched Yi Chen's retreating figure, Lu Chen stood there lost in thought for a long time. In his eyes, Yi Chen resembled the so-called child of the world. He would not harbor resentment towards humanity for the misfortunes that befell him, nor would he shield them out of fear of the demon race's brutality. Perhaps he simply wished to safeguard this world, and nothing more. At this moment, in stark contrast to the atmosphere of the cemetery at the Yujian Sect, within the heart of the eastern region's Tai Xian sacred land, the eighth elder of the Holy Land, Pan Yin, never envisioned that the disciple he had taken under his wing would incite such chaos throughout the Holy Land, leading to a state where everyone spoke of Yi with trepidation. The most tumultuous son of the Tai Xian Holy Land has arrived. In Chapter 43, titled Tremors in the Eastern Domain, after a month of brewing events surrounding the flying immortal palace, the entire realm of cultivation in the Eastern Domain was akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a massive stone. Shocking news cascaded in waves, unsettling the hearts of various factions. Initially, the emergence of the flying immortal palace in the far eastern tier of the Eastern Domain caused a stir, followed by the escape of the sealed Luo Tun Demon King, who, masquerading as the spirit of the palace, deceived treasure seekers, resulting in the demise of 100,000 cultivators. Then a cultivation practitioner, Lu Chen, at the level of a false immortal, engaged in fierce battle with the Luo Tian Demon King. It is said that Lu Chen, during this confrontation, drew upon 1,000,000 swords, shattering the Demon King's miniature domain. Following this, he experienced an epiphany and unleashed a singular strike imbued with peculiar spiritual energy, ultimately slaying the Demon King. As cultivators in the Eastern Domain were left astounded by this news, rumors began to circulate that the false immortal Lu Chen, after vanquishing the Demon King, had been challenged by the Death Sword immortal Yan San, who had not graced the mortal realm for 2 millennia, to a duel 10 years hence. Despite his long absence, Tales of Yin Shisan's prowess during his tribulation period continued to echo through the ages. The cultivators of the Eastern Domain were left curious as to whether Yin Shisan's sword techniques were superior or if Lu Chen's skill surpassed them. Just as the cultivation community was grappling with this astonishing revelation, the Taishan Holy Land announced a most unfathomable alliance with the Sword Control Sect. Although the Sword Control Sect had suffered some reputational damage due to the Tian family incident, the presence of a half-step supreme being hardly warranted such a public declaration of alliance by a Holy Land. Uninformed cultivators began to investigate the Sword Control Sect, and upon uncovering the truth, those who had sought to probe into the sect retreated in panic. The ancestor Lu Feng of the Sword Control Sect had broken through to the supreme level, and, in addition, the false immortal Lu Chen, who had slain the Demon King, was also a revered elder of this fourth-tier sect. All factions that had scrutinized the Sword Control Sect now understood why the Taishan Holy Land chose to ally with them. Who could have imagined that a fourth-tier sect would boast both a super false immortal and a supreme level elder? With the truth unveiled, various powers within the Eastern Domain began dispatching envoys to visit the Sword Control Sect, nearly trampling its threshold. The alliance with the Taishan Holy Land, along with the existence of a false immortal elder, led the Sword Control Sect to be dubbed a minor Holy Land by the cultivators of the Eastern Domain. All factions recognized that the Sword Control Sect had inevitably ascended to the ranks of top-tier sects, and when they next opened their gates for recruitment, many descendants of prominent families were sure to seize the opportunity to join. After another fortnight, as the Eastern Domain's cultivation community struggled to recover from this series of shocking events, another startling incident unfolded. 15 peaks of the law enforcement hall of the Taishan Holy Land were set ablaze. The perpetrator of this fiery act was none other than Yujian, the newly accepted son of the 8th Elder, Pan Yin. The Taishan Sacred Land is home to 13 esteemed elders, the most exceptional disciples of whom are designated as the Holy Sons of the Sacred Land. It is widely known that the 8th Elder, Pan Yin, has spent millennia in cultivation without accepting a disciple. Who could have anticipated that his first pupil would set ablaze the law enforcement peak of the Taishan Sacred Land? As the matter concerning the Holy Son unfolds, cultivators from the Eastern region are left curious about how this audacious new 8th Holy Son will be dealt with. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the controversy, Yujian, finds himself reflecting in solitude upon the cliff face of the 8th main peak. In the small courtyard atop the peak, several elders, who share a camaraderie with Pan Yin, stand in conversation. Pan Yin, your disciple truly possesses audacity beyond measure. Of all places to ignite a fire, why the law enforcement peak? Remarked an elderly figure, frail and seemingly aged, casting a disapproving glance at the 8th Elder, Pan Yin. This incident cannot be blamed on my disciple, Pan Yin retorted with evident indignation. The head of the law enforcement peak was fully aware that my disciple is the Holy Son. He deliberately obstructed my disciple's path and even attempted to take action against him. This is clearly an act of provocation. If it were not for my disciple's restraint, I would have already considered setting fire to the law enforcement peak once more. As the 6th Elder chastised his disciple, Pan Yin responded with palpable anger. Observing the rising tension between the two elders, a youthful-looking elder with white hair interjected, urging them to calm their tempers. Both esteemed elders, let's temper our emotions. The 6th Elder's concerns are understandable, but we must not let anger cloud our judgment. Moreover, what Elder Pan Yin has said holds merit. My disciples from the Dan Peak witnessed the events firsthand. Zhenying merely roamed to familiarize himself with the sacred land. He was accused by the law enforcement peak disciples of being a spy for the Demon Clan. Had it not been for my disciples' intervention, the disciples of the law enforcement peak would have likely incapacitated the 8th Holy Son on the spot. Indeed, rather than squabble, we should focus on how to address this matter, the 9th Elder concurred, given that the 4th Elder is still in seclusion. Should he learn of the fire at the law enforcement peak, he may well erupt in fury and seek to execute the 8th Holy Son. The 11th Elder echoed the 9th Elder's sentiments, and upon hearing their counsel, both the 6th and 8th Elders ceased their quarrel, allowing the atmosphere to settle. A moment later, a look of realization dawned upon Pan Yin's face as he addressed the gathered elders. We have overlooked an important figure. The assembly exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to discern whom they had neglected to consider. The pseudo-immortal, Lu Chen. Upon mentioning Lu Chen's name, aside from the 11th and 13th Elders, who appeared disgruntled, The rest of the elders were left in bewilderment. Observing the 8th elder's expression of delight, the 13th elder, resembling a wronged maiden, inquired, 8th elder, you do not intend to invoke the token from Senior Lu Chen for me and the 11th elder, do you? Absolutely not. Do I even need that? Replied Banyan. When the renowned name of the pseudo-immortal Lu Chen spread throughout the cultivation world, my disciple once mentioned that his father is the sole disciple of the pseudo-immortal Lu Chen, and he has been raised alongside Lu Chen. Upon hearing the 8th elder's revelation regarding Yi Zheniying's connection to Lu Chen, all present were left in a state of astonishment. Initially on the verge of a quarrel with Pan Yin, Elder Lu was now utterly astonished, his eyes betraying an expression of disbelief. Elder Ba, are you certain that what the 8th Holy Son has said is true? This matter is of great significance and must be reported to the Holy Land. The 9th elder of Danfeng, recovering from a shock, was equally taken aback by the revelation. If Yi Zheniying's claims regarding his relationship with Lu Chen were indeed accurate, then the destruction of 15 law enforcement peaks would pale in comparison to the potential consequences of harming the Jade Maiden Peak, home to the 3rd elder of the Holy Land. Upon hearing the 9th elder's inquiry, Pan Yin began to harbor doubts as well. These are the words spoken by that young laddie. I initially dismissed them as mere bravado. However, during our time at the Flying Immortal Hall, he did indeed execute the sword control technique of the Sword Control Sect, an unblemished rendition of the technique. As Pan Yan's description resonated through the gathering, the assembly of elders began to lean towards the possibility of the truth. It seemed that Yi Zheniying might not have been exaggerating after all, having truly grown up under Lu Chen's watchful eye. Yet, their expressions soon turned somber in the realm of cultivation. Powerful individuals without offspring often regarded their disciples as their own kin. Should it turn out that Lu Chen was indeed a figure of Yi Zheniying's grandfather's generation, who could guarantee that he would not wreak havoc upon the Tai Xian Holy Land upon learning of the troubles faced by Yi Zheniying at the law enforcement peak? Just as the elders were mired in their concerns, a commanding voice reverberated throughout the Tai Xian Holy Land. Lu Feng of the Sword Control Sect has arrived for a visit. The atmosphere of the Tai Xian Holy Land erupted into a cacophony, and by the time the assembly of elders gathered at the 8th main peak, the Holy Master Xian Tianji was already engaged in conversation with Lu Feng. I am Xian Tianji, the Holy Master of the Tai Xian Holy Land. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist Lu Feng. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xian Tianji's expression was cordial, yet he harbored profound astonishment within. Although Lu Feng appeared to be at the early stages of the tribulation crossing, the aura he emanated posed a palpable threat even to a perfected expert like Xian Tianji. Greetings, Taoist Xian Tian. I have come for a singular purpose, Lu Feng replied, bowing respectfully. I am here for the 8th Holy Son, Yi Zheniying. As Lu Feng uttered Yi Zheniying's name, Xian Tianji's curiosity intensified. He was aware of Yi Zheniying, the newly adopted disciple of Elder Pan Yin, who had recently garnered notoriety for setting fire to the law enforcement peak. While he understood the circumstances surrounding Yi Zheniying's actions, he had not given them much thought. May I ask, fellow Taoist Lu, what business do you have with our 8th Holy Son? Perhaps you are unaware, but Yi Zheniying is the sole disciple of my master, Lu Chen, and the child of Yi Chen. At this revelation, both Holy Master Xian Tianji and the assembled elders were left in a state of shock, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Lu Feng continued, Zheniying is grown up by my master's side, and though he may be rather mischievous, he would never recklessly commit the folly of setting his own sect aflame. Thus, my master has sent me to inquire about the situation and to convey a message. If Zhan Ying bears any fault, as a disciple of the sacred land, any consequences he faces are of his own making. However, should Zhan Ying be wronged, the Lord would not mind paying a visit to the sacred land. As Lu Feng spoke, the sacred master Xian Tianji and the gathered elders understood the implication. It was evident that Yi Zheniying's supporter, Lu Chen, had perceived something amiss and sent Lu Feng to provide backing. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Lu Feng, I shall personally investigate the truth behind the incident of the 8th Holy Son setting fire to the law enforcement peak. Please, make yourself comfortable inside. In half an hour, I shall deliver a satisfactory response to both Elder Lu Chen and yourself. He welcomed Lu Feng into the main hall of the sacred land. Soon after, the sacred master Xian Tianji's face darkened with anger, causing the surrounding elders to become somewhat flustered. Should this matter be mishandled, involving Lu Chen could lead to significant complications. Although the sacred land boasted several concealed grandmasters, they would never risk offending such a formidable figure as Lu Chen to shield someone who had erred. Half an hour later, Xian Tianji approached Lu Feng, holding dozens of severed heads aloft. Fellow Taoist, the investigation has revealed that a core disciple of the law enforcement hall intentionally harassed the 8th Holy Son, provoking him into a fit of rage that resulted in the burning of the mountain. This lapse in management lies with our Taishan sacred land. I implore you to convey my apologies to Elder Lu Chen. We shall ensure such incidents do not recur. Upon witnessing the severed heads in Xian Tianji's grasp, it was evident that the truth had been uncovered. Lu Feng bid farewell to the sacred master and tore open a spatial passage to depart. As the rift closed behind him, Xian Tianji immediately summoned all elders who were not in seclusion to convene in the main hall, initiating an elders' meeting. 3 days later, the sacred land publicly disclosed the truth behind Yujian Sect's burning of 15 law enforcement peaks, stirring the tumultuous voices of the Eastern Domain as Cultivation whirled once more. Chapter 44. Everything returns to the beginning. The public discourse in the Eastern Domain as Cultivation realm was once again ignited by Yi Zhening. The Taishan sacred land exonerated the newly appointed 8th Holy Son Yi Zhening in the incident, with the law enforcement hall subsequently compensating him with a substantial sum of spirit crystals and various treasures. This succession of revelations astonished not only the external forces, but also ignited fervent discussions within the sacred land itself. Although Yi Zhening was the victim of harassment, his act of arson against the law enforcement peak was undeniably a grave offense, and even as a holy son, he could not remain unscathed. Yet, the outcome was that Yi Zhening faced no repercussions, with the law enforcement hall even issuing apologies and reparations. Debates regarding the incident within the Taishan sacred land drew both criticism and secret support among disciples. Those in the law enforcement hall, who often exploited their limited authority to oppress disciples from other peaks, found themselves facing unexpected repercussions. Who could have anticipated that the law enforcement hall would stumble so significantly under the new Holy Son's influence? Not only were 15 peaks incinerated, but they were also required to compensate with a multitude of spirit crystals and treasures. Moreover, the occurrence of this incident prompted Sacred Master Xian Tianji to oversee the law enforcement hall personally, instilling a sense of trepidation among its disciples, all fearful of attracting the Sacred Master's attention. As this incident comes to a close, Yi Zhening's name has risen to prominence within the sacred land. Shortly thereafter, a source revealed an even more shocking piece of news, once again thrusting Yi Zhening into the limelight. Just a few days prior, the esteemed ancestor of the Yujian Sect, Lu Feng, had visited specifically to lend his support to Yi Zhening. Not only did the venerable Lu Feng intervene, but even the elusive immortal Lu Chen became involved in the matter. Lu Feng, in the presence of the sect master Xian Tianji, openly declared that Yi Zhening's father is the sole disciple of the formidable Lu Chen. Upon hearing this revelation, the disciples of the sacred land finally comprehended why the 8th Holy Son, Yi Zhening, despite being merely a golden core cultivator, had dared to set ablaze 15 law enforcement peaks, and how he managed to remain unscathed thereafter. With the protection of the formidable Lu Chen, even the sect master would hesitate to penalize Yi Zhening in times of moral ambiguity. Amidst the uproar both within and outside the sacred land, Yi Zhening, at the pinnacle of public opinion, was atop the 8th main peak, barbecuing a bird-like demon beast of comparable size to a human, alongside Pan Yan. My precious disciple, the aroma and flavor of this bird are exquisite, yet it seems somewhat familiar. Where did you procure it? From the law enforcement peak. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Zhening boldly stated the origin of the fowl when queried by Pan Yan. Upon hearing law enforcement peak, Pan Yan's expression momentarily faltered, and then, as if struck by a thought, he gazed at Yi Zhening, who was intently adding firewood, and inquired with curiosity, could this possibly be the juvenile of the patrol phoenix, the exclusive mount of the law enforcement hall? Nodding in affirmation, Yi Zhening confirmed Pan Yan's suspicion. The response elicited a sense of resignation on Pan Yan's face. Since being harassed by the disciples of the law enforcement hall, this precious disciple had not only incinerated 15 of their peaks, but seemed to take pleasure in frequently causing trouble at the law enforcement peak. Saying, Ban Yan lamented. He had initially intended to defend his disciple, yet he now found himself feeling sympathy for the disciples of the law enforcement hall. He then took a hearty swig from the drunken immortal brew and turned his gaze towards Yujian, who was engrossed in barbecuing the patrol phoenix, lost in contemplation. At this moment, within the main hall of the Yujian Sect, Wang Liang of the North Liang dynasty knelt on the ground, beseeching Feng Qingzi. Numerous unfamiliar forces had emerged within the territory of the North Liang dynasty, all seeking to pay their respects to the venerable Lu Chen of the Yujian Sect. During these visits, conflicts frequently arose, leading to skirmishes that disregarded the surrounding populace, leaving the common folk of the North Liang kingdom in distress. Feng Qingzi helped Wang Liang to his feet, his brow furrowing upon hearing the latter's lamentations. Indeed, due to the presence of two superlative ancestors from his sect, many factions from the eastern domains had come to visit, nearly trampling the threshold of the Yujian Sect's doors. After a moment of reflection, Feng Qingzi arrived at a conclusion. It was perhaps time to seek Lu Chen's counsel. He then addressed Wang Liang, stating, "This situation also bears some responsibility from our Yujian Sect. Allow me to consult the ancestor and provide you with a response." With that, Feng Qingzi began to contact Lu Feng. After receiving a message from Feng Qingzi in the cemetery, Lu Feng stood before Lu Chen, awaiting instructions. How could the events transpiring within the Sword Master Sect escape Lu Chen's keen perception? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen addressed Lu Feng, stating that the ongoing conflicts among these factions indeed required intervention. Regardless of the reasons, such wanton behavior beneath my very eyes lacks decorum. As fate would have it, the Northern Liang king had come seeking assistance, thus providing an opportune moment to address these matters. Upon receiving Lu Chen's directives, Lu Feng promptly conveyed Lu Chen's intentions to Feng Qingzi. Meanwhile, within the Sword Master Hall, Liang Zhao wore a troubled expression as he gazed at Feng Qingzi. As a look of joy blossomed on Feng Qingzi's face, Liang Zhao's demeanor shifted to one of palpable excitement. What do the two ancestors imply? The ancestor of our Sword Master Sect has consented to address this issue, and you, Northern Liang. Before Feng Qingzi could finish speaking, a powerful proclamation reverberated throughout the Northern Liang dynasty. The Edict of the Sword Master Sect declared that henceforth, the Northern Liang dynasty would be an affiliated dynasty under the protection of the Sword Master Sect. Should any external forces dare to engage in combat within the Northern Liang territory, it would be regarded as a declaration of war against the Sword Master Sect. This voice, amplified by formidable spiritual energy, reached the ears of everyone within the Northern Liang dynasty. Upon hearing the issuance of the Sword Master Sect's decree, the faces of the Northern Liang citizens were alight with joy, while the external forces appeared visibly distressed. It was clear that the voice belonged to Lu Feng, and everyone understood that this decree not only reflected Lu Feng's wishes, but also bore the influence of the pseudo-immortal Lu Chen. As the news of the Northern Liang dynasty becoming an affiliated entity of the Sword Master Sect spread, no external forces dared to engage in reckless conflict within Northern Liang, fearing the wrath of a pseudo-immortal level powerhouse. With Lu Feng's announcement of the Sword Master Sect's decree, the Northern Liang dynasty entered a period of stable recovery. 1 month later, within the cemetery of the Sword Master Sect, Lu Chen diligently swept the grounds with a high-grade magical broom, tidying the area leaf by leaf. It was once again the season of falling leaves, and with each sweep of the broom, the ground covered in foliage revealed patches of bare earth. In the tranquil cemetery, a youthful figure with an ageless visage continued to clear the incessantly falling leaves. Kai Shuang'er returned home to her family with the resources provided by this young man. Yi Chen tirelessly sought the light to protect this realm, while Yi Zhenying entered the sacred grounds to embark on a new path of chaos. Everything within the cemetery seemed to revert to how it was 80 years ago, or perhaps back to its original form. Chapter 45, Qilin, Black Sha. A decade passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Chen had spent 10 solitary years within this cemetery. Only a month remained until his duel with Yen Shisan. As was his custom, Lu Chen strolled to the Spirit Hall to commence his daily check-in. Ding, host detected in the Spirit Hall. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding, congratulations host on a successful check-in. You have received the divine beast black gold Qilin. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Chen stood frozen in place. This marked the first time he had received a living entity as a reward from a check-in, and furthermore, it was a divine beast. As a radiant beam of golden light flashed, a divine beast, the black gold Qilin, materialized before Lu Chen. However, the more Lu Chen observed this creature, the more it resembled a large black dog adorned with horns and a beard. System, display the information on the black gold Qilin. A chime echoed in his mind, and the data was transmitted directly to Lu Chen's consciousness for his perusal. The black gold Qilin is a branch of the ancient Qilin clan. This particular specimen being an adult with complete tribulation mastery. It possesses spatial talent, able to traverse vast distances of billions of miles without expending energy. Fond of heavenly materials and treasures, it harbors the power to devour. Currently, the health status of this divine beast is relatively good, yet it harbors intentions to escape the host. Upon reviewing the system's information, Lu Chen felt a surge of astonishment. The Qilin's abilities were indeed formidable. The capability to cross billions of miles without consumption meant that even when severely injured, it could effortlessly teleport away from formidable enemies. After marveling at the prowess of the black gold Qilin, his gaze shifted to the system's alarming notification indicating escape. Lu Chen was incredulous, scrutinizing the large black creature before him. Escape? Could this foolish-looking black dog truly intend to flee? With a sudden howl, the large black dog collapsed to the ground, feigning death. Observing the seemingly lifeless Qilin, even Lu Chen, who is usually unflappable, felt a pang of confusion, uncertain of the creature's intentions. After a brief moment, the black gold Qilin shattered the silence. "Hey, treacherous human cultivator, do you not see that Lord Black is dead? Why not dig a grave and bury me?" Staring at the creature that referred to itself as Lord Black, Lu Chen was utterly bewildered. Could this pretender truly be the divine beast Qilin? Recalling the earlier hint of escape, he swiftly comprehended the creature's intent, and a playful notion arose within him. "Very well, I shall dig a grave for you." With a light chuckle, Lu Chen vanished from sight, prompting the feigning black gold Qilin to roll its eyes. This human cultivator was terrifying, despite being merely a tribulation stage practitioner. He radiated an ethereal aura. One could conservatively estimate that he could easily dispatch Lord Black with just a couple of slaps. It was imperative to act quickly and escape. The black gold Qilin immediately sprang to its feet, tearing through the fabric of space in an attempt to flee. However, just as it was about to breach the spatial rift, a golden celestial sword materialized, severing the nascent passage. The large black dog glanced toward the entrance of the spirit hall, where the human cultivator, who had just departed, now wore a mocking expression. It seemed that Lu Chen's derision had wounded the Qilin's pride, and with a furious roar, it charged towards him. "How dare you, treacherous human cultivator! Lord Black shall fight you." An hour later, after an intense exchange of blows, Lu Chen found himself mounted upon the back of the black gold Qilin, which was now referred to as Lord Black. Beneath him, the Qilin's whiskers appeared as if they had been trimmed, with crimson droplets seeping from its scales. Yet, the formidable Black Shah did not seem to yield, still glaring at Lu Chen with gritted teeth. The proud Black Shah would never submit. This treacherous human cultivator had employed despicable tactics to capture him, and now sought to compel his surrender. Observing the obstinate black dog, who still proclaimed his defiance, Lu Chen could only wear a look of exasperation. He had never intended to force the majestic black gold Qilin to submit. It was perplexing how this beast, resembling a large black dog, had concocted such a dire scenario, fighting against him as if cornered. Lu Chen then leaped down from the back of the irate Qilin, confronting the furious black gold creature directly. "When did I ever utter a word about your submission?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the Qilin's expression faltered, as it reflected on the fact that the human cultivator indeed had not requested its surrender. Yet, doubt lingered in its eyes as it reiterated, "Cunning human cultivator, are you quite certain you do not wish for such a magnificent beast as the Black Shah to yield?" Lu Chen, observing the bewildered expression on the black dog's face, turned his back and ambled towards the rocking chair, seemingly disinterested in the creature's protestations. Witnessing this disregard, the self-proclaimed Black Shah's anger flared anew. "You treacherous human cultivator must be attempting to deceive the Black Shah into lowering his guard, so you can capture him and train him as a steed. How can you not be swayed by such a magnificent beast? Do you hold the Black Shah in contempt?" Despite the Qilin's scornful taunts, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, reclining in the rocking chair and drifting into slumber. As he continued to ignore the creature, doubts began to creep into Black Shah's mind. Could it be that this human cultivator truly did not desire him as a mount? Shaking his head, Black Shah resolved that the human was merely feigning indifference. He would not be deceived. After a prolonged watch of 2 hours, Black Shah's stomach began to protest, revealing his hunger. He commenced a search for edible items within the graveyard, but after a lengthy quest, he discovered nothing but mounds of graves surrounding him. This accursed human cultivator. What means has he employed to bring the Black Shah to this forsaken place? Am I to starve? I cannot possibly gnaw on the bones within these tombs. As Black Shah lamented his predicament, a bag radiating potent spiritual energy struck him upon the head. Crystals began to tumble from the bag, and what initially sparked his ire transformed into a broad grin as he beheld the treasures within. Glancing towards the reclining Lu Chen, he cautiously pawed the bag of spiritual crystals into his embrace. After a brief interval, having consumed all the crystals, Black Shah let out a contented belch, his large beastly face aglow with satisfaction. With a curious gaze, he surveyed his surroundings before ultimately focusing on Lu Chen's small wooden cabin. Stealing a furtive glance at the slumbering human, the black dog-like Black Shah surprisingly stood upright on his hind legs, deftly using his claws to scuttle into the quaint little abode. Upon entering the quaint wooden cabin, the formidable Black Shah's limbs touched down, revealing a plethora of elixirs and divine artifacts that filled the room. A stream of drool escaped his mouth. This is it. I need not worry about provisions for an entire year. Gazing at the abundance of sustenance, Black Shah was about to indulge in a couple of inferior spiritual devices to whet his appetite when Lu Chen's voice echoed once more. Big black dog, should you dare touch anything within this abode, I shan't hesitate to slay you. Chapter 46, The Appointment. Hearing Lu Chen's threat, Black Shah wore an expression of indifference yet ceased his movements, letting out a contemptuous snort. Out of respect for that bag of spirit crystals, I shall grant you face. Besides, I am already sated. With that, he sprang into the air, landing on Lu Chen's wooden bed. The massive black golden Qilin sprawled across the bed, rendering Lu Chen's small cot exceedingly diminutive by comparison. As Black Shah drifted into slumber, the scenes within the cabin replayed in Lu Chen's mind. Reclining in the rocking chair, a smile graced Lu Chen's face as he observed this foolish dog, who moments ago had been ready to challenge him, now sleeping soundly in his cabin. As he peered into the various amusing sleeping positions of Black Shah, Lu Chen's smile widened. Perhaps having such an entertaining divine beast in his company within the mausoleum was quite delightful. Unbeknownst to him, time swiftly approached the day before his duel with Yen Shursan. Tomorrow marked the day of their fateful contest. After a decade of silence, the Eastern region's cultivation world stirred back to life, as countless practitioners flocked to the abyssal stream of the Western Endless Sea to witness the impending clash. Meanwhile, within the mausoleum, Lu Chen continued to methodically clean, seemingly unaffected by the commotion outside. Not far from the cabin, Black Shah lounged upon a newly crafted enormous rocking chair, having fully claimed this place ever since discovering the endless supply of elixirs and spiritual weapons. In such a paradise of endless food and shelter, he had no intention of leaving. Little Black, Lu Chen called out lightly while sweeping. Instantly, the slumbering Black Shah sprang to attention, his expression filled with annoyance, revealing a bright red tongue that dripped with droplets of saliva. Lu Chen, the old thief, Black Shah warns you for the last time, do not call me Little Black, a name that diminishes my grandeur. Yet, Lu Chen continued his sweeping without missing a beat, responding calmly, tonight, accompany me on an outing. His tone remained remarkably placid, unaffected by Black Shah's insolent remarks. After a month of cohabitation, Lu Chen had grown accustomed to the shameless antics of this Qilin. This great black dog not only relished pilfering the treasures Lu Chen earned, but also enjoyed causing mischief among the disciples of the Sword Control sect. Over the course of their interactions, the sect had come to regard Black Shah as their guardian divine beast, albeit one that frequently engaged in shameless antics, leaving them in a state of exasperation. Lu Chen, the old thief, Black Shah is weary and has no desire to go anywhere. I have been afflicted with a malady that confines me to my abode, rendering me unable to venture forth. Upon hearing of my intent to leave, the Black Fiend promptly returned to his designated rocking chair, mouth agape and tongue lolling, displaying an exaggerated semblance of impending demise. Internally, he berated the shamelessness of the old rogue, Lu Chen, who sought to exploit him for free labor. Not far away, Lu Chen observed the Black Fiend's antics and sighed, his expression suffused with exasperation. Little Black, accompany me in a task. Upon its completion, I shall reward you with 100 high-grade spirit crystals and a medium-grade spirit artifact. Surely, you need not intervene? Upon hearing Lu Chen's offer, the Black Fiend lifted his grand Qilin head, skepticism evident in his gaze. The astute creature could not fall prey to Lu Chen's deceit. No need for you to intervene. You have misunderstood my intentions. I am willing to assist, but I require an additional 100 medium-grade spirit crystals. Do not accuse me of extortion. My efforts are considerable, and this price is entirely reasonable. Hearing the Black Fiend's demands, Lu Chen shook his head in resigned disbelief. This is a personal matter. Your intervention is unnecessary. The brazen demeanor of the black dog was almost instinctual, piquing Lu Chen's curiosity about a potential encounter between this black gold Qilin and Yi Zhenying. Would they unite in mutual admiration to wreak greater havoc? Or would they engage in an endless rivalry, each refusing to concede? Shaking off such thoughts, Lu Chen quickly tidied the cemetery before reclining beside the rocking chair once more. On the following day, before dawn broke, Lu Chen summoned Lu Feng, imparting a few brief instructions, and then mounted the grumbling Black Fiend's back as they vanished into the spatial passage. In the abyssal domain, situated amidst the endless sea between the eastern region and the central continent, the chasm formed during the invasion of the demon race by the 10 pinnacle cultivators of the Taiyao Great World, now inundated by the sea, had evolved into the abyssal domain. At this moment, Yujian stood resolutely in the skies above the abyssal domain, sword in hand. 100,000 miles away, spirit vessels hovered above various islands. While a few belonged to major powers, a significant number were jointly rented by smaller factions without their own vessels, all gathered to witness the impending battle. The myriad factions aboard the spirit vessels engaged in fervent discussions regarding the outcome of the day's conflict. Some believed Yujian would triumph, while others were convinced of Lu Chen's victory, subtly forming two factions in support of each contender. As tensions escalated among the cultivators, nearly erupting into violence, a young man stepped forth to quell the brewing conflict. Esteemed seniors, handsome gentlemen, and lovely ladies, lend me your ears. We are here to observe, not to engage in combat. If the main protagonists have yet to clash, what folly is it for us to turn against one another? Allow me to propose a means to profit from this spectacle. Young man, do enlighten us on your method of profit, inquired a curious cultivator wielding a spirit blade, eager for clarification from the unexpectedly bold youth. An excellent question. Since we possess differing opinions, let us wager on today as contest. If Senior Lu Chen were to lose, the odds would be 1 to 3. Should Senior Yujian face defeat, the odds would be 1 to 9. The minimum wager required for participation is a single low-grade spiritual crystal, with no upper limit on additional stakes. The young man wore a cunning smile, his thoughts spilling forth as he basked in the attention of the crowd. However, a voice of skepticism soon emerged. Young lad, what if our winnings exceed the amount we wagered? How will you compensate us? Upon hearing this challenge, the surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement, echoing the concern. Yet, the young man remained unfazed, casually retrieving a pile of elixirs and exquisite artifacts from his spatial ring. The onlookers were momentarily awestruck by the immense value of the treasures before them. He then produced a premium spiritual axe, addressing the assembly. Is this sufficient? If not, I have plenty more in my spatial ring. If there are no further doubts, I invite you all to place your bets. After his declaration, he returned the items to his ring, prompting a flurry of hushed exchanges among the crowd. Moments later, the discussion subsided, and one by one, the cultivators approached the young man to submit their stakes. The scene of the young man initiating the wager did not escape the keen eyes of the elders aboard the Sacred Land's spiritual vessel. One elder, disregarding the disdainful glances from those around him, wore a proud expression. Truly, my disciple Pan Yin is remarkable. He finds ways to profit even in such circumstances. Unlike certain disciples who merely exploit others, contributing nothing of substance. Pan Yan's remark instantly ignited fury in the countenance of a white-haired elder, a figure of righteous indignation, who was the fourth elder of the Sacred Land, overseeing the law enforcement hall. He had never expected that, after merely a century of seclusion, the disciples of the law enforcement hall would become so audacious. Just recently, they had oppressed Pan Yan's newly accepted disciple, drawing out a false immortal powerhouse. Yet, despite Pan Yan's humiliation, the fourth elder found himself unable to retort as the fault lay with him. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged the situation. As the wagers were finalized on the other side, the crowd's attention shifted back to Yujian. They looked toward the sky, curious as to why Lu Chen had not yet arrived. With the emergence of the first rays of dawn, a formidable figure radiating powerful sword intent appeared, standing behind a large black dog not far from Yujian. Lu Chen had arrived. Chapter 47. The Rise of Battle Intent, Sword Intent Across 10,000 Miles. The two sword cultivators, poised for combat, finally manifested before the audience. Sword cultivators have always yearned for worthy opponents, seeking to determine supremacy through their blades. This impending battle of sword immortals at the pseudo-immortal level had drawn the attention of over 10 great transcendents to witness the clash. Above the abyssal flow region, as Liu Chen appeared, Yujian equally unleashed the sword intent that enveloped him. The collision of their sword intents sent towering waves surging thousands of feet into the air over the endless ocean below. The spectators fixated their gazes upon the duel between Liu Chen and Yujian, afraid to miss even the slightest detail of the unfolding spectacle. Although the system shrouded Liu Chen's true cultivation level from prying eyes, no one seemed to care about uncovering the reality of his prowess any longer. The slaying of the Demon King, which restored him to the peak of the Great Ascension, serves as a testament to the fact that Liu Chen is, at the very least, a formidable figure among the ranks of false immortals. Do you see that a large black dog is beneath the feet of the esteemed Elder Liu Chen? Just as the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, a cultivator pointed towards the dark beast at Liu Chen's feet. Following this cultivator's observation, the onlookers returned their gaze to the center of the battlefield, where it was indeed true that a large black dog was standing under the feet of the false immortal Liu Chen. However, this was no ordinary dog. It stood nearly a yard tall, its dark fur emanating a subtle golden glow, and adorning its head were peculiar horns. The appearance of this black dog was so oddly unassuming that it evoked an inexplicable urge to slay it. Strangely enough, that sentiment seemed to resonate with some. The creature being discussed, known as Haisha, was a fully realized tribulation-level beast, and with its divine sense effortlessly enveloping the surroundings. It could not possibly be oblivious to the chatter among the crowd. Hearing the distant cultivators refer to this noble divine beast, the Qilin, as merely a large black dog, and even contemplate its demise, Haisha's face contorted with fury as it turned its gaze towards the fleet of spiritual vessels 100,000 miles away. You treacherous human cultivators dare to insult the esteemed Lord Haisha, and even contemplate slaying him? Just wait until I dismantle your wretched ships. With a low murmur, Haisha raised its head to regard Liu Chen. Sensing the gaze of Haisha, Liu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, Haisha vanished into the void before the eyes of the spectators. With the departure of the beast beneath him, Liu Chen summoned the Tang Wu sword. Locking eyes with Yujian, the two exchanged no more than a fleeting glance before they charged at one another with their swords drawn. The exchange between sword cultivators spoke volumes in silence. 13 deadly swords, 101, 10,000 light butterflies. Upon executing this lethal sword technique, Yujian's flying sword transformed into a multitude of over 100 blades, each darting about in such a manner that they seemed to coalesce into a singular lethal strike. Observing the ferocity of Yujian's sword shadows, Liu Chen did not falter. He unleashed his own 10,000 light butterflies, causing the Tang Wu sword in his hand to morph into a myriad of butterflies that soared towards the multitude of flying swords. The two combatants above the abyssal waters danced in a mesmerizing interplay of convergence and divergence, their sword shadows overlapping and dispersing. The sword energies occasionally erupted from the battlefield, crashing upon the sea's surface and conjuring titanic waves. Moments later, the two figures combined their sword shadows into a colossal flying sword, and with a resolute swing, they charged at one another. The fierce collision that ensued resulted in both combatants retreating a good 10 miles. The ominous clouds in the sky were cleaved apart by the surging sword energies, creating a chasm that stretched for 100,000 miles. The residual waves from their sword clash radiated outward, fracturing the surrounding ocean for thousands of miles, leaving it in a state of disarray. The ferocity of their initial confrontation had reached a terrifying magnitude. Yet those witnessing the battle understood that this was merely the result of their tentative explorations of one another's capabilities. After a brief pause, the two warriors, having retreated, once again raised their swords to engage in combat. 13 deadly swords, 1,200, 10,000 sword slashes. With the commencement of this new round of confrontation, the sword intent radiated over the expanse of tens of thousands of miles once more. The aftermath of their explosive clash was even more potent than before, as the ocean beneath them was cleaved open, revealing the depths of the abyss below. As Liu Chen and Yujian engaged in an intense duel, a large black dog stealthily approached beneath the array of spiritual vessels. Observing these vessels, a cunning grin appeared on the dog's face. Those who dared insult Lord Haisha would soon find themselves sinking one by one. although He Sha's form was insignificant compared to the colossal vessels stretching 1,000 zhang. Its voracious appetite for devouring the hulls of these vessels was astounding. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it had completely consumed the hull of a vessel approximately 3,000 zhang in length, leaving only the upper deck intact. Yet, despite such devastation, the defensive arrays of the vessels remained dormant. At this moment, the attention of the numerous cultivators aboard the vessels was solely focused on the fierce battle unfolding in the pseudo-immortal arena, oblivious to the fact that a great black dog was feasting on the hulls below. Meanwhile, in the heart of the battlefield, as He Sha devoured the hulls of 3,000 zhang vessels, the clash between Lu Chun and Yin Shisan had already begun to fracture the surrounding space across a radius of 100,000 li. Were it not for the presence of over a dozen powerful cultivators safeguarding the area, many of those aboard the vessels would surely have perished. An hour later, the explosive smoke from their battle enveloped the entire arena, severing even the divine senses of the observing cultivators. In this moment, the onlooking practitioners exchanged glances, speculating on who held the upper hand. Suddenly, Yin Shisan's furious voice erupted from the smoke, laced with a sword intent that unsettled all present. Lu Chun, are you mocking me? You have yet to unleash your full power in this duel. Do you truly regard me, Yin Shisan, as lesser than a demon lord? With this furious roar, the smoke surrounding them was entirely dispersed, shocking the onlookers. At that moment, Yin Shisan was drenched in blood, his clothing in tatters, while Lu Chun, the object of his wrath, bore not a single wound, his white robes merely frayed at the edges. No one could believe the scene before them. They had anticipated a brutal confrontation, yet it appeared that only one was striving desperately to compel the other to fight with full strength. Friend Yin, you are becoming overly emotional. You are not my adversary, and we are not enemies. It is not worth our lives to end this conflict. I know you possess a final move yet to be revealed, but even then, you would not match me, Lu Chun calmly advised, observing Yin Shisan's frenzied state. From the recent exchanges, it was evident that once Yin Shisan had unleashed the 10th form of his death sword technique, his rationality had begun to be overtaken by fury. Moreover, his performance in their earlier skirmish suggested he was hindered from unleashing his full power. Upon hearing the mention of his hidden trump card, Yin Shisan regained a semblance of composure, his eyes clearing as he gazed at Lu Chun and spoke. Lu Chun, both you and I are sword cultivators, adhering to the unwavering essence of the sword path. Have you ever witnessed a sword cultivator retreat without unleashing their final technique during a duel? For a sword cultivator, even the specter of death cannot deter them from delivering that ultimate strike. Upon hearing Yin Shisan's resolve to unleash his peak attack, Lu Chun comprehended the unwavering spirit that governs the sword path and let out a deep sigh. If that is the case, then let it come. I yearn to witness it. With Lu Chen's acquiescence, Yin Shisan's deathly sword intent entered a delicate state, transforming from a force that sought to obliterate all into a gradually mellowing presence. As the sword intent softened, Yin Shisan's countenance altered as well, his eyes now gazing at Lu Chun with an unperturbed demeanor. Daoist friend Lu Chun, this sword has been honed since I ascended to the great ascension stage. It has been forged over the span of 20 millennia. Initially intended as a preparation against the returning demon clan, I find myself compelled to wield it against you. Daoist friend Lu Chun, may this blade, tempered for 20,000 years, compel you to unleash your utmost prowess. Having issued his reminder, Yin Shisan's aura began to retract gradually, to the extent that those present could scarcely detect his presence. Had he not stood directly before Lu Chun, they might have believed he had vanished entirely. In stark contrast to the confusion on the faces of the onlookers, the dozen or so great ascension experts aboard the spiritual vessel wore solemn expressions. Though Yin Shisan's aura seemed to dissipate, he was, in truth, concentrating his power into a singular point. As a mid-phase sword cultivator surpassing the ordinary prowess of his peers, he was channeling his full strength into this one strike. None among the great ascension pseudo-immortals could withstand this blow alone. The gazes of the crowd shifted back to Lu Chun, their hearts brimming with curiosity regarding how he would counter this lethal strike. Lu Chun, who had drawn their attention, likewise withdrew the calm expression from his face as Yin Shisan prepared to unleash his blow. The two exchanged a moment of silent understanding before Yin Shisan swung his sword towards Lu Chun. The 14th style of the deathly 13 swords, Reincarnation. Chapter 48. The duel comes to an end. Man and dog. The 14th style of the deathly 13 swords, Reincarnation. although it was but a single strike. This sword had been honed over 2 millennia. As it was unleashed, the surging waves of the sea came to an abrupt halt. Immediately, a formidable surge of spiritual power erupted from beneath the ocean's depths, responding to the resonance of Yen Shursan's strike. Sensing the sudden and terrifying surge of spiritual energy, the cultivators aboard the spiritual vessel were left aghast. Yen Shursan's sword had stirred the lingering battle intent from a cataclysmic conflict that occurred beneath the endless sea 100,000 years prior. Two colossal forces converged, sealing off a radius of 100,000 miles, ensnaring Lu Chen in a pincer maneuver. Realizing that evasion was futile, Lu Chen raised the Tang Wu sword before him. Just as he was about to be struck by Yen Shursan, Lu Chen's figure vanished from his original position. Yen Shursan's form passed through where Lu Chen had once stood. And as the spectators believed Lu Chen had evaded the attack through some means, Yen Shursan suddenly reversed direction, soaring skyward. Observing Yen Shursan ascend into the heavens, the onlookers aboard the spiritual vessel were filled with perplexity. Suddenly, a torrent of celestial energy surged forth from beyond 100,000 miles, causing even the dozen great ascension cultivators standing in front to find their footing compromised. Subsequently, the endless clouds in the sky parted, revealing the starry expanse beyond. A shadow descended rapidly from this celestial realm, colliding with Yen Shursan, who had soared into the sky. A sword from the west, a celestial being from beyond. As the shadow met Yen Shursan, a blinding radiance enveloped the entire sky. When the light dissipated, the fabric of space lay shattered, with countless dark fissures occupying the battlefield for miles. After 10 breaths, the rifts began to mend themselves, and the scene on the battlefield re-emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. There stood the false, immortal Lu Chen, his white garments billowing in the gentle breeze. The Tang Wu sword poised against Yen Shursan's throat. Meanwhile, the sword in Yen Shursan's grasp had vanished, leaving only the hilt in his hand. "Why did you not strike me down with a single blow? You could have easily ended my life," Yen Shursan questioned, perplexed as to why Lu Chen had refrained from delivering the fatal blow at the last moment. "You and I are not enemies. It is better to spare you for the fight against the demon clan." With that, Lu Chen sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, Yen Shursan opened his mouth, then closed it again, uncertain of how to voice his thoughts. Lu Chen had triumphed, and a small group of cultivators aboard the spirit vessel rejoiced, embracing one another in celebration. In contrast, the faces of the higher-tier cultivators radiated joy, for traditionally, the duel of sword cultivators concluded only with the demise of one party, with the demon clan stirring restlessly. The loss of either of these false immortals would have been a significant blow to humanity, yet the outcome was ultimately satisfactory. Just as the crowd was enveloped in a mix of emotions, a cultivator who had wagered on Lu Chen's victory suddenly exclaimed, "The dealer has vanished." The others quickly realized the dealer was indeed missing. Cultivators from various spirit vessels began to search frantically when another shout rang out, "Look, that fellow is on the tail of Lu Chen's steed." The crowd turned their gaze to the scene. The dealer was seen biting the tail of a large black dog, which paid no heed to the person clinging to its tail, voraciously devouring the bottom boards of a spirit vessel. A glance around revealed that over 20 spirit vessels had been stripped of their bottoms. As the energy of these vessels waned, they began to plummet downward. With the descent, the cultivators on the decks felt a tremor and sensed something amiss, hastily fleeing towards other vessels. "Big black dog, cease at once. This is the spirit vessel of my sacred ground. If anyone is to feast, it shall be this holy sun." Hearing the youth's voice, the crowd looked up at the duo of man and dog. Indeed, the vessel above them bore the banners of the Tai Xian sacred ground, revealing it to belong to the Pill Peak of Tai Xian. "Little brat, release the tail of Grandmaster He Sha at once. Were it not for the scent of Lu Chen's treachery on you, Grandmaster He Sha would have devoured your nascent soul hole," the black dog proclaimed, causing the crowd to momentarily lose their balance, the name Lu Chen evoking a formidable presence. As Yi Jinying clung to the tail of the ominous black hound, fury ignited within him upon hearing the beast refer to his esteemed ancestor, Lu Chen, as an old rogue. His grip tightened in response. The black hound, sensing the discomfort in its tail, ceased its gnawing and turned its gaze upon the young human cultivator, a mixture of rage and astonishment evident in its eyes. "Are your teeth forged from celestial artifacts? You're hurting me, little brat. Release me at once, or I shall show you no mercy." The grotesque black dog with its long horns declared, You are merely my ancestor's steed. How dare you insult him by calling him an old rogue? You lack even the awareness befitting a dog. As the pressure on its tail intensified, the black hound thrashed vigorously in an attempt to dislodge Yujian. Yet, despite its efforts, the young man remained steadfastly attached. Frustration marred the hound's visage. It had always been the one to bite others, never to be bitten. You insolent wretch! I, Black Shah, am a divine beast of the Qilin. How dare you demean me as an ugly black dog? I shall end you for daring to bite my tail. With that, it contorted its massive frame and lunged at Yujian, jaws agape. The hound's enormous mouth could easily engulf half of Yujian's body, and in its attempt to bite, it inadvertently clamped down on part of its own tail as well. A sound akin to metal clashing erupted from its maw. You little rascal, how can your body be so resilient? You've hurt my teeth. The onlookers aboard the spiritual vessel exchanged glances. Witnessing the absurdity of the human and hound locked in a biting contest, caught in a predicament. One was a mount of the supposed immortal, Chen, and the other was his grandson. Aiding either would surely offend the other. Just as the two continued their futile struggle, Chen, who had vanished from the battlefield, appeared nearby and observed the bizarre scene. A resigned expression crossed his face. Indeed, when these two troublemakers converged, chaos was inevitable. You two cease this at once. Upon hearing Chen's voice, both parties turned their gazes towards him, then back to each other. You let go first. Commandant Yizangin. No, you let go first. What if I release my hold and you do not? Would the illustrious Black Shah deceive a mere nascent soul brat? The hound retorted. Would the esteemed eighth holy son deceive an oddly shaped black dog? Seeing their stalemate, Chen swiftly approached, prying open the hound's massive jaws with both hands, and yanked Yujian free from the tail before tossing him aside. With a resounding howl, a woo, Black Shah's cry echoed through the skies. The crowd turned to see that a patch of fur had been stripped from the hound's tail, and as they glanced back at Yujian, they noticed he had expelled several black scales from his mouth. You little rascal, Black Shah will have his revenge. Enraged by the bald spot on his tail, the hound unleashed the full extent of its cultivation, revealing its status as a fully realized tribulation-level beast. It was then that the spectators realized that this so-called Black Shah was indeed a formidable creature of immense power. Strange. How has this black hound attained such monstrous prowess without yet taking on a true form? One cultivator voiced his confusion, only to be instantly filled with regret. The furious visage of He Shah fixated upon him, followed by a roar imbued with spiritual energy. Lord He Shah was a divine beast, a Qilin. Upon hearing He Shah's thunderous cry, the onlookers finally recognized that this imposing creature, a great black dog with the head of a dragon, antlers, the eyes of a lion, and the back of a tiger, was indeed a Qilin. Observing that the crowd had at last discerned his divine identity, He Shah turned once more to face Yujian, ready to charge forward, only to be ensnared by an arm wrapped around his neck, immobilizing him in place. Meanwhile, Yujian, witnessing the great black dog being hindered by his ancestral master, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Come here, great black dog. How dare you claim to be a divine beast? Bah, you are merely a large black dog with 2 twigs atop your head and fish scales adorning your body. You, who can only wag your tongue. He Shah could send you flying 10 miles with a mere puff. Chen, observing the squabble between the man and the beast, promptly sent a message to Pan Yen aboard the Sacred Land's spirit vessel, instructing him to send someone to escort Yujian away. Moments later, several disciples emerged from the Sacred Land's vessel, carrying the irate Yujian back towards the ship. Release me. Today, this holy son shall teach that filthy black dog a lesson. Come here, you tailless abomination, and face me in a duel to the death. Old thief Chen. You two, let me go. I intend to devour this brat's nascent soul, and use it as a cushion beneath Lord He Shah. Ignoring their bickering, Chen glanced at the wreckage of the fallen spirit vessels and tossed a spatial ring to Elder Pan Yin of the Sacred Land. He left a parting remark before departing with He Shah. Elder Pan, please compensate the respective factions for the damaged vessels with the items within the spatial ring. Also, convey to Zhenying the importance of diligent cultivation. Your commands shall be adhered to, esteemed senior. As Chen departed, various factions began steering their vessels back home. Shortly after their departure, several Great Ascension cultivators, arriving from the opposite direction, hovered over the abyssal region. After a brief observation and exchange, they left. Chapter 49, Kindred Spirits. Ancestor Chen of the Swordmaster Sect has defeated Yen Shi San. This astonishing news reverberated throughout the eastern domain, yet this time it did not incite significant turmoil. A battle involving either of these renowned individuals would send shockwaves through the realm of cultivation, one defying a false immortal at the supreme level, the other slaying a resurrected demon king upon emerging into the world. Yet, for the powerful, Liu Chen's victory over the demon king was deemed even more formidable. Among the re-emerged Great Ascension cultivators, most were survivors of the war between immortals and demons over 100,000 years ago, possessing unparalleled understanding of the demon race's terror. For the demons, even a transcendent being at the tribulation stage could possess the strength to vanquish Great Ascension cultivators in the Taihao realm. Liu Chen, however, had slain a demon king with the prowess of a transcendent being at his peak, showcasing his formidable strength. Yet, these Great Ascension experts were unaware of the truth. Assuming Liu Chen to be one of their ranks, had they known he was merely at the tribulation stage, their fervor would have been even more frenzied. 3 months later, in a certain abyss within the eastern domain, a fire-red palace emerged from its seal, descending upon the land. Within the palace, a middle-aged man with flowing red hair and crimson tear-streaked demon markings engaged in conversation with a young man clad in a red robe with raven black hair. Disciple, your junior brother is indeed formidable. Even during the peak of his power, the demon lord made me wary. Who would have thought that he could be vanquished by a mere human cultivator? It is astonishing that in just a few decades, junior brother Liu Chen has reached the point of being able to eliminate beings of equal standing to our master. I was left utterly astounded upon hearing this news. If Liu Chen were present, he would surely be taken aback upon witnessing the two conversing. The Red Lotus Demon King had already reassembled his corporeal form, his cultivation restored to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension. His elder brother, Li Yunfeng, who once shared a comparable level of cultivation with Yichun, had now attained full separation of spirit, mere steps away from achieving the status of a combined entity king. The small sects of today have become insufficient for his ambitions. I shall soon restore myself to the complete Great Ascension, and you, my disciple, must lead 3,000 demonic warriors to capture a few individuals from the third-grade sections. Upon hearing the Red Lotus Demon King assign him yet another task to capture human cultivators, Li Yunfeng felt an inner resistance. Once a member of the human race, he had now transformed into a fiend, and he feared that if this continued, his humanity would ultimately be extinguished. The rapid restoration of the Red Lotus Demon King to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension was intrinsically linked to the devouring of human cultivators. Over 1,000 first and second-grade sects had already been consumed, prompting the Holy Lands to send individuals to investigate the matter. Master, the recent number of consumed cultivators has been considerable, and the Holy Lands have begun to take notice. If we continue with these captures, I fear we may be discovered. The Red Lotus Demon King, upon hearing Li Yunfeng's warning, responded with a dismissive snort that revealed his contempt. If this were the Central Continent, I might harbor some trepidation regarding those super holy lands. But here in the Eastern region, the little ones from the Tai-Xian Holy Land do not intimidate me. When I led my sovereign to attack the Tai-Hao Great World, they were still scurrying for their lives. Yes, disciple understands. I shall now withdraw to assist Master in locating the sects of cultivators. Li Yunfeng bowed in agreement to the Red Lotus Demon King before exiting the Red Lotus Demon Palace. Outside, he summoned the 3,000 unsealed demon cultivators and soared into the abyss. Above the abyss, Li Yunfeng sighed. The chasm beneath him contained a peculiar natural force, impervious to any divine perception from penetrating or emerging. The Red Lotus Demon King's consciousness was trapped within. Thus he only dared to express his emotions once he had departed the abyss. Does the Lord Demon's son harbor any concerns? A demon cultivator behind him, noticing Li Yunfeng's sigh, stepped forward to inquire. No, I merely hope that our venture will not lead us to encounter any powerful beings from the Holy Lands. Li Yunfeng responded dismissively before taking flight, with the 3,000 demon cultivators closely trailing behind. As they soared through the air, a familiar scene unfolded within his divine perception. Not far away, a young mid-stage golden core cultivator fled rapidly alongside a female cultivator, seemingly escaping from something. Li Yunfeng observed the fleeing duo, noting the bloodstains adorning the young man, who nonetheless shielded the woman. Behind them trailed a dozen golden core cultivators, intent on their pursuit to slay the pair. As Li Yunfeng halted, a demon behind him turned to signal the 3,000 demonic cultivators to come to a complete stop. Approaching Li Yunfeng, he inquired, "My lord, what seems to be the matter?" "No worries, I have merely encountered something intriguing. Let everyone wait for a moment, Li Yunfeng replied. My lord, the pressing matter at hand should be to address the tasks entrusted to us by Lord Demon King. Feeling increasingly irritated by the demon's insistence, Li Yunfeng retorted angrily. When I, the demon prince, command a halt, it shall be obeyed. Should any mishap occur, I alone shall bear the consequences. Faced with Li Yunfeng's fierce expression, the demon ceased his objections and retreated behind him. With the demon's withdrawal, Li Yunfeng directed his gaze once more toward the fleeing pair. Donger, if this continues, we both will be in peril. You must escape from this place while I hold them off. Upon hearing the young man's call of Dong, Li Yunfeng's memories surged back over 20 years, recalling that the name of his beloved also contained the character Dong. The scene of evading pursuit mirrored his own past, casting a shadow of anguish across his features. No, we have already pledged our lives to one another. I shall accompany you in life and in death. If you perish, I shall not survive. The young woman's words were resolute, her delicate visage reflecting a fierce determination to share their fate. But if we continue to flee, we will surely meet our demise. The young man's face, equally steadfast, softened as he reached out to gently caress the hair of the woman beside him. For all these years, I have heeded your words. This time, please listen to me. Go, Dong, or you must leave. Upon hearing his tender plea, tears welled up in the woman's eyes, leaving trails of sorrow upon her cheeks. Mengyu, from the moment I, Wang Donger, fell in love with you, I have been prepared for a life shared in life and death. Even if my soul were to scatter today, I shall not retreat. The two then embraced tightly, ceasing their flight, and turned to face their approaching pursuers. Observing Mengyu and Wang Donger come to a halt, the leader among the pursuers signaled for his companions to stop and bellowed at the fleeing pair. Mengyu, Wang Dong, you both were once the pride of the Insan dynasty, with boundless prospects ahead. Yet you have made the grave mistake of pledging your lives to one another, betraying the great prince of our dynasty. General Shinga, you are well aware of the bond we share. Why pursue us so relentlessly? Wang Dongya pleaded, hoping to evoke their past camaraderie. Yet, upon witnessing the anguish on her face, General Shinga's expression revealed an inner conflict. He was merely a general, but the command from Prince Demo of the Insan dynasty was clear. He was to bring them back, alive or dead. Eam Todisoi, Mistana. Master Mengyu, I cannot defy my lord's orders. I must return you both for a report. General Shinga, we understand your predicament. Do not feel troubled today. As a couple, we are willing to die for our convictions. Mengyu understood that Xingu, as the Grand General of the Indian Tri-Kingdom, could not defy the royal command. No longer beseeching for mercy, he directed his staff towards the dozen or so Golden Core cultivators before him. As the Golden Core practitioners unleashed their full power, Mengyu and Wang Donger found themselves retreating in defeat. Already gravely injured, Mengyu coughed up blood during the battle, and both he and Wang Donger plummeted from the sky. Witnessing their tragic plight, Li Yunfeng's expression was complex, lost in thought. Just as Mengyu was about to be pierced through the heart by Xingu's staff, Li Yunfeng sprang into action. Chapter 50, Chang Yi and the Senior Brother. No. As she saw her beloved on the brink of being fatally struck, Wang Donger cried out and rushed forward, attempting to block the lethal blow. Yet, no matter how swift she was, she could not catch up to the staff that Xingu thrust forward. Suddenly, a sharp beam of sword light surged towards Xingu and his companions. By the time Wang Donger and Mengyu regained their senses, Xingu and the pursuing assassins had been utterly annihilated. The couple exchanged bewildered glances, feeling a sudden chill as they noticed a formidable figure standing beside Mengyu. Reflecting on the demise of Xingu and his cohorts, they understood that this elder must have been the one to vanquish their attackers and save their lives. They immediately knelt in gratitude. We pay our respects, esteemed elder. We are deeply thankful for your life-saving grace. Li Yunfeng regarded the kneeling couple with an expression devoid of emotion, though his heart was a tumult of feelings. He recalled how, had he and Dongzhu been aided in their time of need, they would not have faced such tragic separation. Now, encountering a similar situation, he wished to prevent a repetition of such a calamity. The corruption of humanity was a burden too heavy for one to bear. He did not wish for another to endure such suffering. After some contemplation, Li Yunfeng concealed his complex emotions and gazed at the couple with indifference. Consider yourselves fortunate. I took action because I disapproved of their intent to sever your bond, which is why I intervened to save your lives. Esteemed elder, you have rescued us. We humbly ask for your esteemed name, so that we may repay your kindness in the future. Li Yunfeng looked at them as if they were mere ants. Yet, despite this, Meng Yu and Wang Donger felt no offense. The strength of this elder was beyond their comprehension, and his intervention was a monumental act of kindness. They would not dare to expect any recognition from him. At that moment, despite Li Yunfeng's indifferent gaze, he felt an unexpected warmth towards the pair of star-crossed lovers. After observing them for a while, he ultimately chose not to refuse their request and let out a sigh. Very well. I happen to have a task that requires your assistance. Upon hearing that this elder sought their help, Meng Yu and Wang Donger were filled with excitement, their full attention on the demands of their lifesaver. My name is Li Yunfeng, formerly a disciple of the Sword Control Sect. If you could assist me by conveying to Master Feng Qingzi that I am sorry, for I, Li Yunfeng, am unable to lead the Sword Control Sect back to its former glory. Moreover, please convey a message to junior brother Lu Chen. If he still acknowledges me as a senior, I ask that he safeguard the Yujian Sect on my behalf. My sincere gratitude, Li Yunfeng. Upon hearing the recounting of events from the elder known as Li Yunfeng, Meng Yu and Wang Donger displayed expressions of astonishment, as if they had uncovered a monumental secret. Meng Yu seemed eager to confirm something, yet his trembling lips betrayed him, causing him to stutter. Elderly, are you referring to the Yujian Sect, famously known as the Minor Sacred Land? Indeed. As Li Yunfeng nodded, Meng Yu and Wang Donger were left in stunned silence, their minds racing with tumultuous thoughts. What kind of formidable elder had they encountered? The name of Lu Chen, the ancestor of the Yujian Sect, was known far and wide. Yet this elder referred to him as junior brother. What then did that imply about his own stature? You two should first attend to your injuries. You may visit the Yujian Sect when time permits. Here is my sword. Upon presenting it, the Yujian Sect will grant you entry. As Li Yunfeng spoke, he produced a sword, untouched for decades, and tossed it to the two, departing amidst their astonished gazes. Not long after Li Yunfeng's departure, Meng Yu and Wang Donger gradually regained their composure. Wang Donger, with a puzzled expression, turned to Meng Yu and voiced her concerns. Brother Yu, isn't Feng Qingzi the sect master of the Yujian Sect? Yet this elder refers to Lu Chen as junior brother and Feng as master. Such matters concerning powerful beings are beyond our comprehension as mere cultivators at the lower echelons of the cultivation world. It is better to let these thoughts remain unspoken. Elder Li Yunfeng is our savior. We must not discuss him lightly. Hearing Wang Donger's inquiry, Meng Yu promptly halted her further questions and turned his gaze towards the direction in which Li Yunfeng had vanished, bowing in reverence alongside Wang Dong. High above, Li Yunfeng returned to the ranks of the demon army, yet his consciousness lingered on Meng Yu and Wang Donger, absorbing their every word and action. A smile graced his face as he turned to address the 3,000 demon cultivators. Brothers, we have secured provisions for our master. Let us proceed to the Yin-San dynasty to capture the cultivators needed. With Li Yunfeng's command, the 3,000 demon cultivators soared towards the Yin-San dynasty. 9 days later, the royal family of the Yin-San dynasty was obliterated, along with all the third-tier sects within its borders. Li Yunfeng and the 3,000 demon cultivators commandeered the seized spirit vessels, escorting nearly 300,000 cultivators from the Yin-San dynasty back to the abyss in grand procession. Before entering the palace, the raucous laughter of the Scarlet Lotus Demon King echoed in Li Yunfeng's ears. Little brat of the Yujian Sect, your elder brother has returned. Hearing the laughter of the Scarlet Lotus Demon King, Li Yunfeng hastened his steps into the palace. Upon entering the grand hall, he was met with the sight of a dozen disciples clad in Yujian Sect attire, their garments stained crimson with blood and tattered fabric revealing wounds and mangled flesh beneath. Witnessing the tragic state of his former comrades, a fleeting agony crossed Li Yunfeng's face. The Scarlet Lotus Demon King, seeing Li Yunfeng's return, deepened his smile, gesturing mockingly towards the group of severely injured Yujian Sect disciples below. As the Red Lotus Demon King gestured, the disciples of the Sword Sect turned to behold the figure they had sought, Li Yunfeng, standing at the palace entrance. Among them, a severely injured peak nascent soul cultivator, trembling, slowly dragged his battered body from the ranks. Cough, cough, cough. Is that you, senior brother? I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. How fortunate I am that fate has not been unkind. I can see you before I depart this world, he rasped, each step accompanied by a fit of coughing that caused chunks of flesh to fall from the gaping wound in his abdomen, leaving a trail of crimson footprints behind him. Li Yunfeng gazed upon Chang Yi's pitiful state, his heart heavy with sorrow. He longed to step forward and offer support. Yet the Red Lotus Demon King loomed menacingly on the platform, his gaze sharp and predatory. Any sign of compassion from Li Yunfeng would surely provoke the demon to slaughter everyone present. Thus, he maintained a facade of indifference, coldly regarding Chang'e. What brings the sword sect to seek me? I have become one of the demon clan. I am no longer your junior sect master. As he spoke, a transformation began to manifest. His hair shifted from black to crimson, and nascent demonic patterns began to etch themselves across his visage. Chang'e, beholding his senior brother's altered appearance, felt his already shattered spirit succumb to another blow, and he faltered, collapsing to the ground. Master! Master! A throng of young cultivators behind Chang'e rushed forward, eager to assist him. Witnessing this scene, the Red Lotus Demon King revealed a sinister smile and swiftly waved his hand, sending the Sword Sect disciples back to their original positions. I cannot believe that after all these years, you have risen to the status of master in the Sword Sect, Li Yunfeng mocked. His expression tinged with derision as he observed the disciples addressing Chang'e as their master. Do not approach. I am fine, Chang'e urged. Sensing the concern of his fellow disciples behind him, he turned to dissuade them from advancing, then faced the demonic visage of Li Yunfeng once more, his expression a portrait of unspoken anguish. Senior brother, you have always been a compassionate soul in my eyes. I refuse to believe you have truly fallen to darkness. I know there must be a reason for your transformation, but we do not care. Master is waiting for your return. We, the entire Sword Sect, are waiting for your return. Return for what? A mere fourth-tier sect? I could easily annihilate dozens of them with a flick of my hand. Li Yunfeng's face remained mockingly indifferent, devoid of any semblance of compassion. The Red Lotus Demon King, observing this exchange, wore a satisfied expression. Should Li Yunfeng waver in his resolve, he would not hesitate to consume him alongside the Sword Sect disciples. Chapter 51, Uncle Master. Regardless of how unfeeling Li Yunfeng's words were, Chang'e could not bring himself to believe that these were truly his senior brother's sentiments. Yet, a flicker of disappointment emerged in his eyes as he gazed upon the face of the brother he once admired, tears of complexity streaming down his cheeks. Despite the grievous injuries inflicted upon him by the demon clan, he showed no inclination to retreat. The intangible blow delivered by Li Yunfeng surpassed all physical agony he had endured. Master, this may be the last time I address you thus. I am on the brink of my demise, and cannot inform our sect of your presence here. I beseech you to spare my disciples, even if it means stripping them of their cultivation and erasing their memories. Chang'e began to gradually accept the grim reality before him, and ceased to urge Li Yunfeng to return to the Swordmaster sect with him. Turning to face his injured disciples, the innocence of their youthful faces could not conceal the resolve in their eyes. He could not bear to see them fall. The demon lord on the stage would not spare his disciples, and all he could do was hope that Li Yunfeng would remember their past. Everyone, call for the grand uncle. He will surely preserve your lives. After my death, heed his words. Chang'e observed his disciples, filled with shame. Their master was powerless, yet he sought to exchange his life for theirs. I am not their grand uncle. Such sentiments are ill-timed. Seeing Chang'e appeal to emotions, Li Yunfeng, despite the turmoil within, could only coldly interject. The disciples behind Chang'e, witnessing the indifference of this grand uncle they barely knew, were unwilling to barter their lives for mere survival. Their gritted teeth and fierce glares directed at Li Yunfeng and the demon lord above, wishing they could devour him whole. We do not recognize such a demon as our grand uncle. Master, we brothers shall never yield. Indeed, we shall never yield. Impudent! Do you not heed the command of your master? Do you not see me, your revered master? Chang'e observed his disciples with a complex expression. Though his face was etched with fury, he felt a swell of pride for their unwavering spirit. Yet, he was destined to fall today, and, as their master, he did not wish for his disciples to meet a hasty end alongside him. Clap, clap, clap. What a splendid display of masterly affection and filial devotion. The demon lord, Red Lotus, applauded the scene before him, his sinister smile gradually morphing into something more malevolent. Before anyone could react, Red Lotus opened his mouth and instantly consumed the kneeling Chang'e. Burp. After swallowing Chang'e, he let out a satisfied belch, turning his gaze towards the anguished disciples of the Swordmaster sect. Master, demon, we shall fight you to the death. Await the day when ancestor Liu Chen will surely avenge us. The disciples of the Swordmaster sect, witnessing their master being devoured, felt their fury ignite like an explosion. At that moment, they cared not whether they could contend with Red Lotus. Only the resolve for vengeance for their master filled their minds. However, before they could approach Red Lotus, a powerful gust of wind sent them all flying. As they landed and looked up, they saw Li Yunfeng standing before Red Lotus, the one who had repelled the disciples of the Swordmaster Sect. Li Yunfeng, you traitor of the human race. Traitor of the Swordmaster Sect. My master was misled by you. You are unworthy to return to the Swordmaster Sect. One disciple, filled with wrath, glared at Li Yunfeng, and despite his grievous injuries, he was the first to rise. However, his furious words did not elicit the slightest change in Li Yunfeng's expression. Ignoring the man's vitriol, he turned to face the Red Lotus Demon King on the high platform and knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Master, I beseech you to allow me to strike down these insects, to quell the resentment that weighs heavily on my heart. The Red Lotus Demon King, observing Li Yunfeng's demeanor, said nothing but revealed a knowing smile. After a moment's pause, he slowly replied, Since my disciple is so determined, I shall grant your request. Proceed. Thank you, Master. I have one more request. I wish to take these individuals outside to execute them, shatter their golden cores, and extract their souls as a warning to the other cultivators who have been captured. I would not want the blood of these insects to taint your demonic palace. Go on, be swift in your actions. Li Yunfeng's words elicited another cold laugh from the Red Lotus Demon King, yet he still gestured for Li Yunfeng to proceed. With the Red Lotus Demon King's consent, the tension in Li Yunfeng's chest dissipated. He then soared from the Red Lotus Demon Palace with the disciples of the Sword Control Sect, whose powers have been restrained. Li Yunfeng, you are not human. You will meet a dreadful end, and you shall be reviled by countless mortals, even with their powers sealed. The disciples of the Sword Control Sect continued to hurl insults at Li Yunfeng. Undeterred by their vitriol, he remained oblivious to the pain within his heart. Casually tossing the group outside the palace, he raised his demonic sword. As he brought it down, the blade did not strike the disciples of the Sword Control Sect. Instead, its light targeted the 3,000 demonic soldiers escorting the cultivators of the Insan dynasty outside the palace. All present were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, momentarily frozen in place. Without any delay, Li Yunfeng swiftly unbound the restrictions on the disciples of the Sword Control Sect, lifting them and casting them out of the abyss. Run for your lives! Li Yunfeng's desperate shout echoed in the ears of the Sword Control Sect disciples, and in that moment, they understood his intention to save them. Gazing at the ever-receding depths of the abyss, tears welled in the eyes of the disciples as they looked back at Li Yunfeng. Master, after a brief pause, the stunned demonic cultivators regained their composure, soaring into the air in an attempt to pursue the fleeing disciples of the Sword Control Sect. However, as they ascended from the abyss's depths, Li Yunfeng's sword light followed closely behind. Simultaneously, the previously escorting cultivators of the Insan dynasty erupted into chaos. Witnessing this scene, the demonic cultivators had no time for hesitation and turned to confront the 30,000 rebellious cultivators. Several earth demons of the spirit-severing stage appeared before Li Yunfeng, attempting to obstruct his next move. These earth demons fixed their gaze on Li Yunfeng, exuding an atmosphere of imminent confrontation. Before one could voice his inquiry, a crimson figure materialized above the palace, unleashing a tremendous demonic aura that suppressed the 30,000 rebellious cultivators in place. Then, the crimson figure opened its mouth, drawing the nearly 30,000 halted Insan cultivators into its maw. Burp! Another satisfied belch echoed, and the assembled demonic cultivators knelt before the crimson figure. All hail the Demon King. Indeed, the Crimson Lotus Demon King responded simply to the assembly of demonic cultivators, then turned his gaze toward the still-standing Li Yunfeng, his expression a sinister blend of amusement and menace. What is this, my obedient disciple? Are you contemplating betrayal? Master, I would never betray you. However, those individuals are my former juniors. I merely wish to see them off on their final journey. Although Li Yunfeng's face bore no trace of anxiety in response to the Crimson Lotus Demon King's inquiry, his mind raced with strategies to delay the Demon Lord. It was imperative that he stall the Crimson Lotus Demon King, for only then would the dozen or so disciples who had escaped the abyss stand a chance at survival. Should the Demon King personally emerge from the abyss, the disciples of the Sword Control Sect would undoubtedly perish at his hands. At that moment, the Crimson Lotus Demon King seemed to perceive Li Yunfeng's inner thoughts, gesturing to a nearby earth demon to pursue the fleeing disciples of the Sword Control Sect. Master, I implore you to spare those disciples. You have just absorbed 300,000 cultivators. Those few golden core disciples are inconsequential to you. I beg you to let them go. Seeing that Li Yunfeng continued to plead, the Crimson Lotus Demon King was thoroughly enraged. With a wave of his hand, he drew Li Yunfeng before him, grasping his throat. Indeed, there are no trustworthy human cultivators. Since earlier, I have pondered your choices. Alas, you have strayed from the path. The power you wield is mine to give, and today, I shall reclaim it. He then struck Li Yunfeng's dantian, causing the latter to convulse in agony before losing consciousness. Observing Li Yunfeng's fainting form, the Crimson Lotus Demon King carelessly discarded him onto the ground. Turning his attention to the surrounding demonic cultivators, he declared, "Hang him on the cliffs of the abyss, subject him to daily torment. I wish to present a grand gift to the human race of the eastern region." With that, he swiftly ascended into the palace.